We hope this is working.
It's working fabulously over here.
Wow, look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
See you in a few minutes.
Yeah, you're all, it's on. We're good.
All right, let's leave it running.
Okay.
Like the way it is.
Good morning. I'm sure that at this hour and at this temperature, we would all prefer to be at home in our cozy, warm beds. But sometimes we have to y'all, it's early, risk a little frostbite for democracy. So today we're here across from the North Carolina State Supreme Court. And we're here because, well, but back in November, 5.5 million North Carolinians cast their ballots in our North Carolina State Supreme Court election. And the people of North Carolina voted for Allison Riggs, and she won by 734 votes. Her victory has been confirmed by multiple recounts, and our bipartisan state election officials did an impressive and accurate job. They made sure every legal vote was counted. But rather than accept these results, Jefferson Griffin is challenging 60,000 votes here in the hopes that after they are thrown out, he will somehow win this election. It's a long list of voters, y'all. We have 3 binders with 1,471 pages in them. It includes Republicans, Democrats, unaffiliated voters. But frankly, party does not even matter because they are North Carolinians first. They cast their ballots in accordance with the law and in good faith, and that is the only thing that matters. These are legal votes, and they should count. My name is not on the list today. I'm lucky, but that's this time. It might be next time if Griffin succeeds. Could be your name. It could be all of us. It might not even be in North Carolina. And so it is incredibly important that we stand up now and stop before this becomes a dangerous legal precedent. What Jefferson Griffin is doing is undemocratic, un-American, and just plain wrong. Some logistics. We will be reading the names alphabetically by county. We're going to do our absolute best with pronunciation, but please forgive us when we make a mistake. Some voters have submitted statements to be read alongside, and we will read that statement at the start of their county. Let's get started. These are the voters being challenged in Alamance County. Barbara Alema Acosta, Robert William Adams, Barbara Darnell Aldridge, James Pierce Allegretto, Bryson Aaron Allen, J.C. Allen, Patricia May Allen, Jesse Michael Allison, Elizabeth Jane Anderson, Stephanie Watson Anderson, Zarina Anda, Ramona Nanette Anthony, Jonah L. Aponte, Dylan Shea Arnold, Paz Gonzalez Arzola, Alexander Ashley, Joseph Ashley, Sean Connor Augerson, Simone Elizabeth Corwine Autry Lott, Manuel de Jesus Avios de Ras, Leonel Alfonso Avila, Bruce Fleming Ayers, Hilisa Yvette Badia Boren, Brandon Lee Bailey, Micaiah Baldwin, Tammy Baldwin, Amanda Jo Ballard, Elizabeth Caroline Barbie, Virginia Elaine Barker, Rosa Elena Barrera Urena, Lolita Naomi Barrett, Stephen Lynn Barrow, Alyssa Taylor Basket Stokes, Katina Vanessa Battle, James William Baer, Janice Coral Beasley, Carrie Blythe Bell, Joel Christopher Benavides, Alzora Louise Benjamin, Munoz Luis Fernando Bernal, Sherry Cornell Beverly, Tamara Leah Billings, Evangeline Tate Black, Johnny Neely Black, Carrie Jacinta Blacknell, Alex David Blackwell, James Thomas Napoleon Blackwell, Todd Andrew Blaylock, Jeremy Thomas Blanchard, Ronald Keith Booker, Elizabeth M. Bourne, Ryan Rashad Boswell, Gavin Wade Booma, Bridget Bowes, Cynthia Bowes, Natalie Boylston, James Spencer Bradham, Roger Keith Bradshaw, Joseph Ryan Brewery, Shawnice L. Brimage, Karen Northrop Briner, Deborah Brentley Leathers, Charity N. Brown, Eric Lamont Brown, Jasmine Octavia Brown, Kyle Scott Brown, Linda K. Brown, Michael Lamont Brown, Ned Brown, Rose Marie Eileen Brown, Robert Bruh, Miranda Worley Bruner, Monet Marie Bryant Shanklin, Kim Dung Bui, Kim Fong Thi Bui, Jennifer Michelle Burgess, Joel Andrew Burgess, Brandon Buzzard, Stephanie Cabrera, Toshia Hester Caceres Padilla, Liam Bogan Cahalan, Luisa Antonia Caicedo Wall, Claire Johanna Callahan, Andrea Naomi Camo Kono, Lourdes Sosa Campos, Vanessa Cano, Linda Juliet Canteen Hedgepeth, Yobani Carbajal Rodriguez, Denise Marie Carey, Gerda Rosine Carmichael, David Emmanuel Carr, Tony William Carroll, Timothy M. Carson, Ruby Carter, Mark Yancey Castillo Mendoza, Henry Alberto Castillo, Lena Lee Castillo, Caitlin Christine Chacon, Brad Lakenrick Chambers, Gawainea Chambers, Teresa Lynette Chambers, Douglas Martinez Chanko, Brenda Melissa Chavez, Lillian Judith Chen, Stephen Cherry, Gary Lee Chestnut, Stephen Childers, Andrew Barnell Chrisman, Malia Samana Crisp, Avery Stanley Chun, Margaret Catherine Chioki Nangle, Kyle Chipperly, Prince Clinkscales, Elizabeth Madron Cobb, Ivana Mariah Coe, Taylor Lee Coffey, Morgan Taylor Coggins, Michael Thomas Collins, Erica Corbett, Jeffrey A. Costin, Emmanuel Loera Cota, Daniel Babcott Covert, Carlene Louise Cox, Seth Pointer, Cor Crawford, Ora Mae Cribb, Devin Legron Crisp, Tara Lee Crisp, Meloweed Charlene Crotz Johnson, Clarissa Cruz Cecilio, Marian Guadalupe Cruz Gonzalez, Daniel Cruz Santiago, Nelly Magdalena Cusco Veas, Joanna Damaso, Gary A. Damstetter, Ashley Huffman, Carrie Glenn Davis, Devin Montreal Davis, Jordan Davis, Rose Marie Day, Jakari Christopher Day, Kamia Day, Tanya Day Chase, Maddie Walker DeBoer, James Aaron DeLay, Sarah Christine Delphius, Karen Renwele Devet, Deshaun DeVloop, Telvin Gerard Dickey, Henry Michael Diggin, Taylor Alexis DeLello, Maria R. Dimas Morales, Dustin Lee Dodson, Benjamin Lucas Derringer Smith, Edward James Doy, Patty James Doy, Dominic Ellison Glenn, Christopher Jared Donald, Jason Dudley, Ile Doomy, Cassandra Baker Durham, Blake Austin Edwards, Carolyn N. Elgin, Tylia Mishat Elmore, Michael Anthony Enoch, Terry Valentina Enoch, Cecilia Nazareth Estrada Benitez, Donovan Stovell Evans, Margie Catherine Evans, Robert Anthony Evans, Shakura Brashan Evans, Shatana Monet Evans, Patricia Ann Evans Jones, Carolyn Everett, Gilbert R. Farkas, Mary Lou Farrington, Timothy Lewis Farrington, Virginia Aletha Farrington, David Sylvester Fawcett, Bridget Shea Faulkner, Riley Fennell, Cynthia Damaris Fernandez, Maria Ferrara, Joseph Florence, Jose Armando Flores, James Liam Follett, Jacqueline A. Foss, David Ray Foster, Leandos Demetrius Uchi, Billy Hall Faust, Christopher Lawrence Faust, Alicia Joel Faust, Lakeisha Tamar Faust, Marie Fowler Sierra, Jesse Frezilis, Melinda Freeman, Jamie Lee Fries Baird, Chelsea Marie Fry, Julia May Fuller, Lakita McGee Fuller, Javon Callum Funchess, Rebecca Fusco, Jamilin D. Fusel, Rose Marie Fife, Laurie K. Gagnon, Alexis Gamble, Elton Gant, Jessica Garcia Bastida, Evelyn Garcia, Freddie Garcia, Stavina Alicia Garrison, Emily Bryant Garza Hazel, Julia Beatrice Gates, Harris Marcel Gaddis, Claudio Bolave Gauman, Sandy D. George, Gina Brooke Gibson, Jalen Devon Gibson, Gabriella Del Carmen Gil de Wages, Ginger Star GC, Gail Ann Glatz, Brian David Goad, Diane K. Godwin, Gretel Natalie Gonzalez, Yakira Bridget Gonzalez, Olivia Noel Gooch, Armani Tian Graves, Daikasha Amaya Graves, Korea Rayson, Nigel Graves, Holly Marie Green, Deborah Fuller Griffin, Hillary Griffin, Paul Vernon Griswold, Alan Grubb, Elisa Guido Koenig, Glenda Niece Guthrie, Katie Renee Guthrie, Keenan Hayden, Brianna Hackerman, Betty Joan Haith, Celeste Wright Haith, James Thomas Hall, James Walter Hall, Melissa A. Hall, Reese Patrick Halpin, Jennifer Kathleen Hamilton, Bradley Jean Hanson, Christy Ray Hanson, Valerie Haven Hanson, Brenda Harrington, Ebony Harris, John Ross David Harris, Mara Savannah Harris, Michelle Harris, Joanne Harris Johnson, Abdul Malik Harris, Philip Chase Hartung, Wesley Blake Hartung, John Robert Harvey, Willie Juan Harvey, Marcia Madron Hatch, Annette Lynn Hatfield, Jenna Ellen Hagen, Brandy Hawes, Anthony Scott Haynes, Winston Malachi James Hazali, Jennifer Alicia Henriquez Menjivar, Jaden Wayne Herring, Max G. Hersinger, Iris Francis Hester, Shania DeQuetta Hester, Jacqueline Hayward, Christy Denise Hyatt, Evan Angela Hicks, Shelley Christine Hicks, Lori Ann Hill, Anita S. Hines, Cheryl L. Hodge, Jennifer Engel Holcomb, Faith D. Hollefeld, Renee Elaine Holman, Catherine A. Holt, Nanny Elizabeth Woods, Holt, Nathan Alexander Holt, Brian Scott Hopkins, Joanna Fuqua Horner, Lauren Flynn Horton, Garrett Howard, Charlotte C. Hoy, Elijah Joseph Hughes, James Sullivan Hughes, Wendy Jean Hughes, Ellen Catherine Hutchinson, Christopher Wiesentroit, Kelly Ann Hyatt, Brianna Jean Irwin, Landon Elizabeth Isaac, Hannah Naomi Israel, Johnny Hayes Jackson, Letterica Rochelle Jackson, Kendall Jackson Stiggers, Shane Jarrett, Kimberly Jasper, Lisa Ann Jeffers, Ryan Austin Jenkins, Savannah Marie Jernigan Gee, Michael James Gerald, Carla Jimenez Sosa, Shelvia Dawn Johnson, Tiara Johnson, B. Morris Johnson, Honey Monet Jones, Richard Jones, Terry Jones, Toby Lamont Jones, Wesley O. Jones, Moses Paul Jones Lewis, Tennille Dion Lewis, Kimberly Noonan Jordan, Maya Rose Joyner, Winifred E. Justice, James S. Keaton, Allison Michelle Kelly, Andrea Michaela Kelly, Rodney Lee Kendrick, Delora Faye Kennedy, Taylor Kenyon, Clyde Richard Kernoodle, Susan Freshwater Kernoodle, Kyla Kimberly Keys Timmons, Mint Kong, Richard Carter Kincaid, Ronnie Ray King, Kathy Lynn Kirby, Kimberly Ann Kluga Ekman, Danny Knight, Kelly Knight, Kristen Celia Kogel, Moshe Sarmiar Co., Rebecca Ann Kornstadt, Adam Johnson Kowalski, Peter Joseph Krebs, Haddon Charnley Lagarde, Heather Harding Lagarde, Christopher Ryan Lamar, Marlene Sine Landa Perez, Kimberly A.X. Landa Perez, Jonathan Andrew Latta, Sheila Latta, Haley Jane Lawfer, Michael Darnell Lawrence, Sylvia Lawson, Wayne M. Lee, Vivian Barrett Lehman Sasamahasan, Clark Walker Leonard, Edward Lassane, Diana Scott Lester, Jeremy Levy, Emma M. Lewis, Jeffrey M. Lewis, Joel Salvador Late, Bridget Michelle Lindsay, Lena Marie Lindsay, Lindsay Little Hoop, Shakira Cornet Little, Star Little, La Deratica Littles, Howard Wayne Lloyd, Tyler Dan Lloyd, Danny Clayton Logan, Trevin Rogers Logan, Christian Michael London, Brandon Michael Long, Cynthia Long, Eva Maria Long, Ricardo Luis Lopez de Castillo, Juan Omar Lopez de la Paz, Rosa Marie Lopez Jaimes, Cynthia Lisbeth Lopez Silva, Ariel Lopez, James R. Lott, Marcus Mandrell Lott, William Dexter Lowe, Skylar C. Lucius, Patricia Susan Lambatis, Earl Lynch, Zachary Joseph Mace, Tatiana Macchiote, Charlotte Ann Mackey, Sharon Mays Mackey, Nancy Lynn Meyer, Ethan Malino, Larry Martin Malone, Celia Isabel Manuel Perea, Sevion Quelle Marsh Sheridan, Harrison Scott Martin, Francisco Javier Martinez Cruz, Litzy Martinez Davila, Alejo R. Martinez, Ana Luis Martinez, Jonathan Shaw Masden, Deborah E. Mata, Tammy Lynn May, Ashlyn Brooke Maynard, Fiona Catherine McAllister, Sarah Jane McCarthy, Kimberly Chantel McConnell, Sean Bell McCrae, Sylvester Devin McCullen, James McCulley, Jennifer Nell McDaniel Fricker, Catherine Elizabeth McHugh, Michelle Renee McKee, Marta Ruland McKenzie, Lucas J. McEwen, Kim Joselle McKeever, Vince Edward McCoy, Mia Grace McNamee, Benjamin Eli McVeigh, Jeremy Meadows, Brandy Lashy Mebin, Damian Lamar Mebin, sorry, Brandy, Chastity Nicole Mendoza, Giselle Menjivar, Michaela Elise Merritt, Judith Ann Miles Kelly, Roy Lee Miles, Betty Sue Miller, Ann Paulette Millichap, Zach John Mondry, Ashley Shade Moore, David Moore, Edward Alex Moore, Kayla Devon Moore, Pamela Yvette Moore, Nancy Faye Mooresfield, Ricardo Morales Santos, Ramon Antonio Moreno Lugo, Velia Moreno, Amaryllis Moreno Dimas, Miranda Page Morgan, Carlene Hamlet Morton, Navia A. Mosley, Paula Jane Moten Tolson, Brenda Mumphrey, Aldi Ulissa Munoz, Kara G. Murray, Janae Elise Murray, Sandra Smith Murray, Danella Board Muse, Donna Alicia Myers, Kylie Savannah Nall, Charlie Davis Nance, Nicholas Anthony Nangle, Julio Cesar Navarro, Marcia Navarro, Nicoloy Andres Navarro, Ilya Nazario, Talmadge Neal, Charles Graham Nellis, Vanessa Lauren Nelson, Danny Ray Newcomer, Nee Q Wynn, Rosemary Lara Wynn, Susan Carol Nickens, Norma T. Noah, Jenna Noel, Maca Noel, Norma Ocampo Bahena, Dorothy A. Oliver, Harold Wayne Oliver, Joe T. Oliver, Eleonora Oluch, Lawrence Ray O'Neill, Damiloa Toyin Aprendo Akinsolo, Emily Grace DeSpirito Alton, Patricia Ann Owens, Dicey Pacheco Paredes, Maria Margarita Pacheco Santos, Tony Salvador Pacheco, Blanche J. Page, Tammy Smith Palmer, Edibaldo Paredes, Joanne Parker, Matthew Taylor Parker, Kimberly Sharon Partridge, Shatali Harshish Patel, Miguel Patricio, Alicia Dawn Peoples, LaShawn DeMorris Peoples, Emmanuel Parada Peralta, Maria Eugenia Perea Perez, Karen Perez Solana, Sophia Tyler Perez, Rosa Homer Perry, Margaret P. Pettiford, Vincent A. Phyllis, Charles Randall Pyland, Augustina Inez Pimento Lopez, Amanda Pollock, Julian Poole, Melinda Cameron Poteet, Frederick and Dada Price, Johnny Preston Pruitt, Joseph Allen Pulliam, Irma Pergasson, Joyce Paul Quick, John Alvin Ragnar, Abel Ramos Alejo, Angel Renifez, Angelo Neira Ray, Yvette Merritt Reeves, Brian Vincent Reed, Angela Wren, Jamie Leanne Reeves, Destiny Reyes, Jonas Isai Reyes, Dalton Jean Rhodes, Evangeline Jean Rhodes, Annie Perry Rice, Eileen Richardson, Ariel Deshay Richmond, Jamie LeVar Richmond, Ophelia A. Richmond, Patrick Bolvia Richmond, Kira Chantel Riley, Alan Kurt Reimer, Jesus Alberto Rivera, Janbez Amarios Roach, Lisa Horner Roberson, Amanda Blake Roberts Shotwell, Alan Roberts, William Burke Robertson, James Anthony Robinson, Ramon Rodriguez, Kendrick Omar Rogers, Shamare Antonio Rogers, Luis Fernando Rojas, B. Ta Ru, Body Hawkins Rosen, Angelia Ross Little, Angela Sophia Royo Romero, Brandy Yvette Royster, Claire Elizabeth Rudolph, Giselle Ruffin, Michael Fabricio Ruiz, Ronnie Lynn Russell, Melanie Salazar Ramos, Philadelphia Mejia Salgado, Benjamin Salvatore, Consuelo Sanchez Caroja, Yariska Sanchez Madonade, Mia Rita Sanchez Smith, Robert Nicholas Sandoval, Fulgencio Benito Santos Marino, Keegan Lee Scott, Joseph Leon Sellers, Nancy Sendar, Guillermo Serrano, Sandra Murray Sharp Carter, Kelsey K. Shaw, Marshall Leon Shaw, Rebecca Ann Shaw Beatty, Ka Shi, Maria Lita Cibrian, Davia Rachel Silverman, Carmel B. Seiler, Regina Setliff Simpson, Sherdine Clark Simpson, Cornelius Mitchell Singleton, Pauline Garner Sink, Rebecca Lojos Losek, Amelia Okushima Slider, Cheryl Yvette Smelly, Akira Smith, Brett Osborne Smith, Janita Samore Angelique Smith, Alicia Paulette Smith Freshwater, Angela Renita Snipes, Destiny Samaria Snipes, St. Clair Snipes, Daniel Sobecki, Kyle Brannon Soul, Joy Catherine Songster, Santana Spees, Bridget Elizabeth Spells, Lashana Terry Spencer, Monica Whaling Spielberg Carson, Antonina Dominica Spinello, James Matthew Sprodlin, Jamin James St. Laurent, William Ashley Stadler, David Lee Stanley, Haley Olivia Stanley, Ginger Haley Stegall Wood, Laura Beth Stewart, Shatu Stone, Jennifer Denise Street, Olivia Lorelia Street, Melinda Renee Stretz, Andra Lynn Strickland, Evelyn Sue Stubblefield, Sean Lamont Styrome, Ricky Swan, Marie McAdams Sykes, Samantha Kristen Takanelli, Winona James Taiping Mochia, Manjeet Kaur Taki, Shisho Tatal, Carrie Orlandis Taylor, Thomas Scott Teague, Terrell Lamaya Martina, Natasha Nicole Terrell, Freddie Beck, Andrew Harris Thomas, April Renee Thompson, Michael Thompson, Myra Claronia Thompson, Paula Elizabeth Thompson, Stephen Jarrell Thompson, Juan Marquise Thorpe, Anthony L. Timmons, Jean Elizabeth Tower, Gina Nicole Tolley, Jeffrey H. Terrain, Tammy Terrain McNeil, Christy Celeste Toston, Robert Tovar Rivera, Carla Amber Townley Tilson, Vanessa Upshire Tribble, Addison Elizabeth Troutman Proano, Rebecca W. Troxler, Justin Patrick Truxess, Turnbull Brett Michael, Daryl Ralph Turner, Oscar Renee Ulolo.
Jolene Giras Cruz, Yarin Giras Cruz, Anna Bora Orbe Cambalita, Ebony Utley, Valdez, Stephanie Valencia, Divya Bala, Ella Van Gerven, Stephen Van Slutter, Ruby Margus, Shadara Velez, Aurora Viraga, Jacqueline Villapanata, Damon Aish Vincent, Paul Van Hoffen, Jean Van Wackenfeld, John Van Wackenfeld, Vicky Wade, Alana Walker, Gary Walker, Grace Walker, Raquante Walker, Ricky Walker, Tanisha Walker, Teresa Walker, Grace Wallace Underwood, Franklin Wallen, Andrew Walls, Sheila Walls, David Ward, Leslie Ward, Ashley Ware, Brenda Warren, Brittany Warren, White Warren, Angela Washington Bradley, Margie Watkins, Quentin Watkins, Tony Watkins, Zabeth Watkins, Sierra Watlington, Renee Watson Razulas, Allison Weber, Nancy Webster, Chandler Wager, Bobby Welch, Jaquita Welch Brewer, Lindsay Westbrooks, Martha Wheeler, Raven Wheeler, James White, Douglas White, Julie Whitehead, Richard Whitehead, Joan White Stanfield, Terrence Whitfield, Aaron Whitley, David Whitley, Lawrence Wilder, Kevin Wilkins, Courtney Willett, Carnell Williams, Janisa Williams, Joshua Williams, Larry Williams, Prophet Williams, Vanessa Williams, David Wilson, Kimberly Wilson, Stephanie Wilson, Lisa Whittick, John Weigel, Randy Wood, Chelsea Wright, Cynthia Wright, Jesse Wright, Sarah Wright, Trey Yarborough, David Yankovic Putnam, Lauren Yankovic Putnam, Laura Zaldivar, Isidro Zamora Sosa, Dorothy Zurcher, Peter Zifchak, Pamela Ballard. These are their votes should count, and these are now the votes being challenged in Alexander County. Pamela Ballard, Del Barnett, Scott Babb, Charles Balmer, Jeffrey Beard, Shannon Bednarik, Tyler Bentley, Jeffrey Blevins, Daniel Bolton, Brian Bowman, Sarah Bowman, Tarina Bowman, Christopher Brown, Amy Bunner, Michael Capps, Cameron Chapman, Justin Childers, Austin Coffey, Sherry Conley, Geraldine Conley, Damaris Denot, Jose de la Riva, Eric Dunlap, Richard Dyson, Ernest Eldridge, James Irwin, Katrina Irwin, Joseph Evans, Aiden Fitzgerald, Daniel Fogel, Brandy Foster, Denise Fox, Kendra Fox, Rachel Fox, Adam Gast, Brett Goebel, Jackie Green, Stephanie Griffin, Stacy Hammer, Doug Harrington, Jennifer Hartness, Baron Hefner, Josie Herrera Salinas, Preston Hoke, Teresa Houston, William Houston, Sarah Inman, Joey Jameson, Alex Johnson, Daniel Johnson, Ryan Johnson, Jordan Jones, Marcella Jones, Regina Jordan, Sophie Julissa, Timothy Carricker, Nicholas Kirby, Teresa Knapp, Gretchen Cope, Trent Lackey, Hope Laird, Michael Lamanna, Mark Letterman, Sharon Mans, Bria Marlowe, Lord Martin, Philip McCann, Ronnie McLean, Kelly McCoy, Terry McGill, Katrina McLyman, Ricky McNeely, Deborah Miller, Kelsey Miller, Michael Miller, Thomas Miller, Rodrigo Miranda Galeos, Rebecca Morris, Tyler Mole, William Monday, Patricia Muth, Jose Neves Castro, Adrian Oliver, Cameron Parker, Alexander Paspa, Curtis Peak, Marsha Penfield, Crystal Peters, Larry Pollard, Mitzi Powell, Brian Pritchard, Alex Ferguson, Neil Ramirez, Joseph Ramsey, Donna Reed, Isaac Reed, Regina Reitzel, Jonathan Robinson, Memory Robinson, Nicholas Rodriguez, Dorothy Rudsill, Chloe Scott, Tanya Sherrill, Patricia Sisiak, Angela Smith, Mark Smith, Clinton Snow, Regina Starnes, Logan Stringfellow, Janet Suggs, Lee Suggs, Melissa Summers, TJ Summers, Jennifer Sweet, Jacob Teague, Marilyn Teague, Julie Walker, Ralph Walker, Sarah Walker, Demetria Walters, Matt Warren, Bobby Weaver, Ashley Whitney, Sharita Williams, Charles Willis, Judith Wilson, Victoria Wilson, Scott Winkler, Philip Witherspoon, Cal Yang. Their votes should count. These are the votes being challenged in Alleghany County. That's where I'm from. How about that? Jordan Albertson, Margaret Alley, Dale Andrews. Funny story, I worked for Dale Andrews. These bibs are as old as my relationship with Dale Andrews. Joe Andrews, Tracy Andrews, Angela Everbeck, Brett Barrymore, Mary Beasley. I know Mary Beasley.
It's great.
Jordan Billings, Robin Blethyn, Gregory Blevins. I know Greg too. Good guy. Sherry Booth, William Booth, Chris Brenniger, Ernest Brooks, Jody Brown, Kimberly Brown, David Bumgardner, Samuel Burgess, Gloria Byerly, Larry Cage, Carter Calhoun, Felicia Carte, Kimberly Show, Cynthia Dixon Church, Wynette Church, Eugene Cochran, Eula Ray Cook, Michael Krause, Christopher Brown, Larry Dunstan, Bruce Edwards, Daryl Edwards, Gary Edwards, Helen Edwards, Teresa Elliott, Alexandria Exposito, Chris Fender, Deborah Fender, James Glasgow, Devin Grant, Kathy Holsey, Monique Iglesias, Carolyn Jones, Laura Kennedy, Fred Lanier, Susan Lewis, Billy Maines, Corey Maines, Cheryl Mitchell, James Norris, Kevin Novotny, Gloria Paisley, Thomas Pelletier, Joe Phipps, Virginia Pollitt, Carol Post, William Pruitt, Charlotte Reynolds, Tammy Sheep, Haley Sheets, Catherine Smith, Angela Sparks, David Sparks, Colleen St. Pierre, Dennis St. Pierre, Timothy Stevens, Joshua Thompson, Sharon Tomlavage, Juan Torres Madrigal, Trevor Townsend, Worth Turnmeyer, Alex Watkins, Kylie Weddington, Mark Wiles, Mary Willett, Laurel Wood, Marie. Their votes should count. Now, these are the voters being challenged in Anson County. Marina Adams, Mark Adkins, Lillian Akel, Anthony Allen, Barbara Allen, Donnie Allen, Mary Allen, Leola Allison, Tracy Autry Harris, Jay Ayers, Bobby Baker, Jamal Baldwin, Michael Ballard, Willie Barnes, Mary Barrett, Sandra Bass, William Bass, Arlor Bauer, Darlene Baxley, Madeline Beecham, Elaine Beckton, Cynthia Belton, Albert Bennett, Anthony Bennett, Artrell Bennett, Chester Bennett, Jamarian Bennett, James Bennett, Jarellin Bennett, LaGwen Bennett, Rosa Bennett, Darren Bennett, Vivian Benson, Larry Bentley, Cameron Bentley, Larry Best, Bridget Biggers, Thomas Black, Urban Blackney, Julia Bowden, Jeffrey Boothby, Howard Broom, Ethan Brown, Floyd Brown, Charlie Burns, Latanya Bird, Lillian Bird, Terry Bird, Larry Capel, Angela Caraway, Donnie Carpenter, Gregory Carpenter, Judith Carpenter, Landon Carpenter, Robin Carpenter, James Cartwright, Jonathan Carver, Tanika Kaysen, Anna Chambers, Rosa Clark, Shelby Clark, Frederica Clarkson, Christian Cobb, Ronald Cobb, Alexis Cole, Bernie Cole, Georgette Coleman, Carolyn Collins, Montavious Coleman, Joshua Conrad, Rachel Copes, Jerica Crane, Kimberly Crump, Amanda Curtin, Carmen Dawkins, Mayanna DeBerry, Johnny Desi, Jeremy Deegs, Brandon Dillinger, Michael Douglas, Jean Edgison, Linda Edwards, Maxine Edwards, Michael Edwards, Amanda Evans, Johnny Evans, Jason Faulkner, Sharon Faulkner, Susanna Faulkner, Kathy Fincher, Steve Fincher, Charlotte Flake, Christy Flake, Mitchell Flo, Susan Flo, Jesse Flowers, Quinn Flowers, Susan Foltz, Devon Freeland, Heather Fry, Dora Gaddy, Leon Gaddy, Perletta Gaddy, Zesta Gaddy, Ethel Gaddy Jones, Henry Gainey, Morris Gatewood, Houston Gatings, Dorothy Goldring, Ricardo Gonzalez, Kimberly Goodson, Cedric Gore, Jasmine Goodhart, Anthony Grace, Latoya Graham, Lindsey Gregory, Rebecca Griffin, Lindsay Hare, Anthony Hall, Tony Hall, Betty Hamilton, Jesse Hamilton, Michael Hamilton, Miranda Harrell, Rosalind Harris, Hendrick Henry, Denise Herbin, Willette Herring, Adam Hildreth, Daniel Hildreth, John Hildreth, Carla Hill, Brandy Holloway, Dylan Horn, George Horn, Ernestine Hugh, Rachel Hausman, Daryl Hauser, Lauren Howell, Barry Hutchins, Mason Height, Ebony Ingram, Anika Jackson, Gregory Jackson, Heather Jackson, Ronald Jackson, Tanya James, Denise Johnson, Ed Jones, Joseph Keith, David Kendall, Elizabeth Kiker, James Knotts, Ryan Lang, Mark Latchman, Christina Leak, Wayne Leak, Kevin Leak, Preston Leak, Chu Lee, Daniel Lee, Diane Lee, Akira Legrand, Corinthia Lemon, Sean Lennon, Kevin Lesnowinski, Michael Lett, Connie Lyles, Ikra Lyles, Rhonda Lyles, Akia Lindsay, Ryan Linsby, Colton Liss, Anthony Little, Cindy Little, Carissa Little, Ramonte Little, Marilyn Little, Pansy Little, Sharon Little, Trinity Little, Daquan Lloyd, Rachel Loeffler, Nia Lohr, Randolph Marsh, Sandra Marsh, Essie Marshall, Cheryl Mask, David McGaw, Jeffrey McGrady, Susan McKenzie, Nancy McLaughlin, Nakira McClendon, Sophia McClendon, Kathy McNeil, Tari Medley, Petite Melody, Andrea Melton, Kendra Sue, Larry Melton, Wanda Melton, Lucille Middleton Diggs, William Montgomery, Michael Moore, Phyllis Moore, Robert Moore, Maurice Morris, Kendrick Moses, Melanie Mustack, Larry Osborne, William Page, Tommy Parker, Willie Parsons, Anthony Pagisi, Tiffany Perez, Lois Perko, Scott Petro, Anna Palm, Danny Phillips, James Pickett, Kadisha Pickett, Carrie Polk, William Polk, Bobby Poplin, Linda Powell, Ruby Powell, Tammy Powell, Barnice Pratt, Mary Pratt, Ronnie Pratt, Juan Pratt, Gloria Prentice, Bobby Price, Antonio Ratliff, Bertha Ratliff, Brandon Ratliff, Mordeza Ratliff, Shireen Ratliff, Shaquana Ratliff, Sid Raymond, Cynthia Redfearon, Sean Redfearon, Brenda Reed, Lisa Richards, Cayuna Rivers, Marcus Rivers, Rhonda Roberts, Tiffany Robinson, Tracy Robinson, Ann Rose, Ann Ross, Katrina Ross, Ronald Rowan, Elizabeth Schaefer, Justin Shrimpshire, David Siegler, Francis Sellers, Cheyenne Sellers, Julie Shepard, Pamela Shepard, Gloria Shoemaker, Destiny Simmons, Richard Simon, Bradford Smith, Donald Smith, Ibian Smith, Rodney Smith, Cedra Smith, Terry Smith, Tracy Smith, Wantina Smith, Tanisha Smith Burns, Danny Starnes, Michael Starnes, Eric Staten, Forrest Stiegel, Sherry Stevens, Johnny Stewart, Linda Stout, Bobby Sturdivant, Dacia Sturdivant, Doris Sturdivant, Shaquarian Sturdivant, Trevor Sullivan, David Tamura, John Tanoy, Marilyn Charlton, Kenneth Taylor, Everett Till, Pamela Till, Ronnie Till, Linda Thomas, Alexandria Tillman, Andrea Tillman, Tammy Timmons, General Tolbert, Sincere Treadway, Tanefe Tidre, Stephanie Tucker, Carol Turner, Paul Turner, Reagan Tyner, Albert Tyson, Claudia Tyson, John Tyson, Ryan Usray, Sheila Usray, Don Van Dyke, Anna Vasquez, Joy Waddell, Antonio Wall, Charlie Wall, Hakeem Wall, Aaliyah Wallace, Sheila Wallace, David Watkins, Lashina Watkins, Ronald Watkins, Howard Watts, Michael Welch, Hannah Williams, Tayon Williams, Anthony Willoughby, Charles Willoughby, Carol Wood, Tommy Wright, Lavam Yang, May Yang, Pa Yang. Those are the votes from Anson County. Their vote should count. These are the votes being challenged from Ashe County. Maria Aguilar, Rebecca Albrecht, Melissa Atchison, Rebecca Barker, Juan Barrentos, Caitlin Glave, Daniel Bennett, Kaylin Bledsoe, Helen Blevins, Marson Bouchard, James Broughton, Deborah Brown, Larkin Brown, Michael Cameron, Letty Carpenter, Randy Carpenter, Norma Carrasco, George Cole, Solomon Combs, Dennis Conley, Kimberly Conley, Caroline Daniel, Walter Darnell, Roberto de la Cerda, Chad Dillard, Holly Dillard, Barbara Eldridge, Martha Esser, Nicholas Franklin, Marilyn Gibbs, Christina Gisbert Bayer, Deborah Gordon, William Graham, Kendra Graybell, Donald Green, Adia Ruffalo, Tricia Hanley, Valerie Harvis, Nathan Hart, Ted Herman, Thomas Hildridge, Linda Hoffmeister, David Holliser, Carol Hopkins, Martha Hoskins, Charles Humphrey, James Hunter, Christina Johnson, Philip Johnson, Elizabeth Jones, Deborah Key, Autumn Lambert, Carl Lambert, Terry Lassiter, Jonette Manuel, Amanda Martin Kuhn, Ryan Newberry, Danny Olson, Mary Osborne, Jarrett Pennington, Kay Perkins, Dorshireen Phillips, Paul Price, Mary Putman, Gloria Rogstad, Ruben Samudio, Catherine Barbaro, Cheryl Schaefer, Penny Shatley, James Shelley, Hannah Tester, Christy Townsend, William Townsend, Lamont Treadway, Heidi Walker, Daniel Wallace, Paul Williams, Philip Witherspoon. Their votes should count. These are the votes being challenged in Avery County. Eric Arnold, Judith Austin, Joshua Baird, Joshua Barrier, Alicia Beam, Penelope Beaumont, John Benfield, Lonnie Benfield, Tyler Blaylock, Larry Bradshaw, Samuel Braswell, Michaela Brewer, Phyllis Brewer, Roy Brewer, Kimberly Calhoun, David Calloway, Heather Carpenter, Deidre Carver, Barbara Chivers, Ronald Clow, Everett Cornett, John Coughlin, Deborah Crowder, Pamela Davis, Denise Dellinger, Gary Doran, Matthew Dunn, Thomas Elliott, Jeffrey Flanor, Julia Flowers, Sharon Glathorn, Anita Goforth, Douglas Gregg, Heather Grant, Evan Grindstaff, Logan Gwynn, Terry Hall, Vicky Hall, Clayton Harple, Melissa Harris, Allison Hart, Jeffrey Hembry, Isaac Henley, Wanda Henson, Nicole Huffman, Tricia Hughes, Melvin J., Judy Johnson, Kenneth Johnson, Carol Jones, Morgan Jones, Roger Jones, Charlene Kennedy, Ethan Krause, Julia Legrand, Milana Lance, Brenda Lechler, John Ledford, Paul Lingle, Catherine McNee, A.R. McKinney, Anita McKinney, Cody McKinney, Sarah Mullins, Casey Nitterford, Austin Phillips, Nina Phillips, Cody Pittman, Mary Reese, Caitlin Roline, Hannah Rink, Christina Rivera Weiner, Joshua Rubin, Elmar Schmidinger, Judith Schmidinger, Amber Singleton, David Soffer, Joe Staten, Susan Staten, Chrissy Stewart, Caitlin Stoll, Wilma Stiles, Jeffrey Taylor, Sheila Taylor, Dalton Tolson, Gerald Turner, James Wade, John White, Gabriel Wise, Benjamin Woody, Cheryl Wright, Morgan Wright, Eden Young. Their votes should count. These are the votes being challenged in Beaufort County. Mia Ackland, William Ackland, Gloria Adams, Joan Allgood, Don Armstrong, Kevin Ayers, Zula Bailey, Deborah Balance, Kenneth Barefoot, Ricky Beecham, Johnny Bennett, Taylor Berry, Linda Black, Justin Blackman, Clara Bland, Dominic Blanco, Dylan Bloomer, Wilma Boone, Jennifer Bostick, Kendall Bowen, Malik Brooks, Cheryl Brown, William Brown, Daniel Bunting, Alexander Burris, Nelda Campbell, Amanda Caro, Cynthia Caro, Eric Carter, Pamela Carter, Matthew Chandler, Megan Cherry, Elijah Clement, Anaya Cobb, Miranda Cooper, Jerry Cornwell, Amy Coward, Danny Coward, Malik Cox, Mary Cox, Richard Kramer, Dalton Crandall, Lakeisha Crandall, Zakarian Cradle, Malik Crutchfield, Alan Cuthrell, Patricia Defron, Juan Dang, Michael Daniels, Alexis David, Harold Davis, Thomas Davis, Michael Desvis, James Dillon, Daniel Dolphin, Nancy Edwards, William Elkins, William Erb, Itzio Escamilla Trejo, Zachary Felton, Bill Lafuelen, Barbara Frazier, Judy Frizzell, Timothy Frizzell, Caleb Fulford, Clifton Fulford, Katie Garrett Elks, Michael Garska, Russell Gibson, Andrew Godley, Christopher Godley, Jala Godley, Vladimir Gonzalez, Shane Groover, Darian Hill, Dylan Ham, Tina Hardy, Edwin Hardy, Herman Harrell, Emily Harrington, Sherry Harris, Dinah Hassel, James Holland, Deborah Holliday, Elia Hollis, Miranda Hollis, Samuel House, Wilhelmina Howard, Patricia Jackson, Arlene Johnson, Sydney Johnson, Laura Johnston, Carrie Jones, Joshua Jones, Andrew Jordan, Frankie Jordan, Holly Jordan, Claudia Keach, Nathan Kern, Patrice Keys, Betty King, Sharon Kirby, Tyler Kirk, Emma Kirkner, Tara Knight, Donnelly Coastline, Austin Kuntz, Harley Latham, Cheyenne Ledford, Bruce Lee, Sharon Lee, Mason Lee, Nicole Lee, Ryan Linton, Richard Lodge, Shwanika Lovick, Alfred Lesechin, Brittany Manning, Joey Mansfield, Tracy Mayo, Kristen Mayo Doranis, Ruby McClure, Linda McCollum, Corinne McLean, Monique Mercado, Whitney Miller, Lisa Estrella, Gerard Lombaritz, Sandra Monk. Arthur Moore, Joseph Moore, Randall Moore, Stephen Moore, Victor Moore, Keith Morgan, Kimberly Morgan, Jimmy Morris, Carol Mosher, Nathaniel Murray, Terry Muse, Stephanie Nixon, Charles Party, Kurtobin Patel, Michael Person, Bernell Kowalski, Dolores Pope, George Proctor, Barbara Pugh, Kirsten Pulliam, Anna Purvis, Pamela Reel, Bruce Roach, Yasmin Ortiz, Margaret Rodzell, Otto Rodzell, Joy Rogerson, Mary Rosie, Jackie Rao, Sue Sanders, Mary Satterway, Linwood Sanders, Dina Sawyer, Vanessa Scales, Ronald Schmidt, Suzanne Schmidt, James Schaefer, Philip Sherman, Gabrielle Singleton, Judy Skinner, Billy Smith.
Joanna Smith, Aspen Summers, Bryce Soseby, Iverson Speller, Eric Gerald Spencer, Gary Spencer, Chad Joseph Spinner, Frank R. Squires, Michael Scott St. Pierre, Francis Ophelia Stewart, Catherine Stewart, Marcia A. Strotter, Dennis Sturdivant, Joan Gaskins Sullivan, Spencer Hoyt Summerlin, Logan R. Summers, Zachary Sutherland, Donna Shay Jerick Tatum, Carrie Taylor, Jennifer Tebow, Earl Ray Thomas, John Henry Thompson, Mary Tootle, Victoria Trapanoto, Oscar Valenzuela, Joy Kathleen Van Staldringen, Crystal C. Van Horn, Roberto Claudio Vasquez, Desaviar Mitchell Vinson, Porter Boyd Vinson, Reagan Walker, Harris Linnell Wallace, Shaviita Nicole Warren, Sean Rodriguez Warren, Tyshawn Marquise Watson, Jody Welsh, Erline Weston, Maria Lakia White, Ikera Whitney, Richard John Whitten, Georgette Williams, Mary F. Williams, Trista Lynn Williams, Anderson Wiley Williamson, Colby R. Willard, Lakeisha Chantel Willard, Suzanne Willard, Teresa Wright. Their votes should count. These are votes being challenged in Bertie County. Larry McCoy Askew, Thomas Lavelle Askew, Jody Lynn Baker, Tandra Balance, Mary Evelyn Bazemore, Timothy Bazemore, James Jr. Bell, Terry Slade Bell, Shania L. Bess, Laura Ann Best, Deborah Wallace Bowen, Kiara Bridgers, Jacan Kamori Bridget, Franklin Brockers, Damari Brockers, Aisha Patrice Brooks, Merrill Wesley Brown, Helen Browning, Rodrika Ruby Christina Capehart, Shicliffe Cargill, Stephanie Baggett Casper, David Chambly, Melvin Keith, Sonia Chambly, Lakeisha Hardy Cherry, Conan Matthew Connolly, Cleo W. Cooper, John Kevin Cooper, Terrell Cooper, Carolyn F. Cooler, John H. Dembry, Rebecca Grace Dessler, Joseph Dickens, Warren Cornelius Dickens, James Rodco Dunlow, Gilbert Dunn, Sylvia Gabrielle Forbes, Kevin Joel Freeman, Camilla M. Gatling, Kenia Nicole Gatling, Jurtashia Takara Gaynor, Robert Earl Gilliam, Judy Ann Grotberg, Robert Lee Hextall, John Helmkamp, Savannah Marie Hernandez, Erica Monique Herring, Frederick Martin Hill, Gina New Hogard, Macy L. Hogard, Kayla Kiesha Jimerson, Rondé Anthony Johnson, Stephen Johnson, Willie Johnson, Cameron Terrell Keys, Courtney Burkett Lanier, Tyrese Lathan, James Henry Leary, Carnell Maurice Lee, Chiquita Brene Lee, Tracy Lee, Mary Beth McFadden, Sylvia Medina, Brian Sawyer Merritt, Emma Jean Mitchell, Brittany D. Mizell, Ethel White Mizell, Melissa N. Mizell, Evans Randolph Moore, Talisa Moore, Flora Wilson Morris, Jessica Outlaw, Lily Mary Outlaw, Irene Overton Spivey, Fannie Mae Parker, Desiree Monique Perry, Aaron Powell, Charles Lee Pugh, Tizan L. Pullen, Kiana Janice Purvis, Harry Ray, Kwamashia Raynor, James C. Riddick, Michael Charles Riley, Angela Sabrina Rooks, Kiana Lachey Ruffin, Tracy Ruffin, Wallace Timothy Rushing, Carolyn Diane Sharp, Thomasina A. Stewart Watson, Kevin Kendi Sykes, Ann Gray Thompson, Ora Lee Thompson, John Miller Trowell, Dorothy Lee Vaughn, Traquel Derek Ward, Zalik D. Warren, Tony Watford, Bonnie G. Watson, Doncasia Daisha Watson, Anthony Lewis Webb, Curtis Leon White, Gloria White, Columbia Davy Williams, Janice Williams, John H. Williams, Maggie Slade Wilson, Tracy Wilson. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged in Bladen County. Patricia Ann Ackerman, Fanique Terrell Allen, Rebecca Jew Anastasi, Avery Emmeline Arrington, Chandler Whit Arrington, Edward Autry, Tyrek Ballard, Michael Ray Banner, Amber Barefoot, Emily Faith Barnes, Rita Hester Benson, Roger Eugene Berkeley, Christopher David Blaylock, Rebecca Bledsoe, Kevin Earl Bordeaux, Tanaisha Riddy Bordeaux, Craig Hamilton Bray, Lamar Irwin Briscoe, Christopher Taylor Brisson, Robert Lee Britt, Sharon Lynn Britt, Leon Brooks, Jean Anthony Brown, Cheryl Lejundra Brunson, Alton O'Neill Bryant, Scarlett Letitia Burnham, Stephen Lee Burnham, Charlene Burton, Kelly James Butler, Charles William Campbell, Angela Harvell Cowdle, Lewis Edward Chansey, Floyd Chansey, Corey Jacomran Clark, Cynthia Thomas Clinton, Hazel L. Coe Wright, Robert Franklin Conley, Bonnie Connor, Scott Allen Connor, Megan Brittany Corbett, Shanice Corbett, Debbie A. Kraft, Gabrielle Cruz, Jaden Isaiah Daly, Brian Wayne Daniel, Keandra Jamia Daniels, William Aaron Daniels, India Kimberly Davis, Tawana Doris Davis, Jessica Elisa Diaz de Leon, Nadia Diaz de Leon, Harold Lee Dixon, Jackie Dixon, Wendy Michelle Dallas, Christine E. Beatty Dozier, Ethel Marie Drake, Jerry D. Drake, Justin C. Dunham, Toshiba Uriah Easter, Charlene Trail Eddings, Daishan Demetric Edier, Lennon Lee Elkins, Kathy Singletary Ellis, Jacqueline Creed Enlow, Cornelius Cordell Esters, Patricia Ann Essler, Lisa Michelle Maliga Everett, Bridget Vernon Ezell, Shay Asher Farbrook, Laverne Fallon, Jermaine Fleming, Dylan Thomas Forrest, Micah Blaine Forrester, Shirley Holmes Forrester, Kendrick Lamar Freeman, Marcus Earl Freeman, Ariana Alicia Gallimar, Lanisha Gardner, Sarah Gargala, Saul Gaetan Morales, Sheila Burnett Gillespie, Mary Rose Goodwin, CJ Kirstine Gordon, Nilea Gore, Eric Russell Graham, John H. Graham, Jessica Green, Miguel Roderick Green, Jerika Lynn Grimes, Joshua Denzel Guyans, Elisa F. Hales, Debbie T. Hall, Timothy Hart, Minnie Pearl Johnson, Manaya Gian Herring, James Ray Hilburn, Samantha Leanne Hill, Navodia Ali Hines, Ontaria Lorenzo Hooper, Stephanie Denise Horn, Shannon Martin Hudson, Mackenzie Elise Inman, Leslie Mae Jacobs, Jordan Kashan Jarman, Leander Johnson, Roger H. Johnson, Terry Johnson, Jane Giddon Jones, Deborah Lee Kaiser, Charity Sue Calelis, Joy Deanna Kemp, Tavian Keshan Kemp, Jeanette Dove King, Sharon Puff Crop, Eddie Labra, Jocelyn Abigail Labra, Isaiah Keontae Lacewell, Terrell Alexander Lacewell, Patricia A. Lacey, Brenda Davis Lattimore, Alina Leach, Ashley Nicole Legand, Sandra Moat Lent, Delora Ann McCoy Masson, Aisha Renee Lewis, Derek Lamont Lewis, Tibol L. Lindquist, Brittany Priest Lindsay, Brianna Long, Ayana Marie Lowry, Jordan Gale Ludlam, Caleb Mancilia, Stephen Andrew Mancos, Adam Cole Martin, Irvin Lorenzo Martinez, Evelyn Uri Massenberg-Lax, Dina Kane Malden, Kathy M. Maynor, Julie McDonald, Angel Corbin McGill, Harold Dean McKinley, Benita Marie McCoy, Demetrius McCoy, Elijah Bilal McCoy, Joy McCoy, Miesha Nicole McCoy, Stacy Antween McCoy, Richard Wayne McClam, Sheila Ann McClam, Sabara Chanel McLean, Raquel Elizabeth McMillan, Rita Renee McMillan, Candace Joy McQueen, Christopher G. McQueen, Pamela D. Madirk, Donald Lee Melvin, Rita Louise Miller, Lexia Melody Minus, Jeffrey L. Mitchell, Karina Jonah Monroe, Cadecia Elisa Monroe, Esperna Montague, Gladys R. Montgomery, Landon McLean Moore, Michaela Ann Moat, Martha Maria Moya Caballero, Essence Nicole Murphy, Tarsha Chemise Murphy, Kathy Ann Nielsen, Shakita Newkirk, James Noble, Sharon Simmons Nye, Zia Queen Owens, Brittany Audrey Page, Bobby Earl Pate, Caitlin Marie Pate, Wilma Parker, Douglas Franken Parsons, Adam O'Brien Pate, Christian Levon Pearson, James Ward Peterson, Mark Phillips, Zachary Andrew Phillips, Ryland Thomas Pittman, Michelle Ann Pope Strickland, Berman Porter, Janice Guten Potter, Linda Ruth Powell, Charles Linwood Pridgeon, Kiaria Unique Pridgeon, Victoria Ann Priest, Glenda Rose Ribel, Elisa Bell Reeves, Gavin H. Register, Anthony Ryan Retamar, Sabrina Kaylin Richards, Myra Richardson, Kristen Roberson, Sim Roberson, Jacqueline C. Robinson, Jalen D. Robinson, Miraculous D. Robinson, Philip Rogers, John Rogers, Tamia Renia Rogers, Elnita A. Rogers King, Sonora Rosier, Nancy Sarkowski, Cadence Lee Sasser, Patricia King Seeley, John Quincy Shaw, Walter Shaw, Ethan Daniel Shimon, Alston Donovan Shipman, Joanne Simmons, Eric Madsen Simpson, Brooke Janiah Singletary, Betty L. Smith, Brenda Lee Smith, Bryson Craig Smith, Ernest Smith, Josephus Smith, Sheila Renee Smith, Stuart Savannah Smith, Amir Kanarian Steps, Dennis Gordon Strickland, Lorraine Strickland, Lee Sykes, Willie Darnell Tate, Walker Lee Tatum, Charlotte Carter Taylor, Deanne Styron Taylor, John Carroll Taylor, Lauren Womble Thomas, Saron Autry Thomas, Joseph Nicholas German Thompson, Shonda Davis Todd, Malachi Rashawn Townsend, Willie Herbert Troy, Gregory Leon Underwood, Elisa Carolyn Smith Van Dowen, Pedro Vialto, Stephen Lamar Walker, Coriana Shakis Walters, Marlena Hood Walters, Renessa Ward, Benjamin Henry Warwick, Joanne Washington, Tyler Mark Watkins, Jane Randolph West, Melanie Corbel Wheelis, Ramonia Malaysia Whitaker, Tommy Lee White, Teresa Michelle Whitley, Susan Ann Whitt, Nicholas Joseph Wilkins, Antonio Tyree Williams, Ernest Katrina Williams, Daryl Williams, Jason Alexander Williams, Paulette Cassandra Williams, Vondia Simons Williams, Rashard Jamar Willis, Mary Allison Wilson, Sherry Wood, William Wooten, Lene Wright Melvin, Lexis Ann Young. Their votes should count. These are the votes being challenged in Brunswick County. We have a statement from Linda DeMattia from Brunswick County saying, "I can't believe votes can be challenged on a whim." These are the votes being challenged in Brunswick County. Darwin Abbott, Dorothy Accordino, Ann M. Adams, Mary Adams, Stephanie Leanne Age, John Joseph Agnoli, John Barry Alcorn, Bridget Holman Alexander, David Bruce Allardyce, Edward Kenneth Allen, Portland Elizabeth Allen Zaluda, Stephen Allington, David Travis Allison, Tracy Ray Amen, Maria Cecibel Amaya, Lois Mitchell Ambler, Sheila G. Andrews, Tyler Anthony Andrews, Donna Lee Angeli White, Matthew T. Annis, Carrie Schlafke Arside, Jordan Dean Armstrong, Beth L. Aronson, Timotai Shania Abby Thomas, Derek John Ostowski, Yvonne Elizabeth Estudio Colleo, Dominique Amir Atkinson Bell, Mary Christina Ausch, Melina Lynn Ostermiller, Catherine Case Austin, Christian Lonnie Babson, Joseph Austin Babson, Blake Back, Jean Badlato, James M. Baker, Ashley Baldwin, Tracy L. Bancroft Lassiter, Annalise Eni Barajas Rivera, Hunter Pratt Barber, Stephanie Michelle Barker, Arlene Claire Barner, John Gregory Barnes, Peggy Sue Barnes, Grady Morris Barnett, James Charles Barnett, Anna Aurelia Barantes Carvallai, David Barron, Cynthia Gibson Bass Hollis, Dwayne C. Batchelor, Catherine Garner Batchelor, Robert Allen Batchelor, Deepuk Beer Batish, Luella Green Beach, Carrie Lynn Beer, Royce Beasley, Pamela and Caton Beatty, Daniel Turney Beck, Sheila Beechler, Jean Berenger, Maureen Ann Bill Cole, Deborah Bell, Danique Lachelle Bell, James Frank Bell, Bradley Mark Bellamy, Linwood Ellis Bellamy, Pat Ann Bellamy, Elizabeth Ann Bellucci, Heather Bennett Hart, Jessica L. Benton, Matthew William Bergman, Danny Lee Burhow, Jacqueline Renee Burhow, Pam Berkeley, Penny Ann Bernstein, Stephen Bertinson, Marshall Dare Biddle, Christopher Bills, Geraldine Bills, Timothy Bischoff, Anne Marie Bissner, Michael Angelo Bixby, Tyler Bizzell, Mackenzie Ryan Blake, Nathan Gage Blaylock, Latonia Nicole Bland, Teresa Fullwood Bland, Whitney Gabrielle Bland, Anthony Blasso, Cheryl Blasso, Justin Patrick Blevins, Julianne Bloss, Veranda T. Blue, John Michael Bloom, Deborah Bavola, Richard Thomas Bocard, Deborah Bond, Mark William Bonello, Manolito Nair Booth Leggett, Alan Borusak, Susan Bosco, Janet Marie Bost, Thelma S. Boston, Tia Marie Bodicher Smith, Michael Henry Bowers, Kimberly Boyd, Hunter J. Brackett, Corey Donovan Braddock, Robert Joseph Brady, Deani Brandon, Helen Marie Braswell, Linda Bress, Valerie Nicole Bress, Betty Sue Brewer, Catherine Newland Briante, Joshua Bricker, Larry Joseph Bridges, Lorianne Rhiannon Briggs, Jennifer Schweitzer Brill, Joyce C. Brill, Amy Lynn Britt, Joel Scott Brzek, Judith Marvin Brock, Edward Michael Broderick, Larry Martin Brooks, Kathy Joan Stanley, Nicholas Ryan Brothers, Danny Mitchell Brown, Irvin Brown, Tommy Walter Brown, Alexis Brumfield, Theodos Perenel Bryant, Jordan Omarian Bryant, Jeremy Bryson, Christy Bukhari, Ernest Gerald Buchanan, James Devin Buffkin, Melvin Bullock, Ashley E. Bullard, Betsy Bullock, William Bullock, Ashley Evans Bennell, Brittany Bennell, Freddie Jerome Bennell, Patricia Ann Bueno, Donald Scott Burgess, Patricia A. Burns, Laurie Sargent Burris, Jonathan Grant Burton, Carl D. Bruderbach, Carolyn Sue Butler, Kendra Monique Butler, Jennifer Rose Bio, Tracy Bynum, Kimberly Dawn Severance Cade, Barbara C. Kane, Linda Darlene Cason, Sammy Cason, Amanda Cason Register, Judith Jean Calgaro, Jason Lee Calhoun, Marilyn Jean Colley, Marianne Teresa Caljean, Celeste Call, Catherine R. Cameron, Philip Lee Camp, Ronald William Camp, Zachariah Edward Kennedy, Casey Holt Kaplan, Susan Hill Cardwell, Catherine Vance Carpenter, Joyce C. Carrara, Joe Marie Carrasquillo, Donna Carrillo, Joy Elizabeth Carroll, Caitlin Claire Carter, David Jerry Carter, Teresa Kimberly Carrillo, Paula Christine Casey, Ron Lewis Casillas Padilla, Norma Jean Cason, Glenda Denise Cassidy, Chris Edward Cavanis, Cheryl Chaddock, David Joseph Chandler, Dolores A. Cheney Burgess, Charles O. Charland, Mary Ann Charland, Ernest T. Charlton, Ertel Chavis, Jeanette Ann Chestnut, Tamara E. Chestnut, June Helen Cheval, Brittany Chirico, Donna A. Cicino, Robert John Cicino, Michael Frank Salenti, Barbie English Clancy, Michael Clancy, Atria Clark, Danielle Clark, Gary Clark, Timothy Dudley Clark, Keith Edward Clark, Rodney Christopher Clayton, Brenda Clemens, David Lee Clemens, Deborah Clemens, Kevin M. Clemens, Laura Mooney Clemens, Jeffrey Allen Clendenin, Destiny J. C. Lewis, L.C. C. Lewis, Theodosia C. Klein, Teresa Brower Klein, Kenneth Clinton Cochrane, Brittany Cambry Coffey, Thomas Edward Coggin, Diana Granger Cole, George Danny Cole, Amelia G. Collins, Molly Collins, Rolando G. Collin, Elaine Harriet Colton, Gail Ann Conlon, Leah Kleinman Connick, Thomas James Connors, Haley Nicole Conrad, Patricia Donnelly Convey, Randy Michael Cook, Antonio Cornejo Carranza, William Ralph Correll, David Diaz Cortez, Sarah Elizabeth Costa, Amy Coate, Kate Cotton, Cindy Lou Catone, David Wilson Couch, Anthony Charles Cowell Wright, Kenneth Earl Cox, Michael Jan Cox, Michael Maurice Cox, Caitlin Jordan Craddock, Jack Kramer, Vicki Cranford, Keith Crown, Joellen Craven, Patrick Craven, Sandra Elizabeth Kroom, Wade Daniel Crossman, Daniel Forrest Cruson, Mary Kilroy Cullinan, Brenda Manning Cumbie, George Joseph Cuppernall, Brooke Curry, Mitchell Lee Curto, Susan Cesarnecki, Jason Thomas Dale, Matthew Daly, Raymond Michael D'Ambrosia, Douglas Dame, John Damiano, Pat Joseph Dane, Jack Hugh Daniels, Gail Darling, Carmen Albertoli Daughtry, Gwendolyn David Dyson, John Everett Davidson, Jackie Davis, James P. Davis, Javonte O. Davis, Shirley Bozeman Davis, William Randall Davis, Dawson Grant. Brunhilde de Jesus, Gonzalo de la Paz, Michael Grant Deaton, Zachary Deaver, Douglas Wayne de Bartolo, Sally Ann DeCusi, Christina Marie De Donato, Karen Eileen Deegan, Patricia E. DeFrank, Arturo de la Cruz, Penny Deltz, Joseph DeLuca, Michael Allen DeMeglio, Christine Lee Demers, Lakeisha Lynn Dennis, Colleen Mayoski Denton, Stephen DePace, Julianne DePriest, Elizabeth Dess, Louis DeVita, Madison Dew, Barnett DeWitt, Barbara DeBartolo, Joseph Peter DeBartolo. Morena Diaz Martinez, Denise Marie Dilworth Jones, Hermine Robert Diorio, Edward Anthony DiPaolo, Svetlana Alexandra DiPaolo, Patricia Nancy DeRiso, Richard Disbrow, Damian Marcus Dixon, Sonia Hooks Dixon, Cynthia E. DeLuigi, Lynn L. Doctor, Augustine Eliza Dominguez, Barbara Jean Doniger, John Joseph Doniger, Alexander John Donofrio, Betty Jean Douglas Hedges, Eric Sean Deshawn, Armor R. Duthie, Catherine S. Dressel, William Russell Drew, Everett Jeffrey Driggers, Brian G. Dugan, Kelly Duncan, Claude Albert Dupin, Brenda J. Durden, Virginia Day Duranzo Herrera, Audrey C. Dyson, Beverly Richards Eady, Johnny Erlewine, Deborah E. Eason, Cynthia Hinton Eckert, Thomas Joseph Ecker, Jerry Wilson Edwards, John Richard Edwards, Juana Effendi Berkoben, John Emil Ede, Richard Eisen, Elizabeth Elliott, Brenda Ellis, Valerie Mary Elwood, Janet Ann Emmerich Brewers, Francis Ray Andrizi, Carol J. Enriquez, Michael Enriquez, Clara Emilia Escudero Thomas, Ralph Esposito, Amy Nicole Evans, Corey D. Evans, Nicholas Evans, Irina Everett, Anne Marie Fabricatori, Bobby Royal Fairclough, Judith Lynn Fajardo, Louis Thomas Fallis, Ann Farlow, Kenneth Farlow, Tyler Farmer, William Leland Farnell.
Robert J. Farrington, Terry W. Falk, Samuel Eugene Faulkner, Carl Fazio, Jerry Lynn Harris Fazio, Patricia Ann Beaver, Layla Ray Feldman, Carrie Felton, Fletcher W. Ferguson, Christine Ferry, Henry Verzola, Rosemary Field, Kevin Fine, Glassell Slaughter Fitzhugh, Mariana Niece Fitzhugh, Alexander Joseph Fitzpatrick, Roberto Flamini, Jeffrey Allen Flick, Warren H. Fondue, Megan Caldwell Fuchs, Cammie C. Foreman, Christopher E. Foreman, Jerry Lee Fowler, Robert Edward Fox, Linda Francis, Kathy Ann Frazier, Brenda Freckleton, Asa John Friedel, Teddy Carroll Freeman, Kendall Lee Freeze, Paul Friedland, Suzanne Friedland, Jermaine Therese Frank, Kayla Lynn Leanne Frank, William Marvin Fulford, Richard Raymond Gales, Georgette Pratt Galley, Kelly Gallagher, Tricia Marie Gallo, Ernest Galloway, Samuel Walker Galloway, Jake Riley Garrity, Julie Ann Garst, Grady Gartman, Martin Joseph Gasper, Delmas Goss, Kiwana L. Goss, Mary Gertrude Gerberbaum, Dale Gerstenslager, Wesley Leon Gibson, William Henry Gibson, Helene Luann Gilbert, Kelly R. Giles, Mark Dwayne Giles, Alida Nunez Giles Nunez, Grant Brian Gillen, Philip Michael Gilly, Miguel Gonzalez, Mary Ellen Good, Kenneth Charles Gooden, Chiquita Gooding Register, Jeremy Guti, Craven Wayne Gore, Francis, Elnetta Gore, John Gore, Wayne, Kevin Wayne Gore, Maxiner Gore, Telania Ann Gore, Rochelle Gore Thomas, Janice Marie Gorham Scott, Ellen Sue Graber Lickman, Elaine Maureen Graham, Nikita Nakora Graham, Patrick Graham, Tiffany Michelle Graham, Joanne Grasso, Robert Joseph Grasso, Dennis Gray, Susan Larson Green, Donald William Green, Trevor Green, Greer Jeffrey Lawton Greer, Sally Lou Greer, Jocelyn Sanborn Gregory, Susan Grinnell Webb, Gibson Cook Griffin, Kathy Shivers Grimaldi, Alyssa Grissett, Therese Ann Winnett, Gary Gunderson, Jeremy Elliott Gunn, James David Gonzalez, Sharon Patricia Gutneck, Victor Uriel Guzman, Karen Hagner, Ronnie James Hahn, Tyler Haley, Sandra Darlene Hayes, Julian Hall, Tavel Hall, Gloria Hallenbach, Lynn Hamilton, Barbara T. Hammerslaw, George D. Hammerslaw, Sharon Hankins, Thomas Addison Hankins, William Hankins, William Happer, Keith Harabin, Jeffrey Hardesty, Marilyn Hardesty, Sarah Ann Hardesty, James Hardy, Preston Hardy, Donald Hare, Cindy Eileen Harms, Dakota Austin Herudian, Carol Ann Harris, Catherine Brooke Harris, Martin Harris, Jerry Lee Harrison, Jennifer Hart, Joshua Robert Harvey, Jennifer Lynn Houseman Wilcox, Aaron Hawkins, Jeffrey Hawkins, Selena Hawkins, Mary Pat Hayes Crow, Denise Haycox, Rocky Marvin Heathcock, Hebert, Molly Elizabeth Hebert, Carolyn Hegsbeth, Christine Merrick Hiem, Francis Hemmick, Michael Helmick, John Thomas Helmke, Mary Margaret Helms, Ted Milton Helms, Violet Hensley, Sharon Lynn Herdner, Melanie Naomi Hernandez Zorman, Amy Hester, Billy Joe Hewitt, Byron LaShawn Hewitt, Robert Hewitt, Cedric Hewitt, Robert Hibbard, Don Hicks, Glenn A. Hicks, Heidi Hicks, Pamela Holt Hicks, Betsy Freya Higgins Desbois, Elizabeth Hildebrand, Hannah Hill, Joseph Hill, Julia Pritchett Hill, Morris Hill, Shaniqua Hill, Thurmond Hill, Clifford Pinkley, Marissa K. Hobbs, John Shaw Hodson, Norman Hoffman, Regina Hoffweber, Katerina Scher Holbrook, Guy William Holcomb, Michael Lynn Holden, Catherine Martin Holliday, Brandy Holmes, William Hood, Gail Camille Hooper, Ashley Hoover, Ronald Paul Ferenczi, Karen Sue Horton, Stephen Howe, Edina Howard, Ashley Nicole Howard, Kenneth John Howard, Veronica Howard, Gerard Howe, Sarah Catherine Howe, Hamilton Howell, Gail Lynn Hubrick Bauer, Dina Marie Hoffman Toff, Judy's Hummel, Patricia Lynn Hunt, Amanda Hunter, Kathy Ann Huntley, Ian Jordan Hunting, Steve Francis Herbank, Gary C. Hurley, Tammy Hutt, Michael James Highlands, Jessica Marie Hine, Jennifer Insko Holly, Hannah Noel Eisenhower, Douglas Mark Jackson, Karen Lynn Jackson, Mary Jo Hardwood Jackson, Stephen Graham Jackson, Joanne Williams, Jenna Jacobson, Alyssa Ann Marie James, Belinda Ann Janice, Sharon Shepherd Jarvis, Johnny Kenneth Jeffries, Francis Louise Jefferson, Mike Jenneret, Tanya Christine Jenkins, Roland Jimenez, Edwin Jimenez Hernandez, Richard John, Susan John, Antoine Lamar Johnson, Don E. Johnson, Gregory Marsalius Johnson, Jeremy Johnson, Karen Ann Johnson, Ralph Johnson, Sidero Faye Johnson, Catalina Phillips Jones, Gwendolyn Sue Jones, James Gary Jones, Jennifer Ham Jones, Lindsay Renee Jones, Cheryl Denise Jones, Viola Taylor Jones, William O'Neill Jones, William Warren Jones, Chloe Elizabeth Jordan, Molly Ann Justice, Matthew Sarkis Cashian, Alyssa Madonna Kaplan, Ashley Ruth Kaplan, Miroslava Catalavada Sampson, Gardner Keelan, Mariana Marie Keck, Lee Keel, Rachel Keeter, Kyra Nan Tripp, Kelchner, Doris Kelly, April Lynn Kellis, James Francis Kelly, Kevin Ashley Kelly, Suzanne John Kelly, Tina Kent, Anne Marie Kiley, Irene Bernadette Kennard, Cassandra King, Ella Rose King, John Edmund King, Marcia King, Walter Scott King, Janet Rita Kirk, Linda Sue Corp Knapp, Hannah Knight, Matthew Raymond Norse, Jeffrey Kohler, Brian M. Koloff, Aaron Lee Koob, Karen King Kosanki, Joseph Thomas Cotellis, Giselle Cavell, Ronald S. Cavell, Kathleen Ann Krantz, Geraldine N. Krivoniak, Donna M. Kuhn, Helmut Kunst, Catherine Pusterbeck, Lucy Ryan LaSalle, Deborah West Lacey, Donna Marie LaForgia, Judith Lyko, Audrey Marcia Lade Joseph, Laura J. LaMoriana, Madeline Irene Lamoth, Mary K. Langan Pearson, Anita Madison Langan, Lori Susan Lapier, Randolph David Lair, Deborah Ann Lair, Eugene Roger Larrabee, Laureen M. Laro, Delancey Joyce Larson, Frankie Diane Laro, Robert James Ladone, Mark Elliott Lauzon, Regina Lawrence, Linda Ann Lawson, Annie Lori Layton Dixon, Cassandra Teresa Lazar, Virginia K. Leah, Mitchell Lawrence LeBlond, B. Lee, James Edward Lee, Mackenzie Grace Lee, John Paul Leeton, Gwendolyn Fur Lee Tayo, Tracelyn Denea Letterly, Nancy Edna Lewinsky, Trudine Provo Ligon, Sue Lynn, Sandra Lee Lindell, John Henry Linderman, Brenda Lindsley, Stephanie Margaret Lindlinger, Lonnie James Linker, Caleb Hunter Livers, Courtney Lizio, Susan Dolbrow Lobueno, Luke Patrick Lodge, Theodore John Lokenberg, John W. Ann W. Long, Ashley E. Long, Bruce Allen Long, Dana Long, Gloria Renee Long, John Thomas Long, Charles Robert Longo, Elizabeth S.M. LaOrange Javadidin, Stephen John Lorenz, Connie Ann Lovejoy Saunders, Henry Osborne Lovell, Haley M. Lowe, Alfreda Leanne Ludlam, Frank A. Ludwig, Paul Allen Lucan, Frida Lynch, Glenn Tarunta Lynch, Jessica Whitney Lynch, Colleen McDaniel, Edward Paul McDaniel, Robert McKay, Gary Neal McLaren, Jana Pierce Madeira, Mason Madison, Timothy Allen Magard, Linda Marie Makowski, Catherine Ann Malinakowski, David Neil Mallow, Joshua James Malone, Jeffrey Mango, James Joseph Manning, Anthony Minuccia, Amber Marchio, Timothy E. Marchial, Eddie Jerome Marlowe, Inger R. Marlowe, Diana Karis Marquez, Carol Marshburn, Robert Marshburn, Charla Ann Martin, David Keith Martin, Kayla Starr Martin, Ruth Brewer Martin, Cynthia Martone, Frank Martone, Brian Martz, Ronald Mason, Camone Massey, Shoshana Michelle Masterson, Kimberly M. Matthews, Michael Hunter Malden, Timothy Mouse, Linda Doris May, Johnny Arquette McAdams, Kavana Cherie Mary McBroom, Jonathan K. McBride, Andrew Alexander McCabe, Darlene McCarrick, William F. McCarrick, Renee Suzette McCloskey, John Douglas McCracken, Kajia Precium Sean McRae, Alice Therese McDonough, Robert H. McFarland, Mark McGarity, Carolyn McGee, Kimberly K. McGregor, Sherry Mathis Michelle, Douglas Gerard McKee, Kiara Shamika McCoy, Ilana Shosile McLaughlin, Courtney Michelle McLaren, Pamela J. McManus, Dennis McEchany, Dallas McMichael, Wayne Matthews McMillan, Brandon McNeil, Barbara Keach Meeks, Mary Lynn Margaret Messner, Melanick David, John Melanick, David Otis Mercer, Tree Lynn D. Merrick, James Mershoff, George Thomas Metz, Mayor of Troy William Mayer, Karen Louise Michalski, Joyce Midget, Mark Robert Malat, Pamela K. Malat, Mark Ashby Miles, Bruce Miller, George Marion Miller, Linda M. Miller, Susan B. Miller, James Dale Milligan, Geraldine R. Milliken, William Odell Milliken, Jared Vincent Mills, Karen Wagner Minton, Jimmy Dale Mintz, Kathy Ann Miskell, Deason M. Mitchell, Nathan Mitchell, Lorraine May Monat, Andrew Dominic Montano, Jesse L. Moore, Rhonda T. Moore, Tracy Grant Moore, Mason Moore Price, Valerie Moreau, Christopher J. Moreland, Moreno David, Morgan, David Moreno, Jeffrey D. Morgan, Mitchell Morgan, Maria Antonio Marilla Diaz, Philip Morris, Lori Morrison Van Ness, Andrew D. Mosley, Jeffrey Moser, Michael Mosley, Samuel Mosley, John D. Motzard, Lori A. Motzard, Elaine Horn Mountford, Seth Mulholland, Marlene Angela Mullins Pinnock, Oki Allen Mullins, Raymond William Mulvey, Mary Ann Mumford, Dean Munez, James Michael Murrell, and Alan R. Myers, Steele Myers, Candy Lee Nardini, Christopher Charles Nash, Brittany Brown Neely, Archie Nadels, Patricia Sue Nelson, Rosalie Nelson, James Charles Neville, John Abel Newkirk, Eileen K. Nicholson, Marguerite Joyce Nielsen, Ben Thomas Nito, Timothy R. Nixon, Carrie Lynn Norris King, Amanda Grace Northrop, Rodney G. Oakes, Franz Winter Oberbauer, Holly O'Leher, Richard Harold Oler, Jennifer Oliver, Patricia Griswold Oliver, Andrea O'Loughlin, Maryland O'Mara, Darlene Ono O'Brien, Spencer A. Oper, Mark Sherwood Ordes, Charles Pedro Ordonez, Ellen Louise Orlando, William L. Ormond, Baza, Gabriel Oricozo Baza, Petra Tapia Oricozo, Michael Joseph Orzel, Richard Allen Ostrom, Melvin James Ott, Jeffrey Glenn Overcash, Catherine H. Owens, Sam Eugene Pace, Andre Monroe Page, Robert Parker, Diane Parsley, Shaniqua LaShawn Patrick, Madison Nicole Patry, John Patterson, Elmer Patton, Adia Victoria Paul, Justin Nathaniel Peck, Noah Curtis Pedvin Landis, Susan Hegan, Anita Marchie Pendergraft, Penninger, Eric Penninger, William Luther Penninger, Phyllis H. Pennington, Jeremy Martin Purdue, Yuri Pereira da Silva, Arlene Perez, Dominique Perkins, David Perry, Elizabeth Peters, Tiffany Sue Peterson, Anthony Peterson, Benny Peterson, Annette S. Petty, Ket Van Fan, Karen Phelps, William Lee Phelps, Marisol Filippo, Derek Wayne Phipps, Richard Persiano, Elizabeth Ann Pichette, Beth Ellen Pigeon, William James Peach, Samara O. Pierce, Stephanie Vernand Pierce, Anne Marie Pintaro, Michael Joseph Perzolo, Mary Etheridge Pitt, Brian Pittman, Michelle Nicole Pittman, Seth Allen Pittman, Emily B. Piver, Betty Jo Plunkett, Connor Keneally Plunkett, Janine Polera, Suzanne Polino, Harold Pollock, Shelba Pollock, Craig Matthew Pollock, Pamela Jean Pollock, Alexander Esteban Pombo Ball, Elizabeth Pope, Deborah H. Porter, Corey Ann Powell Hutchinson, Letitia Gore Prescott, Donna M. Prest, Emily Anna Price, Michael Price, Tamula Sue Price, Helen Prince, Generetta Lily Presock, Helena Puciata, Tommy Puckett, Donna Brinkley Pugh, Shakira T. Pugh, Ira S. Purser, Richard Brashane, Cephas Harley Waddlebaum, Charles E. Quitzel, Karen Raby, Marshall Carol Radford, Jean Marie Rafferty, Ethan Thomas Ramirez, Jeffrey William Rassa, Raspino, Julie Darlena Raspino, John Luke Fishloon Ravo Nelson, Joseph Lane Ray, Karen M. Ray, Donna E. Reardon, Kristen Ciara Reeves, Margaret Mary Reed, Zophoria Nisha Reed, Carl Regal, Linda Register, Lindsay Reckley, Jason Reese, Marion Ruth Reese, Alexa Ray Reeson, Carolyn Reiter, Lance Philip Reiter, Emily Rendon Bonifacio, Vanessa Rendon Bonifacio, Sue Ann Refan Smith, Jeffrey Earl Rep, Saucity Ann Rez, Lisa Reuter Clark, Barry Brant Rhodes, Matthew Travis Rhodes, Jan Son Ribbit, Janet Lee Richardson, Mary Richardson, Brian K. Ricker, Douglas George Rickert, Rhonda Anderson Reinerschneider, Heather Lynn Reisenbach, Kathy E. Riggin, Anthony Craig Rigsby, Wendy Kiesner Riley, Edith Noreen Ritter, Craig Allen Rivenbark, Catherine Elizabeth Rivenbark, Danielle Margaret Robbins, Christopher Roberto, Erica Roberts, Ravina Roberts, Deborah Lynn Roberts Weber, Robert Wayne Robinson, Marie Simone Rogers O'Bannon, Deborah J. Rogers, Susan Ann Romano, Lloyd Rosenberg, Dale Rossiter, Herbert Edward Rossman, Chris Rosson, Sean Garrett Rowe, Travis M. Rowe, Juanita Roy, Ernest Ruggiero, Laura Ellen Russ, Gerald F. Russell, Taylor Devon Russell, Claire Diane Rutledge, Mary Ellen Sabetta, Julius Robert Sacchetti, April Elizabeth Salguerno, Deborah Ann Sammons Bikenshire, Robert Kyle Saunders, Helen Saunderson, Karen Sandage, Colleen Sandman, Lawrence Felice Santucci, Jessica Sarlino, Norma Jane Sasaki, Philip J. Sauls, David Benjamin Savage, Frank Sarduzio, Elizabeth Auguste Sharda, Valerie Ellen Scherer, Joe Ann Shatino, Gabrielle Annis Sherma, Deborah Ann Schnars, Donald Quigley Schnars, Lorraine R. Schnurman, Roger L. Schnurman, Warren Schultz, Vincent Sclafani, Doris Scott, Holly Scott, William Lawrence Scott, Cara Skurlock, Jennifer Lee Seal, Gregory George Seeley, Leland E. Selby, Diane Hodson Sellers, Charles Anthony Sena, Kathleen Senkow, Harry Sensums, Belvia Annette Shaw, David Shaw, Dustin Shaw, Helga Ingrid Shaw, Judy Ann Shaw, Michael Bernard Shan, Sherrick, Josephine Ann. Continuing on with Brunswick County, Stephen Carl Sherwood, Eric Wade Shipman, Tiffany Shipman, Dennis Martin Shockley, Alexander Justin Shavlowski, Jonathan Earl Schrack, Aaron Sidbury, Guy Tremaine Sidbury, Kamika Shanta Sidbury, Jalik Anthony Sidbury Patterson, Anna Senzak, Denisha Pamela Simmons, Dusty A. Simmons, Reneva S. Simmons, Carrie Ray Simons McDonough, Deidre C. Simpson, Mystic T. Singleton, Danielle Lynn Sight, Dominique Mackenzie Skyland, Jennifer Ray Schlack, Johnny Edward Small, Andrew Smith, Cameron Smith, Cecil A. Smith, Charles Smith, David Smith, Donald Lee Smith, Geraldine Sue Smith, Haley Renee Smith, Homer Barry Smith, Joseph L. Smith, Roger William Smith, Roxy K. Smith, Stephanie Gale Smith, Trevor Ryan Smith, Trey Thomas Smith, Veronica Lee Smith, David Lee Snook, Jennifer Brandy Snook, William Olton Snyder, Alberto Solana, Christy Souls, Charlotte Ann Solik, Emilia Sorensen, Catherine Williams Sossaman, Robert M. Spivey, Danette Ann Straw, Lania Stanley, Maximina Vega Stanley, Quentin Allen Stanley, Kiara Shantae Stanley, Nicole Christine Starr, Scott Steele, Teresa Steele, Scarlett Yvonne Stein, Selena Stevens, Philip Howard Stevenson, Cheryl Irene Stevens, Jerry Wayne Stevens, Kelly Stevens, Donna K. Stevens Caps, Karen Stone, Stephanie Elaine Stone, Kim Renee Story, Beth Stout, Conrad Taylor Stowell, Ernest Carson Strickland, Gary Glenn Stringer, Karen Jean Strobel, Howard Struble, Susan Steyer, Sarah Beth Saradio, Jaden Todd Surratt, Grant Dean Sutherland, James Edward Sweeney, Jeremy Schweitzer, Antonio Llanos Zilagia, Nicholas Xavier Talent, Chawan Tantoyopin, Donald Curtis Taylor, Fred Hoger Taylor, Jerry W. Taylor, Kaylee Asiana Taylor, Shirley Taylor, Arlette Angela Tavia, Tommy Wayne Tedder, Mark Charles Teachman, Donna Marie Teleska, Darlene Terrell, Richard Charles Terry, David Testa, Richard B. Testa, Vincent Testa, Rachel Elizabeth Tebfert, Sherry Hamilton Thacker, Charles W. Thomas, Graham Keith Thomas, Mary Thomas, Ruby Lee Thomas, Sonia Whelan Thomas, Jessica Selena Thomas Wick, Amelia Olivia Thompson, Bobby Thompson, Bradford Cameron Thompson, Donald Ray Thompson, Linda Thompson, Nancy Faye Thompson, Savannah Cheyenne Thompson, Tonya Renee Thompson, James Thornton, Ann Gibson Thorpe Kirsten, James Mitchell Tabals, Karen Ann Kemko, Betty Louise Todd, Limonda Derrico Todd, Morris Todd, Wanda Todd, Haley Marie Turkarts Blom, Sean Lewis Toloti, Ronald Michael Tompkins, Mikel Bianchi Torres, Linda Townsend, Karen Veronica Trika, Melvin Lawrence Trimble, Alan Wayne Trevette, Matthew Aaron Trojan, Donna Lynn Troublefield, Timothy Douglas Tucker, Suzanne Marie Tunis, Suzanne Marie Tungate, Deborah Martin Tunis, Matthew James Vicario, Janice Epstein Van der Vliet, Elizabeth Jean Van Meter, Julie Van Winkle, Joseph Charles Verano, Margaret Vargo Robertson, Susan M. Veal, Thomas E. Veal, Michelle Augustin Ventura, Philip Jake Veruso, Beatrice Von Veal, Sarah Louise Roman, Shinta Canal White, George Wagner, Linda Diane Wagner, Meredith Elise Wahop, Linda Raitt, Mary Ann Waldrop, Elmer Walker, Peyton Walker, Rhonda K. Walker, Victoria Walker, Kristen Wall, Jensen Wallace, Marilyn Ann Wallace, Mary Ann G. Wallace, Melissa Hines Waller DeBoer, Brian Lee Walsh, Avery Walters, Debbie Lynn Ward, Jason D. Ward, Tammy Lynn Ward, Kara Ann Wargo family, Leslie Warner, Rihanna Celeste Warren, Christy Lynn Wolofsky, Zandria Renee Washam, Deborah Anita Waters, Brandy Weaver, Diana Marie Weibrecht, Anita Louise Weinstein, Ted S. Weintraub, John Weisenreiter, Joseph Hunter Wells, Josiah Wells, Wesley Wells, Arthur Edward Wessel, Bridget May West, Mac Westbrook, Jean Ann Wiesca, Kimberly Wheat, Richard Nathan Wheaton, Jeanette Melvin Whitaker, Ruth Whitaker, Chelsea White, Deborah White, Michael Dwayne White, Richard White, Daniel Dalton Whitfield, James Bernard Whiting, Kelly Wickham, John Michael Wiggins, Patricia Wilburn, Rachel Nicole Wilburn, Gary Wilcox, Richard McAdoo Wilder, Sharon Rising Wilkerson, Lehman Wilkinson, David Williams, Siobhan Nicole Williams Holiday, Allison Williams, Kara Jean Williams, Jeffrey Williams, Hannah Laura Bierman Williams, Jesse Stephen Williams, Kaylin Lee Williams, Kim Elise Williams, Larry Williams, Nakia Williams, Stacy Williams, Warren Williams, Wendy Williams, Lee Ann Williamson Mills, Jeffrey Williamson, Benjamin Williford, Caroline Wilson, Leslie Wilson, Melissa Ann Wilson, Judith Paxton Wolf, Michael Wood, Hazel Woodall, Richard Woody, Margaret Marie Woodley Krug, Jane Ann Wolf, Julia Town Wright, Kenneth Harold Wright, Pamela Carroll Wright, Reagan Elizabeth Wright, Stephen Wright, Kimberly Majori, James Witter Wyckoff, Patricia Clark Wyrick, William Eugene Wyrick, Kevin W. Jacobin, Daniel Yanez, Kimber Young, Patricia Alice Zaccardo, Jane Ellen Zakirski, Joanne Zita. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged in Buncombe County. Jean Heath, I voted for her. Don Knight, my name is included on the amendment and supplement of UOCAVA No ID protest in Buncombe County. This message is to express my frustration at this lawsuit and also to provide information about my vote. I am a 52-year-old male, a longtime registered voter, and a resident of Buncombe County since 1999. I raised my family in Asheville and have had a small business based in Asheville since 2000. I believe that I have voted in every major election. I was in Mexico during the 2024 election because I reside there under a temporary visa. I took off half a day while in Mexico and visited a center set up by Vote From Abroad. I did everything necessary to ensure that my vote was counted. I provided my ID to the voting assistants, obtained my ballot, voted, and sent my ballot to the North Carolina Board of Elections. On October 23rd, 2024, I received a confirmation email from the Buncombe County Board of Elections that my ballot had been received. I am outraged that my ballot is being challenged, and I hope that this email is helpful in ensuring that my vote gets counted. Andrew and Daniela Chapman say, we are very disappointed to see our right to vote in North Carolina being challenged. We dutifully completed all of the requirements to register to vote in the state and consider ourselves proud North Carolina residents. I have resided in North Carolina since I was an infant, attending school through college and consistently paying taxes in the state. This was the first time my wife, a naturalized U.S. citizen since 2023, was able to vote in a presidential election, and the prospect of her disenfranchisement is shameful. From Lee Downing, I was born and raised in Asheville. It's the first and only place I've ever voted. I am now living with my family abroad. As a U.S. citizen, I have a right to vote. If not in Asheville, where? From Kara Hauser Rowland. Unfortunately, my vote was challenged and tossed out. I'm a U.S. citizen. I am over 18 years old. I showed my photo ID and was issued a voter registration card by the state of North Carolina. I brought my ID and my voter registration card with me to early voting. I use early voting because I am a public school teacher, and getting to a voting place on election day can be a challenge for teachers. I'm embarrassed and angry that my name is on this list. I have friends and colleagues alerting me of the issue and wondering if I have erroneously committed election fraud. I'm angry at Judge Griffin for not having the grace and authority to accept the results of the election, and that his actions are impacting my time and energy. This lawsuit is a waste of time, energy, and money. Although it has energized me to vigorously campaign against Jefferson Griffin in any and all future elections in which he may participate, he's shown his true character unworthy of a judgeship. These are the voters being challenged in Buncombe County: Elizabeth Adalyn Ale, Donald Douglas Abernathy, Macy DeRay Abramson, Caden Christopher Acuna, Alan Adair, Julia Adams, Adriana Adarve Cruella, Larry Sheldon Edelman, Nana Kalaku Upong Adjo Oforo, Adriana Ibet Aguirre Ramirez, Gus Townsend Aguirre, Samira Ahmad, Clarissa Carolyn Honert, Brian Allen Ackerson, Lily Aylin Owen, Mitchell Treadwell Albers, Amy Christina Alday, Brian Bailey Alday, Rosario Alexander Virial, William C. Alexander, Gabrielle Renee Ali Pope, George W. Allen, James W. Allen, Richard Barry Allen, Terrence Scott, Tess Allen, Wilma W. Allen, Annette Austin Allison, Leonard King Allison, Marjorie Jo Allison, Robert Frank Allison, Polo Matthew Alonzo, Saul Peter Albert Abrams, Leslie Sanchez Amada, Anne Marie Amorosa, David H. Anderson, Sasha Olivia Anderson, Martin Andre, Betty Hill Andrews, Aaliyah Dmitrievich Andreev, Jane Emerson Andre, Patricia Smith, Apple Dorney, Eric Harris Apple, Merle N. Joaquin, Abraham Amadi Archimabald, Carlos Arcos Ibanez, Pablo Daniel Ariano Torn, Joshua Argentine, Mary Jo Armour McGill, Tiffany Drummond Armstrong, Vera Varnell Armstrong, Britton W. Arnett, Jeffrey Michael Arnold, Sarah Arnold, Robert Brady Arrowwood, Melissa Aurora de Jesus, Brian James Ashland, Sarah Elena Ashworth, Rebecca Jean Augustine, Belinda Jean Austin, Paul Avalana, John Graham Averill, Ivor Edward, Avots, Johanna Ayala, Bruce Kenneth Bacot, Benjamin Vafalukas, Freya Ruth Bearson, Michael Eugene Baker, Maura Allison Legaspi, Ballange, Andrew Tilden Ballantine, Madison Dawn Ballard, Rachel Nicole Ballard, Gary Dean Banks, John Coy Banks, Rebecca Banks, Alice Weenya Bear, Sarah Ann Barkin, Darlene Gail Barker, Paul Joseph Barkoshi, Alana Lee Barlev, Nehama Varnina Zavolansky, Elias Luke Barnes, Tracy Barrett, Cameron W. I. Barrett Ashley, Chester Eldridge Berry, Amber Goyfield Baseman, Michael Scott Bass, Kara Shelby Bates, Sheila Bautista Perez, Dara Arthur Bazargan, Brian Chadwick Beal, Fernando Lionel Busheen, Deshaun Leonardo Beavers, Devin Lee Beavers, Crystal Louise Bechtold, Cedaric Orsetta Beck, Margaret Louise Beck, Deborah Ward Bedford Strom, Leonard Christopher Bedford Strom, Jack Howard Beggs, Henry Matthew Begner, Janaki B. Harry Singh, Laura Jean Bettler, Amber May Belangia, Joseph Matthew Belcher, Mindy Paula Beller, Suzanne Elizabeth Bennett, Jean Ann Benson, Thomas Benson, Joyce Bentland, Bergeron, Linda Catherine Berkeley, Paul Thomas Berkheimer, Amanda Louise Berry, Alexandra Marie Bertram, Marlo Bester, Sophia Soul Betancourt, Chris Bifaro, Peter Billingsley, Caitlin Elizabeth Bingham, Alexander Ryan Bink, Hannah Howard Bink, Alexander Benuli Conjay, Ava Simone, Borshman Tracy, Mark Isaiah Black, Cecilia Blackman, Glenda Blackwell, Jesse Blackwell, David Blair, Samuel Blake, Barbara Ann Blanchard, Michael Jack Blankenship, Mark Douglas Blanton, Cassidy Alana Blunt, Sidoni Lulu, Lou Jacket Rukama, Myra S. Boggs, Tommy Bohannon, Harvey John Bolin, Mandela Bolin Hopkins, Emily Jane Bolinger, Artem Yurovich Bondurenko, Jose Raul Bonet, Lauren Michelle Bonet, Margaret Rion Bonham, Anthony Bonella, Aaron Annalise Boone, James Douglas Boone, Samuel Arthur Boren Reist, Kimberly Borage, Kaylin Rena Borkowski, Eli Joshua Borns, Jeffrey Joel Bosch, Norman Eddie Bost, Matthew Boucher, Beverly Jean Bozios, Aaron Renee Bauman, Tyson Bauman, Anthony Dwayne Boyd, Marietta Mackenzie Boyd, Scott Shane Boyd, Belinda Boyer, Kurt James Boyles, Jonathan Luke Bradley, Joshua Patrick Bradley, Lily Elizabeth Bradley, Morgan Joseph Bradley, William Ligon Bradley, Kelly Jean Brady, Ricky Brantner, Adriana Braha Stansberry, Amber Lasha Branch, Tyler Andrew Brank, Michael Brandt, Bradley Colvin Brasher, Robert Ernest Bringing, Harold Brevard, Aaliyah Lavone Brewer, Linda Ruth Briggs, William Alexander Brock, Jude Edgar Brooke Toddy, Kern Brookman, Joffrey Brooks, Tommy Lee Brooks, William Brooks, Christine Michelle Brown, David Anthony Brown, Jeremy Stephen Brown, Sarah Ruth Brown, Thomas Brown, Lisa Olanette Brown Giddings, Kenneth Joseph Bruce, Valerie Ruchon, Allison Brumble, Astor Julian Brunsting Frazier, Matthew Allen Brunton, Michael Holmes Bryan, Michaela Hannah Bryson, Robert Colin Buchanan, Susan Buzzard Buchanan, Larry Don Buckner, Sarah Jane Bullman, Mary Elizabeth Bumgarger, Walla Bunker, Judy Ekobaki Burford, Austin Scott Burgess, Kelly Suzanne Burgess, Chantel Deline Bergen, Timothy Neal Bergen, Keenan Burke Pitts, Christian Tanner Burleson, Holly Burnett, Ronnie Wayne Burris, 80, Kathleen Burton Walsh, Louis Stephen Bush, Heather Corsage Butler, Marika Daniel Butler, Evelyn Butler Sullivan, John Anthony Bird, Georgetta Cabergan, Geoffrey Cacanenden, Jennifer Dawn Callahan, Jacob Kimball Calloway, Eric Vlad Calguer, Brian William Cameron, Savannah Rose Campbell, Charles Candler, Courtney Miranda Chandler, Cheryl Wolford Canazario, Amber Cannon, Jeffrey Capps, Paul Darrell Capps, Michael Patrick Capra, Liskinia Cardozo, Sabine Yuta Gerda Carinder, Brittany Lee Carlberg, Brittany Allen Carone, Tatiana Nina Carjaval Aranda, Philip Andrew Carver, Tommy Allen Carver, Kimberly King, Michael Case, Tara Sage Cassidy, Jessica Lynn Stevens, Claudia Castilla, Edward Jose Castilla Valenzuela, Rana Eker Kathy, Adam Cabozas, Maria Angelica Sabalos, Isadora Z. Chason Lapine, Ben L. Chamberlain, Carly Lauren Chambers, Julie Ann Chandler, Kenneth Canal Chandler, Antoinette Chapman, Jeffrey Woody Chapman, Sheila Neal, Abby Charles, Aaron Charney, Josh Kenneth Chasner, John L. Chasteen, Christian Andres Chavez, Abigail Lee Check, Edward Andreevich Chernos, Samuel Nicholas Chernos, Christine Ann Shetland, Hunter Sean Chisholm, Taylor Cheyenne Chisholm, Catherine E. Christian, Isabella Holt Christianofferson, Charity Faith Cimarron, Jason Allen Sinotti, Benjamin Harris Clark, Yana Clark, Judy Watts Clark, Michael James Clark, Tierney Matthew Clark, Helen Hooker Clark, Marlon Dwayne Cleghorn, Sarah Elizabeth Clement, Jennifer Lee Clements, Melissa Doan Clemens, Karen Marie Ceresi, Trina Laurel Clubb, Lisa Klein, Christina Marie Koch, Stephanie Lynn Cody, Jessica Dawn Cogburn, Amy Miranda Caudill, Stephanie Faye Caudill, Dallas Catherine Coggins Tuttle, Lee Mindy Cohen, Stephanie Rose Cohen, Rebecca Kojokari, Tatiana Kojokari, Jeff Colavicia, Bonnie Taylor Cole, Erica Kayla Cole, Shannon Cole, John Dexter Collins, Severino Colin Nunez, Shauna Antoinette Coltrane, Francis Scott Conant, Richard E. Conley, Helen Iris Tonsky, Ashlyn Grace Constance, Elizabeth Bellows Cook, Holly Rogers Cook, Kenneth Lee Cook, Rube Calvin Cook, Janice Bishop Cook, Tula Bell Cook, David Bradford Cooper, Dustin Allen Cooper, Morgan Ray Corbin, Mary Jo Corcoran Hensley, Joseph Vincent Cordaro, Juan Carlos Cordevez Mantilla, Chevelle Leon Cornett, Marianne Corp, Josephine Corridor Cardenas, Neil Campbell Corey, Ioan Laurentu Kostash, Joshie Brooke Coate, Betty Jean Cochran, Catherine Courtney Smith, Walter Covington, Carrie Ann Cohen Zook, Donna Davis Top, Sean Robert Cox, Melanie Kelly Kozo, Kay Lynn Craig, Ray Lester Craig, Wavell Marie Craig, Eric Daniel Craw, Jeffrey Neal Creighton, Isabella Victoria Creamer, David Kroon, Jorge Humberto Cruz Armendariz, Rosalaba Cruz Linares, Joseph Cruz, Kayenta Cruz, Timotezine Joseph Cruz Golden, Aaron Forrest Culp, James Francis Cunningham, Patrick James Kuzak, Sahari Effie Zazapis Cohen, Thomas R. DeFonte, Logan Ross Daly, Caitlin Marie D'Alessandro, Andrew Dallas Marconi, Pierre Danielle Dalmas, Karen Janine Dalton, Donna Regina Daniels, Jamie Sue Danielson Martinez, Amanda Ray Danko, Sarah Christine Dawes, Michelle Carolina Davia Montoya, Anna Elizabeth Davis, William Davis, Teresa Ann DeCastro, Lily Camille de Leon, Antonio de Solga, Joseph Johannes de Volder, Maria Katerina de Volder, Ronald E. DeGript, Matty Decker, Courtney Johanna De Gennaro, Yahim Aeneas Decree, John David De Holt, Yolanta Marie DeLige, Pablo Delgato, Alan Schmidt Del Posta, Pamela Del Valle, Teresa N. Delamia, Canyon Antonia DeLuca, Hannah Clark DeMarcus.
Vera Dimiz, Catherine Dennison, Ashley Noel Elizabeth Denny, Jacob Dorset, Sherry Lynn Diaz, Hector Diaz, Maria Diaz, Oscar Diaz, Carlina Dixon, Benjamin Dillon, Amy Dix, Frank Fuller Dixon, Vi Dalton, Alexander DeBrinco, Joseph Allen Gunk, Aragones Dominguez, Maria Dominguez, Brittany Dorr Keeler, Parker Dotson, Clifford Doblin, Francis Doherty, Sandra Dowd, Alexandra Downey, Kalani Dozier, Margaret Dozier, Haley Drake, William Drew, Linda Driggs, Carolina Druggs, Kristen Duchak, Allison Default, Carolyn Dumas, Griffin Dumaine, Alexis Dunbar, Rebecca Duncan, Trent Duncan, Claire Duplace, Annette DuPont, Olivia Dupree, Claire Derner Limason, Andrew Ergel, Catherine Early, Sam Eckmeyer, Tashita Edgerton, Iris Edwards, Mark Edwards, Ricky Edwards, Sarah Edwards, Adrian Edwards Doherty, John Ednier, Mary Elam, Daniel Olaski, Autumn Elam Durden, Kim Marie Elkins, Joshua Elliott, Marianne Elliott, Mark Embry, Michelle Embry, Corbin Erickson, Tess Ernest Jones, Dahlia Escobedo, Suzanne Escovitz, Greg Evans, Kathy Evans, Taylor Everhart, Diana Feminchuk, Vera Buffalo, Diane Rutherford, Robin Fan Costanzo, Alexander Farrer, Lynn Farrell, Aaron Fay, Ann Felton Charbonneau, Carl Ferguson, Kelly Ferguson, Michael Ferrari Fontana, Fatima Ferrero Hart, Andrew Farrell, Lasasha Fertile, Adam Vilbar, Tara Filmer Larson, Harry Finkelstein, Fritz Finley, Reva Finley Call, Tommy Fenton, Gallon Fior Call, Lauren Fisher, Grace Fisher, Linda Fisher, Michelle Flack, Thomas Fleming, Eric Florence, Joshua Fodor, Chance Folse, Louis Foote, Catherine Ford Coates, Katie Forrester, Roger Fortain, Brian Fortune, Benya Fowler, Claire Fraden, Alan Fravel, Ashley Fravel, Serena Franco, Ortica Franca Garcia, Lorinda Franklin, Clary Franco, Chase Franks, John Fretchling, Mandy Freeman, Jesse Freeman, Garen Freese, Garen Freaking, Andrew Freund, Michael Frick, Newt Friedman, Laura Frisbee, Brett Frick, Colette Frogale, Anna Fromberger Oatman, Stacy Fry, Timothy Fry, Benjamin Fold, Misty Fuller, Danny Fedora Verde, Martine Funston Kershaw, Frederick Gaddy, Matthew Gaffney, Marina Gaines, Janet Gallipo, Julia Gallipo Graham, Marcy Gallagher, David Gallagher, Marty Galloway, Adriana Gamble, Ian Gant, Daniel Garcia, Jason Gardner, Brian Garlick, Arthur Gardner, Quan Garnett, Donna Garrett, Paul Garrett, Treslian Garrett, Jack Gardner, Michael Gates, Sarah Gates, Paula Geigel, Christina Galetsky, Whitney George, Lauren Gerber Fleury, Maximilian Gherkins, Matthew Giangrosso, Joseph Gibson, Grace Gills, J.C. Gillespie, Jason Gleghorn, Avery Goddard, Bobby Goforth, James Goforth, Damon Goldman, Hillary Goldrich, Christopher Goldtrap, Gray Goldzik, Emo Gonzalez, Oriana Gonzalez Sanchez, Maria Gonzalez Torres, Coletta Good, Cedric Goodrum, Terrence Goodrum, Lacey Gordon, John Gorman, Athena Gossett, Tamela Gould, Anthony Refuginian, Dawn Gregg, Keita Grant, Robert Grant, Marshall Graves, Elizabeth Green, David Green, Michael Green, Benjamin Green Colonnese, Noah Greenlee, Ashley Greenstein, Carly Gregg, Charles Grinstaff, Juliana Groach, Janie Groenfelter Elder, Branwell and Grooms, Shanti Grooms, Abigail Gross, Lindsay Grossman, John Grout, Shawnee Gruber, Preto Guerra, Joanna Guerra, Yvette Guerra Lucas, Dominic Gully, Candy Guckamon, Steph Gunn, John Boyden, Jose Guzman, Ian Guska, Yafet Habitamarian, Isaac Haddon, Samuel Haffey, John Hafner, Linda Hagan, Christian Hagendorf, Lois Palashek Weiner, Douglas Hall, Jessica Hall, Robert Fall, Vincent Hall, Sam Hammerlight, Brittany Hamilton, Elizabeth Hamilton, Alyssa Hamlin, Caden Hamlin, Kevin Hammond, Robert Hampton, Monica Hamrick, Jord Hondy, Aaron Hanna, Pauline Hanneman, Calvin Hansen, Matthew Hardy, Patsy Harkness, Wendy Harrell, Nikki Harris, Tamara Harris, William Harrison, Tyler Harity, James Hart, James Hartford, Teresa Hartford, Brent Hartman, Nancy Harvey, Maria Harwood, Dennis Hasley, Elizabeth Hausworth, Francis Hawkins, Kayla Hawkins, Benjamin Haynes, Christine Haynes, David Hefner, Anastasia Held, Stacy Helms, Nicholas Helms, Andrew Helms, Paul Halou, Whitney Hemingway Duffy, Lance Hemerick, Stuart Hemmer Skidmore, Daniel Hempel, Laura Henderson, Samuel Hendricks, Kim Hennigan, Annabelle Henry, George Henry, Samantha Hensley, William Hensley, Michael Peck, Michael Harrell, Hal Herman, Daniela Hernandez Sanchez, Christopher Hertz, Shauna Hess, Thomas Hedrick, Norman Hewitt, Ruth Hewitt, Joshua Hilkert, Amy Hill, Edward Hilliard, James Hines, Corinne Hines, Virginia Hingle, Grantlin Hobday, Claire Hofelt, Ethan Hoffman, Joan Hoffman, Riley Holcomb, Nancy Holly, Lenasia Holiday, Robert Hollis, Deborah Ann Holmes, Esther Holson, Dwight Holt, Holly Marie Holt, Tyler Holt, James Honeycutt, Louise Hoover, Ian Hopkins, Alice Ann Hopper, Esther Marie Hopper, Thomas Hopper, Michael Horn, Blake Hornsby, James Holtz, Virginia Holtz, Elizabeth Houghton, Roland, Kara Hauser Rowland, Sarah Howard, Elizabeth Howe, Jamie Howie, Elizabeth Howe, Beth Ann Huber, Philip Huber, Sang Huber, Ashley Hux, Summer Hudak, Frederick Hudson, Alexander Hueto Vidal, Erica Hofnagel Ra, Paul Hubert, Robert Pullett, Benjamin Hunson, Jean Hunter, William Hunsinger, Matthew Hutchins, Michael Hutchins, Porter Hutchins, Galen Hutchinson, Cynthia Hyatt, Corey Hyde, Diane Hyder, Fallon J. Hyder, Emmanuel Wee, Mary Inglis, Sarah Ingleson, Bronson Inman, Madison Inman, Savannah Jack, Derek Jackson, Lee Jackson, Christina Jamie Acevedo, Devin James Burkhart, Mary Jo Jansen, Helena Jedniak, Samara Jefferson, Diane Jensen, Marianne Jensen, Flavio Jimenez Munoz, Juana Jimenez Munoz, Janine Juriak, Thomas Johansson, Cheryl Johnson, Hannah Johnson, Margaret Johnson, Corey Johnson Orday, Jackson Johnson McCurdy, Shirley Jones, Eleanor Jolly, Clarissa Jones, David Jones, Dreamer Jones, Evan Jones, Jennifer Jones, Stephanie Jones, Donna Jones Rice, Deborah Grant, Josephs, Ella Judson, Brooke Justison, Samuel Justin, Todd Justice, Nancy Kellner, James Nupp, Dorina Carabane, Chase K, Dmitry Kontanev, Lisa Keever, Charity Keith, Chelsea Keelan, Nicholas Kelly, Roxanne Kelly, Daniel Kendall, Patricia Kendrick, Millie Katry, Robin Kick, Zeta Kilbride Beckdahl, Doria Killiman, Hannah Kim, Ashley Kynert Short, Rogeria Kincaid, Charles King, James King, Joy King, Suzanne King, Ashley Kennard, Tim Kirchin, Beverly Kirkland, Terry Kirksley, Manju Kishan, John Kistler, Scott Kitchen, Elizabeth Kislar, Mary Klug, Julia Nicely, Rebecca Knight, Megan Kochek, Mitchell Koch, Michael Kuchansky, Robert Kober, Kurt Kostler, Leanna Kodich, Ashley Corvus, Daniel Costin, Merlo Kovac, Zane Kovich, Johan Kraskov. Marcel Kreckelberg, Catherine Krebs, Elizabeth Kunzel, John Kuhn, Virginie Kuma, Theodore Kutzlow, Livia Lacava, Deborah Leverter, Landis Lacey, Kurt LaForest, Owen Lyerway, Johnny Lakey, Lauren Lamar, Forrest Lamb, Stephen Lamb, Matteo Lamaraglia, Zoman Lancaster, Duran Lancaster Ames, Martha Lance, Carson Land, Johnny Landis, Peter Landis, Patricia Landry, Shamika Langford, Mitchell Langford, James Lance, Megan Lepone, Mary Jo Laporte, Susan Large, Julian Larson, Sunny Day Larson, Michelle LaRue, Nathan Lawrence, Felice Lazarez South, Virgil Leach, Amy Leader, Sandra Leesong, Judith LeBrun, Edna Ledford, Laura Ledwell, Andrew Lee, Rashawn Lee, Lauren Ledge Debrell, Brittany Lacey, Joshua Lentz, Dan Leonati, Louisa Leopard, Rhonda Lestage, Jamie Letlier, Virginia Levy, Melissa Lewis, Wilson Lewis, Yvonne Licopoli, Nicholas Liebel, Ray Liebtag, Nina Leaf Stetson, Bracken Lily Rose, Alba Linares, Jenny Lind Rhine, Joanne Linfors, Savannah Lindsay, Stephen Linker, Chadwick Link, Christopher Link, Elena Lamastro, Maria Lamel Garcia, Adian Long, Cheryl Longshore, James Longshore, Zia Lopez Burke, Maria Lopez Martinez, Montaño Lopez Reeves, Gianlas Lopez, Maria Lopez Amayo, Francesca Lopez Borge, Alex Lopez Urita, Lydia Lois Santilli, Solea Lubinsky Schubert, Amelia Lugo, Marcos Lugo, Alfred Lumbus, Christina Lunsford, Gregory Lynch, Shalise Lynch, Margaret Lynn Sorkerin, Anna Mabry, Jill McAllister, Elizabeth McDonald, Taylor McLean, Raymond Madden, Melissa Maduro Altman, Margarita Mastrai, David Maggard, Emily Madser, Garcia Maldonado, Lisa Maldonado Hudson, Tara Malloy, Bram McElcorn, Dolores Mannon, Gail Mannon, Mark Mansell, Brooke Maples, Matthias Marcinesti, Francine Marie Shepard, Derek Marin, Rachel Marino, Christina Marquette, Belidi Marquez Blanco, Isabel Marshall, Liam Marshall, Roderick Marshall, Christine Martins, Douglas Martin, Jose Martin, Keith Martin, Mary Martin, Ronald Martin, Timothy Martin, Yamaleth Martinez Embarque, Abner Martinez, Maria Martinez, Oscar Martinez Gomez, Maria Martinez Gonzalez, Alma Martinez Martinez, Brian Matlock, Natalia Matevien, Caroli Markern, Charlene Mayfield, Mark McBroom, Gary McCall, Megan McAllister, Dylan McCall Landry, Armadius McCallum, Dimitri McCann, Chelsea McCarthy, Kathleen McCarthy, Eleanor McClure, Sharon McClure, Kendall McCormack, Neil McCormack, Justin McCoy, Wesley McCoy, Courtney McCracken, Timothy McCrary, Josiah McCrary Williams, Charlie Aspen McHugh, Mitchell McCune, Alexis McCurry, Latoya McDaniel, Lavette McDaniel, Martin McDaniel, Brandy McDevitt, Brooke McDonald, Isaiah McDonald, Catherine McDonald, Stephen McDonald, Ruth McElreath, Michael MacArthur Leto, Demetrius McGee, Chloe McGlashan Smith, Rebecca McHale, Mark McKinney, Jimmy McKnight, Amanda McLaughlin, Hannah McLean Steffen, Michael McLean Steffen, Penny Meacham, David Meadows, Randall Meadows, Svetlana Malinsky, Mariah Melchuk, Alan Meltzer, Salah Menumerit, Philip Mendel, Maria Mendoza Worley, Sergio Mendoza, Kelly Mendoza Adzel, James Meredith, Patricia Meredith, Tanner Merrill, Molly Mesbov, Logan Mesker, Ernest Meser, Jeffrey Meser, Chloe Metcalf, Tracy Metcalf, Kimberly Metcalf Coutray, Wendy Meyer, Thomas Michaels, Charles Mitchie, Ellen Miles, Amanda Miles Grader, Caitlin Miller, Rachel Miller, Samantha Miller, Catherine Milligan, Seth Minton, Sherry Mursky, Madeline Mizzy, William Modak, Brent Mode, James Moringer, Michelle Montag, Natalie Ann Montini, Margaret Moody, Wallace Moody, Caleb Moore, Avery Morgan, James Morgan, Ann Morgenthal, Sarah Morrison, Thomas Morris, Misty Morris, Tabitha Morris, Alex Morrison, Alexander Morone, Curtis Morganson, Barack Morton, Olivia Mott, William Moxley, Varun Madgara, Roberto Mulas, Peter Mullero, Chris Mumford, Grayson Mundy, Christopher Murphy, Thomas Murphy, Veronica Murphy, William Murphy, Alexander Muzzo, Rex Nance, James Nash, Casper Natalia, Ivan Nigby, Carol Neal Rossi, Michael Nealon, Brian Nelson, Constance Nelson, Elijah Nelson Aram, Shane Minner, Jerome Nesbitt, Sophie Nunenball, Robin Newcomb, Nayland Allegra, Nayland Wilkerson, Daniel Nycomb, Rebecca Nicholas, Robert Nichols, Michael Nicholson, John Nicolay, Caitlin Nyhart, Tristan Norer, Stephen Nolet, Elizabeth Norton, Ella Norton, Stony Norton, Jacqueline Nunes, Ryan Oast, Idania Oates, Julia Oat Judge, Elizabeth Offenberger, Lizette O'Halloran, Erica Erjamark Streleka, Linda O'Kelly, Roger O'Kelly, Andrew O'Con, Kiko Okofino, Connie Oldham, Maria Olmos Urza, Kenneth Olson, David Onade, Chris Olenek, Daniel Orbach, Carolina Ortiz Sefunitis, Wesley Osginian, Ariel Osornio Villafuerte, Lily Oston, Clarence Overton, Jonathan Owen, Paul Owen, Shantala Owenby, Philip Owens, Vicki Owens, Charles Page, Daniel Alley, Bridget Palmer, Rebecca Palmer, Denise Palomero Ramirez, Mackenzie Palumbo, Clenshock Penick Chillicum, Maddie Papp, Anna Pappas, Brian Caray, Brian Parcell, Anastasia Parfini, Sheila Parker, Maria Pernino, Alyssa Parrott, Jara Parth, Karen Pashni Meltzer, Pretish Patel, Lauren Patton, Catherine Paulson, April Payne, Austin Payne, Clayton Payne, Gloria Pearson, Myra Pearson, Stephanie Petty, Deborah Pegg, John Penland, Albert Pennebaker, Lorna Parasso, Isabel Pereira, Raven Perez, Pete Perron, Morgan Persky, Emily Peters Limebeck, Deirdre Peterson, Maddie Peterson, Nicole Peterson, Samuel Peterson, Matthew Payton, Gwendolyn Phillips, Case Phillips, Isaac Phillips London, Julia Piantino, Reed Pitcher, Mary Pierce, Linda Pinter, Julia Pittman, Aviva Pitt, Kayla Clemens, Frank Posh, Anastasia Polachenko, Gary Ponder, Della Pope, Karen Porter Wolf, Caroline Posey, Brittany Poteet, Gregory Potok, Lynn Powell, Owen Powell, Brendan Power, Sarah Powers, Marcia Posner Thompson, Louis Pratt, Sherry Razik, Laura Predmore Pereira, Brady Price, Bridget Price, Joshua Price, Robert Price, Mary Prophet, Sarah Pruitt Soul, Joshua Prezwara, Liliana Poole, Kingsley Purcell, Sarah Puderball, Michael Query, Torres Quintero, Carolina Carol Hurtado, Nala Rayford, Francine Ray, Lucky Reed, Dawn Raleigh, Edward Roloski, Carmen Ramos Kennedy, Zachary Randall, Crystal Rankin, Todd Ransom, Jacqueline Rasparty, Coleman Ratcliffe, Gavin Rathbone, Jesse Ratliff, Michael Ratliff, Lauren Ray Hinsey, Bobby Ray, Eugene Ray, Tia Marche Ray, Michael Rayburn, Sarah Reed Smith, Eric Reeves, Marshall Reed, Calvin Reed, Alejandro Restberg, Samuel Rest Bogart, Vicky Rivas, Jefferson Reyes, Elizabeth Reynolds, Ashley Reynolds, Mara Ray, Ashley Rice, Bridget Rice, Carmen Rice, Cynthia Rice, Stephanie Rice, or Viola Rice, Lila Richardson, Maya Richardson Tim, Elizabeth Riddle, Lavada Riddle, Kara Ryder Lemon, Ruth Ryder, Kate Rigel Ann West, Dora Rivera, Ralph Rizzo, Jerry Roberts, Karen Roberts, Lauren Roberts. Carrie Robertson, Rebecca Roberts Wolf, Casey David, Jefferson Roberts, Alexis Rodriguez, Ernest Rogers, Jonathan Rogers, Walter Rogoski, Anna Roja, Angelica Roja, Alejandro Romero Martinez, Gail Romero, Robert Romani, Madeline Rooney Tisdale, Christian Rosado Nazario, Sammy Rose, Sammy Roseborough, Zachary Ross, Francisco Rossi, Randy Roth, Stanley Rouse, Josephine Routhier, Alice Rosamek, Laura Rubenstein, Copeland Rudolph, Helene Rumery, Caroline Runster Turner, Karen Rupstanko, Nico Rush, Sadie Russell, David Rutherford Jones, Celeste Ryan Perkins, Stacy Noreen Reimer, Samir Sabri, James Sacco, Wyatt Sacchio, Catherine Sachs, Nancy Sachs, Mario Salomon, Elizabeth Sams, Sharniki Sams, Lisa Samuelson, Caroline Sansusi, Yura Sanchez, Jalen Sanders, Gina Santana Admes, Juan Blanco, Jose Santisilo, Jasmine Santos Growth, Nicholas Sauer, Christine Savage Mendel, Jordan Sawyer, Courtney Schaefer, Riley Chaplin, Kylie Schmidt, Christopher Schmidt, Eva Schneider, Susan Schneider, Sally Shump, Amanda Shabert, Michael Schultz, Kimberly Schultless, Pippin Schubach, Harrison Schwartz Jackson, Elizabeth Scalbly, Craig Scott, Daniela Scott, Karen Scott, Marissa Scott, Mary Scott McNown, Diana Scotto DeClario, Mark Seacrest, Cheryl Sedviak, Maria Segovia Salas, Eric Seiler, Rav Seller, Joel Sellers, Sergey Sergey, Arun Sarah Edwards, Brian Survey, Tim Satayesh, John Sutherland, Wayne Sewell, Altamar Shaw, Deaver Shattuck, Rainey Shattuck, Joanne Shea, Alyssa Sheldon, Catherine Sheldon, Cassandra Shelton, Ravonda Shelton, Steve Shelton, Matthew Shepard, Charles Shepard, Charles Sherlin, Madison Schilling, Adrienne Schock, Danny Shook, Sophia Stempel, Madeline Schultz, Stephen Shoemaker, Ariel Shoemaker Hammond, Lauren Seed, Zoe Siegler, Elizabeth Signet, Wesley Silver, Jerry Silvers, Dylan Simpson, Marissa Simpson Fisher, Rudy Skaronsky Savala, Francis Slane, Kyla Slaughter, Kareeb Smith, Caroline Smith, Heather Irene Smith, Janet Denise Smith, John Christian Smith, Levi Charles Smith, Robert Jeffrey Smith, Sheila Darlene Smith, Tariah Smith, Willie Smith, Robin Smith Martin, Forrest Smock, Eric Snoddy, Karen Snow, Alexander Snyder, Suzanne Schoffer, Laura Sold Smith, Mike Serranio, Yoseline Serranio Avila, Christopher Sorrells, Lily Sorrells, Maria Sorto, Alejandra Sote Ornate, Luis Soto, Marshall Spears, Nathan Spiegel Snell, Alana Spencer, Ellis Sperling Freelick, Victor Spinacci, Elizabeth Marie Spittler, Chelsea Spitzer Morton, Jonathan Spivey, Jay Spriggs, Grace Squires, Janessa Stack, Charles Stafford, Daniel Stallman, Frida Stanley, Michael Stanton, Ariha Stedman Ebert, Petra Stefano Reno, Danielle Stevens, Ellie Stewart, Terry Stewart, Harrison Steitler, Solomon Stokes, Marissa Stokes Wyrick, Keith Stone, Sierra Stone, Lisa Strickler, Henry Straub, Damian Stewart Jamerson.
Continuing with Buncombe County, Nasuna Stewart Ulan, Diana Styoka, Brett Sullivan, Georgia Solmers, Timothy Summy, Aaron Charles Sumner, Noel Sumrall, Ann Harvey Sundall, Richard Todd Sundall, David John Surridge, Joey R. Suttles, Jonathan Reed Sweet, Jonathan Rudy Swinger, Kimberly Kathleen Z, Philip Taganoff, Sophia Tahananova, Alexandra Barbara Tanianis, John Robert Boone Charlton, Tracy Hillman Terry, Adrian Shell Taylor, Andrew J. Taylor, Barry Taylor, Cappuccina Bianca Taylor, David Dwani Taylor, Mark Anthony Taylor, Sandra M. Taylor, Martha Olivia Taylor Boyd, Matthew Joseph Tedder, Kate McKnight Tellick, Lynn Sarah Telford, Dawson Gage Tenpenny, Robin Peter Tenser, Nancy Elizabeth Tessner, Eleanor Rebecca Pleshette Tools, Dennis Patrick Piaz, Damian Thomas Gregory, Cameron Thomas, Heather Michelle Thomas, James Ashton Thomas, Justin Ryan Thomas, Molly Caitlin Thomas Gregory, Carl Thomason, Shanna Noel Thompson Goncalves, Amy Nicole Thompson, Wilbur Woodrow Thompson, Cynthia Allison Thrush Bennett, Meriwether P. Berman, Sage Kanalu Tolentino, Lizette Aurora Toto, Wanda Joyce Tao, Laura Jennifer Townley, Brendel Alice Townsend, Nicholas Gareth Townsend, Charles Grady Trantham, Anne Rose Hackney Tremblay, Anthony Connor Trent, Charles Woodford Tribler, Tony Eugene Trull, Graham Simon Truluck, Arthur Glenn Trupp, Megan Tucker Wiles, Deborah Eden Tull, Luca Pax Tulos Siska, Audrey Turbyfeld, Vera Turkan, Anthony David Turco, Sally Louise Turco, Brittany Lee Turner Nickerson, Brian Scott Turner, Jonah Turner, Valentina Federina Timinko, Lori Ann Undorfer, Daniel Paul Vale, Daniel James Van Brocklin, Maya Lee Van Buskirk, Samantha Jo Van Gilder, Molly Renata Van Hart, Nicholas Kirk Van Leer, Nikolai Walter Van Niekirk, Caroline Ann Van Nort, Deborah Jean Van Sickle Halvison, Pamela Jean Vance, Aiden Van Gorder, Jeffrey Van Schoik, Zuleika Erica Vasquez Loranca, Harold Hope Vaughn, Thomasine Hyder Vaughn, Nancy Lynn Veras, Linda Lou Vetras Nichols, Yvonne Gail Villanueva Russell, Scott Anthony Voloshin, Kristen Johanna Voss Sturges, Amy Catherine Wuyergan, Catherine Wade, Melissa Ann Wagner, Sheridan Lee Wagner, William Blair Walden, Nancy Metzger Waldman, Jennifer Elizabeth Walker, Jonathan Miles Walker, Sam Vate Wallmeyer, Donna J. Walsh Girardi, Marlene Joan Walshin, Seth Robert Walters, Sean M. Wamsley, Brian Keith Ward, James Patrick Ward, Adrian Miles Ward Gibson, Wanda Jean Wardrop, Steve M. Ware, William John Warhowick, Ronald Keith Warren, David Albert Washburn, Carmen Marie Washington, Anna Ruth Waterman, Nicholas Ashley Waters, Casey Watkins, Henry Charles Watkins, Joshua Shand Watson, Gianna Renee Weaver, William Joshua Weaver, Brandon Lee Webb, Kimberly Moore Webb, Sydney Lee Hartford Webb, Stephen H. Wedd, Laura Fox Weddle, Jacqueline D. Wineland, Janet Weinstein, Michael A. Weisberg Wheat, David Weissman, Maria Weisner, Gail N. Welty, Jennifer R. Westbrook, Lori Ann Westbrook, Sarah Megan Westendorf, Kaylin Michelle Weatherington, Jacob Wilson Whitaker, Anita J. White, Benjamin Noah White, Joseph Lee White, Kinsley White, Sean Austin White, Vanessa L. White, Matthew Joseph Whitfield, Jessica Catherine Whitford, Clarence Dillard Whitmire, Gabriel Whitmire, Terry James Witt, Elliot Townsend Weigler, Robert Lawrence Whitesonek, Stephanie Sandra Whitezorek, Sue Ann Rosenberg Weiser, Nathan Martin Wild, Piper Ruth Wilder, Kiana Daniel Wiley, Christopher John Wilhelm, Kevin Samuel Wilkerson, Benjamin Williams, Jalia Shadia Williams, Justin Williams, Nicholas A. Williams, Thomas Williams, Velma M. Williams, Donna Jean Williams Landis, Sarah F. Williamson, Cynthia K. Williford, Jacqueline Renee Willis, Danielle Victoria Wilson, Caitlin Marie Wilson, Larry Coy Wilson, Lena Wilson, Lydia Jane Wilson, Patty Jo Wilson, Stephen Cho Wilson, Tekin Jara Wilson, Jasmine Nicole Winchester, Mitchell Wisniewski, John Paul Wojtasinski, Jorge Wolf, Abigail Helen Wolf, Karen Sue Wanson, Patrick Tucker Wood, Richard D. Wood, Timberly Amanda Wood, Talia Malik Wood, Stephen Brett Woodard, Erica Woodruff, Brittany Denise Woods, Hannah Grace Woody, Savannah Jade Worley, Mary Alice Wozniak, Eric Stephen Wright, Justin Byron Wright, Savannah Grace Wright, Tracy Lynn Wright, Amanda Ann Wyatt, Laura A. Wyatt, Daniel Allen Yeager, Zing Zan Yan, Sarah Joyce Yarashush, Nancy Mae Gates, Audrey William Yatras, Jeff Yeager, India Jade Young, Lawrence Young, Wendy Young, Chad Zakarchuk, Shannon D. Zaranek, Alexi Zaikin, Jessica Elizabeth Zaragoza Ramos, Maximiliano Zaragoza Ramos, Norbert Adrian Zareba, Isdara Jess Zibweiski, David G. Ziller, Eugene Zimbalkin, Remy Alexandria Zimmerman, Gregory Allen Zocher, Nancy Zupa. Now we're moving to Burke County. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged in Burke County. Donald Ray Aldman, Jose Anthony Alvarado Raymond, Ken Rudolph Anderson, Emily Michelle Armentrout, James Lee Avery, Hannah Elizabeth Bailey, Nathan Anthony Barajas, Lee Marie Beeman, James Warren Beck, Jacob Allen Bell, Marky Kelton Benfield, Chantel Ollie Bennett, Chi Renee Bennett, Tracy Lee Bennett, Elijah Tate Bentley, Elena Faye Berry, Robert Lee Betts, Angela Mary Black, LP Ilana Black, Donald Edward Bullock, Aiden Booker, Sarah Adair Bowman, Chase Harrison Brackett, John Ivy Branch, Marilyn Branch, Michael Weston Branch, Keith Allen Bridge, Brooklyn Taylor Brown, Jerry Allen Brown, Ashley Jane Roulette, Ginger Nicole Bryant, Roki Key Bryant, Davis Bradley Buchanan, Virginia Diane Buchanan, Steve Allen Buckwalter, Cole Aaron Buckner, Hannah Victoria Buff, Darius Daniel Burgess, Lily Catherine Burleson, Donna K. Burns, Sheldon Caldwell, Michael Eugene Carden, Catherine Rosine Carmen Nelson, Deandra Jamal Carpenter, Noel Carrion, Dwayne C. Carswell, Ronnie Lee Carswell, Samuel Tristan Carswell, Sydney Alexis Carswell, Clace Julius Carter, Mary Robert Carter, Sherry Lee Carter, Jesus N. Castro Otero, Summer Codhill, Eli Joseph Childers, Ashley Christine Clark, Jordan Marie Clay, Deborah D. Klein, Heidi Alexander Klein, Vance Klein, Samuel Tyler Klontz, Thomas Scott Paulwell, Mary Robin Conister, Verity Lauren Conley, Anthony Glenn Connolly, Sharita Connolly, Claire Emma Cook, Jaden Elijah Cook, Kelsey LaFay Corpening, Emily Bellotta Costner, Rhonda Lynn Crawford, Carolyn Chris, Cindy Anani Cruz Lopez, Linda J. Daman, Rebecca Dana, Alyssa Marlene Daniel, Jessica Denise Davis, Robin Leah Davis, Ronnie Lee Davis, Todd Spencer Davis, Elias Suzanne Deacon, Joseph Patrick Deal, Katie Brooke Diggerstrom, Everett Denny, Lucianne Sarah Hamilton D. Gitano, Erica A. Dickinson, Nancy Lorena Wilson Edwards, Madison Huntley Irwin, Ariel Elizabeth Evans, Edward Raymond Ewan, Hannah McLean Ferry, Darla Beck Fox, Kenneth Irvin Fox, Brianna Christine Franklin, Jessica Leanne Frederick, William Henry Frederick, Alan Lajarad Freeman, Deborah Gore Friday, Michelle Lynn Fritz, Bland David Fulbright, Timothy Carl Gaines, Milagros Claudia Gambardino, Charlie J. Gibbons, Marion A. Gibbons, Raymond Joseph Goler, Spencer Daniel Goins, Grady Goodman, Mary Ellen Grady, Asja Marie Guerrero, Jorge Luis Guerrero Fuentes, Timothy Guffey, Mary Catherine Haas, Tyrone Reed Haas, Tammy Rodotz Hall, Hannah Marie Harris, Sarah Annabelle Harrison, Harry G. Hartley, Michael James Baker Hatley, Hartnett Charlie Dane Hartnett, Cooper Douglas Hedrick, Rachel Lee Hedrick, Jessica Lynn Helms, Hallie Prince Henderson, Daniel Stephen Henley, James Michael Henry, Annie Elizabeth Hensley, Robert John Peter Hewitt, Jacob Kyle Hibbard, Hunter Tristan Heiss, Andrew Hunter Holcomb, Rebecca Ann Hollifield, Sandra D. Hollifield, Marley Victoria Hanea, Keith Martin Horn, Brenda Lee Howard, Bianca Madison Huffman, Ryan Cole Huffman, Lori Hildebrand Hudson, Caroline Faye Hyatt, John Donald Isbell, Ryan W. Isbell, Joseph Lee Jacobs, Sastra R. James, Elizabeth Connolly Jenkins, Jace Rajive Jahavere, Vicenta Carmen Giron Martinez, Freda Ann Johnson, Saudia Stradake Johnson, Wayne Arthur Johnson, Maria Juan, Margaret Elise Canipe, Wesley Jonathan Kaler, Jayla Rain Keene, Robert Blake Keller, Cameron McKay Killian, Janet Sue Knotts, Aretha Viola Knox, Francis Labor, Anne Marie Lale, Ronald Lynn Lale, Ryan Patrick Lambert, Adam Lee Landis, Anne Naomi Landry, Dawson Connor Lane, Treasure White Lathan, Richard Ledford, Braden Jarrett Link, David Wesley Lister, Kimberly Lister, Nelson McKinley London, Jimmy Long, Emily Noemi Lopez Ortiz, Carla Yahomi Lopez, Gladys Lohman, Wilma Louise Lidding, Carolyn Faye Mabe, Barrett Ann McAllister, Samuel Jordan Mace, Sarah Dawn Milet, Graciela Marroquin, Linda Martin, John Milton McBride, John William McCormick, Tony Wade McGraw, James Anthony McGimpsey, Melissa Carr McGuire, Hope Lynn McPeters, Mark Derwade Melton, Anna Maria Miguel Francisco, Lisa Bumgarner Moody, Carol Huffman Moore, Kitty Lee Moore, Taylor Madison Moore, Carmen Denise Morales, Paul D. Moretz, Phyllis Ann Morgan Clendenin, Sydney Elizabeth Mull, Tony Lee Mullins, Mackenzie Kayla Murray, Kenneth Eugene New, Christopher Ray Norris, William Ortiz Mendoza, Kenneth Wayne Owens, Albert Robert Parker, Darshana Nimikshirmar Patel, Rekha Patel, Samuel V. Patterson, Julia Gaspar Pedro, Larry Peterson, Susan Phillips, Debbie Jean Pylon Moore, Colton Porch, Lawson Pate Pollard, Melissa Leanne Poston, Casey Michelle Potiet, Lydia Powell, Olivia Marilyn Price, Evan Connor Pruitt, Scott Dwayne Pyatt, Christina Piles Sweet, Rafael Francisco Ramirez, Karina Del Carmen Ramos, Jeffrey Douglas Rash, Daniel Todd Rector, Allison Redwine, Richard Raymond Rasovsky, Dafel Elaine Revels, Dylan Shane Rhodes, Kimberly Ann Ricard, Tina Joyce Renato, Joanne Elaine Rivera, Rafael Antonio Rivera, Diane Rivers, Leslie Clifford Robinson, Mark Allen Robinson, Sherry B. Rocket, James W. Rogers, Patricia Monica Rodriguez Caceres, Angela Rogers, Stephen Wayne Rogers, Belle Good Ross, Michael David Ross, Robert K. Ross, Lula Maxine Rudisell, Joyce A. Hector Ruff, Junior Denton Sane, George Robert Sanders, Sam Joseph Schooling, Chelsea Schwen, Justin Coleman, C.A. Samantha Nicole Sheets, Joshua Sigmund, Joshua Dakota Simmons, David Alexander Sisk, Daniel Werner Smathers, James Franklin Smith, Joshua David Smith, Terry Ray Smith, William Earl Smith, Elena Stacy, Wanda West Stamey, Brandon Todd Stevens, Linda Stillwell, Carl William Strawberry, Robert Brennan Stroop, Haven Mackenzie Sutter, Kevin Ryan Summerlin, Carla Surratt, Tyler Jake Swanson, Stephen Brent Terry, Elizabeth King Thomas, Tori Thomas, Anthony Allen Thompson, Carol Ann Torek, Cody Wayne Townsend, Scott Wayne Townsend, Caleb Grant Trivet, Megan Nicole Turnstill, Rhonda Louise Turner, Jocelyn Vanessa Zoc Chavez, Caitlin Elizabeth Underwood, Irina Andre Orsace, Hua Vang, Sadie Rebecca Velasquez, and Eliza, Carla Susana Vicente Rodriguez, Tito Vicente, Marcus Ellis Wakefield, Evan Wallace Walton, Ron Harold Ward, Tyler Justice Warlick, Morgan Renee Webb, Shirley Lohman Webb, Dalton Wayne Wellman, Linda K. Wharton Duffy, Emma Diane Wisnat, Karen Elizabeth Wisnat, Timothy Frank Wisnat, Albert Eric White, Jeff S. White, Tyree L. Wilkerson, Brenda S. Williams, Irvin Williams, Corey Gabrielle Willis, Christopher Ellis Wilson, Donnie Wesley Wilson, Carter Luke Wingate, Daniel T. Wood, Austin Taylor Woody, Margaret Dale Wren, Linda Diane Wright, Nikel Mai Wright, Larry Ray Wyatt, Pa Yang, Abigail Elaine Young, Joan Boyd Yount, Charles Wesley Younts, Kathy Zyman Strawberry. Now we're moving into Cabarrus County. Their votes should count. These are the votes being challenged in Cabarrus County. Virginia Larrabee Abbots, Taj Abdur Rahman, Karen Hagblom Abel, Mariana Merced Acevedo, Daniela J. Acosta Levin, Courtney Lowry Adams, Peter O. Adeliki, Joyce Ann Adkins, Geronimo Aguirre Valentin, Enaida Aguirre Mariche, Jacob Aiton, Brenda Ajayama Rajan, Mohisola Akim Dahunisi, Sandra Mercedes Alava Moncayo, John Alfaro, Carl Allen, Mildred Elizabeth Allegheny, Christopher Allen Allison, Stacy Jeans Alpern, Mohammed Burhan Al-Sheikhi, Ahmed Ayman, Gary O. Anderson, Speakar Reddy Anadi, Barbara Anthony, Sean Monte Anthony, Jitesh Apokutan Nair, Maria Sophia Arguros, Andrew Lee Armstrong, Jean J. Artuso, Bedana Ariel Batari, Pratima Batari Ariel, Estella Ambit Atanga, Christine Allison Atherley Wallerson, Isaiah
Atkinson, Jeanette Atkinson, Alicia Cook Atwood, Sandra Yvette Augustus, Jerry Osted, Catherine Sarahi Avila Rodriguez, Reina E. Avila, Eleanor Maxine Bagley, Devin Wayne Bailey, Elizabeth Shawan Bailey, Tina Taylor Bailey, Eric Wayne Baker, Robert Lee Baker, Nicole Lakeisha Valam, Shannon Yolanda Bannister, James Vaughn Barbie, Annie Arlena Barber, Brianna Nicole Barker, Tyresha Chevette Barnett, Amory Barrier, Guadalupe Susana Barrio Nuevo, Brett Benjamin Barry, Maurice Wilson Bartlett, Jeremy William Barton, Deborah Joe Bassinger, Brittany Bassett, Ransom Noel Bass, Frederick Otto Bates, Elizabeth Paula Batista, Van Noon Bowie, Holly Bean Berryman, Shantia Beeman, Anthony Ray Buford, Michelle Denise Betcher, Sharon Lee Becker, Janine Bell, Naya Simone Bell, Marlon Benitez, Edward Ryan Bensley, Eric Burbrick, Sandra Biggers, Lee Dietra Michelle Bishop, Jessica S. Black, Joseph Rayvon Black, Charles Artis Blacktree, Jasmine Blake Rosario, Erica Lynette Blakely, Denise Blanco Perez, Mark Craig Blythe, Baron William Bolt, John Allen Borick, Patrick Boast, Randy Lee Boast, Ronald Gregory Boast, Scotty Tion Boldware, Lori Ann Bowman, Lionel Dwayne Bowser, Amanda Lee Boyce, Irene Boyce, Christopher Allen Brialt, Emily Nicole Brenneman, Emily Michaela Bridges, Janet Headley Bridwell, Nia Simone Briscoe, Tamara M. Britton, Ian Brody, Stesha Elise A. Brooks, Valeria A. Brooks, Taylor M. Brooks-Skidon, Danielle Marie Brown, Dominique Kane Brown, J. Sean Brown, Jerica Nicole Brown, Joanne Brown, Kanika Coltrane Brown, Princess Rashida Brown, Sharon Louise Brown, Shanta Devon Brown, Sydney Everett Brown, Nathan Owen Buchanan, Xavier Mark Bulla, Janice Yvette Bullock Craig, Joseph Scott Birch, Dolores Burtz Burgart, Zachary Aaron Burkholder, Pamela K. Burns, Johnny Quentin Burris, William Burris, Cassandra Bush, Ashley Rebecca Butler, Hillary Huffman Butler, Christopher Ray Henry Butts, Leela Truta Byers, Joy M. Cagle, Donald Burdett Caldwell, Larika Caldwell, Michael Anthony Caldwell, Ronald Kevin Caldwell, William Callahan, Yamira Carlo Alvarez, Robert I. Cannon, Evie Honeycutt Canup, Sylvanie Cardosa, Noah Hyanro Carrasquillo, Sivone Carroll, Leda M. Casanovas, Nereis Margarita Casanovas, Charlie Castle, Lorenzo Murillo Castro, Ann Barbie Caudell, Natalie Donahue Caudell, Thomas Woodrow Caudell, Andrew Martin Sepulnik, Brandon David Sepulnik, N.F.N. Chai Yehovah, Kirsten Chambers, Cher Chandler, Tony Anea Chapman, Padma Chaturvedula, Jessica Chela Herrera, Srija Cheetor Jayan, Jacqueline Suzanne Chevalier Gibson, Kristen D. Chilcott, Lonnie Eugene Christenberry, Deshawana Maria Christian, Opal Bernadette Christie, Fatima Chun, Jamie Simini, Luis Cisnero Castros, Emily Clamster,
Amy Steele from Cabarrus County says, let democracy prevail, and she is on the list. Emily Clamser, Annie Clark, Charmaine Clark, Samuel Clark, Lisa Renee Clay, Nicholas Allen Clemency, Kelly Jo Clausen, Tricia Marie Clutter, Latasha H. Cobb, Bruce Kevin Codwise, Scarvaston Sanjay Kofer, Iola J. Kogar, Tiana Coker, Ryan Lee Collier, Patrick Colson, Andre Connolly, Francis Congle, Ashton Conger, J. Taylor Lamont Connor, Victor Manuel Conser, Jesse Cornett Lejeune, George Westmoreland Corson, Lisbeth Cortez, Hannah Denise Cossenboom, Micah Cottingham, Bridget Lynn Kucher, Nakia Kwone Covington, Emily Grace Cowie, Gwendolyn Kathleen Cowie, Rosalind Crawford, Linda Cruz, William Thomas Crotsley, Isabel Dominica, Cruzetta Fernandez, Alexandra Cruz Muniz, Leslie Cruz Vasquez, Elena Lynn Kukro, John Allen Culp, Gregory Curry, Andrea Annette Curry Muir, Robert Thomas Dalby, Nicole Ellen Dannenberg, Krishna Harishbai Dave, Gregory Davis, Kiara Davis, Makunda Nagisti Davis, Summer Desiree Davis, Tamara Michelle Davis, Emma Rose Davola, Chantois Yolanda DeConnor, Maria Diavola Guevara, Carmen Paola de Jesus de Perez, Leah de la Cruz, Marco Alexandra de Oliveira, Rebecca Jordan Dean, Salma Deepesh Kumar, Josh Dijon, Kathleen Rumar Dellinger, Catherine Saskia Den Blanken, Lisa Ann Den Blanken, Mike Faith Den Blanken, Mark Adrian Den Blanken, Mark Jason Denning, Medina Dennis, Salvatore Antonio De Petro, Lena Dara, Tagne Isabel Diaz Soles, Dwala Thomas Dickerson, Janet Louise Dixon, Stephen Anthony Dixon, Tony Hung Du, Timothy Lee Dodds, Brandon M. Dolce, Mason Elliott Dorer, Tamika Charisse Dry, Aurora Mayo Dunn, Elnita Mabry Dunn, Deborah Louise Dawson Durham, Karen Virginia Dye, Shalika Kisse Edie Henderson, Jaziri Deshawn Earl, Sandra Hayes Earl, Nicole LaMail Easterwood, Edwin Ebanks, Bianca Faith Edelman, Isabel Edwards, Melvin Latham Edwards, Amber Michelle Eldridge, Brenton Ellison, Emmeline Encarnacion, Govidan Nambur Thira Inchuliriram Govindan, Marco Enriquez, Juliana Estrella, Linda Claiborne Evans, Chance Hayden Everly, Caton Lynn Every, Madeline Mary Ellen Every, Tania Yvette Farmer, Timothy Edward Farrar, Henry Franklin Faulkner, Kenya Felder, Celeste Black Filius, Joshua Lemon Filius, Elizabeth Ann Fernandez Baker, Lachey Alane Fernandez, Minucos Namasha Fernando, Emine Ellen Ferrare Longo, Suzette Patton Fetterman, James Albert Fisher, Livia Angelica Flores, Chanson Lamar Flo, James Jerome Flowers, Alita Georgialina Flynn, Taylor Averett Foley, Darlene McCauley Ford, Allison Victoria Foster, Marianne Foster, Allah Kamal Fooley, Ricky L. Franklin, Linda Frazier, Wayne Richard Frazier, Ian Miguel Fries, Craig Furr, Sophia Guadalupe Gabrielle Pastrana, Elizabeth Rose Jajus, Christian Javier Galmartes, Karen Jocelyn Galana, Karen Joy Galianese, Michael Anthony Gallo, Omega Gamble, Roderick Ryan Gambrell, Mamta Rakesh Gandhi, Kelly Sue Gangimi, Randolph Garcia, Jorge Luis Garcia Escoto, Sean Gardick, Sarita Danielle Gardner,
Malicia Monet Gaston Luke, Mira Deve Gissi, Kenneth Lee Gentry, Art George, Timothy Bruce Gergel, Rhonda Laprecian Gibson, Duncan Eric Giles, Yvonne H. Gilcase, Jillian A. Gill, Savante Kiara Gill, Allison Givens, Christina Marie Glass, Terry W. Gledhill, Namia Shaheen Glenn, Aaron Gold, Travis Lee Golden, Montserrat Estefiana Gomez Caldera, Jennifer Julia Goonan, Oksana Gordon, Fane Miriam Grados Chavez Delga, Charlotte Graham, Journey Noleche Grandpierre, Shafar Milton Lawson Grant, Chenille Grant, Brandon Dale Gray, Jerry Wayne Gray, James Greer, Janice L. Greer, Joshua Gregory, Morgan James Gregory, James Jacob Groth, Erica Gullidge, Yun Tao Go, Daniel Lloyd Guy, Tracy Lynn Hager, Catherine Marie Hagler, Latricia Curtrice Hamilton, Bradley Scott Hamill, Luke Saxon Haney, Jeff L. Hare, Portia Hare, Chrislyn Jukbe Harker, Catherine Ojeta Hart Miller, Kevin Harrington, Jayla Marquite Harris, Katina Hart, Stephanie Joe Hartgrove, Ricky Lee Hartzell, Gabrielle Anna Marie Harvey Wall, Ryan Victor Harvey Wall, Nicholas Lee Hayes, Christopher Robert Healy, Walter M. Hearn, Sandra Ann Healy, Grenard Henderson, Zachary Jean Hindley, Sandy Donnell Henry, Abel Hermana Gildo, Yolanda Lanice Herndon, Carnisha Hicks, John B. Hicks, Deborah Reed Hill, Effie Mae Hill, Pamela A. Hills, Michael John Hahn, Beverly Porta Henson, Randy Pless Henson, Tommy Lee Henson, Daniel Charles Hogan, Autumn Lee Hoggard, Helen Holloman, McKenna Elise Holland, Sandrine Caress Holloway Davis, Deborah Lorraine Holmes, Robin Holmes, Christopher Colby Hooks, Patrick Sean Houlihan, Rodney Inwood Hopper, Sonia West Horick, Michael Horn, Daryl House, John Curtis Houston, Tabitha Latrice Houston, Victoria K. Houston, Mariah Chanel Howard, Alexis Christina Hoyle, Miranda Hudson, Larry Michael Humphreys, Christina Marie Hyatt, Samuel Hyatt, Vanilla Kathika Imadetsia, Vincent Anthony Incamisa, Darlene Claudette St. Di Irving, Sonia Islamod, Marina D. Ivanov, Aaron Lynn Jackling, Kayla Jackling, Ember G. Jackson, Kyle Dwayne Jackson, Jade Alicia Jackson Nader, Mary Elizabeth Jacobs, Catherine L. Jadro, Anita Tucker Jameson, Jackie Jameson Allen, Abril Jaquez Ramirez, Naka Venkata Krishna Jatla, Amaya Javier Patrick, Matthew Brian Jeter, Marissa Jashina Jagnathica, Thomas William Jensen, Stephanie Nicole Jeter, Cleveland Johnson L., Jamara Johnson, Janice Nadine Johnson, Jeremy Shamar Johnson, Pauline Johnson, Reginald Gerard Johnson, Yolanda Nicole Johnson, Mackenzie Page Johnston, Carmen Renee Jones, Daniel Stephen Jones, Justin Sean Lamar Jones, Sarah Jones, Sydney Aaron Jones, Sophia Margaret Jones, Teresa Renee Jones, Elena Denise Jones Darnell, Kalpana Kumari Kamula, James Robert Kane, Bernice Defiza, Carlton Sine, Cynthia Kumar, Karan Nakaran, Joshua Masai Cates, Mark Kahind Cato, Mary Tracy Kavanaugh, Lawrence Twekea, Chanel Denise Kea, Stefan Jarrell Keemer, Marlene Remington Kelly, Michelle E. Kelly, Carolyn Craig Kelsey, Leroy Livingston Kelsey, Emily Logan Kepley, Monica Keys, Jit Dalalji Kant, Monique L. Kendall, Nathan Michelle Kindley, Bryce Allen Kip, Jasmine Kircher, Melissa Ann Kirshner, Paul Clayton Knopp, Destiny Knox,
Malaysia Renee Knox, Lana Trout Kublik, Opuko Kofi, Constantine Koretnik, Kimberly Ann Roberts Kovacs, Emmanuel Amankwa Kiramatan, Edwina Kapana Kine Coupe, Annie Laborde, Heidi Andrade Volker Lafuente, Catherine Marie LaHaye, Edward Christopher LaHaye, Narasiman Narmanda Lakshman, James Kenneth Lamb, Vicky Diana Lapiche, Olga Elizabeth Laura Buesa, Anna Larazabal, Tanya Marie Lash, Erin Lassiter, Ronisha Lassiter, Cheryl Renee Laster, Lon Law Bitterman, Judy Ann Lawson, Joanne Ordella Lawson Miles, Betty Anita Leach, James Michael Lee, Mackenzie Nicole Lee, Mildred Roxana Lee, Sunai Lee, Natalia Lee, Marissa Lewis, Nathan Harrison Lewis, Elaine Evarista Labarto Jenkins, Poon Ligagron, Yolanda Regina Lindsay, Adam Eric Linskog, Marie Elise, Barbara Elise Linskog, Zamari Elizabeth Link, Carolyn Gianni Linker, Hunter William Linker, Yongjin Louis, Jose Ifran Loa, Alvin Lee Logan, Manya Andrea Logan, Louis Longbuco, Helder Jose Longofilo, Patsy Blackwelder Love, James Lyle Lovejoy, Haley Christina Louder, Catherine Hyan Liu, Mythos Lubin Dervilme, Emiliana Lucky, Susan Apoliara Lumanda, Olivier Kua Nctula Lusong Amo, Margaret Stanislawa Lutz, Markeisha Renee Lynch, Kim Fong T. Ma, Isabel Shernette Mackin, Sherelle Bonita Madison, Chahana Utaya Mahata, Hans Eli Malparchida, Thomas Edward Mali, Srivatsan Manavala Sagadogopin, Kimberly Goebel Marble, Wish Danielle Marks, Adrian Burrell Marks, Brittany Marshall, Maud L. Marshall, Allison Lane Martin, Larry Sample Martin, Virgil Douglas Martin, Pamela Lynn Martino, Dylan Michael Mushko, Marissa Mato, Joe Matthew, Joe Maxwell, Ryan Ramont McAfee, Sheila Carol McAllister Maloney, Johnny Shaw McCallum, Cody Major McCaskill, Nancy D. McClure, Brandy McCoy, Delmer Jr. McCullen, Denisha Sandra McDonald, Desiree McDonald, Jeffrey James McGovern, Anthony McGowans, Timothy Scott McInturf, Bobby Eugene McClendon, Belinda McNeil, Taronda McNeil Hewitt, Maxine Chin McTaggart, Tracy Lynn McTeer, Sierra Jean Means, Christy Fields Meeks, Ravana Mehta, Veronica Esmeralda Mejia Barara, Mildred Mendoza Majorga, Patrice Merriman, Christopher Allen Marsh, Abby Costin Meskel, Sean Calvin Miller, Mickey, Adriel Haniff Miller, Michelle Georgina Miller, Sydney Michelle Miller, Shirley Miller Welch, Arthur Millen, Dustin Allen Mills, Daphne Manera Acuna, Francis Mingo, Brian Joseph Mitchell, Fermina Harris Mitchell, Marie Ann Mitchell, Candace Mixon Green, Cheryl Irving Mize, Arthur Allen Moeller, Bravna Mongasefe, Carolyn Ives Montalba, Natasha Montgomery, Erin Danae Moody, Mitchell Advin Moore, Tyler Nicole Moore, Elizabeth Morales Martinez, Sagaria Jesus Morales Palma, Gwendolyn Daniels Morales, Stefan Moran, Charles Kenneth Moorhead, Tony Jean Morris, Tariq Robert Morris, Langston Scott Morrow, Bradley Wayne Dwayne Moss, Charles Moss, Gaston Coney Memprugi, Theodore Roosevelt McElvaney, Brad A. Mulvihill, Jonathan Douglas Mumford, Aretha Munene, Edgar Murillo Charez, Hazelyn Roseborough Murphy, Mary Anna Murray, Dominica Musso, Iva Joy Myers, Franklin Lamont Nance, Harish Kanashka, Nadalike Adivar, Pauline Nadroika, Jeremy Bruce Neely, Marshall Leroy Neipert, Kotsawara Rao Nelapate, Boland Nanyayi, Melissa Ann Narum, Levon Rogers Newsom, Jerry Baxter Newton, Malvin Niga Nisala, Arvid Den Wynn, Michelle Wynn, Quan K. Wynn, Marim Nieves Rivera, Audrey Norman, Brisha Paola Norris Alarcon, Abinamar Noela, Sandra Consuela Nunez de Mendoza, John Edward Odom, Javante O'Fair, Gordon Ogie, Luz Marina Olarte de Beltran, Roseanne Naomi Olskeskis, Roseanne Naomi Olszewski, Florence Uleme Onichago Donovan, Robert Joseph Oriel, Maribel Ortiz, Patrick Allen Overstreet, Naomi Sophia Owens, Jennifer Danielle Oxenrider, Woodrow Price Osment, Diana Carmen Pacheco, Sidra Reddy Pandila Pali, Thomas Dale Pangborn, Alexis Parker, Zanita Parker, Kimberly Cheryl Parsons, Vinay Kumar Rabani Patel, Yogeshbay Patel, Courtney Kiara Paler, Trinity Christine Payne, Carlos Rene Pasueres, Valerie Pedlar, Brian Lee Peeler, Ronde Peebles, Emily Ilano Perez Aramayo, Hector Perez Ramos, Rebecca Charlotte Peters Bruce, Coley Banavele Pewu, Barbara Philelotes, Jeffrey James Pickles, Ursula Edeline Perelos, Khalil Piggott, Charles Pinkney, Michael Sylvester Pinion, Aaron McAndrea Piper, Matthew Wayne Pommel, Daniela Ponce Roduno, Lucia Posado, Stacy Wallace Poulos, Kiara Elisa Powell, Lisa Nicole Powell, Patricia Ann Powell, Mignon Teresina Proctor Shields, Chrislyn Denise Brian Prophet, Travis Richard Priduluk, Felipe Quintero Perez, Luis Miguel Ramirez Trejo, Madison Marie Randall, Nora Jane Randall, Carson James Raniere, Fenja Ilanto J. Rasolvero Drake, Daisy Margarita Rollins, Hillary Adele Reese, Taylor Nicole Regelman, Ronald Rain, Erica Nashonda Reed, Robert Kane Replogle, Corbin Pierce Revels, Francis Teresa Reyes Cruz, Luis Antonio Reyes Rodriguez, Dalen Andre Reynolds, Rosemalind Reynoso, India Rochelle Rice, Jacob Edward Richardson, Sandra J. Riley, Jennifer Rivera Gonzalez, Lily Laverne Rivers, Christine Marie Robinson, Annette Promono Robinson, Sheena Nina Robinson, Isaac Edward Robson, Rosa Z. Rodriguez Caramazes, Brittany Nicole Rodriguez Blanco, Daisy Vasquez Rosado, Kathy Jean Rose Emerson, Lynn Sarah Rodenstein, Beatrice Maxine Rouse, Katie Louise Rucker, Christopher Ruiz Benitez, Jasmine Lasha Russell, Lori Russell, Gloria Sabroso, Muhammad Ali Humza Salim, Maria Virgin Santos, Melanie Santos, Darla Denise Sapp, Luis Alberto Saki Ushka, Aldo Sarabia, Jada Christina Savage Lewis, Venari Savan, Nara K. Schatz, Rebecca Alina Schisler, Robert Schmidt, Tegan Erie Schmidt, Chad Albert Schneider, Elizabeth Scott, Torian Gabry Scott, Wanda Simone Scott McClinton, Andrew Douglas Siemens, Frank Edward Searle, Philip Kenneth Seedling, Lois Goodman Seckler, Golamali Sepharon, Yadira Serrano, Veronica Joyce Seymour, Amanda Jones Shackelford, Seth Ryan Shackelford, Casman Monet Schenkel, Tahisha LaFay Sharif, Brandon Havner Schaefer, Marisa Dene Shaw, Joe Sheehy, Rena Lewis Sheldon, Sana Demita Shell, Stephanie Lynn Lawrence Shepard, Megana Dongo Sheth, Patrick Michael Shirley, Caleb Drake Shuffler, Shempendag Serarith, Stephanie Alexandra Silva Marijuana, Dion Simmons, Lorna Lisa Simmons Cooks, Clyde Thomas Simpson, Carrie Ann Simpson, Rudy Simpson, Jalen Singleton, Muna Christine Sio, Vania Beatriz Siqueira de Silva Nadolny, Armani Romel Sloan Petty, Pedro Slabudiak, Joseph Ashley Smathers, Brendan Kelsey Smith, Brian Tate Smith, Brian Smith, English Noel Smith, Eric Smith, Keith Darnell Smith, Latricia Renee Smith, Sheila Smith Nimmons, Benjamin Eli Sorensen, Nicholas Paul Sorensen, Jocelyn Soriano, Eripon Suvanarith, Paige Nicole Sprague, Jaden McKeish St. John, Virginia B. St. John, Alana Monet Stafford, Horace Steinbach, Patricia Adeleke Steinbach, Trinity Ray Stevens, Ashlyn Joy Stevens Rucker, Dana Blaylock Strikeleather, Daniel Marie Strickland, Christina Valdipina Strong, Janice Sumlin, Valerie Ann Sumner, Kim Allen Sousa, Prathima Telepathy, Stefano Tartaglione, Douglas Taylor, Stephen Ross Taylor, Sarah Rebecca Teague, Indira Vianisa Tejado, Brandy Terrero, Kalearsi Tandavarian, Franklin Guy Thigpen, June Thomas Taylor, Angel Marianne Thompson, Marcus Delaney Thompson, Sheila Thornton, Leroy Jimmy Tillman, Jason Ned Togias, Erdelaine Toledo Diaz, Gadiel Adina Tony, Yulia Topshi, Carrie Ann Tornicello, Yasmar Torres Almodovar, Alexandra John Torrell Luna, Robert J. Towery, Stephen Michael Trabuco, Judy C. Trader, Kyle Jordan Trotman, Christina Turner, Reginald Turner, Michael Lauren Ula, Ken Michael Ungare, Jeanette Paca Vacala, Irma Vallejo Cortina, Kelly Valdeverde Livioro, Michael J. Vanderwarken, Lauren Catherine Van Dream, Priscilla Marie Van Dyke, Benjamin Vanager, Alexander Richard Vanden Volke, Yvette Ram Vanage, Joseph Daniel Vanover, Kelsey Elizabeth Van Scotter, Raymond Vargas Morales, Benita Jean Vasquez, Luis G. Vasquez, Jessica Derolote Velez, Carmela Ventura, Andrew Scott Werner, Mary Vigel, Angela Marie Villalobos, Guillermo Joshua Villalobos, Bridget Vines, Henry Delphine Vincent, Kelly Trishelle Vogel Dye, Franz Heinrich Klaus Van Dyke, Gerald Algeria Wachter, Russell Eugene Walker, Chantel Boone Walker, Ronald Irvin Wallace, Thomas Wallace, Kelly Renee Walters Metzel, Josh Garrett Ward, Ashlyn Faye Waterhouse, Faye Weevil, Jennifer Webb, Mark R. Weber, Mercedes Gabrielle Weddington, Meredith Noel Weidman, Diana Malerba Wenziera, Linda Caldwell Worth, Charlene Wirtz, Glenn David Westerfield, Rashika Wheeler, Shane Thomas Wicker, Shelby Lakin Wicker, Nanette Whitaker, Michelle L. White, Patricia Ann White, Nadira Simone Whitehall, James Lee Whitmire, Sylvia Wickwire, Cindy S. Widenhouse, Bruce James Wiley, Leslie Moen Williford, Angela Williams Chandler, Ashe Williams, Rashana Williams, Shauna Jones Williams, Sheldon Williams, Vivian DeYu Williams, Wanda Lynn Williams Hollis, Anna Grace Williamson, Shelby Caitlin Willis, Robin Darlene Willis Baldy, Lauren Renee Wills Jackson, Cameron Eugene Wilson, Ronald Jimmy Wine, Alexis Yvette Wood, Taylor Renee Worth, Natalia Worthy, Akil Wright, Monica Yarborough, Richard John Yeager, Anthony Trammell York, Boyd Eugene York, Jonathan Young, Lauren Cross Youngblood, James Dillon Yao, Matthew David Zagakowski, Valeria Bezabel Zambrano Saltos, Walter A. Zambrano, Nikolai Zradgutu, Nathaniel Zavalos, Konstantin Zukov. Their votes should count. These are the voters of Cabarrus County. Their votes should count. These are the votes being challenged in Caldwell County. John Christine Annos, Sidney Lynn Arrowwood, Christopher Scott Alston, Beulah May Bacon, Crystal Parks Banner, Sherman Laverne Banner, Catherine Weaver Barber, James Thomas Barker, Mary Coulter Barker, Rosa Lilia Barrera, Lee Ann Bartlett, Brenda Jean Bean, Brian D. Beaver, Jane Haley Beaver, Micah D. Ben Yehuda, Stephen Brian Berry, Martha Sandy Burkhead, Matthew James Blesson, Cheryl Safley Bogdan, Stephen John Bogdan. Ruby Ellen Bolick, Ruby Ellen Bolick, Karen E. Barai, Gustaver Grant Bowers, Danny Lee Bradley, Heather Bryant, Noah Ryan Baumgartner, Matt Richardson Cardwell, Marsha Linnell Carswell, Zumari Katete, Guy Randall Chatterson, Lucas K. Chester, Pamela Annette Chester, Ashley Greer Clark, Judy Ann Clark, Paul Joseph Clark, Sharon Smith Claunch, Daryl Wayne Coffey, Julie Renee Collins, Wendy Pennell Combs, Ruth McMillan Cone, Elmer Clarence Cook, Anne Marie Couvert, Pierre Frederick Couvert, Anthony Vern Coral, Sandy M. Creech, Ellen Parnell Kreider, Richard Allen Criswell, Amy Ray Watson Crouch, Rita Rash Crump, Jeannie D. Davis, Nancy Cole Davis, Samuel Reese Davis, Thomas Gregory Davis, Tashira Nicole Delera, Anna Renee Delera, Kathy Sue Dillard, J.M. Dingus, Warren Drotson, Robert Alexander Drabinsky, John Thomas Dula, Randall Stephen England, Virginia Dare Inslee, Donald Wayne Epps, Kaylee Escobar, Joseph Sean Evans, Joan Daniel Flores Donaire, Unique Ashante Fadrell, Charles Revis Fox, Caroline McKenzie Frazier, Connie McCraig Fulbright, Edward Eugene Fulbright, Forme Lee Ginwright, John Allen Gillum, Stormy Marie Gillespie Otis, Robert Eugene Gregg, Carol Lee Greer, Maria Yanita Griffin, Zenaido Vinces Gutierrez, Huksha Yi Hadshin, Angela Erickson Hall, Jamie Lee Hall, Jaden Harper, Benny Stephen Harris, Virginia Ella Hartley, Christy Hatchell, Carolyn Crump Hatley, Tabori LaJuan Hawkins, Rebecca Benfield Hahn, Dorcas Blankenship Hedrick, Deborah Paris Helms, Jerry Allen Helton, Larry Dean Hendren, Gaither Glenn Hendricks, Jennifer Langsang Heiss, Pamela Denise Hollard, Robin Angelia Hollifield, Ivy Dean Hollins, Danny Jean Honeycutt, Charles Barry Horton, Nathan Brent Huffman, Bradley Scott Hughes, David Dean Johnson, Janet Strickland Johnson, Johnny Lee Johnson, Janet Margaret Kawalia, Stephen James Kawalia, Reba Sloan Keller, Mamie Laura Kincaid, Betty Sue Bowman Kirby, Carla Gay Kohler, Candace Lorraine Kruger Passig, Philip Dale Lambert, Carol R. Stiles Laney, Harold Dean Lawing, Mary F. Williams Laws, Tina Gay Lawson, Martha G. Layton, Arishka Zenobia Lipford, Billy Dean Long, Jason Russell Madison, Carol Roberts McCall, Christine Hamby McCall, Jamie Todd McClure, Betsy Wolf McDonald, Shane W. McDonald, James Kenneth McGee, Matthew Taylor McLean, Ruby Dolores Coles McLean, Amanda Victoria Merritt, David Lee Messer, Kimmy Alfred Michaud, Amy Kathleen Miller, Jane Marie Miller, John David Kent Miller, William Anthony Miller, Louis Ray Mitchell, Corey William Moore, Lorraine Jeanette Moore, Shelby Ray Moore. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Yvonne Nanette Morgan Hawkins, Pamela K. Mullins, Taylor Joseph Mullins, Dylan Michelle Mundi, Danielle Marie Muniz, Stefana Constance Muran, Sybil Jean Myers, Zafina Nash, Paul Dermott Nelson, Ruth Cook Nelson, Chris Neunert, Larry William Norman, Todd E. Norwood, Carla Cook Odom, Maria Guadalupe Paz Rivera, Douglas Romero Perkins, Shemaya Lisnag Perkins, Joseph Harry Piazza, Ana Celia Ramos, Ricky Dean Ramsey, Jesse Costin Reeves, Morris Leon Reeves, Brittany Anita Reese, Christina Lee Reeves, William Michael Reeves, Veronica Hall Reesing, Whitney Leon Rhodes, Annette Robles Cruz, Dustin Keith Rockwell, Johnny Kim Romano, Giles Travion Sadler Brown, Ladise Deanna Salermo, Georgia Lee Shatley, Sean Kevin Shiflett, Diamond Latrice Sloan Couch, Crystal Haynes Smith, Freddie Ray Smith, Henry Woodward Smith, Matthew James Spears, Catherine Shell Spencer, Benjamin Daniel St. Louis, Tiffany Edminster Stearns, Randall McDuffie Stone, Xander Gage Stout, James Baxter Sutton, Justin Daniels Taylor, Timothy Joel Terry, Jacob Thomas, Robert E. Townsend, Brianna Lee Triplett, Richard Ira Triplett, Chance MacArthur Troche, John Boyd Turner, Paul William Turner, Holiday Nicole Underdown Godfrey, Doris Louise Van Mater, B. James Varney, Brian Trung Vu, Crystal Dawn Watson, James Darnell Wisnett, Janet Scott Wisnett, Karen Ruth Whiteage, David Lamar Williams, Edward Scott Williams, Khalil Nicholas Williams, Loriana Annis Williams, Mark Howard Wilson, Mary Clyde Wilson, Carolyn E. Corpening Witherspoon, George Wilfond Witherspoon, Casey John Wolf, Elisa McKinney Woody, Richard Walter Wright, Constance Janet Zing. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged in Camden County. Stephen Richard Adkins, Seth Michael Bacher, Clarence E. Butler, Michelle Etheridge Byers, Ellen Marie Sayers Tolliver, Celine Andrews Cooper, Eleonora Doan Butts, Robert John Egan, John Jr. Elliott, Stephen C. Elliott, Kathy R. Faber, Stephen M. Faber, Jezebel Alejandre Garcia Alonso, Lucinda Hughes, Neva A. Lee, Deborah Janine Malenfant, Lee Edward McElhenney, Jason Blake Morgan, Thomas John Murphy, William A. Norfleet, Deborah Penwell, Kimberly Ann Peterson, Tanya Monique Pfeiffer, Gertie Roundtree, Stephanie Collis Schad, Andrew Paul Schvetz, Linda Gale Smith, Vernon L. Sylvester, Sonia Triggs Wharton, Gerald Dwayne Trotman, Geraldine Walker, Shirley Leona Walls, Catherine Alexander Weissner. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged in Carteret County. Tiffany Ann Adams, Melissa Pill Albright, Larry Everett Alexander, Deborah Ann Alfano, Randy Allen, Carmen Fritziger Almano, Alexis Hunt Alvarez, Mary Ellen Pernod Amond, Michael J. Archer, Thomas John Paul Arnold, Fatna Arimain, Solomon Enriquez Arola, Travis Turner Austin, Andrew Thomas Bankson, Phyllis Barber, Joshua Randall Barfield, John Thomas Barnes, Regina Piera Barnes, Sharon Batten Barnes, Stacy Young Bartolino, Sophia Barsuto Coravarbarus, Stephanie E. Bowman, Ronald Baxley, Lorna Jean Bean, Louise Thomas Beeman, Meredith Kate Bell, Wayne Michael Bennett, Michelle Benton, Michelle Marie Bickley, Henry Frank Boatwright, Kyle Graham Bacher, Janice Jones Bodenheimer, Donna Jean Boggs, Carrie Lynn Bogue, Joanne Bolt, Patricia Marie Borgmeyer, Cassandra Janelle Bornman, Laurie Cragmile Boyd, Stephen Douglas Brink, Janet Louise Brodowicz, John William Brooks, Mary Lupton Brooks, Stephanie K. Broughton, Kyle Ernest Brownstead, Mary Dysart Brevenick, Crystal Michelle Bryant, Benjamin Lee Buck, Randall Dean Campbell, Troy Hewell Campbell, Christine W. Cantrell, Michael Anthony Caputo, Margaret Ballard Carnes, Francis Riggs Carter, Gerald Carter, Lindsay Carter, Robert L. Carter, Kipper Morgan Case, Forrest Chase Chapman, Thomas Daniel Cheever, Stephen Samuel Choate, Charles Carroll Coates, Tina Louise Coffey, Maxwell Davis Collins, Heriberto Cohen Lopez, Dorothy E. Cooper, Amanda Dawn Kopp Wilson, Nelson McRae Covington, Kara Cox, Elizabeth Cozart, Susan Snow Creamer, Doris Jones Crocker, Richard Crosby, Camilla Rose Cumberland, Philip A. Dugnault, John Matthews Darden, Charles Kendall Davis, Dale Wilson Davis, Hillary Davis, Richard Earl Day, Nicole Camille DeClerc Willamont, Elizabeth DeGrucci, Destiny Delaney, Todd James DeReese, Jennifer Wurzel Devine, James E. Diffie, Shannon Patrice Diller, Frances May Dixon, Lavinia Dixon, Yvette D.C. Dominique de Pilar, Donald Wayne Drake, Michael Dudley, Connie Francis Dugon, Donald Martin Dunbar, Deborah Davis Dunn, Dinah Eugenia Duo Grills, Carolyn Lee Elliott, Susan Elaine Elvenes, Brandy Lee Evans, William Michael Furtall, Ann Fatter, Sandy Radcliffe Pfeiffer, Melinda Taylor Findell, Patrick Thomas Flanagan, Deborah Fletcher, Michael Lawrence Fonville, Tyler Forant, Emma B. Frazier, Judith Bose Freeman, Bobby Lynn Frisbee, Barbara Roche Frody, Kristen Elaine Fertner, Owen Henry Gillikin, Joseph Israel Glicksman, Beverly Blair Glover Wood, Rose Wallace Godet, Sandra Gale Golden, Rhonda Golahan, Madison Marie Golajus, Ashley Piner Goodwin, Beatrice Jacqueline Gordon, Joseph H. Gore, Manuel Gorin Acosta, Nancy Ruth Gould, Cole River Gray, Linda Frey Creed, Jason Thomas Grenier, Virginia Lee Griffin, Alicia Goulden, Terry R. Goulden, Garrison Cooper Guthrie, Melena Peyton Guthrie, Roberto Guzman, Jane Abernathy Hahn, Grace Stewart Hall, Stephen Gary Hamilton, Kenneth B. Hammett, Daniel Lane Hancock, Merritt K. Hancock, Edward Charles Hanna, Arlen Seth Harrell, Teresa Ann Harris, Joseph Alberto Harvey, Sharon Lee Head, Kimberly Paul.
Karen Renee Heath, Barbara Flower Heffenlinger, Philip Reed Herbst, Roxanne Hester, Daniel Earl Hicks, Joyce Seller Hicks, Larry Scott Hill, Marvin Earl Hill, Kelly Hilton, Addie Hutchinson, Charles William Hoffman, Troy Mitchell Holloway, David Scott Hooley, Robert Frank Howd, Carol Hudson, Connor Alexander Huff, Opal Lee Humphrey, Sarah Gretchen Hurley Humphreys, Sean David Hunter, Jeffrey Scott Huntington, Hurst David Allen Hurst, Karen Lou Husted, Samuel Hutchins, Josiah Christopher Hayes, Elizabeth April Iglesias, Abigail Jablowski, Michael Elbert James, Stephanie Hayes Jarvis, Carol Lee Johnson, Jean Andre Johnson, Winfred Oglesby Johnson, Casey Jolly, Brendan Edward Jones, Janet Faye Jones, Luther Ray, Jillian Grace Carbett, Jennifer Marie Kimsey, Daly Fisher Kintz, David Ryan Knapp, Arlene Carol Colick, David Edwards Coons, Charles August Kyle, Lisa Kathleen Lambrick, Susan Brazel Lambert, J. Stevens Lancaster, Catherine J. Lane, Amy Jo Lang, Gina Lansdorsa, Maureen Ann Callaghan Lau, Alan Lawnecker, Donna L. Lawnecker, Danielle M. Lawton, Hunter Stephen Leroy, Amanda Mann Lewis, John Wesley Lewis, Ria Lorena Pascal Lana Hurst, Beverly Love, Daniel Samuel Lorette, Robert Daniel Lynch, Isaac Mariko Marcias, John Inguetos Macawak, Kia Samuel Mathis Madden, Luther Charles McAfee, Mark Martin Mancini, Joseph Ariz Morello, Anthony Megaretti, Lisa Dawn Martin, Renee Roxanne Martin, Jennifer Bamford Mason, Connie Matthews, Lynn Mouse, Ann McKay Pizzarello, Timothy Wiley McCaw, Connie Lashley McLaren, Lisa Marie McCracken, Connor Larson McDowell, Janet Lynn McEnany, Kathy Kiza McLetterin, James McNamara, Jamie Keach Meadows, Johnny Wesley Morrell, Marjorie Messick, Martin Alley Messer, James Milton Myers, Allison Christina Miller, Pamela Joe Miller, Tammy M. Miller, Michael Brandon Mills, Holly M. Minchkin, Melissa Lee Mohinsky Schmidt, Lacey Roxanne Monsoon, Kevin Lane Moore, Stephen Glenmore, Giovanni Moresco, Lauren Lee Morak, Ken Leland Wowser, Joseph Andre Magarelli, Lori Abby Magarelli, Jessica Joanne Myers Weir, Hannah Knoll, Michael D. Maserati, Jesse Ralph Narin, Justin Worth Narin, John Joseph Nelson, Homer Maxwell Nestor, Cynthia Mercer New, Veda Joe Newbow, Jennifer Elizabeth Newell, Scott Michael Newell, Dane Eric Nicholas, Thomas William Nikin, Mary Claire O'Coughlin, Gloria Grace O'Malley, Patricia Ann O'Neill, Adriana Ortiz, Bonnie Lou Orman, Robert Gerald Oslin, Andrew Ostrowski, Mimi Palaskos, Kathy Parizo Rhodes, Jamie Parisi, Michael Thomas Pachowski, Jonathan Payne, Randall Wayne Payne, Patrick Randall Pierce, Charles Scott Perkin, Kathleen Petrowski, Sue Ellen Catri, Susan Ellen Pfeiffer Vega, Ramona Filomeno, Howard Allen Pinner, Charles Pippin, Janet Darren Pittman, Christine Ann Pochwat, Rosa Marie Prevost, Susan Joyce Polisky, David Allen Farrell, Christina Marie Quattrone, Jennifer Baguette Rebel, John Matthew Rambo, Maldave Canna Rada, Bonnie Schaefer Redmond, Elizabeth Love Redmond, Carrie Cullen Reed, Frederick John Rendell, Virginia Renninger, Christina Marie Rhodes, Lois Rice, Cameron Denise Richards, Danielle Louise Richards, Billy Keith Richburg, Anna Anita Richburg, John Duke Riley, Danielle Rios Veswell, William Ray Roberts, Benjamin Thornton Robinson, Cynthia Jean Rockaway, Virginia Rogers, Jane Lee Roman, Janice Lynn Rose, William B. Rozier, Mary Elizabeth Rochford, Tiller Roy, Kenneth Rosowski, Kristen Bennett Rosowski, Elizabeth Beck Reeves, Michelle Rusnick, Patricia Ruphart, Grace Elizabeth Saffron, Steve Russell Salmon, Elizabeth Ruby Saunders, Carol Madison Saunders, Michael Scarabinello, Kristen Buck, Sheeb, Robert Schlee, Mark William Schmidt, Erilyn Schroeding Devon, Elizabeth Renee White Shani, John Allen Sherman, Molly Lynn Simmons, Jeffrey Simpson, David Lee Smith, Diane McBride Smith, Karen Green Smith, Linwood Earl Smith, Michael Davis Smith, Wendy Joe Smith, Burl Bruce Snyder, Albert Woodfin Spear, William Robert Spence, Grimke Rhett Spencer, William Doder Spiegel, Betty Diane Spring, Larry Wayne Stryan, Finley Claire Sun, Donald Lee Sutton, Mary Howard Sutton, Marilyn Martha Schwartensgruber, Michelle Sweeney, Sharon Swindle, Vicky Cummins Skies, Alexis Danielle Talbert, George Robert Telton, Lynn Irene Taylor Hain, Wendy Tinder, Teresa Ann Toller, Elizabeth Francis Tolanini, Bo Daniel Torres, Wendy May Dale Troop, Erlene Danielson Tutt, Barbara Ann Valentino, Jennifer Lynn Valladborg, Deborah Vanterwick, Ida Jean Chapman Vickroy, Jose Villanueva, John Philip Whaley, Victoria B. Wank, Lori K. Warren, Waters William Austin, Robert Edward Watson, Cameron Gray Watts, Mary Kevin Welch, James Wellspeak, Sherry G. Whipple, Virginia Faye Whitehurt, David Wyneck, Amy Lynn Wicks, John Ramey Wilkerson, Faith C. Wiley, Lakeisha Danae Williams, Linda Marie Willis, Randall Willis, Joseph Wilson, Gwendolyn Dolores Wimbash, Douglas Harold Wyndham, Kenneth Windley, Charles James Drake Wood, Rosemary Flurry Wood, Carrie Ann Woolbridge, Colton Charles Wright, MacArthur Wright, Kate Alexis Yarborough, Yates Susan Marie Yates, Karen DeYolder, Filomeno Zarinsky, Logan Keller Zimmerino, Donald Eugene Zimmerman. These voters should count. These are the voters being challenged in Caswell County. Cameron Michael Angelina Thomas, Dante Jamal Blackwell, David Robert Boisbert, Marcus Donovan Bushnell, Marita Camacho Montes, Micah Yeo Carpenter, Irving Melvin Cates, Jeremy Michael Cates, Julius Ryan Cobb, Rianda L. Connolly, Joseph Allen Connor, Enrique Lise Contreras, Jewel Woody Crutchfield, Jisiah Alexis Davis, Colin Chanel Diddley, Roxanne Janine, Roxanne Everidge, Lisa Michelle Fowler, Jose de Jesus Campos Garcia, Barbara Ann Gardner, Gary Lee Goldson, Mary Susan Kretzkowski Jesser, Tia Alexis Harris, Linda Ann Hightower, Bobby Jean Johnson, Mary Tina Johnson, Robert Tyson Johnson, Lisa Michelle Julian, Dina Roberts Kimbrough, Terrence Terrell Lee, Doris Jean Lee Riley, John Timothy Lewis, Gregory Antonio Lipscomb, Susanna Rebecca Lizenda Lawrence, Rebecca Davidson Mann, Shirley Cersei Miles Gore, David Glenn Murray, Lacey Olivia Nash, Joshua T. Page, Evelyn Walton Taylor, Cheyenne Corey Pena, Megan Lee Ann Pennington, Nikki Joe Pinto, Bruce F. Four, Larry Erskine Potwell, Bianca Yvette Powell, Rachel Ann Ribinson, Mike William Roberts, Weldon Eugene Rogers, Frederick Antonio Roan, Carlton Everett Russell, Marie Evelyn Tupas San Pedro, Greg Edward Schaffner, Kathy Ann Shoemaker, Brandon D. Simpson, Ida Strunk, Carol Ann Swan, Gloria Thomas, Timothy Stewart Walther, Mildred Hooker Whitford, Jasmine Taylor Whitsett, Walter Franklin Wiley, Raymond A. Wilkerson, Annette William, Ronnie W. Worley, Gerald Wood Wren, Janet Marie Wren. These voters should count. These are the voters being challenged in Catawba County. Vicki Lynn Avocado, Jaden Trinity Adair, Jennifer Adame Herreta, Jonathan Lynn Agreda, Andrea Isabel Algaran Lagos, Jesse Eldon, Jody Trammell Bernez Alexander, Taylor Nicole Alfredo, Angela Catherine Alfonso, Bassam Al-Tuami, Cora Janelle Allen, Nancy Carol Allen, Linda K. Alley, Grant Burston Aldman, David Fernando Alzar Ortega, Yanni Matago Alvarado, Kira Daniela Alvarez Gomez, Nicholas James Amick, Kenneth Allen Anderson, Lisa Anderson, Norma Louise Anderson, Dinera Anidia, Denise Angelas Valencia, Justin Michael Annas, Christina Ars Fernandez, Alberta Algareta, Johnny Wayne Arnett, Rico Tavares, Arnold Zion Avery, Colton Bear, Kimberly Wilson Bailey, Brandon Stevens Pierre Gallego, Karen Baldwin, Shirley Elizabeth Bangs, Jessica Barreras, Rico Barreras, and Julia Batista Perez, India Alexis Bazan, Jacqueline Bean, Faith Emma Beauchamp, Hunter Becker, Lara Benbury, Margaret Lally Benfield, Terry Gray Bentley, Jacob Shane Bayer, Annika Marie Binder, Timothy Allen Bickley, Daniel Adam Black, Nanny Blackburn, Kristen Blage, Lauren Victoria Blayton, Sierra Monique Blevins, Darlene Patrice Blaytonberg, Monteveres Zeri Blunt, Patricia Ann Ruff Rasmesser Blunt, Michael Chadwick Bollock, Eleanor Mary Gomez, Evelyn Maria Boston Bentley, Sean Christopher Bousted, Addison Elizabeth Bowers, Teresa Galloway Boyd, Brett Allen Bradshaw, Danielle Carl Bradshaw, Samuel James Bradshaw, James Bradenberger, Linda Susan Bradenberger, Hayden Olin Brantley, Kelsey Brenemiger, Joseph Wayne Bridger, Connie Britton, Evangelina Elizabeth Brown, Pajana Brianne Brown, Samuel Allen Elliott Brown, Cheyenne Ray Brown, Patricia Broyles, Rosa Vitrago, Joseph Todd Burchell, Elisa Burton, Elizabeth Jean Butler, James Nicholas Byers, James Tommy Bird, Ruby Caballero, Nadia Cabral, Manuel Calderon Mondiero, Lacey Taylor Callahan, Amber Nicole Campbell, Donald Burton Campbell, Jesse Lee Campbell, Susanna Campbell, Steve Canape, Joshua Aaron Cannon, Sandra Smith Cantor, Joseph Daniel Cabrero, Mary Elizabeth Carlisle, Annette Elizabeth Carnvale, Victoria Pearl Carpenter, Riley Carr, Zakas Carson, Linda K. Moore Carswell, Rhonda Carol Carter, Philip Lawrence Casamento, Elba Castienda, German Castellanos, Daniel Joseph Canienda, Nalis Castiello Avareras, Joshua Andrew Calder, Janice Renee Chapman, Rosemary Chavez, Dylan Lee Childress Burton, Danielle Kolick, Arciela Garcia Sinieros, Jeffrey Wayne Clemens, Autumn B. Klein, Brian Keith Klein, Dustin Lee Klein, Mackenzie Shalene Klein, Carson Trace Cochran, Jessica Lynn Cockcroft, Kenneth Charles Coffey, Jameson Coggin, Richard Wayne Coggins, Richard Dean Cole, Betsy Danielle Coliander, Brittany Nicole Collins, Melissa John Mary Colin Perez, Leanne Camerica, De Carlo Trevin Connor, De Kenya Tiana Connor, Kyrie Levine Connor, Michael Thomas Connor, Sigurd Daniel Conrad, Kirby Cook, Lindsay Marie Cook, Deborah Ann Cooper, Melva Cooper, Natalia Capiano, Bruce Wayne Corley, Evelyn Cromer, Kevin Croniejo Garcias, Jeffrey Thomas Cornett, Juan Dalen Cortez Basquel, Joseph Ricardo Cortez, Jose Roberto Cortez, Aaliyah Elizabeth Craig, James Taylor Craig, Stephen Thomas Craig, Emma Jones Crawford, Kimberly Ann Crowder, Adelia Luce Crow, Desira Cutbreath, Olivia Scott Curry, Latoya Lakeisha Curry, Jarrett Davis Dale, Catherine Andre Dalton, Virginia Elise Dalton, Nathan Willis Danielle Lynn Darris, Alyssa Davis, Grandison Taylor Davis, Grayson Davis, Sarah Lynn Davis, Giovanni Molina de Leon, Maggie Louise Deal, Michael Earl Deal, Ray Lester Deal, Sandra Ellis Deal, Carol Jean Deck Diggerts, Brittany DeLee, Allison Lee Deese, Taylor Nicole Dietz, Clayton Jr. Dellinger, Dawson Allen Dellinger, Forrest Gordon Dellinger, John Davis Dellinger, Sarah James Dellinger, Melissa Ann DeMoro, Farida Clark Denton, Patricia Chapman Dieters, Brandon Lee Dieter, Edward James DeHunt, Cameron Victoria Diaz Santos, Alexis Faith Dockery, Nadia Gabrielle Dodson, Contreras, Berlant Yvette Dowd, Abigail Grace Dowell, Jeffrey Dowgoes, Emily Marie Drum, Melvin Franklin Dula, Kate Margaret Ducka, Colby Edwards Dwiggins, Ashley Dye, Robert Dye, Michael Dean Demora, Jonathan Blake Eckerd, Sandra Herman Eckerd, Gary Allen Edblum, Kathy Ellinger, Logan Riley Elliott, Matthew Jacob Elliott, Thomas Eugene Elliott, Aline Yvonne Irvin, Angelica Escobar, Edward Thomas Espy, Joseph Bongington Espy, Eric Robert Evans, Laura Everhart, Matthew Everhart, Heather Reed Faint, Ashton Farley, Jasheen Leroy Farley, Tim Devin Farley, Attic Montila Fernandez, Shaylin Farrell, Jonelle Marie Fields, Adelia Figuera, Elias Joseph Finger, Frederick Fellingworth, Carissa Fowlers, Thomas Rita Fortner, William Foster, Carlos Edward Frank, Richard Edward Frank, Ariana Enan Frazier, Denise Freeman, Timothy Jackson Fryer, Leela Renee Ann Fritz, Jaden Ash Frolic, William Jeffrey Fulbright, Raymond Fuller, Dedrick Earl Funderbrook, Karen M. Gabler, Timothy Robert Gabler, Sarah Gabrielle, Rosemary Ann Gallinger, Sarah Annette Garden, Erica June Gearhart Warren, Keith Getz, Jonathan Michael Giuchita, Dwayne Thomas Gibbs, Jackson Gilbert, Clay Alexander Gillis, Leah Giulesco, Carol Lynn Glass, Abigail Lauren Glosson, Dylan Bruce Godfrey, Jackson Dane Godfrey, Scott Dean Golich, Catherine Lynn Golby, Angel Gabrielle Gonzalez Alvarado, Francis Marie Gonzalez, Carolyn Annette Gordon, Clifford Samuel Gore, Kelly Christopher Green, Ian Johnson Griffin, Wendy Griffith, Wilhelmina Griffith, Nancy Ann Griffiths, David Nathaniel Gross, Edward Wesley Hunter, Edward Howard Eugene Hager, Holly Covington Haggins, Maria Hale, Jonathan Wayne Hall, Linda Marie Hall, Sandra Spife Hardin, Logan David Harkins, Merrill Glenn Harrell, Robert Charles Herring, Roberta Gale Herring, David Michael Harrington, Carson Ray Harris, Jessica Lynn Harrington, Gideon Joseph Hart, Deal Lenise Hartzell, Stephen Wayne Hartzell, Reginald Leon Harvey, Jeffrey Brant Hayton, Michael Edward Hahn, Stephanie Palm Hayes, Marcus Dwayne Hurd, William Irving Heath, Brian Clint Havener, Dustin Thomas Havener, Chloe Hedricks, Noah Allen Hefner, Julie Helderman, Paula Avery Helms, Joshua Helton, Brian Keith Henderson, Crystal Angel Henderson, Raleigh Elizabeth Henderson, Sawyer Trey Hendren, Dole Eugene Hendricks, Ling Tong Her, Nicholas Hernandez, Robert Carlos Hernandez, Sarah Hernandez Rios, Natasha Michelle Herrera, Enos Hirschberg, Caleb Barkle Hewitt, Linda Hewitt, Regina Hage Hewitt, Anna Hicks, Kiona Hicks, Savannah Lynn Higgins, Summer D. Higgins, Cheyenne K. Hildebrandt, Isaiah Thomas Hilton, Donald Samuel Hirsch, Douglas Keith Holbrook, Vivian Gazelle Holland, Austin Jacob Holland Gant, Camden Clark Holler, Clayton Boyd Hollerfield, Lori Sue Holmes, Sam Aneem Holmes, Lori Hendricks Holzcall, Michael Bruce Hood, Nikki Horner, David Hauser, Thorenda Tierra Houston, Mark Jacoby Howe, Dennis Dean Hoyle, Carolyn Marie Harkovitsky, Mark Allen Hubner, Regina Payne Hubner, Brittany Cheyenne K. Huffman, Judge Thomas Huffman, Robin Huffman Webb, Stella Seneca Hughes, Paula Baker Hewlett, Shabina Ibrera, Douglas Edward Icard, Dan Reed Iden Birkin Colmes, Catherine Eisenhower, Lamel James DePaza, Tony James, Stephen Ross Jelinek, Zion Manuel Alvarado, Rachel Jimenez Rivera, Adam Jr. Johnson, Austin Taylor Johnson, Keith Johnson, Kenneth Johnson, Michael Taylor Johnson, Morton Donald Johnson, Sandra Johnson, Taylor Alexis Johnson, Tracy Lee Johnson, Yasmin Johnson, Patrick Nathaniel Jones, Percy Jones, Zachary Jones, Daniel Jordan, Christine Juarez Guerrero, Beverly Ruth Judge, Cynthia Jordan, Jamie Lee Kale, JC Lynn Keener, David Andrew Gopfold Kelly, April Kelly, Janelle Teagues, Kent, Emily Alexa Kern, Justin Eugene Killian, Nadette Kincaid, William Gray King, Adam Brady Kirby, Lisa Ann Kassan, Carmen Olivia Kite, Sharon Lynn Knowles, Leslie Van Dyke Knuckles, Carolyn Court, Lindsay Morgan Coates, Jolana Kruetz, Owen Felix Kern Wayne, Deborah Ann Lackey, Neil Lackey, Javier DeMar Lackey, Richard Gerald Legassi, David Allen Lale, Marty Scott Lale, Camden Brooke Lander, Carol Lee Landis, Ashley Marie Lane, Jean Lackey Lane, Roger Dale Lane, Stephen Dwayne Lane, Chandler Lang, Michelle Whitmer Larson, Rachel Francis Last, Orlay Lardiardo, Richard Lee Lawrence, Yolanda Shea Lawrence, Destiny Lee, Jennifer Howard Lee, Kaplao Lee, David Charles LaHoo, Lavana Loomis Algiar, Cesar Limos, Fatia Limos Regel, Gail Richie Lesnick, Vicky Howards Licata, Kevin Darnell Linebaker, Clinton Wayne Lingale, Marie Templeton Lingale, Michaela D. Little, Caleb Jesse Lonka, Brittany Long, Troy Douglas Loomis, Maya Fernandez Lopez Hernandez, Baron Jerome Waterist, Alan Jade Lassa, David Harris Laddermilk, Gary Wayne Laddermilk, Jennifer Loza Hernandez, Wilfredo Lucino, David Howard Lynch, Johnny Daryl Lynn, Elizabeth Ray McCaver, Jocelyn Main, Hunter Glenn Mann, Gary James Marish, Brian Lee Martin, Kenzie Feller Martin, Randy Lynn Martin, Elias Angel Martinez, Alexander Lawson Marvin, Jerry Kenneth Matthews, Stephen Dean Malden, Anne Marie Catherine Maynard, Tanis Valley McCammon, Vicki Heldman McCarthy, Cody Lee McCaslin, Valerie Lee McCaslin, Jerry Lee McCatherine, Montessa Amari McLaughlin, Grace McKenna McDarris, Sierra Phoenix McDowell, Melinda McDowell daughter, Nicholas Eugene McFarland, Jeremy Bryce McGregor, Ronald Benjamin McHone, Marco Lamont McKinley, Kembra Dina McKinley, Glenda Kirby McLaughlin, Sylvia Ann McLendon, Austin Thatcher McNeely, Emily Bryant Melton, Apinzo Mendoza, Ashley Sierra Mervin, Serenity A. Myers, Sandra Odell Middleton, Adam Charles Miller, Amanda Noel Miller, Critlin Randall Miller, Sarah Michelle Miller, Sindel Elizabeth Milton, Mary Elizabeth Milton, Karina Lynn Mishkowski, Patricia Lynn Mishkowski, Melissa K. Mitchelltree, Ryan, Nathan Ray Lojinka, Carlos Louise Montalvo Rosario, Dorothy T. Zimmett Montgomery, Hunter Ross Moore, Kenneth Lee Moore, Ashley Strickland Moose, Haley Marie Moose, Alba Molina Moreno, Mark Douglas Morningstar, Andrea Jeanette Moser, Dante Kiera Moss, Virginia Sarah Mucklike, Jarrett Clifford Mole, Catherine Murphy Mole, Megan Rose Murphy, Christina Fraser Murray, Sandra A. Namelette Kurt, Patricia Ann Nelson, Donna Wilson Newton, Leah Niles Redwine, Susan Marie Niles Redwine, Peter Gerard Mistalt, Alan John Norman, Abby Nunez, Curtis Oldman, Charles Stephen Olden. There we go.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is the Reverend Ian Carr McPherson. I was born and raised in Columbus County, North Carolina. I'm currently a voter in Durham, North Carolina, and I'm one of the ministerial staff at Pullen Memorial Baptist Church in Raleigh, North Carolina. But I'm here in my capacity, my personal capacity as a citizen of this great state who believes firmly that the will of the people is sacrosanct in our democracy and should not be subject to the whims of partisan games in the legal system. Thank you. From Catawba County. Yeah. Kristen Nicole Oliver.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Mariori Ornelas. Roberto Orozco Rangel. Ana Ortiz. Norma Padron Cervantes. Rafaela Palafox. David Martin Palmberg. Rodney Morgan Parker. Brian Lee Parks. Renette Gemaline Parks. Daniel Aaron Parmesano. Angel Parrish. Jillian Parrish. Charles Anthony Parsons. Ayushi Gautam Patel. Rahil Atul Patel. Andrea Patterson. Roger Dale Patterson. Levi Thomas Paul. Laura Poss. Linda Martin Pearson. Joshua Trent Peoples. Tyra Kaylin Pegues. Jessica R. Pendleton. Martha Pevage. Gregory Pepitone. Alan Jasper Perkins. Renisha Yvette Perry. Tien Timey Baum. Brandon La Philophone. Brianna Nicole Philophone. Andy Phillips. Paul David Phillips. Teresa Ann Phillips. Joe Marie Penilis. Sheila Yvette Pinkney. Lynn Barry Pitts. Jared Plaska. Fred Eugene Pope. Catherine Carter Pope. Lily Anna Powers. Savannah Brooke Price. Alexis Joel Prieto Vasquez. Zachary Neil Pritchard. Crystal Ann Pritchett. Robert Dennis Proctor. Kimberly Dawn Proctor. Edward Pugh. Cheryl Lynn Putnam. Garrison Stephen Putnam. Maxine Roccanelli. William Lowry Rayleigh. Jorge Ramirez Lopez. Brianna Yvonne Rose Ramos. Greg Anthony Rangel. Joanna Kathleen McCann Reed, or Joanne Kathleen McCann Reed. Sandra Reed. Thomas Joseph Reffel. Zachary Douglas Rain. Thomas Mays Rembert. Santos Renteria. Jimena Resendez Martinez. Leslie Ann Rodemar. Tracy Kurt Richards. Benjamin Kyle Richards. Shelley Joy Richardson. Melinda Rife Riddle. Lindsay Rios Lopez. Kenneth Roberts. Adam Brent Robinson. Hannah Alexander Robinson. Linka Ann Robinson. Sandra Rodriguez Ruiz. Clarabelle Rodriguez. Dara L. Rogers. Alonso Rojo. Jeffrey Rowe. Joseph Donald Rush. Lindsay Jr. Russell. Jill Jacqueline Bryan. Terrell Devon Sadler. John Mario Santano. Sanato, rather. Stephen Safe. Zara Haley Safe. Megan S. Sample. Keisha Channing Sams. Tony James Sams, Carla Jocelyn San Juan Martinez, Karina Santoyo Luna, Carrie Lynn Scheibel, Kanan Schuyler, Josephine R. Scronks, Paulette Elizabeth Schwaber, Anna Paula Rocha Schweitzer, Nevea Angelique Scott, Kyla Lee Ann Scroats Sav Travis, Tyler C., James Joseph Sebastian, Omar Cerna, Brian Scott Settlemeyer, Kim Marie Shabaldine, Jashuban Ramashbai Shah. Gregory Ray Shell, Shannon Shepard, Michael Sherrill, Tracy Louise Sherrill, Sandra Gail Schilling, Betty Jean Shook, Lori Eugenia Shook, Jeanette W. Scholl, Alejandro Sierra Lemus, Adam Keith Sigmund, James Carroll Sigmund, Jimmy Glenn Sigmund, Tom R. Siri, Andrea Denise Skidmore, Ashley Marie Smith, Connor Lang Smith, Hannah Smith, Jennifer Lynn Smith, Sammy Smith, Sylvia Anderson Smith, John Bradley Southers, James Lee Spiegel, Ronald Dexter Sprouse, Mackenzie Blake Stafford, Nicole Stalls, Kirsten Stanley, Ethan Christopher Starnes, Evelyn Wellborn Starnes, Jeffrey Wallace Stewart, Yoa Micah Stewart, Tyland Delontai Stewart, John Franklin Stillwell, Michael James Stockman, King Chadwick Stone, Caitlin Lee Stump, Iala Cheyenne Summers, Jeline Kendall Summers, Elizabeth Dawn Sumter, Joyce Marie Sumrell, Kimberly Denise Suttlemeyer, Steve Talley, Amber Marie Taylor, Landon T., Christy Michelle Tester, Catherine Johnson Thomas, Leslie Threadgill, Abraham Tiger, Yakimo Tiger, Nathaniel James Tillman, Evren Tipi Akben, Erica S. Tips, Kenya Tizada Salas, Tang Bo Tron, Lee Kyle Traxler, Viviana Trejo, Jose Trujillo, Ethan Trucker, Tonya Tucker, Ray Alexander Turner, Ryan Christopher Turner, Sharon Danner Turner, Lynn Eric Tweed, Matthew Stephen Underdown, Gregory Allen Vabenschotten, Mangmoa Mark Bong, Hannah Robin Vanoy, Bill Harold Vaughn, Lydia Shanti Vega Cordero, Altagracia Esther Ventura, Asael Vicencio Nunez, Allison Witten Bierling, Brian Stephen Bierling, Ashley Beth Melissa Vital Hearn, Natasha Ray Von Cannon, Christine Marie Valduris, Christopher Solomon Wade, Tina Buckner Walker, Deborah Denise Warren, Jennifer Tuning Waters, Brandy Watkins, Michael Watkins, Angel Jane Watson, Harold Dean Watson, Jessica French Watson, Garrett Watts, Michael Leonard Waugh, Gary Weinstein, Jan Sharon Wentz, Jane Margaret Wisdick, Michael Braylon Wheeler, Brian White, Haley White, Kimberly Anita White, Corey Nelson White, Daniel Lee Whitener, Gary Garrett Young Whitener, Michaela Elizabeth Whitener, Timothy Vernon Whitener, Jonathan Lee Whitesides, Janice E. Whitlock, Ingrid Wilfong, Christopher Tyler Williams, Connor Landry Williams, Isaiah Scott Williams, Russell Shea Williams, Corinne Hilberg Wilson, Sean Patrick Wilson, Aaron Withers, Kenna Faith Wallasick, Edward Allen Woolard, Bria Ashley Wright, Tiffany Marie Wright, Christian Wiley, Pang Da Zhang, Zua Zhang, Robert McCamey Yandel, Selena Yang, Madison Ann York, Terry Lee Young, Vicky Deal Zachary. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged in Chatham County. Alim Salih Abdullah, Vishnunath Simon Akaivar, Jennifer Helen Adams Mossman, Obina Ogochukwu Adibe, Fardia Borjali Adibe, Harlan Atkins, Naomi Rita Aguado, Daniela Aguilar Tettle, Iyad A. Aljabi, Elizabeth Ann Allen, Zakiera Unique Alston Scotty, Autumn Ann Alston, Brenda K. Alston, Precious Shanta Alston, Tylee Nicteloy Alvarez Vargas, Martha Helene Alvarez, Kirit Gordon Bai Amin, Margaret Sue Amos, Paul Thomas Anderson, Sean Manning Anderson, Alan Trey Andrews, Angela Foster, Esteban Arias Navarro, Diane Marley Armstrong, Phoebe Muga Asio, Sebastian William Atala, Amanda Catherine Aller, Caroline Grace Austin, Natarajan Balachandar, Harold Wade Baldwin, Teresa Baldwin, Jennifer Ann Bale O'Connell, Alexis Morgan Banbrook, Patricia Horton Barbie, Luz Maria Barbato, Willie Glenn Barefoot, Colleen R. Barger Carey, Pamela Bartek, Martha A. Bostic, Reina Gabricla Basurto Conseco, Jeffrey Allen Baxter, Nancy W. Beach, Johnny Mac Beal, Chase Perry Beard, James Tracy Beard, Katie Lauren Beasley, Benjamin Joseph Becker, Becky Thompson Beckner, Mary Kate Bedell, Mary Beth Bednar, Carol Belinsky, Richard Belinsky, Justin Bender, Tim Edward Bennett, Angel Berry, Keith Dwayne Birdsong, Troy Dave Blackwelder, Dionisio Blanco Romero, Antonio Eugene Bland, Daniel James Bober, Christopher Joseph Benelli, Karen Bonamolo, Thomas William Bookmeyer, Marty Farrell Booth, Joyce H. Bowers, Jennifer Bowles White, James Boyd, Jennifer Marie Bradley, Jody Bradford, Tony Bradford, Bennett L. Branch, Eric Paul Broshwitz, Christopher J. Brasher, Angela June Brow, John C. Bray, Jill Mary Brennan Cook, Ellen Brennan Hearn, Raymond Kenneth Brushock, Crystal Lachey Brewer, Alex Michael Brinker, Ginger L. Brinker, Mary Lou Britt, Robert Gregory Britton, Norma Francis Brooks, Alexis Tiana Browler, Justin M. Brower, Michael Sherman, David Glenn Brown, Mildred Horton Brown, Nicole Brown, Taylor Michael Brown, William Davis Brown, Linda Bryant Comstock, Virginia Maria Buckmeyer, Jaden May Buenviaje, Kayela Buffalo, Dina M. Bulgakov Cook, Julie Irby, Earl Wayne Bynum, Takea Ade Bynum, Brian Michael Kane, Rachel Sorensen Kane, Jose Miguel Calderon, Ginger Dale Callwood, Dayanara Camacho Galicia, Marco Andrew Camasa, Suzette Pamela Campos Herrera, Mercedes Canales, Cornell Kennedy, Jessica Ruby Carcamo, Mary Larson Cardello, Denise Bradley Carmen, Bryce Anthony Carnahan, Elodie Marie Carnahan, Michael Joseph Carrero, Juvencio Antonio Correno Santa Maria, Nina Elise Carroll, Michael John Casella, Tammy Sue Casey, Sierra Faith Castellano, Victor Manuel Cervantes Munoz, Chelsea Lynn Chappell, Julie Ann Cheek, Tamara Rochelle Cheek, Alexander Chirino Hernandez, Stephen Wayne Choate, Tracy Ann Christensen, Elisa June Kesey Church, John Neely Chickowitz, Brianna Marie Clark, Celia Price Clark Randall, Jimmy Klein, Raymond Lewis Cauldron, Tyler Austin Kalura, Catherine Jane Connor, Kenzie Becker Conrad, Andrew Thomas Cook, John L. Cook, Corey Anderson Cooper, Michael Douglas Cooper, Sondra Sizemore Cooper, Jennifer Cordero Cruz, Linda Carruthers Corley, Stephanie Cornett, David Corns, Elizabeth S. Cornwall, Cynthia Lou Costa, Joel Costa, Gregory Edward Cohen, Logan Martin Crabtree, Brittany Nicola Craven, Kenneth Charles Crowder, Donna Crowe, Claudia Araceli Cruz Escalante, and Rain Arturo Cruz Saravia, Marcia Lynn Cully, Christine A. Cunningham, Sandra Montoya Cutler, James Richard Dacre, Rex Drapete Dansel, Ashley Ray Daniels, James Dana, Brittany K. Dart, Tricia Elizabeth Da Silva, Evan Richard Davis, Ryan Thomas Davis, Stephen Albert Davis, Olga Segura de la Cruz, Arlene F. DeLuca, Estefani Diani de Paz Rodriguez, Yoetta Elizabeth Decker, Angela Sephora de Graffenreich, Chelsea Elizabeth Delano, Kenia I. DeLucio Duke, Eva Maria De Paz, Michelle Linnea De Ryder, Nicholas DeSantis, Kingsley Day, Amanda Kate Dickerson, Barbara Ellen Dickinson, Eric Scott Dietrich, Andrew Dilworth, Jason Dodd, John Abraham Donahue, Emily Michelle Donaldson, Allison Nicole Dawns, Joanne Donahoe, Saba John Dosa, Hakeem Hamlet Dowdy, Amanda Louise Drake Rojas, David Allen Drake, Sydney C. Dubbin, Charles Glendon Dudley, Sherman Kyle Dye, David Alden Dyer, Joshua James Edwards, Richard Egloff, Elena Borisovna Egorova, Samara Alexandra Iguarte Reyes, James Daniel Elam, Brandon Lee Elkins, James Michael Ellis, Lee Edward Engler, Stephen Andrew Erickson, Deborah Doster Erpedling, Benton Tilson Irwin, Karen Etling, Elizabeth Fisher Evans, Dustin Martin Fair, Justin Leon Faircloth, Mike O'Neill Faircloth, Jasmine Destiny Farrar, Tyler Ace Farrell, Janon Shante Fearington, Allison Jean Fair, Richard Adam Feldman, Christian Fellner, Patricia Wakefield Felton, Carolina Fernandez Bello, Sarah Catherine Fernandez, Jean Fitzpatrick, Deja Kaylee Florence, Arlene Flores Garcia, Paula Lowe Fowler, Sarah Frances Fox, Vanessa Dale Fox, Belinda Minor Fraley, Addison Faith Francis, Jonathan Lee Franklin, Roy E. Frazier, Rodriguez Herrera Freddie, Alexander Henry French, Artis Jr. French, Hannah Whitaker French, Elizabeth Matthews Fridley, Aurelia Azure Frost, Eric D. Fullage, Michael Lawrence Fuller, Taylor Claude Fuqua, Chad Hunter Fuqua, Anissa Gaber, Susan Rita Gassa, Ilana Ann Galax, Mackenzie Brooke Gambriel, Jean Francisco Gomez Giron, Matias Garcia Avila, Margaret Melissa Garcia Lamarca, Jimmy Garcia, Julius J. Gaddis, Antonia Thompson George, Harvey Alvin George, Eileen Stringer Guidian, Pamela Cecilia Guillen Ralphs, Vanessa Sanchez Gill, Cynthia Lee Gilly, Caroline M. Ginley, Jayashri Giridhar, Deborah Jean Gist, Charlie C. Glover, Dean George Glover, Shirley Glover, Norma Monica Goldner, Jimmy Gomez Olivia, Cornelio Juarez Gomez, Jeffrey Stephen Gompers, William Arnold Goyette, Lily Faye Granger, Larry Wayne Bravely,
Sorry, I noticed.
Charlie C. Glover, Dean George Glover, Shirley Glover, Norma Monica Goldner, Jimmy Gomez Olivia, Cornelio Juarez Gomez, Jeffrey Stephen Gompers, William Arnold Goyette, Lily Faye Granger, Larry Wayne Gravely, Michelle Gray Smith, Evan Scott Green, Gail C. Green, Margaret Louise Greenstock, Tina M. Greenwood, Michelle Marie Gretch Carter, Tanner Jacob Griffin, Susan Hawkins Grimes, Tamala Marnita Brissett, Mary Elizabeth Groneman, Mary Lou Googleman Melvin, Karen Benjamin Busso, Deborah Caldwell Hahn, Douglas Barnes Haight, Beverly Diane Hall, Bunny Hall, Dustin Rue Hall, Mary Jo Hall, Pauline Hall, Dylan Hamer.
Deborah Lynn Miller Hamilton, Se Hyun Han, Alexis M. Hargrove, Robert Byron Harriman, Earl Lee Harris, Rodney Eugene Harris, Belinda Townsend Harrison, Robert James Harrison, Charles Raymond Hart, Linda Emma Grace Hart, Sharon Lynn Hartwell, Corey Jacob Haswell, Kimberly Hatch, Sebastian Hatch, Gerald Thomas Haynes, Alexandra Ann Haynes Wabb, Doris Delois Heaton, Melvina Barrett Heaton, Tina Brewer Heaton, Yolanda Yvette Heaton, Eric Austin Heath, Nancy Hedmark Nay, Kerry Dean Helmecki, Mise Her, Shua Her, Marcia Edwina Herman, Rebecca Raquel Hernandez Castellanos, Juliana Campishano Herrera, Delfiscio Herring, Alex Hess, Angela Hicks, Lillian Hicks, William Christopher Hobson, Lily Annette Hodge, Douglas Hodges, Jason Hodges, Joanne Hodges, Lynn Davies Holbein, Emmis William Holder, Bobby Ray Holland, Tiffany K. Holloman, David Wesley Holt, Hope Elizabeth Holmesley, Aubrey Blankenship Hooft, Anna Horn, Aaron Palmer Horton, Gertrude Doreen Horton, Heather Coggins Horton, John Lee Horton, Ava Janice Howell, Christopher Howell, Thomas Cole Hudson, Johnny Lynn Hussey, Ronnie Gray Hutchins, Elizabeth Ibarra Rivera, Dora Interiano, Creighton Manning Irons, Judith Israel Rosen, Freddie Ivan Mateo Martinez, Karis Bumgardner Jackson, Samantha Jacomet, Derek Lamont Jeffries, David Lyle Jensen, Roger Dale Jeter, Vicky Jimenez, Eric Nyam, Dominique Jovan Johnson, Jonathan David Johnson, Lisa Michelle Johnson, Nettie Mae Johnson, Roby Ranulph Johnson, Tamara Jenna Johnson, James Andrew Jones, Bruce Darrell Jones, Karen Jones, Elizabeth West Jones, Jared Linroy Jones, Shanteza Monique Jones, Watson Douglas Jones, Glenda Gonzalez Johnson, John Lacia Johnson, Vincent Jerome Jordan, Kalyani Jopali, Fujikoi Kafefuda, Stanley Karanditu, Denise Kearns, Russell Kelly, Adrian Alexander Kelly, Tessa Nicole Kelly, Jameson King, Davis Eloy Kirkendall, Ann Cook Kaiser, Carol Joan Klein, Stephen Carey Klein, Robert Knight, Janet Kolbeck, William Koprowski, Harry Penos Kautrovelis, Priscilla Jean Labella, Mark Stephen LaChance, John Oris Ladner, Tanya Stacy Lagunas, Audrey Lambert, Pamela Beth Lampani Fire, Riley Ann Landreth, Jessica Rhea Lane, Glenn Lanham, Melanie Davis Lanham, Kimberly Anamari Lara, Jose Luis Lara Aguilar, Paul Anthony Lascara, Samuel N. Lassiter, Noah Thomas Danger Lopert, Julie Lawrence, Rebecca Lawrence, Kelly Denise Laws, Ellen Sue Sprankle Lauder, Winsome Isabel Ledbetter, Daniel Mark Lee, Julius Lee, Mercedes Rosa Lester, Jason Dale Llewellyn, Johnny Ray Lewis, Bruce Marshall Link, Sarah Marie Linkhorn, Lisa Marie Litchfield, Scott William Little, Sijing Lee, Amber Johnson Logan, Sterling Lee Logan, Christopher Allen Lonsky, Mia Yanitsen Lopez Calvo, Adam Cordell Lowe, Annette Gazal Lowe, Betty Ann Lowery, Patricia Louise Lohman, Lauren Danielle Luck, Courtney Marie Machette, Stephen Bernard McNeil, Deborah Ann McQueen, Malinowski Piotr, Lynn Marie Malling, Jasmine Lotta Mongol, Janet Hickerson Manuel, Oscar Vigale Manzan Ares, Catherine Maria Marina Carozzo, Michelle Marles, Sharika Danae Marsh, Zakia Josiah Marsh, Tim Allen Martin, Eduardo Luis Martinez, Martha Yvonne Martinez, Alejandro Reta Mashburn, Chase Dale Mashburn, Karen Kirk Mashburn, Ian David Mason, Michael Mastage, Tanir Tristan Matheson, Andrew Benjamin Mayo, Annette McBride McCall, McCaskill Dennis Moore, Kathleen McComb Dunn, Vicky Seagroves McConnell, Charles R. McCook, William F. McDermott, Benjamin Patrick McGonney, Christopher Douglas McGee, Helena McGovern, Milton McGowan, Harry McHugh, Fritz Thomas McIver, James McKenzie, Mike Patrick McCann, Linda Joyce McKinney, Tanika Raquel McKinney, Daniel Spencer McLaurin, Lily McMahon, Tanya Smith McManus, Teresa Ray McMillan, Bethany Ann McMullen, Debbie McNair, Sydney Johnson McNair, Nicole Lisa Medina, Ruby Abigail Mendoza Ocampo, Jacob Tyler Metcalf, Kirk Meddy, Jennifer Eulandike, Mildred J. Milam, Jason Miles, Destiny Joy Miller, Heather Moore Miller, Keith Andre Miller, Megan Christine Miller, Catherine Josephine Miserandino Singalo, Himal R. Modi, Hernan Jer Magalban, Fatu Ali Mohammed, Alexander Moiseev, Oksana Moiseev, Jessica Lee Molnar, Portia Yvette Monroe, Kylie Mae Montgomery, Oksana Maria Boravec, Norma Jean Mordecai, Jennifer Patton Morgan, Mary Baldwin Morris, Casey Morrison, Carlos Ularo, Nicholas Ryan Mullins, Rita Murray, Ricardo Montique Morel, Jessica Renee Najera, Sebastian Navaplata, Pansy Elizabeth Nazario, Jonah May Nettles, Vernon Wayne Newby, Gerald Keith Newcomb, Keith Newman, Kim On Nagoyan, Brian William Nichols, Paula Norden Nichols, Michael William Nix, McKenna Wiley Nixon, Barbara Nobles Crawford, Alexis Page Noel, Natalie Pierce O'Brien, Leslie Ocampo, Naum Ocampo, Ruby Jacqueline Ocelot, William O'Donnell, Tyler Nicole Odell, Dennis Odipo Okumo, Ashley Nadine Oliva Meha, Erica Susan Olive, Adele Ulani Oliver, Paul Dean Olson, James Gerard O'Malley, Elizabeth Ortiz, Michael Ortiz, Michael Patrick O'Shaughnessy, Ryan Osterman, Pam Schultz Owens, Adrian Page, Renoy Bruno Pantoja, Philip James Pappas, Ali K. Park, Amanda Beth Parker, Brian Ellis Parker, Deborah Jeanette Parker, Ralph Leonard Parker, Timothy John Parker, Ariana Lee Parker Lewis, Hasselin Victoria Parnell, Carl Joseph Pasarek, Hina Adil Kumar Patel, Bernadette Rogers Patterson, Erin May Payne, Virginia Clark Payne, Carolyn Louise Paz, Olivia L. Peavy, Scott Kenneth Peck, Christine Pelletier Garcia, Luis Fernando Perez de Paz, and Nandino Flores Perez Flores, Nicholas Perez Martinez, Wyatt Evan Perry, Catherine Ann Pettis, Candy Chanel Petty, Jacob Daniel Petty, Abby Lynn Phillips, Kathy Lancaster Phillips, Michael John Phillips, Regina Louise Phillips, Tammy S. Phillips, William Mason Phillips, Bonnie R. Piandosi, Jordan Lane Pickett, William R. Pierpont, Nicholas J. Desaris, Alex Mason Plummer, James Freeman Porch, Lisa Patrice Pollard, Adrian Popescu, and Arthur Edward Howell, Mary Isabel Parada Parada, Beatrice Price, Alla Prokopacek, Nicholas Thomas Puglia, Omeira Natacha, Humalpa Morillo, Joshua Guy Punch, Lauren Rebecca Punch, Miente Shepers Purcell, Anthony Marvet Purefoy, Timothy Perky, Joseph Quigley, John Patrick Quintero, Mary Catherine Lewis Rackley, John Ronald Scott Rutzowski, Judith Ann Ramage, Jennifer Ramirez Reyes, Amanda Kathleen Ramirez, Renilda Ramos, April Jill Randlin, Delois Christine Ray, Mitchell Scott Reed, Austin Reed, Frederick Ion Reed, Todd Robert Regelsberger, Jolene Ryder, Edwin Jackson Renegar, Yesenia Reta, Stephanie Reyes, Guadalupe Citali, Reina Barajas, Thomas Mack Reynolds, Jessica Nicole Richardson, Tracy Richardson, Corey Michael Rickman, Rosa Rico Vasquez, Charles Jordan Rigby, Sharon Renee Rigsby, Sarah Elizabeth Ristano, Carmen Moa Rivera, Harold Rashawn Rives, Robert James Roach, Chad Stephen Robertson, Armando Roca, Luis Fernando Rodriguez Herrera, Sylvia Corinda Roebuck, Andre Roldan Alvarado, Melissa May Aroma Gnoli, Isabel Romero Calvo, Patrick Ronca, Devin Connor Rudolph, Barbara Lynn Russell Walsh, Flavio Efrain Sabaleta, Christopher Adam Safrit, Daniel Castro Saldanha Souza, Eva L. Sanders, Ana Sanders Bonelli, Charles Sandora, Carlos Santiago Hernandez, Sandeep Sarangi, Joanne Scarlett, Siglinda Scarpa Anderson, Jessica Rose Schmaltz, Kay Scholl, Maria Martha Schoenfield, Corey Andrew Scott, Michelle Joseph Sewell, Tracy Scott Sellers, David Joseph Semrad, Anita Ice Sepko, Cindy Serrano, Ritu Sethi, Wade Hampton Setzer, Deborah Reva Shansek, Spencer Adam Shaw, Elizabeth Delahunty Sheely, Landon Taylor Sherrill, Dorothy Jennings Shreve, Iris Cibrian, Faiza Siddiqui, Yvette Yvonne Simmons, Randolph Kenneth Simon, Mark Adam Simpson, Sarah Singer, Felisa Beth Sipe, James Garland Sipe, Lakesha Nicole Cisco, Rokia Dorothy Sissoko, Jacob Clyde Sistare, Dawn Elizabeth Slavin, Antonia Martin Michael Sloan, Susan B. Sloan, Aaron Thomas Smith, Bonita Kennedy Smith, Emily Rachel Smith, Garrett Smith, Kristen Smith, William Sawyer Smith, Drew Smith Robbins, Judy Dolores Snipes, Tessa Snyder, Lynn Margaret Sobey, Ryan Charles Solowski, Maria del Los Angeles Soto, Sarah A. Sparrow, Casey Lauren Spearman Brown, Peyton Jewel Springle, Marshalian Stalley, Wendell Tracy Stalley, Colin Micaiah Starnes, Ilona Kamini Stashko, Robert Allen Steele, Shelley Ann Steele, Samantha Mae Stevenson, Jason Charles Stewart, Emmett E. Stobbs, Christopher Spencer Stoneman, James Dillard Stovall, Amanda Davis Strawn, Diana Stroud, William Strum, Roy Michael Stutz, Alexander Benjamin Somerville, Christy Baker Tamayo, Diana Tavera Vasquez, James Alfred Taylor, Dorothy Geneva Teague, Alexandria Lauren Terravest, William Greg Terry, Elsa Violetta Teruel, Miguel Teruel, Danica Ruth Thomas, Earl Kenneth Thompson, Caitlin Amber Thompson, Mindy Jean Threat, Russell Warren Tony, Mary Jo Tormey, Victoria Tor, Bobby Joe Tracy, Dustin Tyler Tripp, Patricia L. Trust, Jane Patton Tucker, Ramey O'Neill Turner, Tiana N. Turner, Tracy Turner, Jeffrey Tyberski, Andre Urena Sekena, Eugene John Vios, Lorenza Valdovinos, Janice Lynn Valero, Alexa Adamo Valverde, Vincent Asher Van Doren, Maurits van Lucaren Campagne, Frank Cope van Steenberg, Richard Joseph Vandenberg, Bianca Lachey Vargas, Justin Gerardo Vasquez, Robert Paul Verbert, Dylan Brian Verinder, Carrie F. Vickery, Judith Del Socorro Villalobos Brandon, Diana Viquez Alfaro, Jade Bodin, Damian Paul Volanino, Derek Lee Walden, Meredith Lee Walker, Vernell Sexton Walker, Carrie Ann Walls, Lisa Walston, Julie Ward, Lillian Gray Warren, Nathaniel Alexander Washam, Paula Elizabeth Waters, Jessica Ann Watson, Courtney Lynn Webster, Michael Wells, Angela Yao West, Chris Wesick, Kara Lindsay White, Sydney Weka White, William Humphrey White, Jackson Taylor Whitehead, Dale Theme Whitemore, Joseph Anthony Weedholtz, Paul David Wiggins, Ashton Lynn Wilkes, Stacy Lynn Wilkins, Charlotte Ellen Wilkinson, Robbie Jeanette Willett, Kevin Williams, Paul Clyde Williams, Carmelita Wilson, Dylan Garrett Wilson, Quentin LaRon Wilson, Jonah Michael Wiltshire, Ann Westner Weiner, Michael George Wisnowski, Jessica Grace Witcher, William Tucker Withington, Ashley Michael Michelle Wolcott, James Gordon Womack, Ashley Lynn Wood, Woodham, Laura Elizabeth Lucy Woodham, Carlton Webster Woods, Jonathan Tyler Woolley, Lee LeMater Woolforst, Arthur Charles Woolwick, Peter Scott Wyckoff, Barbara Marie Yannick, Vernon Christopher Yates. Here, Linda Sue Yergin McQuinn, Daniel McCrae Yee, Faye Lee Zhao. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged in Cherokee County. Salma Adam, Laney Adams, Stephen Rendell Aft, Zachariah Minton Alexander, Russell James Barlow, Emily Ann Feaster, Dominic Bellino, Dale Black, John B. Blythe, Sean Lee Breed, Alan J. Brown, Talitha May Brown, Robert Devin Bryson, Gloria Eldaline Cagle, Dakota Scott Carringer, Taylor Dockery Carringer, Alan Merrill Champney, Pamela Higgins Champney, Jessica Inez Cohn, Charles Raymond Coker, Stephen Clint Conard, James Bernard Cook, Kimberly Kathleen Cook, Barbara Louise Griezmann, Jonathan Randolph Cunningham, Timothy Ryan Cunningham, Robert Lee Daniels, Wendy Piot Davis Zarvis, Cheryl Ann Dennison, Andrea Dillard, Tammy Lynn Dobbs, Susan Marie Dobies, Mary Ann Dockery, Zachary Brian Dockery, Amanda Ray, Dorney Eberly, Douglas Arthur Droulard, Marilyn Louise Dumont, Mercedes Dumochel Porter, Paul Duval, Lori Ann Earl, Anthony Joseph L. Cowrie, Rita L. Cowrie, Mercedes Maria Engler, Ronald David Fields, Jose F. Florante, Susan Friel, Aaron Wade Freeman, Stephen Norman Gaudreau, Steve Garland, Jody J. Geiger, Debbie Patricia Gibby, Kenneth Lee Graham, Gertrude Griggs, David William Haley, Thurman Randall Hamby, Lori Ray Hart, Stephen Earl Hatfield, General Wheeler Hendricks, Lauren Walters Hewitt, Mary Martha Hewitt, Curtis Joseph Hika, Kimberly Dawn Holloway, Rory Simmons Howe, Timothy Kenneth Huff, Agnes Nibley Jalla, Barbara Catherine Jenkins, Carolyn Stranahan Jones, Gary Rochelle Kenny, Dorit Charlotte LaFiora, Albert W. Lambert, Landreath James William, Joshua Thad Laney, William Frederick Ledford, Vicky Turner Lafort, Michelle Legue, Betty Ann Liedke, Cynthia Ann Lumbert, Gail Caron Malouf, Monique Lynn Manchette Smith, Susan Karen Marcotte, Mary Hannah Mashburn, Kim Dawn McGaha, Taylor B. McLean, John Eugene Meadows, Joyce Eileen Miller, Kelly Ann Miller Ambrosino, Derek Matthew Morgan, Robert Kenneth Maurice, Tara Bushweck Brandt, Heather Nicole O'Donovan, Hoyle Jared Olson, Tina Kennedy Orr, Melvin E. Owens, Carrie Parker, Kadiha Janae Patterson, Lisa Ann Payne, Christopher Tyson Pierce, Karen Ann Petra Schooley, Lynn Louise Plants, Kevin Terry Polk, John Michael Popovici, Jeff Allen Porter, David Edward Powell, Roger Lynn Powers, Christopher Keel Price, Joan Elizabeth Price Halford, Jody Melissa Quillen, Olga First Rabold, Linda Sue Rubright Jerem, Tracy Lynn Rice, Jennifer Lily Roberts, Harold Lewis Robinette, Caitlin Mackenzie Robinson, Sharon Yvonne Sager Knight, Phoebe Evangeline Samuels Jackson, Juan William Sandoval, Michael Glenn Scheide, Amy Cook Shore, Billy Lee Simmons, Curdy Warren Simmons, Thorsten Anderson Simmons, Kelly Lynn Sloat, Keith Douglas Smith, Sherry Robertson Sneed, Harold Donald Spivey, Roy L. Stevenson, Judith Ann Steins, Lula Mashburn Strad, Lillian Westmoreland Sutter, Natasha Marie Tano, Rhonda Regina Taylor, Amanda Cheryl Thomas, Turpin David M., Tia M. Vignochi, Dolores Louise Von Philp, Cassie Marie Walker, Belinda Caroline Ware, Abigail McClure Wilson, Linda Sue Wolf, Joseph John Ronsky. Their votes should count. These are the votes being challenged in Chowan County. Mary Elaine Baxter, Yitavian Carrick Bazemore, Chanda Lynn Blount, Bobby W. Bobbitt, Martha Cornelia Bond, Emma Inez Bonner, Carol Anthony Boyce, Rosalind Olivia Boyce, Helen Farless Brickhouse, Aliyah Monique Brooks, Edis Ray Brooks, Daniel Brusco, Christopher Noel Carrigan, Michaela Charisse Carter, William Paul Clark, Richard Dean Cox, Jade Daniel Dowdy, Rosemary Downing, Lincoln Arlington Ellis, Daniel W. Ebenezer, Edward Albert Fleet, Dejan Latrell Fleming, Diane Gasper Jones, Jeffrey Stephen Gilbert, Rebecca Goodwin, Ann Jordan Hall, Henry Bryant Hamilton, Joshua Harrell, Caleb Latrell Harris, Herbert Earl Hollowell, Karen Perry Ingraham, Dexter Jinigan, Don Alden Jernigan, Nancy Grant Jess, Kimberly Johnson, Daniel Luke Knott, Patricia Bernadette Lambe Spar, Steve Randolph Lee, Deborah Miller Mansfield, Patricia Harris Mordecai, Mary Briggs Mullen, Denise Ann Musante, Lillian Kate Nixon, Karshawn Norman, Vana Annette O'Neill, Kingia Inez Palin, Sharon Denise Caudle Patrick, Donald Russell Pettings, Mia Lakendra Pedersen Spencer, Travis Monique Phelps, J.C. Lynn Pierce, Darian Allen Riddick, Ederlina Ragab Rogan, Monica Lee Rollins, Kaivan Nickel Rome, Burley Barton Ross, Stephanie Dawn Roofer, Randy Lee Roosevelt, Sandra Lee Satterfield, Will Isha Sessoms, Candy Sharp, Joanne Stallings, Carrie Stegall, Davesha Winese Sutton, Patricia Sutton, Frederick Arnold Swain, Mary Donnell Swanner, James Daniel Sykes, Corey Tatum, Eric Jamal Tripp, Ariana Renee Twine, Tracy Tyner, Richard Anthony Virginia, Robert Joseph Wagner, Boyce Leo Waterfield, Christina Walton White, Christine W. White, James Monroe White, Irian Whitehurst, Jermaine Lamont Wilder, Gary Ernest Wilson, Tanya Wilson, Janet Jones Winslow, Isabel Stronach Wood. Their votes should count. These are the votes being challenged in Clay County. Henry Stanton Abernathy, Paul Michael Anderson, Melinda Ann Anderson Jump, Jeffrey Beebe, Robin Lynn Blackburn Conway, William Ray Boyd, Arthur E. Bradley, Dida B. Bradley, Belinda Greiner Bradley, Karen Brendel, Paula Jean Bzott, Robert Earl Carter, Wanda Carter, Emma Darlene Champion, Haley Rand Collier, Wendy Lee D'Ambrosio, Rhonda Davis, Tommy Davis, Kathy DeMayo Wood, Jorge Diaz Silvera, Pamela Dills, April Beatrice England, Mary Ann Fields, Lana Marie Foster, Jordan Frank David Garner, Carolyn May Hall, Stephen Ray Haney, Rodney William Hardiman, Margaret Ruth Harrell, Christopher Evan Harris, Kathy Sherlin Henson, Donald Leroy Hobart, Josephine R. Hogson, Tobiah Joe Houston, Shirley Webb Hover, Stephen Houston Hunt, Joanne Hutchinson, Aaron Oliver Ingram, Amanda Jane Johns, Corey L. Johns, Ashley Marie Killian, Caitlin Cantrell Klopfer, Deborah K. LaForce Pridgeon, William Edward Layden, Cynthia Joe Lingo, Margaret Lloyd, Daryl Christopher Long, Jim Marazzi, Leno Jerry Moore, Ruth Ann Muston, Mark Stephen Busey, Jonathan Lee Nelson, Leanne Jones Ford, Maricel Osorio Elwell, Wayne C. Perry, Audra M. Heza, Judith Ellen Ramsey, Jacqueline Broadway Reed, April Grayson Rhodes, Robert John Rhodes, Kathleen Hare Richard, John C. Riley, Dorothy Darlene Rowland, Timothy Edmund Ryan, Paul Lee Schroeder, Trevor S. Small, Roxanne Patricia Smith, Teresa Sosby, Nikki Lynn Swafford, Joyce Elizabeth Tiffany, Cody's Trout Thomas, Mimi von Litoff, Terry Lynn Wallace, Benny Sue Gua, Bonnie Lynn Williams, Cecilia Ann Woodard. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged in Cleveland County. Tatiana Sharika Adams, Louise Sandra Addison, Kiri Renea Afford, Bruce Nichols Agnew, James David Allen, Jesse Allister, Angelia Hawkins Arison, James Bagwell, Andrea Brown Barnett, Joshua Ray Barrett, Angela Barringer, Kelly Bates, Melody Amore Baumgartner, Jeffrey Bernard Baxter, Dustin Perry Beam, Ellie Maria Beeson, Thomas Lee Bell, Elizabeth Bellairs, Robert Benfield, Brandy McClure, Black. Jania Lachey, Black. Blakemore, Russell Todd Blakemore. Justin S. Blanton. Timothy James Blanton. Grace Nicole Bolton.
Jamie Allen Bostick, Mitchell Wayne Bowen, Robert Blake Bowen, Linda Coffin Bowman, Rex Bradley, Tawny Bradshaw, Henry McCrae Brawley, Deborah Ann Bridges, Patricia Ann Bridges, Robert Adam Bridges, Danita Britton, James Anthony Brooks, Timothy Brian Bro, Daniel William Brown, Diamond Sierra Brown, Elizabeth Gold Brown, Ethan Dakota Brown, Hugh Dean Brown, Timothy Turner Brown, Kalia Kiara Brunson Albany, Sydney Elizabeth Bush, Rudy Allen Lee Bumgarner, Debbie Burchett Pettis, Amanda Nolan Burgess, Jane Gray Byrne, Alana Burney, Jeremy Aaron Burris, Sheila May Bates Burris, David Bush, Adriana Calabria, Joseph Samuel Calloway, Joanne Learcy Caldwell, Sarah Rebecca Caldwell, Bruce Neal Camp, Rebecca Campion, Bruce Edward Knight, Jimmy Terry Knight, Renee Purser Knight, Sandra Ann Knight, J.C. Cannon, Kaylin Lachey Cannon, Donald Franklin Chancellor, Henry Cantera, Jeremy Carpenter, Angel Wimmer Carroll, Harold Grant Cass Stevens, Dellinger Mabel Cathy, Eddie Chambers, Margaret Jeanette Chandler, Gwendolyn Denise Cherry, Ronnie Vane Clark, John Daniel Clary, Eric Glenn Clemmer, April Lee Cloninger, Teresa Ann Cornelius, Kyle Covington, Larry Dean Crocker, Jocelyn Crosby, Shedrick Crosby, Teroa Cunningham, Alexis Danish Kemp, Donna Louise Daniel, Alonzo Daniels, Amanda Garrett Davis, Barbara Davis, Tanika Nicole Davis, Virginia Lee DeHaan, Wanda Plank Dean, Linda Jones Decker, Nelson Brady Dixon, Kenneth Wayne Donaldson, Aurelie Velez Dahlman, Alana J. Douglas, Frederick Brust Douglas, Patricia Diane Duncan, Lynn McDaniel Eccles, Wendy Edison, Janet Edwards, George Ellerbush, Michael Kendall Elliott, Peter Ingalls, Evans McCarthy, Doris Fay. Gwendolyn K. Finster, Colleen Feeney, Henry Finney, Latanya Sharice Finney, Becky Fisher, Patricia Sue Flack, Christopher Brian Floyd, Mark David Floyd, Markeela Foster. Edward Allen Freeman, Emily Suzanne Gaffney, Gerald Nathan Gant, Briette Garcia Diaz, Scotty Gardner, Ashley Danielle Gaston, Christopher Leon Rober, Stanley Gravely, Alexandra Nicole Green, Charles Jason Green, Donnie Ryan Green, Emma Kate Green, Gordon Charles Griffin, Sharon Griffin, Bim Gura, Alexis Hall, Lily Wheeler Hamilton, Claudia Brianna Hamrick, Dwight James Hamrick, Kenneth Wayne Hamrick, Phyllis Ruth Harbin, Matthew Spencer Hardin, Bobby Shane Harrison, Mary Etta Hart, Kenzie Leland Habner Hensey, John William Hawkins, Carson Lee Hefner, Pauline Denise Habner, Kenneth Wayne Henderson, Gary Lee Hensley, Adam Henson, Gretchen Svetlana Hernandez Hens, Michael Boyce Hess, Patsy Jennifer Hicks, Ronald Lewis Hilliard, Dolores Hines Eskridge, Patrick Fox, Lisa Hollyfield, Kyla Janae Hopper, Tyrells Hopper, Derek Sherrard Hauser, Darius Terrence Howard, Ann Stott Howie, Timothy Brian Howington, Carolyn Hoyle, Debbie Hoyle, Richard Allen Hoyle, Angela Paulette Huffstetler, Dawn Elizabeth Hughes, Michael Jacob Hughes, Travon Devontae Hunt, John Jonah Engel, Veronica Jean Ipop, Christoph Jablonski, Estelle Sonia Jackson, Rita Jenkins Jackson, Barbara Ann Jacobson, Autumn Nicole James, Kana Jeffries, Janine Johnson, Jessie Mae Johnson, Ellen K. Jones, Larry Columbus Jones, Matthew Shepard Jones, Mathis Drew Jones, Stephen Michael Jones, Zachariah Jones, LaQuinta Peeler Key, Susan Patrice Kendrick, Joshua Hisun Kim, James Ambrose Kimball, Vanessa Joy Kirby, John Robert Kite, Hollis Conitzer, Logan Lacey, Heather Walker Lale, Noah Allen Lamagna, Martha Rose Lankford, April Michelle Lawhon, Edith Marie Harmon Lay, Tina Marie LeConte, Ashley Michelle Lee, Billy Sean Lee, Linda Mae Lee, Orlenzo Montreal Lee, Sherry Simpson Lee, Tyzon Leslie, Walter Stanley Lesmeister, Olivia Lewis Barrett, Jocelyn Lena Rodriguez, Henry Francis Livingstone, Aretha Livesey, Bradley Gage Long, Donald George Long, Kimberly Long, Mary Christine Liu, Brian Eugene Lau, Ira Chanel Lowry, Margaret Lowry, Samantha Jo Lowry, Marilyn Jane Lohman, Chauncey Longsborough, Rebecca Ray Lunsford, Joey Jerome Maddox, Tariq Kareem Mance, Elizabeth Marcel, Mary Elizabeth Martin, Lauren Nicole Messi Williams, Robert Lee Mooney, Timothy Jonathan Mooney, Angela Starks McLean, Patrick Lamont McClooney, Linda Anthony McConnell, Kelly McCrary, Bradley Chase McCraw, Susan McHouston, Molly Elizabeth McCullough, Tommy Jean McDowell, Christine Shuford McKinney, Christopher Anthony McKnight, Alicia Carteret McClellan, Arthur Ray McSwain, Christian McSwain, J. Scott Mead, Hannah Georgia Merritt, Brock Adam Messick, Taylor Winkler Messick, Jody Miller, Kenneth Ray Miller, Ruth Miller, Audra Laval's Mintz, Madison Lauren Mitchell, Carla Monaghan, Jalen Kiera Montgomery, Kirk Morris, Patricia Ann Morrison, Tommy Eileen Moss, Alwyn Ian Musney, Brian Cody Nance, Yanetta Nash, Janetta Yvette Norris, Maureen Claudia Newman, Whitney Jane Odoms, Gwen May Odoms, Timothy Oliver, Angela Darlene Ortega, Justin Mickey Osborne, Michael Larry Osborne, Billy Eugene Owens, Jesse Carl Pace, William Richard Pack, Holly Alicia Painter, Regina Miller Parker, Tanya Day Parker, Vera Lee Passmore, Deb Katnick Patel, Jay Shriven Keaton Patel, Vaishleeman Patel, Charles Lee Patterson, Isaiah Payne, Yanarias Perez Rodriguez, Monique Raquel Perry, Natasha Denise Perry, Trevor Alexander Persing, Kaylee Marte Pettis, Matthew James Pettis, Edward Jonathan Petty, Letitia Mariana Petty, Jennifer Philbeck, Jasmine Fantasia Phillips, Kay Francis Phillips, Kelly Marie Phillips, Sheila Phillips, Gabriel Daniel Phillips Mead, Luke Peer, Walton Pitchford, Shirley Ponder, Vicki Darlene Poole, Rachel Leanne Poston, Susan Poritzati, Kania Adria Presley, Nicholas Darren Presley, Kimberly Chris Presnell, Robert Keith Proctor, Linda Herrick Proko, Iris Chrisana Ramseur, J.C. Ramsey, Kathleen Mary Riley, Joshua Dell Rice, James Erskine Rance, Deanna Lachey Rice, Jonathan Michael Richard, Colleen Ann Richter, Larry David Ridings, Ada Rivera Ellis, Luke William Rod, Jada Renee Robbs, Tanisha Simone Robertson, Betty Jean Stroud, Shelley Denise Robinson, Matt Rogers, Anthony Drew Rogers, Mary Roman Pitchford, Desiree Lakita Ross, Doreen Ross, Tyrell Lee Ross, Wayne Lee Ross, Lawrence Quinn Rucker, Morris Lee Runyon, Nita Alvina Sabatis, Richard Lloyd Sager, Narshing Salendra, Patricia Elizabeth Sanders, Nathan Tyrone Sanford, Barbara Ernie Scott, Cassie Lee Seagroves, Connor Signet Sellers, Sandra Sellers, Alicia M. Shelburne, John Daniel Shockley, Michael Lloyd Shope, Hunter Allen Short, Taylor Mackenzie Short, Ethan Jacob Simmons, Bonnie Sweet Sis, Angela Bell Smith, Jennifer Lynn Smith, Julie Poston Smith, Richard Smith, William Duncan Smith, Zenny Ellen Smith, Leslie Harold Spangler, Donna Michelle Sparks, Adam Christopher Spradley, Larry Phillips Spry, Wilma Faye Porter Sperling, Robin Denise Staton Mitchell, Deanna Dorothy Staton, Erica Danielle Strain, Larry Jason Street, Markla Lasha Stringer, Denisha Danielle Sweat, Rebecca Lynn Swiniak, Teresa Juliana Joke, Dustin Schoen Talent, Paul Phil Tate, Mark Eldon Taylor, Dorothy Mae Tessner, Philip Teptonsing, Lita Thornton, Laura Shade Thurman, Patricia Hollander Tillman, Candler Aloysius Tenth, Tiffany Lee Timson, Jaquita Melton Truesdale, Mackenzie Renee Turner, Andrew James Van Atta, Anna Marie Van der Meiden, David Brian Vaughn, David Lee Verbose, Mihaela Vujovic Cordova, Susan Walker, Terry Lewis Walls, John Russell Walton, Connor Michael Washburn, Andrew Waters, Emily Watts, Catherine Marie Weber, Diamond Kiera Webb Mercer, Nathan Austin Weber, Augustine Ray Webster, Caroline Abigail Westhouse, Joseph Christopher White, Richard Everett White, Sarah Wiltz, Thomas Augustine Will, Dorothy Smith Williams, Jacqueline Williams, Zachary Willoughby, Justin Lee Wilmuth, Adam Douglas Wilson, Barbara Jane Wilson, Brianna Wilson, Elizabeth Ann Wilson, James Wilson, Kenneth Denard Wilson, Larry Clifton Wilson, Paul Douglas Wilson, Jason Christopher Winslow, Kevin Brian Woodall, Carolyn Lynn Wright, Cynthia Wright, Jacob Wright, Margaret Georgiana Wright, Zia Katera Wright, Lena Nicole Wright Gore, Michael Anthony Weichel, Ernest Lee Yancey, Anna Claire Ewan Yarborough. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged in Columbus County. Sean Michael Aiken, Akia Marie Allen Simpson, Janet Robinson Armand, Timothy Atomsky, Amanda Sykes Baines, Jerome Baldwin, Elizabeth Page Barnhill Blackwell, Rodney Bartley, Brenda Rose and Versina Berry, Rodney Beatty, Aisha Chantabelle, Jeannie Maybell, Jacqueline Bellamy, Rachel Benton, Quentin Betts, Kenny Blackman, Lois Blackman, Charles Philip Bordeaux, Grayson Bordeaux, Rachel Elizabeth Boren, Tyler Jacob Boyles, Sabrina Bradley, Sarah Ann Brisson, Samuel Harding Brookbank, Michael Anthony Brown, Peggy Brown, Jeffrey Bryant, Willena Vals Bullard, Emma Bullock Bone, Kristen Marie Burrows, Agnes Campbell, Yesenia Carbajal, Lenny Lay Carteret, Sandy Chapman, Michael James Chappell, Shea Paris Childress, Joanna Coleman, Mary Elizabeth Conley, Elizabeth Corbett, Megan Ruth Cribb, Frank Lloyd Crone, Nathan Rocky Crowley, Natashiana Davis, Rita Henson Davis, Stuart Davis, Linda K. DeYerman, Azalea Donahue, Justin Paul Dorsey, David Dallas, Lois Oxendine Dunkerley, Brenda Coker Faircloth, Moran Fairfax, Jermaine Faulkner, Tanya Ford, Dramika Nicole Freeman, William Marshall Frank, Evelina Vereen Fulton, Kira Cole Godwin, Michelle Godwin, Alice Gooden, Markeisha Gray Elliott Gore. Mary Elizabeth Gore, Rosa Marie Gore, Maurice Graham, Aksha Malada Graham King, Martha Lynn Granger, Renee Angela Green, Sonia Jeanette Green, Donald Greer, Joseph Franklin Guyton, Morgan Narissa Hairston, Benita Jo Hamer, Christian Leanne Hammond, Emmanuel Graham Hammonds, James Trey Hardy, Jaden Thomas Harrelson, Larry Hathaway, Justin Roy Hayes, Jeffrey Jolie Hemingway, Betty Simmons Hennigan, Caleb Gregory Hill, Zanetta Dixon Hines, Cheyenne Alexandria Henson, Deborah Faye Hollingsworth, Jacob Nelson Honeycutt, Joan Marie Humphrey, Pamela Humphrey, Joshua Aaron Hunt, Thomas Percy, Stanley Jakinzuk, Detroit Demont Jackson, Eric Lamont Jackson, Sharina Buffet Jackson, William Matthew Jackson, Esther Lee Jacobs, Donica Sherville Johnson, James O'Neill Johnson, Jonathan Johnson, David Edward Jones, Lakeisha Jones, Teray James, William Buster Jordan, Marie Ward Kelly, Anna Lewis Kennedy, Patsy Connor Ketchum, Darlene Lane, Reagan Allen Lee, Dennis Wayne Leeson, Isabella Rachel Lennon, Shayna Lennon, Kamari Anderson Leslie, Aaron Gregory Lewis, Tyra Elise Livingston, Winfred Earl Livingston, James Lacey Locklear, Jennifer Lopez Lopez, John Dewey Lawrence, Francis Samuel Lawyer, Jackson Lyons, Laura Smith Malpas, Dennis Marella, Selena Jones Martin, William Richard Marvin, Layla May Maxfield, Louise McCallum, Meredith McCloskey, Jerome Anthony McCrae, John McCready, Timothy Elwin McCumby, Miracle McCuffin, Robert Lee McDaniel, Sabrina M. McDonald, Javant Thomas McDowell, Kiasa McCoy, Brenda Ann McClellan, Tyrone Nancy McNeil, Gabriana Zeta McPherson, Teresa Lee McPherson, Lakina McCage, Elisa Page Meeks, Kevin Molina, Donald Mercer, Barry Barrett, Sandra Johnson Barrett, Joshua Stewart Mills, Waylon Kyle, Montgomery Lolita Montgomery, Trinity Tavana Montgomery, Jeffrey Moore, Taylon Sharnia Moore, Clara Lou Nance, Madison Jade Nance, Angela Neely, Donald Nichols, Vanessa April Nichols, Christian Nobles, James Ray Nobles, Andrea Rochelle Norris, Antonio Odom, Ayla Osborne, Nisif Hasnukabi Patel, David Allen Patillo, Crystal Perez Velasquez, Rodney Brian Parrott, Lyndon Fan, Linda Phillips, Chandler Lee Phipps, Cephas Peter, Morris Gaston Pridgeon, Victoria Brooke Priest, Barry Rackley, Gerald Wayne Rader, Bonton Randall, Joyce Godwin Ransom, Linda Faye Ransom, Grayson Elizabeth Reeves, Emily Fowler Reeser, Richard Lee Richardson, Angel Maisel Riggins, Sarah Robinson, Naomi Jean Samuelson, Frank Dean Sarvis, Whiffy Jean Saunders, Carol Schindler, Jeffrey DeWan Seabrook, Michael Anthony Shaw, Shalisa Shaw, Gloria Shipman, Susan Noble Shipman, Ashanti Singletary, Shakoya Singleton, Merlin Scott Smith, Joshua Snipes, Patricia Souls, Justin Chase Spalding, Kennedy Spalding, Madison Spalding, Kathy Floyd Squires, Norman Stevens, Karen Jane Stevenson, Harry Stone, Gabrielle Susanna Tedder, Rosalie Terry, Janice Thomas, Jeffrey Joseph Thomas, James Thompson, Robert Lee Tisdale, Timothy Todd, Evelyn Joyce Treadwell, Danny Wayne Turbeville, Shanna Turbeville, Bruce Daniel Tyler, Rhonda Tyler, Tracy Valentine, David Anderson Vault, Antonio Ward, Kathy Ward, Clisha Latish Ward, Connor Brian Ward, Gunnar Ward, Harry Douglas Ward, Larry Benjamin Ward, Queenie Green Washington, Kirby Watts, Michael Christopher Watts. Beverly Marie Whaley, Peter Andrew Whaley, Notori Craney Wilkins, Angel Monique Williams, Franklin Eugene Williams, Lena Williams, Andrea Leanne Williamson, Camden Lamont Emmanuel Williamson, Jared Lynn Williamson, Julie Williamson, Sharon W. Williamson, William Willis, Tori K. Wilson, Yvonne Elizabeth Woodard, Serena Buffkin Worley, Jonathan Hunter Worrell, Tammy Suzette and Jeffrey Andrew Young. We continue the reading to Craven County. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged in Craven County. In just a moment, we're going to change speakers.
Hello. Their votes should count for Craven County. These are the voters being challenged in Craven County. Erica Renita Adams, Gabriella Nicole Walters Speedo, Nija Victoria Allen, Shaniqua Vaughn Day Allen, Travis Dion Allen, Sammy Alshati, Galindo, Erica Calienta Galindo Alvarez, Kevin John Anderson, Lisa Maureen Anderson, Melzek Argetta Zenla, Amisha Latrell Arrington, Glenna Maxine Aldit, Mary Pauline Zebacker, Matthew David Bollock, Terry Arthur Barkin, Felicia Simone Barnes, Nicholas John Belsico, Baron Lewis Basin, James Charles Begley, Catherine Elizabeth Bell, Amory Amy Benson, Elwood Ray Besser, Rita Zorain Besser, thank you. Ashley M. Beth Bryant, Denise Ray Bird, Jeffrey Joseph Blunt, Armanden Lee Blunder, Charlotte Bowie, Becca Lynn Bowling Davenport, Laura Jean Booth, Lois Ann Boyd, Mia Blase Bradley, James Michael Bramble, Deborah Rose Bridgeforth, Megan Amber Brittman, Haley Nicole Brinson, James Ray Broadway, Aradell Brown, Olivia Chantel Brown, Robert Thomas Brown, Christy Bruce, Jeremy Daventon Bryant, Torin D. Bryant, Anya Danielle Bryant Blount, Dolly Lee Bryant Dawson, Lucy Boo, John Thomas Bula, Debbie Bunin, Shanita Burrich, Holly Jo Burgess, Alexis Morgan Bursett, Danny Dean Rush, Benjamin Allen, Jamars Candy, Eva Tangtone Canderos, John Richard Cat, Misha Dion Corelli, Caitlin Lee Carwa, Diane Carr, Chikula Chantel Carr Sutton, Sean Carter, Anne Elizabeth Castelli, Anthony Brian Castellone, Russell Stewart Caton, Brooke Haynes Chambers, Carla Marie Chambers, Dolores V. Charles, Clifton Chensu, Jared Cherry, Shelby Lamont Cherry, Brianne Michelle Crimson, Jaden Crimson, Thomas Keith Clearly, George Walton Coates, John Berkeley Coates, Jeff Cole, William Alva Cole, Dove Oasis Coleman, Jaylee Collier, Pansy Lane Collins, Martin John Connolly, Earl Gray Cook, Nisa Cooper, Aaron Ismail Perella, Rosa Marie Corona, Maurice Raphael Corsi, Robin Shelton Creamer, Hazel Hill Credell, Jordan Gray Smacky Crown, Catherine Elizabeth Cruz, Jamie Clyde Cup, Anthony C. Crewman, Katrina Daughtry, Joan Marcia Davis Wright, Joseph Davis, Ronald Davis, Michael Dawson, Tristan Dawson, May Vanessa R. DeLon, Sabrina Devana, Nina Thankful Delorzo, Darling Vashon Demir, Eva Grace DeSantis, John Daniel, Anisha Dixon, Timothy John Dolson, Lindsay Donnell, Teresa Lee Doyle, William Joseph Duddy, David Dudley, Michael Robert Duggar, Timothy James DeBron, George Frederick Eager, Mimi Francis Edgar, Albert Trans Edwards, Roger Dean Edwards, Caden Whitefield Ellers, Corey Page Elkins, Helmut Eckhart, Brenda Eggbanks, Emily Kathleen Evans, Anthony Allen Evans, Julia French Farring, and my name, Samantha Andrea Favita. Susan Carpenter, Fear Tag, Rufus Lee Ferguson, Ann T. Floyd, Brenda Faye Foreman, Samuel Bruce Forty, Jacqueline M. Fortune, Emma Diane's Boy, Georgia Marie Foy, Rosalinda Lena Foy, Joseph Jagger, Brancott, Valerie Levy Frances, Tatana Lavoti Frazier, Patricia Frederick, Jimmy Ray Frizzle, Ruthie M. Frizzell, Jason Daniels Fluger, Marianne Cordelli, Colleen A. Gallo, Samantha Marie Garner, Madison Gaskin, Teresa P. Gaskin, Mariah Jane Gavin Boy, Madison Nicole Geist, Timothy J. Gibbs, Martin Lucas Goddard, Sharon R. Johnson Gaddett, Larry Godfrey, Nikki Lee Godsby, Ibaduga Yvonne Gowdy, Allison Nicole Graham, Anthony Devine Graham, Gina Graham, Allison Nicole Graham, Johnny I. Gray, Danielle Green, Sopolo Michelle Green, Thomas Lee Green, Shirley Ann Griffin, Stephanie Graves Gura, Sylvia Ann Garcia Gurva, Renita Gurley, Gloria Lynn Hall, Kensia Hall, David Anthony Hallock, Holly Barber Hamilton, John Dean Harding, Nigel Haggart, Olivia Haggart, Bobby Lee Harris, Asika George Hasby, Connor Alexander Hawkins, John Lincoln Hawkins, Candace Lynn Hayes Ackley, Joseph Augusta Hayes, Ronika Doshana Keith, Rashima S. Anderson, Robert Earl Henry, Samuel William Henry, Irene Elizabeth, Ronald S. Bruce G. Hess, Mary F. Hicks, Daniel Hill, Hilda Shanta Cherry, Gavin P. Hill, Tawanda Siobhan Hill, Duh Hill, Humor, Mary Alice Hooper, Donald Allen Hopkins, Ida Sapin Hudson, Barrett Andrew Howard, Chadwick Brian Howard, Elia Abron Howard, Sean Danielle Howard, B.Y. Hoot, C. Hu, and Dell, Howard Richard Hudson, Deborah Humphrey, Talia Ray Hundley, Tuesday Olivia Hurst, Joseph Matthew Husky, Lorenzo Ingram, Dawn Marie Ivy, Aaliyah Victoria Germain, Ennis Jenkins, Tara Kristen Jennings, Erica Howlor John, Brianna Johnson, James Johnson, Johnny Johnson, Peggy Lou Johnson, Robin Gale Johnson, Barbara Ann Jones, Cheryl Ann Jones, Helen Jones, Jamel Jones, Lawant Jones, Michael Jones, Nancy William Jones, Samuel O'Neill Jones, Thomas Jones, Warda Jones, Brandy Nicole Joyner, Nicatakia Joyner, Pearl Justin, George Thomas Cava, Karen Elaine Peter, Jace Michael Kemper, Phoebe Carol Kent Weber, Yvonne May Kilpatrick, Chris James Insby, Sean Plan, Sharon Elaine Osterman, Robert Poster, Mary Gulch, Key Q, Isaac Fletcher Latour, Lene Jane Marie Lara, Sean Williams Larson, Yvonne Harrison Lavick, Casey Larson, Jaden Lee, Jennifer Lehman, Brian Nicholas Limon, Adrian Marie Lewis, Michael Gray Lewis, David Lilly, Camille Munchell, Lindsay Simons, Tyler David Lingard, Jennifer Lynn Lips, Marlene Elizabeth Lynch, Ian James McDonald, Gregory D. Mack, Roderick McCree, Ryan Lee McGee, Tanya Carmine Milfano, James Mallory, Michelle Ann Malone, Dixie Lee Mann, Katie K. Mann, Devin Ford Manning, Kathleen Diane Marking, Juliana Mars Duchesne, Dale Orlando Martin Jr., Alfonso Edgar Martinez, May Elaine Mason Elstone, Ettore Bershon Matthews, Lysandra Lynn Mayor, Scott Franklin McAllister, Melanie Ann McCarty, Charles Allen McDougall, James Patrick McGroder, Natasha D. McKellar Crosby, Charles Richard McNeil, Lon McNutley, NGA Meth, Heather Elizabeth Melton, Courtney Allison Merkel, Royale Mills, Heidi Carmela Mitchell Duckworth, Julie Smith Mitchell, Miyuki Mitchell, Savannah Mitchell, Mian I. Mo, Donna Marie Monk, Sienna Elizabeth Monk, Melissa Dawn Moore Joseph, Mario May Morico, Jacob Morris, Nisa Morris, Sunny S. Morris, Joshua Britt Mott, Laura Murphy, Kina Minta, Alexis Marie Nadozi, Gary Paul Nelson, Sheena M. Nelson, Kaylin Nisbet, Helen Aretha Nisbet Samara, Amy Nizdowski, Alexa Nico Billy Nico Chica Ward Nobles, George David Norris, Samantha Nicole Nora Garcia, Susan New, Furious Ultrid Nucius, Leslie Alvarez, Jim Hong, Shizin Yu, Austin Lee Ormond, Alicia Ortiz, James A. Owen, Anthony J. Calblary, Yuka Sophia Palm Webb, Darren John Hawley, Amy Zinn Parr, Carlos Adrian Polaris, Mackenzie Jordan Parrish, Reba Wilson Parker, Marlene Passmore, Judy Lorraine Patton, Sugo S. Patton, Rebecca Jo Pierce, Catherine Lee Pearson, Tyler Cameron Pearson, Alexa Garlett Garcia, Mark Roger Perry, John Gilbert Peter, Susan Allison Filbert, Barbara Phyllis, Gina Elaine Bolivar Eckert, Frank Sidway Poole, Shelby Grace Poole, Cora Janice Pope, Larry Elwood Pope, Mackenzie Elizabeth Forzest, Robin Marie Powell, Michael Eric Paris, Holly Kristen Farkas, William Matthew Price, Julie Pritchard, Edward Neese Kriegren, Irene Pritchard Queen, Leslie Joan Quill, Alexander Rowowski. Oops. It's windy. Abigail Ramirez Guerrera, Mario Travers Rubilo, Griffin Buckland Reagan, Elizabeth Ann Reynolds, Melinda Sue Reynolds, Gorion Reed, Kamori R. Richardson, Lichi Risotto, Alicia Black Roach, Patricia Aidan Rope, Justice Lee Robbins, Emily Robertson, Zaya Marie Robertson, Sarah Julianne Rodriguez Galiendo, Philip Jesus Rodriguez Hart, Hannah Rodriguez, Leon Lyons Rotman, David Lee Rouse, Diane Lynn Rose, Josanne Beck Russ, Jordan Sadler, Human My Love Sampson, Zoya Monique Sampson, Joanne Hartsey Sanders, Karen Ethline Santos Torres, Sandy Craig Sapp, Ricky D. Stora, Joseph Robert Skills, Michael Seen, William Tabor Shattuck, Maxine Shepard, Brittany Lee Sheminsky, Shannon Shope, Lee Gwendolyn Schroeds, Simons, Lori Minor Simons, Shatika M. Singleton, J. Singleton Dixon, Joanne Slade, Bree Elizabeth Slaver, Joseph Alexander Small, Rosa Smith Mayfield, Gregory Allen Smith, Jan J. Smith, Jean Lorraine Smith, Jordan Dashon Smith, Madison Ruth Smith, Mario Smith, Sierra Violet Socket, Alicia Spencer, Noah Stallings, Derek Stewart, Amy Lee Still, Ellen Chofin, Elizabeth K. Stokes, Amy Lee Stone, Susan Marie Stover, Jalen Tyree Sumler, Caroline Emily Sutton, Taylor Shea Sutton, Simone Peter Sutton, Wilbur Eugene Swanner, Mackenzie Sweener, Dolores Jean Tackett, Whitney Elise Atkinson, Shirley Ann Taylor Parrish, Ashley Nicole Taylor, Elizabeth Taylor, Sherry Annette Taylor, Victory Lynn Taylor, Zayon Taylor, Nancy M. Teregas Page, Brahama Rossi Thacker, Indiravi Thacker, Ruth R. Ho Fei, Smoot Dean, Sue Tiem, Judith Ann Thomas, Sarah Elizabeth Thomas, Dean Timothy Thompson, Stephen Alton Thompson, Nancy Lee Tolbert, Danielle Elliott or Daniel Elliott Toller, Judith Grimsley Toller, Angela Worthington Townsend, Angelic Trapp, Carolyn Trimmer, Connie Lynn Tripp, Kristen M. Tripp, Erica Ann Triscart, Claudia Ann Tudor, Mary English Von Scheck, Gracie Vaughn, Sherry Lewis Vaughn, Cynthia Giselle Vickers, Rafaela Vogatis, Brenda Mae Wagner, Cheryl Davis Waters, Michelle Ann Watson, Louis Ann McGee, Aaron West, Nancy Hilda Brown, Wheeler, Eildon Elaine Whitby, Barbara Ann White, Gallet White, Gail Thomas Whitehead, Sharon Marie Whitehead, Jason Carl Wilmer, Andrea Moik Williams, Betty Lewis Williams, Bradley K. Williams, Craig Michael Williams, Danny H. Williams, Keith Ronald Williams, Rebecca Rose Williams, Shanae Q. Williams, Shanique Williams, Tareen Jade Williams, Eric Christopher Wilson, Rachel S. Wilson, Nicole Ann Wilson, Suji Troy Wilson, Trey Wilson, and Fitzgerald Wood, Larry Wheaton, Terrell Wright, Christopher Scott Wheaton, Christina Elizabeth Young, and Christina Ann Zedler. My name is on the list. I have been a voter since I was 18 years old. I have voted in North Carolina since 2022. I received my voter registration at the DMV in New Bern, Craven County. And I'm stunned and so disturbed by the fact that they're trying to take away 60,000 plus votes, and this cannot be the way we go forward. We have got to fix this. We have got to fight. Thank you.
Those were the challenged voters from Craven County, and their votes should count. Now Justice Riggs' parents are going to join us and help us read some names, including their own.
It's not so bad. Start with Cumberland.
Yes.
Corey Abbott, Paul Sefor Adelban, Jana Abdul Latif, Gabriel Madison Abney, Diana Lucille Abraham, Ford Rainier Abu Neves, Paul Anthony Abram, Sean Anthony Adam, Jinya Corday Adams, John Tonia LaShawn Adams, Malik Adams, Sandra Lee Adams, Stephanie Marie Adams, Sean Allen Atkins, Ama Aluswa Abdul Miliki, Derek Jerome Akins, Diane Elaine Agdala, Carolina Aglion Diaz, Kathleen McGuire, Connie Bradley Atkins, Victor Allison, Margaret Cheyenne Alot Perez, Jeffrey Alice Elbella Cologne, Wanda M. Albery, Xavier Gregory Alexandro, Demisha Sharmone Alexander, Edward L. Alexander, Margaret Ann Alexandra, Marquise R. Alexandra, Alexandra, Alfonso, Alicia, Alfred, Vania, Palmera, Alfred, Catherine, Alicia Fontaines, John Ballard, Deanna Allen,
Alicia Antoinette Allen, Mary L. Allen, Veronica Wright Allen, Ahmed Muhammad Ali Al-Kabi, Tony Renee Alston Quick, Elda Alvarez, James Barclay Alves, Vito Charles Marasso, Janet May Anderson, Donna Rose Anderson, Gentaris Paulius Anderson, Robert Thomas Anderson, Trevin Marquis Anderson, Marshall Anderson Martin, Lindsay Caroline Androli Comstock, Normalita Adilio Andrus, Dowsett Andrew, Patricia Andrew, Everett Lee Andrews, Victoria Anachi, Whitaker Antoni, Lisseth Antonio Jose, Leonardo Arvalo Padilla, Kentaza Armstrong, Duncan Armwood, Adana Shree Arnold, Corey Germain Arnold, Ronnie Ray Arnold, Zachariah Douglas Kell Arnold, Josiah Isaiah Arthur, Lillian May, Danica Lucfara Atkins, Taylor Marie Atkinson, Natalie J. Austin, Lindsay Danielle Autry, Diana Abizula Balin, Louise Alves, Antonia Alaya, Idol Dolores Alaya, Saifullah Azizi, Kenneth Babb.
Okay.
We are Christine Riggs,
And Jack Riggs, Allison Riggs' dad and mom.
and we would very much like our vote to be counted. Misty Dawn Bacote, Alani Baez, Sonja Baggett Hawkins, Elena Beyer, Karen Bailey, Stephanie Bain Edwards, Amari Baker, Drew Baker, James Baker, Brenda Baloo Boyd, Edwards Balogun, Carlos Bamberger, Richard Bamberger, Brenda Banks, Richard Banks, Deborah Gerard, Jerome Barber, Ryan Barber, Mary Barfield, Avery Barnes, Cameron Barnes, Desiree Barnes, Jalen Barnes, Jasmine Barnes, Sasha Barnes, Tanisha Barnes, Courtney Barnett, Lula Barney, Eileen Barrett Williams, Jasmine Berry, Jason Bartley, Kurt Barton, Joseph Basenberg, Joe Lynn Bates, Venus Bates, Alexis Battle, Mamie Baxter, Nadra Beal, Zaida Ruby Bean, Nicole Beaton, Ryan Beatty, Mary Beeland, Tiffany Belfield, Evans Bell, Kimmy Bell, John Bellis, Annadelle Benjamin Donald Bennett, Isaac Bennett, Zariah Benny, Jordan Benson, Thomas Burlett, Tabitha Berlin, Nerva Berlus, Gabrielle Ramirez, Lisa Bernard, Anna Berry, Lisa Berryhill, Winfred Best, Brittany Bethia, Jamila Bethia, Nisa Bethia, Shada Bethia, Kavana Bethune, Ofane Bias, Tamara Biggerstaff, Kelsey Bigler, Benjamin Bill, Veranda Billinger, Adeola Bisubriu, Ronnie Bissett, Jackie Blackman, Jacinia Blackwell Gordon, Mitz Blanchard, Ronnie Blanco Mina, Jasenia Landing Soto Williams, Celeste Blocker, Jadarius Blossom, Tamika Brown Curry, Anthony Blue, Jada Blue, Nicole Blue, Tamika Blue, Luann Blumenfeld, Josephine Blumhagen, Alyssa Blythe Bender, Sheila Bogan, Victoria Bogan, Victoria Bogle, Robert Bohannon, Rodney Golden, Mark Boldig, Daniel Bolieris, Cassandra Bond Al Atab, W.L. Bonds, Darren Fuchs, Geraldine Boone, Shazmin Boone, Osan Borsch Lewick, Montasia Borden, James Borg, Jacqueline Borgs, Jose Borja Espino, Joshua Borth, Amali Bostaff, Ami Bosworth, Daphne Borsaw, Joy Borsaw, Sheena Borsaw, Damani Bowden, Ayana Bowden Kennedy, Benita Bowden McFarlane, Alexander Boyd, Joyce Boyd, Keith Boyega, Jarvis Boykin, Cheyenne Bowsmore, Terry Bradley, Bob Bradshaw, Chanel Branch, Shanisha Branch, Charles Brandon Mackenzie Raleigh, Nashonda Grayboy, Jessica Brazil, Jasmine Breeden, Richard Breeden, Josephine Breidenbach, Natalie Brew, Yogi Brewington, Virginia Brewster, Paul Brinkley, Denise Britt, Charles Brock, Kathy Brock, Kimora Brogdon Smith, Jackson Brooke, DeAndre Brooks, Thomas Brooks, Aaron Brosnan, Aaliyah Brown, Angelica Brown, Bernadine Brown, Bertha Brown, Carl Brown, Charles Brown, Darius Brown, Dean Brown, Jayla Brown, Kirby Brown, Leah Brown, Novella Brown, Sarah Ann Brown, Sonia Brown, Terrence Brown, Tiana Brown, Zion Brown, Jerai Brown, Ashley Bruckner, Edward Brummett, Yolanda Brunson, Byron Bryant, Miley Bryant, Michael Buchanan, Heather Buchert Roscoe, Stephanie Bucky, Christina Buckley, Centricia View, Leslie View Faber, Kelly Bulla, Simone Bullock Drawn, Shanice Bullock Drawn, Sydney Bumper, Camry Bunting Hayward, Travis Burt, Debbie Burkham, Darian Alfonso Burden, Jose Burgos, May Burgos, Gentry Burks, Reginald Burnett, Dorothy Burnell, Ariana Burns Williams, Taylor Burrell Gaston, Brandon Bush, Jera Emily Buston, David Butcher, Barbara Butler Blue, Robert Butler, Wilbert Butler, Zoe Butler, Mary Butts, Janine Bizzetto Bush, Christopher Cabaj, Will Caballero Martinez, Tammy Cades, James Cadiz, Lisa Kane, Willie Kane, Maria Piscina Perez Sanchez, Manuel Calderon Lugo, Jacqueline Caldwell, Kimberly Caldwell, Lamont Caldwell, Wilhelmina Calhoun. Jeffrey Call, Laura Call, Philip John Columba, Phyllis Cameron, Shanice Cameron, Julia Camp, Alexis Campbell, Khalid Campbell, Linda Campbell, India Campbell, Kyle Campbell, Romello Campbell, Cheryl Campbell, Sequoia Campbell, Abigail Kennedy, Jose Canas, Jacqueline Kango, Comadre Kennedy, Diana Canizaro, Dorothy Cannon Brown, Terrence Canny, Anthony Cantrell, Sasha Cantrell, Joseph Carberry, Hernan Carcamo, Aaron Lee Carefoot, Kim Carey, Paige Carmen, Deborah Carnes, Sherry Carpenter, Stacy Carr, Alexander Carrasco, Felix Carrasco, Alicia Carrington, Thomas Carroll, Patricia Carson, Calvin Carter, Candida Carter, Joseph Carter, Keith Carter, Melissa Carter, Paulette Carter, Tanika Carter, Rosalind Carver, James Casey, Steve Casey, Angel Castillo, Maria Castillo, Lolita Castillo Pazan, Paola Castro, Jesus Castro Perez, Haley Calder, Grayson Cecile, Karen Cecile, Julia Salata de Uloa, Tanasia Chadwick, Joseph Shakur Guetieri, Rachel Chan, Sally Cheney, Alejandro Chapa Rodriguez, Blake Chapman, DeVere Chapel, Robert Charles, Brian Chase, Fiorin Chase, Carla Chavara Iglesias, Kimberly Cheshire, Brad Chi, Graciela Childress, Ebony Chisholm, Stephen Chisholm, Gina Chizek, Pion Yon Cho, Louis Chongwani, Shay Kristen, Guy Christian, James Church, Juan Sid Manaya, Barbara Clark, Denasia Clark, Iva Sarah Clark, Tina Clark, Elijah Clark, Karen Clarkson, Sirius Clarkson Holland, Aaron Claiborne, Frederick Click, Altricia Cluett, Aaliyah Cobb, Jonathan Cobb, Sutasini Cobb, Luce Codian Lepe, Tiana Cofield, James Coghill, Taylin Cogswell, Angela Cole, Elvia Cole, Daphne Coleman, Michael Coleman, Teresa Coleman, Christina Kohler Brignoli, Daisy Colazzo, Michael Collier, Ramona Collier, Deborah Collins, Ada Colin Mercado, Chuck Colin, Jasmine Colin, Carolyn Colin, Francis Colin Villalongo, Sharon Colvin, Sydney Combs, James Cone, Roberta Congo Smith, Edward Conley, Lawrence Conley, Quantica Conley Jackson, Soon Hee Kim Connell, Deandria Conte, Cherubin Contractor, Leanne Cooley, Ferdinand Cooper, Gretchen Cooper, Pedri Cooper, Martin Cooper, Mariana Capolo, Rosario Capolo, Nilma Cora Medina, Rachel Corbett, Kevin Cordero, Domatio Cordova Garcia, Ryan Corral Coletta, Melvin Correa Lopez, Essence Costin, Rhonda Cottle, Leticia Cotto, Deanna Cotton, Courtney Calder, Charles Council, Odessa Council, Joaquin Covarrubias, Rivas, Jeffrey Covington, Karen Cowan, Warrant Cohen, Christina Cower, Gloria Cox, Philip Cox, Tamara Cox, James Craddock, Donald Cradle, Carlos Craig, Cedric Crankfield, Dominique Crawford, Teresa Crawford, Alexander Crenshaw, Doris Cromartie, Reginald Cromartie, Shade Friends, Rodney Crosby, Stephen Cruikshank, Lacey Crum, Ethan.
Jonte Crumpler Faust, Raquan Cruz, Livia Elias Cruz Cumba, Jose Ramon Cuevas Afanada, Erica Yvette Cobra, Billy Floyd Curry, Curtis Enos Curry, Reba Lanice Curry, Andre Calvin Curry, Cortina Jane Curry, Stephen M. Curry, Sybil McPherson Curry, Jeanette Cuthbert, Olivia K. Siles, Jackson Anthony Daly, Robert Daly, Sherry Martinez Daly, Jacob Augusta DeLay, Samantha Nicole DeLay, Melanie Danforth, John D. Daniel, Chelsea Linnea Imani Daniels, Dorothy Daniels, Marcus William Daniels, Monique Michelle Daniels, Stacy Ann Daniels, Tawan Wakil Daniels, Patricia Ann Daniels Cox, Patricia May Daniels Wright, Ronell Earl Danson, Heidi Jo Darati, Nell Davenport, Ritzada Davia Vasquez, Ariane Davis, Byron Fitzgerald Davis, Thania Davis, Charlie Lee Davis, Ernest Jerome Davis, Freddie Lee Davis, Marius Shanae Davis, Jessica Elise Davis, Katrina Stanley Davis, Alice Monique Davis, Morose Ali Davis, Ruby Jean Davis, Sean Darrell Davis, Tamika Latoya Davis, Luana Davis Brandon, Barbara Erlene Davis Lawrence, Olivia A. Dayton, Sarah De Jesus, Joshua De Almeida, Jermaine Dean, Jennifer Lynette Diaz, Natasha Andrea DeBerry, Larry Palmer Deal, Carmen Carl De Jesus, Joel Stevens DeYoung, Annette Maria Delgado, Corey Jarrett Del Mar, Lillian Louise Delgado, Stephanie Jean Delgado, David Delgado Ortiz, Sherry Schroeder Dell, Diane R. Dembo, Joseph Ian Patrick Dempsey, Michaela Dennis, Maisha Dennis, Brianna Elizabeth Mary Dennison, Kendra Danielle Deschamps, Michael Robert Duvall, Alexander Keaton Devenish, Sabrina Vigilano, Connor McClendon Beal, Murada Devali Hidayat, Eduardo Jose Diaz Negron, Natalie Diaz Rodriguez, Enrique Luis Diaz, Aaron Anna Diaz, Robert Yanis, Elizabeth Castillo, Tunita Dinkles, Joshua Aaron Dinner, Mary Ann de Simone Hester, Darren Anthony Dixon, Lavinia Maury Dixon, Tracy Ray Dixon, Louis Bracklon Dakera, Sean Bashilia Dolberry, Rissel Dominguez Delgado, Sarah Marina Dominguez, Deron Donald, Carolyn Yvette Donaldson, David Donica, Allison Olivia Dooley, Jonathan Jerome Dureau, Tammy Dorset, Frankie Dorval, Victor Jerome Downey, Janice Douglas, Jean Douglas, Lashandra Annette Douglas, Amahia Downing, Danica Habar Alicia Dozier, Zachary Debrek, Zebedee Drake, Casey Drakes, Mahanwa Elise Drayton, Rebecca Jean Droge, Sean Allen Droge, Maria Shantio Duval, Devona Tisha Duncan, Molly Jennifer Dadzimski, Christopher Sean Duggins, Richard Stephen Dukes, Stephen Thomas Dukes, Tony Vision Dukes, Amor Timer Dolce, Tanya Denise Duncan, Andrew Duncan, Sabrina Duncan, Benjamin Clay Duncan, Giovanna Denise Again, Song Dearco, Darlene Ashwell White, Leonard Timothy White, Tyler Alicia Ely, Adam Dean Earls, Demetra Lacole Earls, Louis Easterling, Melvin Easterling, Martha Emilia Easterling, Siobhan Denise Eastman, Kim Alice Edgerton, Lakeisha Carpenter Edgehill, Christelle Edmonds, Janoi Horace Edwards, Caitlin Edwards, Kelly Ann Edwards, Kelvin Dwayne Edwards, Marquis William Edwards, Reshna Mahida Al-Ard Abdullah, Angela Renee Salter Gideron, Ilan, Henri Itegadito Ellen, Kylie Elliott, Michelle Denise Elliott, Rose Elliott, Dwight Jerome Ellis, Carmen Encarnacion Rivera, Barbara and Sua, Pi Makana Epps Johnson, Charlene Elaine Evans, Jamisha Denise Evans, Leotis Evans, Sandra Venita Evans, Toya Tanisha Evans, Tyra Nicole Evans, Victoria Alicia Evans, Alicia Tanya Evans Brown, Victoria Alicia Evans, James Brian Ewing, Mildred Annette Ewing, Mufto Caldwell Tom, Tessa Dole, Amy Carol Faircloth, Herbert Wayne Faircloth, Caitlin Faircloth, Reginald Lamar Fair, Sharon Holly Fairfax, Michael Faison, Gianna Fent, Christy Farmer, Ron Farmer, Herbert William Farrar, John Falk, Michael John Fedowitz, Zachary Tyler Fagan, Materios Felder, David Alexander Felix, Vanessa Elaine Felton Groves, Andrea Ingrid Fernandez, Alexander Fennell, Elsa Fernandez, Ferdinand, Christopher Carl Ferger, James Hector Ferguson, Kira Robin Fern, Noe Robin Fernandez, Jocelyn Aguji Fernandez, Elizabeth Giovanni Fernandez Javier, Thomas Justice Farrell, Holly B. Field, Andrew Fields, Joanne Fields, Victoria Nicole Fife Allman, Anthony J. Fifay, Pedro Miguel Figueroa Blair, William Figueroa, Edna Alicia Figueroa Reyes, Damon Mallett Fights, Aaron Baskin, Jackson Pitt, Savon Finn, Sharon G. White, Paul Bernard Fisher, Hester M. Fisher, Sonia M. Fitz, David Allen Fleming, Giovanna Anija Flannery, Brandon Scott Fletcher, Jamar Yvonne Fletcher, Franchette Flourishment, Shalonda Michelle Floyd, Timothy John Flynn, Bertrinia Renette Fall, Carolyn Folan, Luis Manuel Finesca, Nicholas Edward Fontaine, Betty Christine Ford, Felicia Ford, Maurice Anthony Ford, Sahid Ford, Shali Ford, Walter Maurice Fordill, Randall Jerry Forrest, Malia Cheyenne Ford, Dayon Terrell Forte, Letitia Shante Forte, Jamarius Fortson, Robert Earl Foster, Yashiro Lashir Foster, Alicia Chantel Fox, Oriana Thomas Frandos, Dimitri Elon Franklin, Janice Yolanda Franklin, Shirley Ann Frank, Audia Tessa Frazier DeHaas, Catherine Frazier, Nicholas Frazier, Caitlin Ray Priestley, Benny Thomas Freeman, Caleb Jared Freeman, Carson Freeman, James Antoine Freeman, Jeremiah Freeman, Sonana Denise Freeman, Renanda Tanisha Freshman, Camuel Brett, Christopher Joseph Frieden, Akeem Cam Frieder, Hannah Browner, Tatiana Lee Fuentes, Shamira Denise Fuller Cross, Nicole Denise Gotti Lane, Sandra K. Gage, Corey Deshawn Galliard, Anthony Chase Gainey, Yolanda Marshall Galberth, Jenny Garciela Gale, Jonathan Reese Gallimore, Taylor Gallo, Joseph E. Gamble, Unichaka Andistas Gampal, Marielle Gott, Waldo Lorena Garcia Maravilla, Juan Noel Garcia Maradlaga, Madeline Joanne Garcia, Edna Joyce Gardner, Jelen Deshawn Gardner, Christian Emily Gardner, Shakina Gardner, Trinity Gardner, Ernestine Denise Garfield, Robert A. Garfield, Nasir Garland, Angela E. Garner, Charles L. Garnes, Maria Lee Marie Gary, Gary Murphy, Armando Lee Garza, Cassandra Garza, Sonia Garza, Sophia Gaston, Liz Juana Diaz, Brandon Robert Garrett, Tia Lynn Gentry, Briscoe Joe, Steve Kevin Gerald, Tony Christopher Gerald, Michelle Renee Getty Silvas, Jamie Gibson, Lisa Gill Gibson, Kevin A. Gibson McClellan, Irene B. Gibbons, Robert L. Gilchrist, Terry Quashane Gilchrist, Yolanda Yvette Giles, Charles Gilfillian, Emily Gilly, Matthew Gilly, David Lee Gillis, Latoya Young Gilmore, Robin Cray Genetti, Earl L. Glasgow, Alexia Levon Glass, Amanje Glenn, Deborah Blackwell Gloria, Naveria Christina Glover, Taquan Duran Godbolt, Latoya Letitia Cade Godfrey, Gerardo Tonanovich Godinez, Adrian Godoy, Janice Forbes Goodwin, Tanisha Duanis Godwin, Verlene Godwin, Jonathan Gehring, Chandra Lynn Goldsboro, Angel Luis Gonzalez Hernandez, Mierda Gonzalez Polina, Cesar Augusto Gonzalez, Stephanie Ann Gonzalez, Destiny J. Goodman, Rebecca Jane Goodman, Warren Maurice Goodman, Helen Ann Goodrich, Joshua Goodwin, Jordan Goodwin, Manuela Gordon, Aurelian McNeil Gordon, Lincoln Douglas Gordon, Willie Davis Gore, Gwendolyn Yvette Goddess Adrisiu, Cornelia Lee Grady, Elsa Yvette Grayfalls, Janet Sheila Rafanio, Betsy Denise Graham, Earl Graham, Lawania R. Graham, Orlando Antonio Grant, Maurice Grant, Donovan Eliza Graves, Anne Marie Paris Gray, Crystal Gray, Maya Gray, Gretchen Green Perez, Kayana Latisse Green, Scotty L. Green, Margie S. Green, Wilford T. Gregory, Amber Lynn Kristen Greville, Jennifer Danielle Griffin, Delroy Courtney Griffiths, Gloria L. Grimsley Neal, Pettigay Anna K. Garcia, George Anthony Grover, Karen Lee Grund, Kevin Grund, Tierra Renee Seller, Juliet L. Bonforte, Stefani Guerrero Pedraza, Ariana Tefilia Elise Gilroy, Michael Ron Spiones, Juliet Elizabeth Gould, Zula May Gunter, Tina Marie Gutierrez, Donna L. Guzman, Camelia Diana Von Johnson, Tamika S. Higgins, Geraldine Hare, James W. Hitchcock, Mutlatwa Hakami, Mir Hakim, Sabrina Holden, Lakeisha Levon Hal Earl, Daniel Worth Hall, Justin Michael Hall, Samantha Rose Hall, Thomas Larry Hall, Amin Mohammed Halab Silverio, Carolyn Ann Haluski, Jean Marie Hamilton, Jose Hermon Milton Hamilton, Joyce Hamilton, Katrina Marie Claire Hamilton, Shayna Lorraine Hamilton, Dominique Hammond, Juanita Hampton, Jasmine Isha Hampton Sherrod, Charles Edward Hanshaw, Sandra Holt Haynes, Derek Scott Hanna, Nicholas Anthony Hanson, Justine Eleanor Hanway, Mary Yuri Carolina Harden, Anne Acock Harding, Carolina Myatt Harding, Jade Crystal Hardy, Kimberly Michelle Hardy, Rosemary Zelda Hargrove, Brian J. Harkless, Haywood Jane Harmon, Wayne Harmon, Christy Michelle Harper, J. Ellen J. Harper, Jeremiah Daniel Harper, Anaya Hester Harper Woods, Sonia Amina Harold, Haley Harara, Harry L. Harrington, Alexis Nicole Harris, Alfonso Durant Harris, Takeshi Naquan Harris, Ebony Z. Harris, Eva May Harris, Felicia Conchetta Harris, Aisha May Harris, Michelle Yvette Harris, Gerald Jermaine Harrison, McKinley Sherrard Harrison, Julie A. Harrison Schwartz, Shari R. Harris Sears, Carolyn Roan Hart, Franklin Fisher Hartley, Carolyn Annette Harvey, Caleb Harvey, Robin Michelle Harvey, Vicky L. Harvey, Sudarat Hatchfield, Amber Nairi Hatney, Marquez Danielle Howe, McCoy Romario Houghton, Karan Doyne Howman, Brittany Monique Hawkins, Barbara Jean Hayes, Lenice Hayes, Matthew Philip Hayes, Clarence Irving Heyman, Jonathan Legarian Haynes, Tanisha Dunyan Hayes, Cedric Heaton, Milan Heidenreich, Sarah Kate Heilsberg, Thomas Milton Helms, Betty C. Hemingway, Helena Hendley, Tanisha Hendley, Gerald Wade Hendricks, Michelle Ann Hendricks, Ashley Lauren Henry, Flanda Henry, Samuel Fairbanks Hensky, Albert J. Herbert, Desmond Root, Malik Herb, Rogelio Rancho Hernandez Jimenez, Alejandro Hernandez Sardinas, Asaya Aaron Hernandez, Paula Riojas, Cassandra Herrera Ayaya, Jayla Bree Herring, Jennifer Irene Huell, Angel Hicks, Ashley Simone Hicks, Dara Davis Hicks, Dion Chamber Hicks, Joseph Wilson Hicks, Mayong Sun Hyatt, Amy Suzanne Higginbottom, Tanner J. Hildebrand, Aaron Deshawn Hill, Alfreda Denise Hill, Alicia Latera Hill, Anthony L. Hill, Misty Hill, Paris Alicia Hill, Noah Christopher Hiller, Dorothy Lucille Hill Houston, Michael Anthony Hilliard, Jamie Christopher Hilton Epps, Jessica Ann Hines, Karen Dolores Hines, Leroy Wilkinson Hines, Mary Coppitt Hinnant, Arnold M. Hinson, Louis Phipps, Donnie Kwong Kwong, Malon Hobbs, Christina Aquino Hodge, Dalton Nicholas Holscher, Vanessa Lee Ederman, Richard Vincent Hoff, Charles Mitchell Hogan, Sandra Gore Hogg, Ronald Charles Hogue, Solita Narita Holden, Maria Isabel Holliday, Tammy Holliday, Jody Holland, Ashley Denise Hollingsworth, Anya Holloman, Carlos Deante Holloway, Kayla Holtzclaw, Slam Honecker, Destiny Hood, Talton Hooks, Egypt Hooper, Carrie Lynn Hoover, Dana Lynn Horn, Joseph Allen Horn, Tiffany Norris Horn, Angelina Marie Holstrom, Sheila Sharona Horton, Winomia Ruth House, Alfreda Paulette Howard, April Victoria Howard, Keith Dayton Howard, Nicole Howard, Malaya Ilani Howell, Christopher Leif Howard, Dwayne Howerton, Denise Howie, Zanian Hubbard, Miranda Nicole Huddleston, Tracy Ann Hudson Thompson, Michael Ray Huff, Sarah Miller Huffman, Antonio Salvador Huga, Robin Albert Tully, Edwin Humphreys, Shakia Larnett Hunter, Joseph Charles Hunter, Khalid Hunter, Maronda Hunter, Patricia Maria Hutchins, Cassandra Denise Hutchins, Christina Marie White Eagle Pavinden, Chadwick Hyman, Julia Hyman, Jerome Ising, Benjamin Inderbitson, Jasmine Michelle Irby, Jamar Laquan Irvin, Day Isabella, Charlotte LaFawn Isbeth, Chiquita Simone Ivory, Precious Eyor, Ariana Kalia Jackson, Charlene Fulton Jackson, David M. Jackson, David Matthew Jackson, Ed Daniel Jackson, John Robert Jackson, Joy Jackson, Marion Luther Jackson, Marquis Desmond Jackson, Martha Deanne Jackson, Miles Raymond Jackson, Patricia Ann Jackson, Rosa Jackson, William Mark Jackson, Anthony Jacobs, James Leonard Jacobs, Jade Jacobs, Herbert Matthew Jake, Azia B. Jalpradet, Ebony James, Orlando Franklin James, Vanshika Mona James, Hi Ron Yang Molina, Kirsten Alana J, Surya Bandara Yagwardnan, Sharina G. Francois, Michelle Angela, Jean-Pierre Jones, Frederick Jeffries, Karen Devane Jeffers, Kendall Danielle Jeffers, Louis Jeffley, Yvonne Marcel Jenks Sims, Candaris Jenkins, Michael Jenkins, Timothy Darrell Jenkins, Shaden West Jennings, Joshua Clarendon Glenroy Jarrett, Latest Leonette Jimenez Ferraris, Suzette Jimenez Herrera, Courtney LaShawna Johnson Perry, Kimberly Johnson Swinson, Angela William Johnson, Brenda Johnson, Cheryl Roper Johnson, Christopher Hadley Johnson, Christopher Livingston Johnson, Craig Edward Johnson, Takari Johnson, Desmond Terrell Johnson, Dominic Basil Johnson, Ella Grace Bender Johnson, Gary Racing Johnson, Gwendolyn H. Johnson, Imani Nia Johnson, Irvin Johnson, Jade Lauren Johnson, Jeanette Johnson, Jennifer Lynn Johnson, Jessica Marquita Johnson, Karen Blanche Johnson, Kathy M. Johnson, Kim Johnson, Lakeisha Johnson, Markira Monet Johnson, Monique Ann Johnson, Natasha Johnson, Oscar G. Johnson, Latoya Nairi Johnson, Randall J. Johnson, Shirley Lee Johnson, Shronda Trinice Johnson, Salil Tanisha Johnson, Tamika Patrice Johnson, Vaughn Johnson, Letitia Phaedra Johnson Arnold, Apolline Rose Johnson Kellogg, Joseph Douglas Johnson Welp, Cynthia Catherine Johnson.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Denaja Katrina Faye Jones Blackwell. Darlene King Jones. David Lee Jones. Debracia Shima Jones. Janet Freeman Jones. Janie Jones. Judith A. Jones. Moriana Jade Jones. Maya Victoria Jones. Naja Jones. Priscilla Jones. Samuel Lee Jones. Sharon Renee Jones. Tariq Roger Jones. Timothy Lamont Jones. Relisa A. Jones. Nadia Nikesha Jones Bennett. Deborah Evan Jordan. Ingrid George Polinice. Candice Monique Joseph. Dante Patrick Joseph. Dorwell Wayne Joseph. Herbert B. Jornigan. Keslan D. Jules. Gion Janmo. Shrika Renea Justice. Kalama Andre Thomas Kabongo. Grace Keipa. Louis Teresa. Brittany Lee Barn. Sweta Bentley Isari. Kiera Sarchet Keaton. Holly Ann Keen Steele. Gemma Susit Kisler. Cody Vincent Kiesler. Melinda Rose Keats. Cherise Lene Kelly. Davinia M. Kelly. Ebony Colleen Kelly, Lorenzo O'Neill Kelly, Felicia Entries Kelly Perry, Leroy A. Candy, Terrell Elise Kennedy, Jason Edward Kent, Michelle K. Kearns Carson, Lenovia Summers Keys, Latara Levan Kabir, Nathaniel Qatar, Angela Elizabeth Kidd, Heather Lynn Kimball Togas, Cherie Kimball, Cameron Brion Keener, Andrew King, Cameron King, Jeffrey Lement King, Yvonne King Miles, Danielle Patrice Kinlaw, Tiffany Faith Kinlaw, Kirby Angela Monique, Kirby Michael Andre, Dora A. Kirk, Glennis Elaine Kirkland, Kenneth Kirkpatrick, Dawn Marie Knight Gray, Gerald Nitton, Howard Curtis Newsom, Gary C. Newsom, Wisdom Amora Kudua, Alicia Dana Konjic, Danielle Mavine Coons, Remy Donald Coons, Joni Cuppins, DeMarco Antoine Fornegay, Bryce Elliott Cutson, Lisa Renee Cutson, Adrian Kovacs, Quentin H. Kovacic, Jessica Lee Kozak, Jessica Letitia Kringle, Miklaslav Krolikowski, Melissa Marie Kroner, Greg A. Kubat, Bernard Orlando Kwasniewski, Ashley Nicole Lubrada Tepozotlan, Ayana Liking, Oliniran Ajibola Ladipo, Pierre Bern Laguerre, David Lahita White, Tempest Lahita White, Kimberly Cheryl Lambert, Stephen Lambert, Musu Koroma Lamine, Beverly L. Lamine, Rhonda Jackson Landers, Ashley Rodney Urbon, Frederick Earl Lassiter, Keja G. Rain Lassiter, Dane Latour, Olivia Margaret Latouche Pereira, Oscar Lavalle, Dylan Aiden Lawrence Stone, Cheryl Dennis Laws, Roger W. Laws, Catherine Floret Lawson, Rhonda Brianna Lawson, Nikia Lay, Nicola Leo, Maxine Leach, Laura Annette Lee, Shirley Townsend LeCount, Kon Young Lee, Lonnie James Lee, Maurice Ellis, Tasha Lee, Jenner Lee Ingram. Leah Renee Leggett, Emilia Diono Ligore, Richard P. Lemaire, Portia Marie Leon Guerrero, Judy Skitters Lassane, Destiny Keeley Lester, Matthew T. Lex, Carol R. Lewis, Joshua Lewis, Michael Lewis, Tiwan Louise Burnside, Cynthia Louise Kimball, Jen Dawson Louis Locks, Polly Liam, Taylor Marie Licardo, Jared Vermain Lyles, Lisa Ann Lindman, Shanita Marie Lees, Sakina Ayat Lights, Alexi Ann Little, Marie Rachel Little, Charles Albert Littles, Alonzo Livingston, Gloria Virginia Lagunu Schilling, Ava P. Lanos Irving, Peggy Phillips Lloyd, Gabriel Luveras, Michael Wayne, Tyson Edward Luckler, Anthony Nayara Lodiong, Eddie Lee Lomas, Gage Long, Jamie Long, Venovia Denise Long, Michelle Renee Longhurt, Manuel Valles Longoria, Margarita Lopez Archbold, German Lopez Batista, Abdil Raul Lopez, Amor Lopez, Isabel Garay Lopez, Gregory Peter Lorenzen, Nadia Dominique Lorenzo, April Charnel Love, Jernelle Hasty Love, Shaniqua Laquan Love, Jenny Tiu Lovick, Alfred Claude Loving, Barbara Dolores Lowe, Katrina Janae Lowe, Peggy Lindsay Lowe, Lynn Ann Pedor Luce X, Hannah Elizabeth Lewis, Jennifer Lupiak, Christopher Allen Lyerly, Isaac Terrell Lyerly, Marisa Montserrat Lyerly, Christopher Thomas Lyons, Sheridan Edwards Lyons, Leon Lighton, Luis Macias Leon, Claudia Patricia Macias, Carlos Isaac Macias Ramirez, Onimus Mack, Phyllis Dennis Mack, Michaela Jean Maddox McGee, Angela Lenora Madison, Catherine Hope Maestas, Ariel Santos Magalong, Sabrina Mohammed, Thomas Lee Mayer, Michelle Denise Main, Suzanne Annette Mayer Vasquez, Mara Yvette Maldonado Gonzalez, Marieli Maldonado, James Thomas Manaolias, Andrew L. Mangum, Fidel Pedernal Manlaget, Andre Romel Manning, Simona Allegra Maria Marchetto, Justin Michael Marks, Brittany Janelle Marley, Carolina Isabel Marquez, Kenisha M. Marquez, Orlando Franklin Marshburn, Sabrina Ann Marshburn, Anielis Muriel Marte, Erica Edith Marte, Buddy Gray Martin, Chadwick B. Martin, Chantel LeDroy Martin, Sherry Lynn Martin, Country Diane Martin, Leslie Kristen Martin, Stella J. Martin, Zanka Martin, Evelise Martinez Fabo, Carolina Martinez Merlo, Jewel D. Martinez, Mathan Matthew Dockett Martyr, Joan Elizabeth Mason, Rashad Levante Mason, Lauren Mateo Ventura, Camvan Matad, Cheryl Matthews, Kenya K. Mattis, Stuk Cha Matthews, Tanya Michelle Matthews, Thurman Matthews, Donald James Mathis, Oscar Enrique Mon, Amelia Marie Maxfield Chavez, Christine Maxwell, Daisha M. Mays, Rachel Arlene Mazar, Hunter Aaron McCarthy, Jamal Allen McAllister, Chandra Nicole McAllister, Colleen Elizabeth McAlpine, Ronald C. MacArthur, Elijah Jeremiah MacArthur Burnside, Alan Joel MacArthur, Sean Rodriguez McCauley, Isaiah Adon McCain Mercado, Candice Nicole Macau, Marie McNeil Macau, Donna Macasline, Dina LaShawn McLean, Rochelle Latrice McLean, Eric McLenahan, Zayat Moniet Macaulay, Johnny Teresa McCollum, Stephen Cole Macaquardali, Bunny E. McCoy, Lucas Wayne McRae, Zachary William McCrimmon, Prince McDaniel, Velada Eloise McDaniel, Tujun Jameer McDaniel McCormick, Marie Chance McDonald, Patricia McDonald, Samuel B. McDonald, Tavares McDonald, Nancy C. McDowell, Sabrina Annette McCheyne Greer, Samuel McElroy, Nayaya Maria McFadden, Joshua McFarlane, Jason McGee, Latonia McGee, Lawanda McGee, Alice Jean McIlvery, Ariana McGugan, Patricia McGreeth Morrison, Michael McGuckin, Carl Ramon McKenzie, Miles McKenzie, Michelle McKinney, Antiquil J. McKinnon, Ashley Renee McKimmon, Giovanna McKinnon, Kira Vanya McKinnon, Mercusha McKnight, Alex Earl McCoy, Erica Devine McCoy, Lamar McCoy, Matthew McCoy, Randolph McCoy, Sean Andrew McCoy, Paulette Marie McCoy King, Erica Chanel McLaurin, Tiona Lasha McLaurin, Kenneth W. McLean, Michael Conrad McLean, Milton W. McLean, Shabonda McLean, Tim McLean, Brianna Naomi McLellan, Marlon Montrese McLeod, Angel Marie McMillan, Bobby McMillan, Demotis Katrina McMillan, Flora May McMillan, Rhonda McMillan, McManara, Diana Lynn McManara, Brandon McNeil, Roland Hayes McNeil, Wilton Jerome McNeil, Angela Rachel McNeil, Asia Coritha McNeil, Charles Edward McNeil, Christian Jeremiah McNeil, Curry Jr. McNeil, Dean McNeil, S.C.M. McNeil, Lakeisha McNeil, Mikisha Ann McNeil, Reginald Lynn McNeil, Takira McNeil, Linda Denise McQueen, Patrick O'Neill McQueen, Marikia Lashonda McRae, Hoffman Trinice McRae Hoffman, Jada C. McRoberts, Lauren Denial Meadows. A lot of names. Christina Ashley Meadows Lester, Sylvia Denise Mears, Josie A. Medina Rivas, Henry Medina, Lillian Margarita Medina, Hope Denise Meeks, Anne-Marie Melendez Avci, Carmen M. Melendez Montez, Miguel Angel Melendez Rivera, Terry Renia Melton, Anthony Lee Melvin, Duncan Early Melvin, Rachel Lynn Melvin, David Blay Mensa, Godfred Mensa, Ashley Mercado, Christopher Jean Meredith, Carlos Javier Merino, Felicia Werimu Methange, Paul Myers, Angelina Daniela Micelli, Marilyn Horton Michaud, Marie Michelle, Danielle Meekins, Vanessa Meekins, Clifton Morris, Genevieve Patrice Middleton, Carly Nicole Meisner, Janine Miles, Diane Miller, Ebony Miller, Maria Romaine Miller, Marina Anatolievna Miller, Ramona Monique Miller, Toya Miller, Julio Ricardo Mills, Kamel Tavian Mills, Karan Kavisha Mills, Jermel Milton, Diana May Gerson Mims, Steve Robert Minardi,
Lakeisha Jonah Nicole Mintz, Williams Thomas Mintz, Jason Ryan Miranda, Carla Misick Arnold, James Albert Mitchell, Latimer D. Mitchell, Marshigay Monique Mitchell, Brian Justin Mixon, Justice Alicia Mobley, Saeed Mohammed, Tamara Mohammed, Jamia Nicole Moman, Jenny May Monroe, Precious Marie Montague, Jose Montanez, Omari Montanez, Stephanie Lynn Montanez, Lizette Montenegro Payan, Montero Deborah A., Montes Rivera Zuleika Ibelis, Cynthia Lynette Montgomery, Briseis Puela Olena Moon, Carlene Alimena Munga, Agnes Ray Moore, Alexi Moisha Moore, Alicia Cherise Moore, Bradley Robert Moore, Harmony Sayine Moore, Jeriah Gabriel Moore, Nelson Easter Moore, Tamil Marie Moore, Tiana Avion Moore, Rafael Armando Morales Solis, Xavier Rafael Morales Zayas, Miguel Angel Morales, Alvaro Moran Angelo, Ashen Kamari Moravian Chadwick, Jose Manuel Moreno Farias, Anthony Paul Moreno, Georgia Moreno, Amaria Mahia Morgan, Avery Joe Morgan, Emmanuel Morgan, Morning Viola, Keisha Diona Morris, Odessa Neely Morris, Bridget Quintrelia Morrison, Dante Eric Morrison, Brian Allen Morrow, Laura Morrow, Bobby Joe Mosher, Christian Nicholas Mosley, Ollie Moat, Valencia Renee Mouzon, Jacaric Molino, Vonda L. Molino, Daniel Paul Mullis, Kelly Murchison, Matthew Thomas Moreton, Constant Dennis Murphy, Isaac Avery Murphy, Jordan Murphy, Joseph Franklin Murphy, Veronica McAllister Murphy, Bradford Xavier Murray, Doris Eloise Morel, Thomas Louis Murtha, Glinda Benson Muse, Stephanie Carlin Musich, Adelpha Myers, Ami Jamila Myers, Say Sewan Nam, Fabiola Napoleon Clergy, Daniel D. Napper, Courtney Natal, Poise Rain Naus, Emilio Francisco Navarrete, Dominique Nelson, Christopher Wayne Nesbitt, Teresa Ann Nesbitt, Aisha Renee Nesmith, Whitley Nesmith. Amy Bria Maria Newdy, Kishana M. Newkirk, Elisa Newman, Patricia May Newman, Ika Emma Ngo, Yu Thi Nguyen, Ngok Van Nguyen, Tik Van Nguyen, Tu T Nguyen, Carlin Victoria Nichols, Cynthia Thompson Nichols, Tyler Matthew Nichols, Altomise Renee Nixon, Marvin Edward Nixon, Melissa Noble, Marisol Kanua Nogas, Starsky Hutch Norman, Deron V. Norwood, Sandra S. Novak, VC Noland, Hector B. Nunez Guzman, Mark Anthony Nunez, Mirna Christine Nunez, James Robert Noonery, Walid Abdul Nuruddin, Birgit Agnes Nuttall, Stephen Richard Nayus, Dwayne Oates, Chinonzo Obikwacham, Tubichukwu Chibuzor Obichatwan, Terry L. Odom, Maesha Naomi Odoms, Ikwemose Sarah
Oikoji, Brenda Faye O'Keefe, Devon M. Olivano, Janice Oliver, Samuel Olorode, Max G. Olson, Isabel Grace Olson Thompson, Linda Ann Olzewski, Tatiana Ronis Orange, Carlos J. Ordonez Vargos, Lillian Orzoco, Luis Ortiz Padilla, Ivan A. Ortiz, Victor Manuel Ortiz, Marie Barbara Ortiz Francis, Denis James Osgood, Marie Desgrange Ozinski, Leslie Ann Otero, Ted Wallace Owen, Aaron Scott Owens, Gregory Keith Owens, Marie Christine Owens, Yaitza Pagan Crespo, Roxana Pagan Lambert, Jared Daniel Page, Lennon Askew Page, Jostrixon Paniel, Vanessa Parrish, Amira Nisha Parker, Clinton Parker, Curtis G. Parker, Jokilia Aviana Parker, Marie Magdalene Parker, Nicholas Germain Parker, Norman Allen Parker, Perry L. Parker, Regine Ann Parker, Whitney Parker, Brandon Kendrick Parks, Chelsea Mitchell Parks, Jamila Marche Parks, Lauren D. Para, Jean Marie Parson, Racine Kimana Pascal Pullman, Stephen Vernon Pate, Kishan Niketu Patel, Manjula N. Patel, Mira Rakshikshuma Patel, Rina Minesh Patel, Frederick Patterson, Michael Patterson, Tandrika Shanta Patterson, Kenneth Eugene Patton, Andy Sa Paw, Cheyenne Payne, Elizabeth Jamie Michelle Payne, Hunter Harrison Payne, Michaela Payton, Kenneth Stephen Pearson, Michael Harold Peevely, Elinas Pedraza, Naomi Pellet, Jose Raul Pena Moyano, Amino Fernando Maria Pereira, Jamili E. Perez Ortiz, Arnaldo Jose Perez Quiles, Silvet Perez Velez, Isis Perez, Benicio Perez Cabrera, Alexi Monique Perry, Deidra Zaria Perry, Henry Jr. Perry, Nancy Perry, Ravon Lanes Perty, Vanessa Pears, Mark Andrew Peters, Tara Suzanne Peters, Tanisha Dasha Peterson, May Joni Petty, Danielle Glenda Farr, Marcus Zaire Phillips, George Robert Phillips, Jada Phillips, Lillian Ruth Phillips, Xenia Annette Phillips, Nicola Melissa Pierce, Nathaniel Pickford, Keisha Walters Pinkney, Roberto Pinheiro Ocasio, Robin Elizabeth Pitt, Tina LaSalle Pitt, Michael Eugene Clemens, Casey Plouffe, Plummer, Omeida Jamile Plummer, Margaret Poe, Elone Lorette Point du Jour, Benjamin Andrew Polch, Sandra Jill Pomeroy, Katusha Ponce, Minia One Pone, Michael Poole, Angel Pope, Kiera Porter, Ziktashaya Zane Porter, David Matthew Pitosti, Patricia Poulos, Anisha Shanae Powell, Christian Powell, Jennifer Powell, Patricia G. Powell, Justin Demiris Powers, Donna Jean Pratt, Leon Nathaniel Pratt, Marie-Louise Preston, Noah Pridgen, Shadavia Lenise Pridgen Bodie, Kenya Lucas Proctor, Irene Krum Probst, Leila Teresa Puko, Ernestine Ferguson Pugh, Sylvia Roxana Upo, Kezia Purcell, Ania Monique Purrier, Loni Gwen Payat, Yen T. Quash, Destiny Quick, Gabriel Andros Quinones Traído, Rasha Ragay, Karina N. Roman, Benita Don Razor, Wendy Joseline Ramirez, Juan Manuel Ramos. Anthony Rands, Graham Radaman, Kelly Rolles Mendez, Raven Lene Renor, John M. Rea, Deanna Janelle Reeves Parker, Aubrey Nathaniel Redding, Crosby Reed, Annette Reliford Toe, Samantha Dawn Remmer, Thomas Renken, Louise Arlene Reneker Louise Carter, Joel Benster Renster, Noralisa Resto, Ida Reyes Martin, Benjamin Reyes Martinez, Arlene Gintu Reyes, Maria Milagros Reyes, Savannah Marie Reyes, Alejandro Jamie Reyes Arroyo, Osvaldo Reyes Rivera, Darius Wayne Reynolds, Joanne Elizabeth Roden, Loeta R. Rhodes, Tiesha Winnet Rose, Cynthia Rice Levin, Alan Christopher Rice, Kevin Tyrone Rice, Mark Holden Rice, Sandra Richard, Sarah Marie Richard, Tony M. Richard, Trevor Eric Richard, Sean Lachette Richardson, Renee Richburg, Gladys Even Ricks, Barbara Elmore Riddle, Kentrell Ridley, Cherie Lynette Reeves, Brittany Riggins, Monique A. Rigmaden Hiller. Nestor Rios Rivera, Roberto C. Rios Rodriguez, Marilu Morales Rios, Alfonso Rivas Renteria, Javier A. Rivera Ayala, Brenda Ibelis Rivera Morales, Ada Rivera, Justo Rivera, Lisania Rivera, Maria Margarita Rivera, Ephraim Garvin Rivers, Lenore Eileen Rivers, Lynn Abermathy Reeves, Logan Michael Robbins, Dawn Marie Roberts, Marie Virginia Roberts, Jeffrey Lynn Robertson, Heather Kubina Robbins, Brenda W. Robinson, Candice Deani Robinson, Carl Robinson, Clinton Lamont Robinson, Dwayne Harrington, Eric Delano Robinson, Janice Lucille Robinson, Jayla Robinson, Jalen Robinson, Jimmy Artis Robinson, Rodney Renard Robinson, Wayne Demore Robinson, Joseph Eric Robitaille, Edwin Omar Robles, Eric Manuel Rocha Villafana, Ebony Levon Rocker, Paige America Ann Rockwell, Michael William Rodriguez, Angel Manuel Rodriguez Garcia, Joanna Rodriguez Lopez, Jose Antonio Rodriguez Santiago, Elizabeth Rodriguez, and Catherine Rodriguez.
Melissa Allen Rodriguez, Ruth Eunice Rodriguez Almodovar, Evelyn Rodriguez, Emaine Rogers, Kesia Roman, Julie Ann Rosado Osborne, Senorita Maria Rosando, Gabriel Rosario Casado, Cecilia Annette Rose, Stephanie Renee Rose, Thomas Gerard Rose, Willa Ingram Roseborough,
Michael Ross, Eric Bernard Rostick, Iris R. Roundtree, Zuriel Rouse, Sheila Andrea Rowe, Dasha Royal, Jojan Ricardo Ruales Cobena, Providencia Rubio, Destiny Cheyenne Rucker, Linda Ruffin, Ada B. Ruiz Figueroa, Elizabeth Ruiz, Maureen Elizabeth Running, Shirley Diane Rupert, Kenneth Rupert, Christine Veronica Russ, George N. Russ, Helma Jean Russ, Audrius Trinish Russell, Victoria Lynn Russell, Jaden Russell Harley, Christopher D. Ruth, Francis M. Rutherford, Thelma Ruth Duran, Jessica Sachs, Jaime Sagun, Jennifer Sagun, Danny Sanjon, Jennifer Radharani Salazar Diaz, Micaiah Nacia Sales, Ivania Maria Salgado de Maravilla, Consuelo Salinas, Gabriel Laja Salmons, Devetta Jamise Samples, Joshua Sanchez Fuentes, Tanisha Sanchez Ogle, Joseph Anthony Sanchez, Cristian Felipe Sanchez Mejia, Vanessa Raquel Sanchez Moore, Adrian Raynel Sanders, Derek Sanders, Cassandra Yvonne Williams Sanders, Alexa A. Sandoval, John Reddick Santana, Lourdes Santiago, Leslie Santiago Arroyo, Alejandro Santiago Rios, Jorge Luis Santiesteban, Rachel Jane Santillan, Agapito Santos Caraballo, Celia Maria Santos Santos, Bunyamino Sanusi Macaulay, Tanya Sue Sapp, Travis DeWitt Sapp, Maria Cristina Gomez Sarao Frankert, Shalisa Nicole Saunders, Daniel Warren Savage, Ashley Christina Sawyers, Charlene Saxton, Derek Delane Saylor, Kayleanne Saz, Brittany Shade, Christina Lorraine Schaff, Leslie Delana Schultz, Sean Schweikert, Williams Chris Scoggins, Andrea Lee Scott, Beatriz Monica Louise Scott, Deidreana Alicia Scott, Walter Lewis Scott, Jennifer Skull, Jennifer A. Seaman, Cynthia Ray Seeberger, Vanessa Seegers, Nikayla Monique Segarra, Anastasia Lania Sellers Thompson, Laura Lee Sellers, Alex J. Sepulveda Rosa, Carmen M. Servio, Mary R. Servio, Leighton William Seymour, Cassandra Elizabeth Schaefer Billingsley, Abdullah R. Shakur, John Peyton Schenkel, Faye Adams Shanklin, Janya Shaw, Jason Samuel Shaw, Jashara Lorene Shaw, Marquita L. Shaw, Christine Marie Shea, Maria Fatima Shea, Cheryl Baden Sheffield, Deidre Shell, Shamika Sheree Shelley Smith, Alicia Kia Shelton, Robert Anthony Shirkt, Kendall Faith Cheryl, Zachary James Shue, Andrew Scott Shipley, Jean Arnold Scholar, Francis G. Shrewsbury, Rihanna Tanika Shubrick, Andrew Walsh Shue, Robert Ellsworth Schultz, Jesus L. Sierra, Stacy Marie Semfukwe, Ezekiel John Semelink Halterman, Aisha Marshea Simmons, Barney Simmons, Bradley Simmons, Jamari J. Simmons, Emily Simmons, Eula Simmons, Herbert Simmons, Michael Anthony Simmons, Michelle L. Simmons, Shaquila Francis Simmons, Claire Elizabeth Simmons Valenzuela, Xavier Cremen Simon, Heather Marie Simpson, Jeffrey Bryant Sims, Wesley Troy Singletary, Dondria Singleton, Doretha Green Singley, David Michael Sink, Courtney Lee Sistrunk, Elizabeth Slack, Trinette S. Slaughter, Carlos E. Sledge, Wendell L. Smalls, Ziana Smart, Zachary Michael Smeltz, Deneen Smith Harvey, Sarah Irene Smith Wells, Anthony D. Smith, Antoinette Smith, Barry Sylvester Smith, Cecil Barnard Smith, Cheney Smith, Dawn Lee Smith, Devon Smith, Doris Evans Smith, Derwin Dwayne Smith, Gerald Edward Smith, Gloria Smith, Harold Douglas Smith, James Thomas Smith, Janara Smith, Jacqueline Smith, Karen Smith, Latricia Marie Smith, Levante Daryl Smith, Mary Jo Jackson Smith, Maricol Smith, Michael David Smith, Michelle Herring Smith, Moesha Carletta Smith, Monique Smith, Noah Yance Smith, Patricia Ann Smith, Felicia Smith, Sherry Lee Smith, Shaheim Smith, Sonia L. Smith, Taylor Danielle Smith, Tony Lamar Smith, Travis Amond Smith, Trina D. Smith, Victoria Clarell Smith, Yamin Demoy Smith, Zelton Smith, Marla J. Smith Akamani, Angie Deshay Love Smith Fields, Neil Smythe, Jamisha Sneed, Haley Nicole Snodgrass, Virgil Eugene Snow, Cameron Alexander Sabatinchik, Sean O'Casey Solomon, Rain K. Solosa, Michelle Celestina Soltren, Virginia Somerville, Yusra Susi, Deanna Mills Spangler, Saluthian Span, Sandra Faye Spearman, Joseph Michael Spell, Martin Laverne Spana, Rhonda Gail Spana, Shakima Spence, Brittany Danielle Spivey, Willie James Sprinkle, Dolores Sproul, Daniel James St. John Moss, Nicole Elizabeth St. Peter, Tynia F. Stacker, George Rodney Stackhouse, Rita Denise Stackhouse, Rebecca Evalie Stamper, Alexis E. Stevens, Paul William Stevens, Brittany Michelle Stevenson, Joshua Andrew Stevenson, Denise Stevenson, Angela Linnell Stewart, Deanna Denise Stewart, Alehia Rochelle Stewart, Jasmine Monet Stewart, Jermaine Ali Stewart, Lordeline St. Joy, Brian Michael Stone, Renee Lynn Stribling, James Gregory Strickland, Nancy Kearns Strickland, Robert William Strickland, Valerie Strickland, Kimball Stewart, Blaine Michael Stubbs, Daniette Marie Stubbs, Ethan W. Sturm, Dolores Angelica Suarez del Real, Jose Manuel Suarez Rivera, Yasmin Suarez, Melissa Suarez Ortiz, Johnny Lloyd Searles, Beatrice S. Sutton, Antoinette Larry Sweat, Decia Nicole Swenson, Lathornia Swinton, Roya Taheri, Camille Marie Talkington, Darius D. Tarver, Bertilda T. Tate, Emperatriz Tate, Sandra Anita Tate, Justin Tatum, Maria Tavares, Christopher Arnold Taylor, George G. Taylor, Katrin Doring Taylor, Nathaniel Taylor, Portia Terrell Taylor, Rita Joyce Taylor, Thomas Troy Taylor, Shamisha Janae Taylor Moore, Chantrell Marquia Teasley, Paul J. Terranova, Dwayne E. Terry, Jacan Terry, Kalia Thames, Edmond Telemac, Rubens Nobert Tillesma, Willie Lamont Thames, Angela Faye Thomas, Judy Lee Thomas, Kylie Renee Thomas, Maria Leanne Thomas, Marie Elizabeth Gibson Thomas, Mako Deshawn Thomas, Carisha Dajanique Thompson Graham, Astrid Caroline Thompson, Brandy Nicole Thompson, Dennis Tyrone Thompson, Francine Debbie Thompson, Gertrude Helen Thompson, Ida Len Thompson, John Francis Thompson, John H. Thompson, Johnny Thompson, Kayla Renee Thompson, Casey Nobles Thompson, Mary Alice Thompson, Matthew Thompson, Sean Patrick Thompson, Lucille Thornton, Caleb Thorpe, John Threlkill, James Neal Threat, Edward Teague, Isaiah Emmanuel Tijero, David Allen Tinnemeyer, Charlene L. Tinsley, Luke Tobin, Louis Delton Todd, Kelly Ann Tomita, LaShonda Monique Tomlinson, Anthony A. Torrance, Philanda Torrance, James Otis Torrance, Samantha Yvonne Toe, Annette Townsend, Brandy Tanaya Townsend, Cameron Jermail Townsend, Eva Grace Trahan, Tuan Tron Fu, Tron Tree, Sharon D. Trollinger, Darwin Sanderos Trotter, Patrick James Trotter, Natalie Truss, Stephen Schiff, Epaminondas Siatsos, Jamel J. Tucker, Tawatha Octavia Tucker, Natasha Turner Clay, Benita Diane Turner, Celester Turner, Shakira Turner, Willie Henry Tutt, Eric Apong Twum, Adradian Charmaine Ukuligbe, Eric R. Ulrich, Alexander Umansev, Uzuamaka Obianuju Umera, LaShonda Lynette Underwood, Lizardi Valdez, Veronica Michelle Valentine, Victor Lionel Valentine, Vilma Nancy Valenzuela, Gabriel Valiente, Esther Valle, Olga Valoy, Madeline Serene Bean Vamon, Gary Van Avery, Emily Pryor Van Loon, Cody James Van Loon, Telvin Van, Victoria Charday Van, Yasmin Zoraida Vargas Arcila, Ariana Varner, Alejandro Vasquez, Arquista Nicolette Vaughn, Gregory J. Vaughn Bailey, Glenda J. Moore Vaught, Maria Magdalena Vasquez Colon, Kelly Celine Vasquez Velasquez, Kristen Gabriel Vasquez Velasquez, Daisy Vega Melendez, Charlie A. Velasquez, Urbano Alberta Velasco Parra, Gabriel L. Velasquez, Carlos A. Velez, Anthony Venturin, Hannah Joy Venturin, Fanny Vera Nino, Jules Versteeg, Miguel Angel Vigo Silva, Jacob Robert Viles, Rosana Villaluz, Edwin Villanueva Serrano, Carlos Andrés Villate, Deborah Ann Vilines Oliver, Christina Janae Vinson, Bernice Anna Maria Virgil, Thomas Joseph Vidito, Ralph Andrew Vogt, Mary Lee Vogt Haney, Kristen Marie Vilestaki, Jaden Vinay Wachter, Cleo Waddell, Amy Payne Wade, William Thomas Wade, Eric Robert Wagner, Susanna Lee Wagner, Terry Lynn Wahid, Derek Lamont Walden, Angela Yvette Walker, Carmen Thomas Walker, Jakata Armani Walker, Richard Adolph Walker, Stephen Walker, Joan K. Wallace, Eduardo Roberto Walters, Harriet Wandanette Walters, Lawrence Wanamaker, Barry Nurala Ward, Clemmy Lee Ward, Jessie Annette Ward, Barbara Ann Ward Washington, Charles McDonald Ware, Katie Suzanne Ware, Jesslyn Juliana Warner, Clarissa Lillian Warren, Jayon Warren, Sharita Larnice Wash, Jeanette Magtuba Washburn, Elizabeth Lenore Washington, Jeremy Guy Washington, Michael Washington, Torina Washington, Juanette Latisse Washington, Brianna Alexis Waters Edge, Arnia Watkin, Kim Hung Watkins, Mahogany Watkins, Alan Watson, Jeline Charday Watson, Tiffany Watson, DeAndre Rashad Weaver, Brandon Weir, Chantel Weischiedel, Jeffrey Bernard Welch, Malcolm Lee Welch, Eric Kendall Wetzel, Rhonda White Rogers, Alana Jane Jamila White, Brian Douglas White, Darian Adele White, Felicia White, Leah White, Lenadia Veray White, Lucille Hokog White, Patricia Ann White, Sadia Catherine White, Stacy Lee White, Jessica Ann White Phillips, Beverly Miles Whitfield, Christopher David Whitfield, Crystal Dudley Whitfield, Donati Rochelle Whitley, Desmond Whitley, Jacqueline Whitlock, Linda Joyce Whitted, Isaiah Dejan Worley, Imani Z. Weidman, Devin Joseph Wielazensky, Beverly Elizabeth Wiggs, Lemetris Michelle Wilds, Katrina Wilhelm, Nitez Wilkerson, Anthony Williams, Betty Jean Williams, Cassius Curtis Williams, Enan Williams, Janice Dawn Williams, Joseph Rashid Williams, Kelly Lene Williams, Kent M. Williams, Lena Helen Williams, LeJardre Williams, Lanisha Williams, Mallory Tucker Williams, Michaela Tyronia Williams, Margaret Elaine Williams, Mary Eason Williams, Montana Simone Williams, Nicole Jasper Williams, Naima Kavana Williams, Oliver Benjamin Williams, Omega K. Williams, Robert Dwayne Williams, Roderick Terrace Williams, Saul Edward Williams, Stefan Williams, Sydney Nicole Williams, Terry Washington Williams, Tiara Jeanette Williams, Tyrone L. Williams, Zivera Shante Williams, Yolanda Marie Williams, Ladre Louise Williams Brown, Daphne Rose Williams Faison, Ayodele Namdi Williams Green, Hazel A. Williams Hammond, Teresa Ann Williams Moore, Jaquan Montre Williamson, Shamar Edward Williamson, Donald G. Williford, Joshua Elias Willis, Christy Ellen Willis, Savalas Willis, Chandra D. Wills, Alicia Kimberly Wilson, Jad Wilson, Layla Nay Wilson, Raymond Terry Wilson, Ruby Lee Wilson, Wendy Josephine Wilson, Cynthia Louise Wilson Campbell, Melissa Terry Ann Wilson Jackson, Charles Wayne Wiltsey, Erica Leanna Winston, Philip Sean Winston, Pamela Lee Winters, David Worth, Emmanuel Adebisi Oluwayato Wole Oke, Chelsea Denise Womack, Sharon Denise Womble, Bobby Laverne Woods, Trisha Lynn Woods, Jakiria Latrice Woodson, Shylenda Michelle Worthy, Serena Yvette Wren, Cheyenne Wright, Christina Rose Wright, Dennis Michael Wright, Layla Ann Wright, Milton Haywood Wright, Rosanna Wright, Shakira N. Wright, Tiara Janae Wright, Velma Lee Wright, Kashawn M. Wynn, Tiana Marie Wynn Taylor, Hyuk Yang, Ariana Michelle Yapel, Dorianne Lenesia Yarborough, Joyce A. Yarborough, Augustine Yarno, Nikki Diane Yarrell, Sanaya Ariana Yates, Feltifa Kaiba Yeyen, Jonathan Owen Yerby, Leo San Yi, Krasimira Ivanova Yorgova, Christelle Umani Wamayi, Angela Lynn Young, May Helen Young, Martin Jonathan Young, Barbara Ann Young Humphrey, Andrena Seminisi Zamor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Bryant Comstock. I am in Chatham County voter. I am a legal Chatham County voter and have been voting for over 40 years. My first presidential election was with Jimmy Carter, our 36th president of the United States, who demonstrated not only in his presidency, but after his presidency, a man full of integrity and high moral standards. I wish Judge Griffin had that same integrity and that same moral standards. Contrary to my t-shirt, I am not a nasty woman, but what is happening to these 60,000 voters is nasty. It is immoral, it is unjust, and it is not speaking towards democracy, which is the bedrock of this country. Now I will start with the names. Charles Zamora, Ariana Aref Zamora, Maria Zeldin, Kenneth M. Zinfeldman, Keith Wayne Zegler, Marino John Zaniga. And now going, their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged from Currituck County. Christina Lee McMillan Allen, Cindy Lou Balmer, Virginia Lee Barron, Chandler Shane Barclay, Norma D. Bassford, Linda Carol Bonanno, Sarah Singleton Bonavel, Robert Frank Bowe, Carolyn Brackett, Kylin Parker Brinkley, Robert Harold Carey, Susan Elaine Catton Ingram, Spencer Wayne Cooper, Ashley Ray Constable, Stephen A. Constable, Malcolm Cowell, Elizabeth Ann Dowmeyer, Christopher Seth Dowmeyer, Linda Sue Davenport, Donald Asher Davis, Jennifer Ray Derrick, Timothy Edward Doherty, Genesis Lorna Drake, Jacob Matthew Eunice, Evelyn Josette Vieira Fulford, Patricia W. Burr, Evelina Celise Gallup, Joseph William Garner, William Dunn Golem, Lori Jane Gottlieb, Carrie Jean Brandy, Nathaniel John Gorenga, Ellen Francis Guthrie, James Harrison Haslip, Jeff Charles Hammer, Jonathan Richard Harris, Abigail Kelly Harrison, Corey Hart, Jackie Carlton Henley, Patricia Pretlow Hill, Megan Mackenzie Heiner, Dorlarita Brady Hoffman, Charles Dana Holcomb, Amy M. Hawk, Brian Michael Posand, Judy Ospoff, James Allen Hutchinson, Mila Moran, Ely Cullen, Catherine Elizabeth Jackson, Aileen Nicole Jones, Ariana Jones, Trinity Marie Jones, Diane Marie Jubb, Pamela Ann Lynch, Stephen Charles Mace, Lee Iverson Malco, Darla Masiallo, Glenna Maynard, David Joseph McCloskey, John Edward McCauley, Jessica Marie McGuire, Sharon McKinnon, Catherine Weaver McPhee, Kenneth Wayne Boris, Larry Richard Morrison, Marlene Mota Hera, Rita Freeman London, Hoy Jamel Munlin, Michael Lee O'Brien, Linda Carol Paulette, Anthony Keith Palmer, Carrie Ann Palmer, Robin Teresa Hefflin Bowen, Sharon Wolf Pinley, Heather Clayton Phillips, Schweier, Liga Paulina Schweier. Elizabeth May Prentice, Nicole E. Reeder, Thomas G. Reeder, Alexander Edward Rhodes, Kayla Michelle Rice, Timothy Allen Rice, Aaron Malachi Sawyer, Loretta Bynum Sawyer, Nelson Douglas Schmidt, Lori Ann Chowan, Kyle Samuel Shannon, Jerry Wayne Siver, Richard Slocum, Virgil Wayne Smith, Marcus Snow, Lisa Ann Sorrento, Thomas Daniel Stewart, Corey Luncheon Sublet, Tamika Lynn Sublet, Paul Thomas Suppley, Pamela Ann Taylor, Tracy Carter T, Woodall Custis Thomas, Adelie Tolson, Thomas Nathan Twitty, Glinda S. Umazukuri, great name, Carlos Ruben Vega Alicia, Thyronot Taka Vickery, Harris Ian Walker, Nicolette Renee Wasco, Michael Lawrence Williams, Julie Marie Woodburn North, Marciella Renee Ray Spurl. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged from Dare County. Kathy Apolito, Rita Alexander, Austin John, Jonathan Michael Austin, Adam J. Ball, Shirley Graw Baxley, Lillian Daphne Belter, Stephen Joseph Belton, Sonia Berezovich, Jean R. Mika, Charles Philip Birdsong, Donna Jean Bissell, Connor Bradshaw Blizzard, Stephen Russell Bonday, Sarah Monique Brewer, Robert Annabelle Cabrales, Roger Carroll Cahoon, Eleanor Carroll Caldwell, Sarah Lee Canizales, Robert Andrew Christensen, Vincent Mark Cieto, Anne Louise Clark, Becky Clark, Jonathan Spencer Clark, Brittany Lee Cleaver, Kelsey L. Huffield, Jacob Mateo Comparan, Ralph Levin Craddock, Jan Lewis Croft, Penny C. Crook, Linda E. Daniel, Barbara Ann Davidson, Lisa Brickhouse Davis, Kathleen Ann Dukowski, Melissa L. Del Busso, Jose Joel Diaz, Paula Prelo Dietrich, Anne Marie Denart, Marcia Marie Donnelly, Vinicus E. Young, Gabriel Chad Hagley, William Thomas Felberg, Karen Ann Fleming, Mary Ann Fletcher, Paul M. Light, Greta Fust, Grigor Joseph Gargol, Michael Garner, Maria L. Garza, Walter Arthur Graham, Christy D. Griffin Grant, Alex Dale Bray, Michael Thomas Bray, Connor Enrique Gozoid Boyd, Ryan Gozoid Boyd, Marie Antoinette Gross, Michael Elmer Guthrie, Jennifer Marie Hadra, Aaron Mackenzie Haley, Laura Cosette Hardy, Brian Allen Harvey, Wallace Watson Harvey, Jeffrey Hunter Haskett, Mary Brenda Hayden Spice, Michael Edward Hayes, Dolores Whitehurst Hedgepath, Louis McKay catch me. Elizabeth Catherine Hill, David Martin Hines, Bindu Batka Hockstedt, Roy Luther Hockstedt, Lynn Ann Holman, Randall Allen Holman, Robert Lee Hopkins, Brian Wayne Horn, Shelby Don Horseman, Monty Pearson Howe, Hanai Imordino, Lynn Joan Holtz, Deborah Ann Kennedy, Aaron Howard Kniper, Maxine LaCroix, Carolyn Marie Leary, William Jerome Leary, Mary Jill Leteri, Vincent Joel Logan, Alan Alexander Mandavina, James Allen Marlowe, Lawrence Victor May, Robert Allen McClendon, Rory Sanford McFarland.
You want to put the microphone closer to your mouth?
Sure.
Can't hear you very well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Maybe it needs to be tilted down a little bit. There you go. That should be better.
Okay, sorry.
That's all right.
Kevin Michael McGrath.
Oh,
Tell
very
them.
good.
So sorry. Autumn Rose Melson, Michael Edward Melson, Christy A. Maservi, Kevin L. Maservi, Nancy Adrian Myers, Tucker Isaac Miller, Adam John Morges, Christopher Sterling Morris, Dixie Noel Mullis, Jennifer Jen Muse, Jerry Mager Norris, Marilyn Manrie Norris, Graham Edward Norwood, Giovanno Norzoloni, Donald Singleton Odin, McDell Odin, Deborah Stratton Olson, Sandra R. Osman, Lars Sigard Ostranda, Sean Owen, Beth Deanne Owens Cosgrove, Natalia Pacho Cohen, Brandon Castell, John E. Peterson, Stephanie James Phillips, James Anthony Pratt, Olivia Pratt, Renee Marie Provost, Kamari T. Ramsey, Louis Lawrence Rawls, Gabriel Spear Reynolds, Tamara Michelle Rochelle, Glenn Walter Rustler Rivera, Paige Allen Roper, Barbara Cantrell Rowe, Indre Bryan, Mark Anthony Sabatini, Jennifer Salvek, Jane Keel Sapone, Daryl Craig Sasser. Evelyn Duncan Saunders, Keith Allen Scarborough, Suzanne Julian Schack, Alvin Wayne Selby, Karen Brian Surfling, Ted S. Shanks, Michael Patrick Shelton, Polly Funk Self, Ubu Goroskaga Sluter, John William Smith, Botong Sayabong Spence, Louis Wayne Spencer, John Staples, Ricky Lee Stewart, Elaine C. Stuev, Carolyn Jean Sutherland, Parker James Swat, Jessica Ann Sabo, Joseph R. Thompson, Elizabeth Torfy Donzanella, Ralph W. Umplett, Rachel Leanne Vadmiller, Vanessa Denise Vasquez Castro, Casey Douglas Ventier, Kevin George Vadavets, Marina Edith Beatrice von Geiserling, Crystal Wickenham, Kate Wiley Walden, Dawn Harina Westcote, James Spencer Wilkinson, Charles Judson Wilford, Eric Allen Wilson, Janet Burgess Wilson, William Gatling Wilson, Lindley Woodard, Troy Wayland Woods, Aaron David Wooten, Vicky Louise Wright. Their votes should count. These are the voters being challenged from Davidson County. Emma Abercrombie, William John Abernathy, Natalie Grubb Aka Shambatwa, Joseph Anthony Allen, Anna Randall Alsbrook, Jenny Solima Alvarado Alfaro, Angela Carpenter Auburn, Kurti Kumar Emin, Fatima Amin, Roger Aquino, Aaron Bennett Atkins, Celicia Atkins, Melissa Advent, Dylan Avery, Nancy Ibals, Alexa Unelli Baca Aguila, Pamela W. Bacon, Judy Ann Baldwin, Zach Edward Ball, Chanel Banner, Gloria Barnes, Mary Singleton Barnes, Maria Elvira Barraza Lopez, Sandy K. Batista, John Ray Beal, Stephen Perry Bean, Robert Beatty, Susan Michelle Beatty, Michael Lynn Beaver, Bobby Burton Beck, Isaiah Randall Beck, Ricky Ray Beck, Teresa Diane Beck, Terry Wayne Beeson, Ashlyn Jordan Bennett, James Franklin Bennett, Albrecht Hagos Bore, Tikea Dominique Bethia, William Bidgood, Cameron David Billings, Infinity Nicole Billy, Dennis Roderick Black, Sarah Kate Black, Laura G. Bodenhammer. Susan Virginia Boone, Marion Joyce Booth, Matthew Lorenzo Bardonado, Riley Carolina Ortulon, Jerry Thomas Bowen, Donald Ray Bowers, Jonathan Cook Bradley, Kelsey Hamilton Bradley, Kendrick Michael Rowe, Kenya Renee Rowe, William Isaac Brewster, Shirley Simmons Brent, Maisie Elizabeth Britton, Jamie Wright Brock, Tammy Moore Boderas, Robert Paul Broomer, Mona Hill Brooks, Stephen Barry Brooks, Brandon Cole Brown, Brandon Matthew Brown, Derek Lakey Brown, Jackie Wayne Brown, Reagan Alexandria Brown, Robin Lanier Brown, James Boucher, Mark Dwayne Burris, Jerry Dale Butcher, Brandon Byerly, Jason Douglas Byerly, Jessica Lynn Byerly, Ethan Paul Cade, Brandon Cody James Callahan, Adam Joseph Calicut, Amber Campbell, Casey Troutman Campbell, Amy Jo Perkins Canfield, Shannon Carmen, Jacob Lynn Casey Motley, William Cecil, Abigail Cervantes Espinoza, Amy Crivet Chase, Joseph Dean Chase, Cecilia Chavez Martinez, Liliana Chavez, Gregory Lynn Chestnut, Brittany Starnes Clark, Matthew Justin Clark, Destiny Storm Cove, Alex Corlazo Maldonado, Brooklyn Page Collins, Christopher M. Collins, Lauren Elizabeth Combs, Todd Combs, Monica Yasmin Contreras, Heather Cook, Julius Cooley, Mark Durant Cottingham, Linda Canoy Cox, Robert Lawrence Kokendall, Timothy Allen Cranfield, Angela Dawn Freed, Karen Lynn Crisp, Timothy Lee Krotz, Jarius Crump, Maurice Culbertson, Daryl Puller, Nikiaya Curry, Shirley Lynn Curry, Ashley Dalton, Michael James Daly, Terrence Davidson, Amanda Latrice Davis, Jason Davis, Viola Young Davis, William Davis, Nathan Leonard Dietz, Eric DeJonge, Zachary Wayne Deere, Rebecca Diaz Chavez, Nicholas Lamont Dixon, Thomas Alexander Dixon. Jeannie M. Dockery, Kendall Marie Dodds, Jeffrey Eli Douglas, Whitney Denise Duffy, Teresa Fletcher Dunlap, Ella Mae Dunn, Jacqueline Denise Aids, Jim Dalton Eckerd, Travis Michael Eckerd, Michael George Edgehill, Jaden Ellsworth, Amanda Singleton English, Robin Laughlin Esick, Melissa Faye Everhart, Sonia Fain, Marianne Lee Farthing, Susan Olive Ferguson Hughes, Daniel Fitzik, Helen Fitzik, Mariah Figueroa Mora, William Samuel Fleming, Denise Ford, Quentin Graham Foster, Robert Gray Foster, Christine M. Fraser, Todd Keith Freeman, Donald David Frisbee, Mark T. Frizzolowski, Anthony Ray Frizzle, Holly Davis Fuquay, Jenna Grace Gadd, Christopher Gade, William Gallagher, Elizabeth Marie Garcia, June K. Garlow, Susan Hunt Garner, Elaine Gass, William Ryan George, Leroy Jamal, Christine Guerin, Alexander Lewis Gibson, Samara Isabella Gillespie, Cindy Denise Gomez Loza, Mark Anthony Gonzalez Sell, Donna Bolin Gordon, Jamara Manley Green, Sarah Nicole Green, Matthew Charles Greer, Merritt Glenn Gregory, Sharonda Oleanda Griffin, Christopher A. Grubbs, Jan Kapinski Gagoras, Galen Simone Harston, Wendy Rose Hall, Mason Dale Haltom, Silhouette Brown Hamilton, Richard Austin Hanner, Todd Allen Hardin, Shaquan Lamar Hardy, Jalyn Hargrave, John David Harper, Winnie Cassandra Harper, Greg Mario Harris, James Frederick Harris, Deborah B. Halsenden, Joseph Hunter Hauser, Mark A. Hayes, Timothy Hayes, Maya Kathleen Heath, Tammy Hedgecock, Amber Dawn Hedgepath McGuire, Martin Hedrick, Vicky Hedrick, William Ray Heidman, Melania Gross Helton, Cornelia Ann Hemingway L, Siomata Himela, Sarah Cameron Hendricks, Patrick Henrick, Judy Lynn Helper, Ebony Rachel Hernandez Aguilar, Amy Ward Herndon. Jerry K. Hildebrand, Adam Lee Hill, Billy Joe Hill, Bobby Lowe Hill, Kyle Walker Hill, Joe Cleveland Hinkle, Leanne Virginia Hobbs, Andrea Shantae Hodges, Robert Hodges, Camden Trenace Hogan, Gregory Hollyfield, Anthony Rote Hollyway, Christopher Holmes Massey, Dustin Sean Holt, Kylie Madison Hughes, Brinley Rihanna Cullen, Ruby Daniel Cullen, Daisy Hedge Hunt, Jimmy Wayne Hunt, Heather Hurd, Nicole Kate Ibarra Montoya, Lillian Christine Infinger, Robin Denise Ingram, Terry L. Ingram, Deborah Bean Jackson, Sean Jackson, Jaquita Monteith Jacobs, Luann Jenkins, Agnes Darlene Jessup, Megan Kendall Jester, Grace Marie Johnson, Doris Joanne Jones, Trina Lyons Jones, Jonathan Juarez Solis, Nancy Lynn Keating Chambers, Clinton James Keene, Lucas Reed Kennedy, Madeline Noel Kennedy, Christian Kennedy, Brian Austin Keogh, Antoinette G. Carr, Mitchell Key, Mark R. Kidd, Lois Kennedy Kinley, Victor Lamont Kirkland, Sean Kirkman, Alice S. Koontz, Stephen Koontz, Inez W. Kraus, Atticus Lakin, Larry Charles Landis, Madison Lee Laney, Muriel Jean Latham, Brennan Lawson, Madung T. Lee, Darren Leeser, Calvin Eugene Limley, A. Jala Kilia Leonard, Joyston Leonard, Jonathan D. Leonard, Michael Lee Leonard, Tracy Franklin Leonard, Douglas Leslie, Daniel Aaron Lewis, Charlie Eugene Ligon, Tony Leroy Lindsay, Kareem Little, Erica Lloyd, Matthew Curtis Long, Lester Benjamin Lott, Frederick Dale Lovinggood, Haley Leanne Lovinggood, Jane Carts Lynette, Sarah Beatty Little, Japrel DeAndre Mabry, Kevin Mack, Chad Alton Malpass, Robin Maureen Martin, Antonio Vernes Martinez, Maria Martinez Sanchez, Angela Alina Master Guionquez, Brittany Mizelle Mullen. Shakira Monet May, Shritun May, Michael Christopher Mays, Natalie Sierra McCall, Tate Elizabeth McCarthy, Megan Elaine McDaniel, Bernie M. McElrath, Cindy McElroy, Shanwan Cerise McIntosh, Empress Dacia McKee, Dreama Joan McKinney, Catherine Crankshaw McLaughlin, Paul Anthony McNeil, Christopher William Meekum, Jocelyn Ophelia Medina, Herrera Erica Elizabeth Medina, Chastity Amber Medlin, Betty Markham Michael, Charles Leonard Milam, John Nathaniel Miller, Jonathan Wayne Miller, Emmanuel Abrea Minolik, Maria Eva Miranda, Mallory Olivia Mize, Cheryl Louise Moffett, Riley Cleveland Mole, Guadalupe Montalongo, Brock Jameson Moody, Sylvia Hargrave Moore, Wiley William Moore, Margaret Therese Warren, Devin Michael Morris, Jace Harrison Morris, Kaylee Alyssa Morris, Scott Remington Morris, Larry Woodrow Murphy, Jonathan William Musser, Amanda Mooring Myers, Brandy Joy Myers, Laura Wood Myers, Michaela Renee Myers, Charles Needham, Claudia Mackenzie Neves, Naima Nelson, Barbara Drawn New, Juan Trang Nguyen, Allison B. Neese, Cameron L. Noble, Autumn Levine Nobles, Jacinia Marie Noriega DeCleet, Kathy Lynn Oliver, Jennifer Ontiveros Olivas, Brenda Carol Owenby, Daryl Lamont Owens, Benedito Albert Palumbo, Timmy Ray Payne, Theodosia Cook Payton, Alice Bradley Pearson, Elisa Altavera Pena, Amber Leah Henninger, Nasheed Samar Peoples, Stephen Therendra Perkins, Brandon Luke Perryman, Davy LeCapt Persaud, Clyde Preston Peters, Lynn Foe, Bonnie Pickett, Michael Dean Pierce, Tanya Cribb Pierce, Jeffrey D. Pilcher, Antonio Pittman, Karen Pittman, Barbara Underwood Poole, Hannah Catherine Pope, Anita Pop, Eric Sidney Proctor, Derica Pagan Pugh, Dylan Lee Reagan, Nur Joshua Rahim, Esperanza Ramon Rote, Tina Ann
Ray. Stephen D. Rayner. Sophia Rabiz. Allison Helen Redding. Anna Elizabeth Rees Cabrera. Francis Selenia Rees Rosaria. Jason Wendell Richard. Michael Ryan Richards. William Blake Riddle. Gracie Joy Riggin. Heather Rourke. Keith Odell Robertson. Diana Antoinetta Rodriguez. Angie Stacy Rodriguez Salgado. Timothy Lee Rowe. Justin Alexander Russell. Kristen Blanks Rutherford. Melody Lynn Brian Edgehill. Orphelia Sagastoon Reyes. Raul Salgado. Brenda Sanders. Rose Daniel Santana Toledo. Thomas Richard Surrett. Kyle Andrew Saunders. Keith Edward Scoggins. Gregory Scott. James Henry Scott. Mary Sue Seals. Gavin Van Sentel. Andrew Chambly. Hunter Lewis Shaw. Maxine Shaw. Christopher Lynn Shelley. Megan Shelton. James Michael Shepard. Halawati Durga Shivdale. Linda Everhart Schoaf. Jeffrey Shore. Melody Lynn Shortridge. Robert Fletcher Shuping. Gerald Simpson. Maria Pia Rafaela Citro. Eric Nathan Small. Francis Darlene Smith. Kathy Baldwin Smith. Nancy Smith. Reagan Smith. Sarah Rebecca Smith. Tammy Rockwell Smith. Gay Nell Snyder. Brenda Lee St. Louis. Teresa Palmer St. Peter. Daniel Joe Starkweather. Frederick Barnes Staub. Dawn Michelle Donna Steele. John Christopher Stein. Karen Bird Stevens. Gary James Stevens. Rebecca Yvonne Stevenson. Mitchell Gray Stewart. Robert Stone. Sierra Madison Stone. Megan Leanne Stover. Timothy Paul Strain. Wendy's Street. Luke Stroud. Elizabeth Joanne Stewart. John Quincy Stoops. Keenan Joseph Stoops. Christopher Lamar Greer Stiles. Angela L. Summers. Harry Burt Swan. Haley Anderson Swing. Sapita Naili Talamontes. Sheena Brittany Talent. Nathan Taylor. Priscilla Thompson. Dale Cavan Thompson. Emily Ann Thompson. Noah Reed Thornburg. Pamela Denise Thorns. Parker Graham Thornton. Elizabeth Eakins Tilley. Rita Carla Torres Valderrama. Unie Urbina Torres. Jennifer Renee Tranum. William Michael Tranum. Deborah Stanley Turner. Johan Valdez. Brittany Aaron Van Wert. Teresa Lynn Bossler. Dolores Vestal Weisner. Roger Dale Weisner. William Robert Walser. Jane Elaine Waugh. William Waycaster. Bruce Dale Weaver. Tasha Scott Weaver. Mary Constance Weekscreen. Wanda Wesley. Cleo Westland. Braxton White. Christina Elliott White. Gunnar Lynn White. Brianna Nicole Williams. Brenda Orchkowski Williams. Jordan Jamal Williams. Amy Alicia Williamson. Tracy Williams Wilder. Desmond Devon Wilson. Ian Lynn Wilson. Taryn Winter. Timothy D. Winston. Mason Spencer Woodruff. Krista Tamara Ray. Ricky Herbert Ray. Craig McDonald Wright. Drew Grayson Wright. Hazel C. Wright. Michael John Wright. William Wright. Cheryl Yates. Charlotte DeVos Young. Liam Thane Young. Tracy Rochelle Yachts. Catherine Zabrowski. All of their votes should count. Following are the voters being challenged from Davie County. Mark Torrance, Adderhall. Crystal Alberry. Derek Stephen Anders. Arenia Romero Aruz. Kim Backman. Deborah R. Ballard. Mary Sides Barnett. Gary Wayne Barney. Kerrigan Grace Beal. Charles Alvis Bale. Kimberly Naomi Benavides Godoy. Rahis Wari Barathi. Bradley Davis Blackwelder. Randall Bozier. Brett McDowell Volch. Donna Lee Brannon. Alan Moses Bridges. Avery Walker Brown. Susan Victoria Brown. Sheila Ann Burkhart. Molly Elizabeth Burris. Randy Jean Burton. Elizabeth Rachel Bird. Nicholas Elijah Gillis. Call. Joseph Bruce Care. Brianne Carrier. Chad Brady Carter. Monette Fry Carter. Dennis Roger. Stephen John Choate. Brian Thomas Church. Natalie Gross Coburn. Deborah Joan Cox. Daniel Carl Krotz. Michael Thomas Dalton. J. Evan Davis. Jessica Samuels Davis. Mac Allen Davis. Jason Andrew Dillard. Sarah Ann Dillard. Robert Paul Donaldson. Elizabeth Amanda Dwiggins. Gary Dale Forbes. Benjamin Neal Foster. Starla Campbell Foster. Matthew Ryan Fussell. Miriam Granadero. Jorge Rolando Guerra. Alana Hammock. Shelby Jason Harbor. April Donnell Harper. Jackie Harrison. Sabrina Walker Hartness. Scotty Eugene Hartness. Harriet R. Helm. Marcia Nelson Hill. Sandra Lynn Hodges. Tina Marie Hodges. Christina Wagoner Haller. Kristen Marie Howard. Eric Clinton Howell. Caitlin Elizabeth Erdl Dare. Michael Eugene Hutchins. Linda Lou Jackson. Tracy Jekyll. Michael Ray Jenkins. Zach Aaron Johnson. Jesse Michael Jones. Kelvin Ray Jones. Nicholas William Jones. Tracy Ward Jordan. Amanda Grace Justice. Sean Michael Kane. Betty Norman Keaton. Roanna Bess Kimberly. Patricia Wood Laird. Alan Rocky Lane. Abby Ann LaRue. Carmen Grubb Lawrence. James Mitchell Link. Reba Lowry Lauder. Douglas Thornton Luckett. Stephen J. Looper. William Scott McDonald. Manica Magalinas. Christopher Tyler Mandacunas. Candelario Martinez Avila. Teresa Ariella McCullough. Bonnie Marie McGoffey. Patrice Lee McCaffrey. Renee Mead. Glenda Teresa Meadows. Tyler Lee Miller. Barbara Ann Morehouse. Harrison Benjamin Morgan. James Morrow. Guillermo More Garcia. Mavel Barbara Nelson. Sabina Kiomanguhon Nelson. Thomas Lance Nichols. Jennifer Shun Oakley. Sheely Ashlyn Peoples. Olga Faramola Perez. Austin Blake Pickren. Stephen Drew Potts. Christy Lynn Prevette. Robin Foster Pulliam. James Jeffrey Rayborn. Dirk Allen Ranjasingh. Janet Ruth Ranjasingh. Anthony Shoemaker Reed. Dennis Michael Redmond. Kara Delaney Rice. Kelly Noel Riddle. Juanita Riviera, Nilda Rodriguez Garcia, Michael Lund Roth, Mary Malsa Rogers, Debbie E. Salerno, Larry J. Salerno, Paul John Schaffhauser, Ruth Ann Shope,
So I.
Barbara Sue Sheets, Nicholas Taylor, Ciega Rees, Brenda Lee Smith, Gerald Keith Smith, Jamie Lee Smith, Peyton Marie Smith, Benjamin Monroe Southern, William Charles Southern, Michael Leroy Stowe, Conrad Strubar, George Raymond Selecki, Thomas Lee Tate, Deborah Gammons Taylor, Vincent Daniel Tierpach, Brian Eugene Thomas, Brianna Renee Thomas, Sarah Rose Thurmond, Robert Allen Vanderveer, Jordan David Vestal, John Clay Vogler, Gregory Scott Walker, Justin Thomas Walker, Madison Brooke Watson, Esther Marie Weaver, Emmanuel Roscoe Wilkins, Neil Durwood Williams, Vicki Lynn Williams, Virginia Mercedes Wilson Brannon, Kenneth Wooten, Paul Allen Wyatt, Rosie Yara Vilka, Robert Edward Zins, Karen Ann Zamakzinski, Amanda Grace Albertson, Beverly Jean Alexander. Oh, sorry. We're in Duplin County now. The Davie County folks, their votes should count. And all the following are from Duplin County. Amanda Grace Albertson, Beverly Jean Alexander, Justin Lynn Allen, Jewett Alley, Olegario Alvarado, Monserrat Ayala Vasquez, Keon Montrell Acock, Tiandra J. Bannerman, Daniel Barrera, Giselle Barron Rios, Datria Batts, Titania Karen Bell, Rudy M. Benton, Paula H. Best, Candace Kavanaugh Bazell, Pearlie Blakeney, Miriam Victoria Boney, Alexandra Luttrell Boone, Nancy Rayner Boone, Deborah L. Boston, Nuvia Ruby Bowen, Shakira Nicole Bowen, Marion Boykin, Earl Franklin Brinkley, Linda Walker Brinkley, Brenda Bromley Turner, Harold Dell Brown, Dawn Denise Bryant, Emily Bunch, Billy Roman Bird, Yaquelin Camargo Ortez, Victor Eugene Canaday, Grisis Yvonne Carias, Bonita Nickerson Carlton, Brandon Wesley Cashwell, Randy Cashwell, William Chase Kavanaugh, Kathy Clayton, Billy Ray Chambers, Jacqueline Moore Claiborne, Bertie I. Klein, Turner Davis Costin, Kirk Ellis Craft, Regional Cruz, Michael Alexander Cummings, Inell Herring Davis, Latasha Nicole Davis, Tommy Jones Davis, Brian Terry Denning, Peter DeVita, Terry DeVita, Javante DeMiracle Dickerson, Pamela Williams Dillard, Daryl Dixon, Nathaniel Dixon, Stella Stanley Dixon, Alyssa Janae Dobson, Terry Dean Duff, Tyler Cole Duff, Anne Marie Dutko, Stephen Niels Edwards, Nathaniel Ellerby, Terry Liddell Ellis, Edwin C. English, Sean Ellis English, Carlos Javier Escobar, Dalen Cody Evans, Brittany Ammer Fasten, Carolyn Davis Faison, Ella Faison Pimpin, Lisa Farland, Jenny Lee Theriman, Amy Jo Forster, Brianna Freeberger, Mary Ellen Frederick Woodland, Cherry May Tagus Fredrickson, Carolyn Michelle Fryer, Amy Elise Vasily Zelensky, Shelley Renee Gaines, Gwendolyn T. Gardner, Henry George, Sacardus Ramsey George, Maria Ayala Gonzalez, Charles Edward Brady, Delmas Roy Graham, Justin Michael Graham, Peggy Ann Graham, Harry Ricardo Green, Jerry Andrew Hall, Crystal Gale Harper, Beverly Henderson Harris, Doug B. Hastings, Jackie Andre Hawes, Connie Heath, Garrett Chaston Henderson, Ania Jorda Henson, Christopher Solly Hernandez, Devonta Rashad Herring, Mallory Ann Herring, Trisha Hines, Anthony Weldon Hodges, Latoya Camilla Holmes, Phyllis S. Holmes, Jamie Raven Houston, Matthew Jacob Houston, Alton David Howell, Tabitha Kennedy Hubbard, Betty Register Hull, Edna Burton Hunter, J. Christopher Jackson, Valerie Nicole James, Sharon Denise Jarman, Ann Sutton Jenkins, Charles Gregory Jenkins, Gerald Jenkins, Roberto Jimenez, Leslie Fariar Johnson, Dashia Shanta Joyner, Benjamin Travis Jones, Kendrell Daniel Kenneth, Edward Earl Kelly, John Robert Kelly, Robert Roshan Kelly, Lawrence Keenan, Alexis Jean Kennedy, Avalie Rena Kennedy, Cynthia Edwards Kennedy, Sandra Lee Kennedy, Yvonne Antoine Kenton, Devontae Demorse King, Johnny McCrae King, Kaylee Elizabeth King, William King, Natira Nicole Kinsey, Diane Lamb, Jamie Louise Lamboy, Diana J. Lanier, Martha Lee Lanier, Dashawn Cornell Leak, Tavion Tyrone Leak, Edna Diane Lee, Roger K. Lee, Susan Lee, Kyle Lamar, Lila Veronica Lenz, Raymond Charles Lewis, Anthony Thomas Litchfield, Maureen Joyce Lodato, Johnny Lee Lofton, Fabian G. Lopez, Zola Miranda Lopez, Tommy Houston Mayer, Areli Maldonada Rojo, Jennifer Michelle Maldonada, Tanika Ann Malloy, Glenda Hatcher Marady, Flexen Ilse Martel, Daniel Pedron Martinez, Rita Martinez, Brian Keith McAllister, Lakeisha Natasha McDuffie, Haley Alexis McKay, Gia Fennel McLeod, Judy Thomas McMillan, Gail Denise Melbourne, Jessica Melton, Fitzhugh Merritt, Susan Milana, Paula Yvette Miller, Jonathan Tyler Mills, Aaron Murphy Mobley, Peggy Riddle Murphy, Terry Van Mobley, Jasmine Juliet Montoya, Eliezer Morrill, Taylor Renee Moser, John Richard Namath, Arnez Newkirk, Fred Douglas Newkirk, Teresa Newkirk, Rebecca Cordary O'Connell, Andy Ortiz, Chanel Lee Parker, Melva Kavanaugh Parker, Doc Thomas Pearsall, Tia Deanna Pearsall, Darren Peterson, Douglas J. Peterson, Johnny Lee Peterson, Luana Pickett, Benjamin Romichael Poinsett, Perla Ponce, Gregory Allen Poole, Aaron Caitlin Price, Philip Price, Jennifer Quinn, Sean Ashley Quinn, Maria Ramos, Emo J. Whitaker Ramsey, Jonathan David Rao, Ricky Darren Rayner, Karen Marie Ritter, Kimberly Roundtree, William Alfonso Rouse, Araceli Ruiz, Dayanara Nicole Salazar Gabriel, Guadalupe Carlotta Sanchez, Jared Sanderson, Jasmine Danielle Savage, Brian Justin Savage, Earlene Pearsall Scarborough, Glenda L. Scrumps, Oletta Johnson Shiley, Austin Mark Scholler, Dustin Matthew Scholler,
Julia Danielle Sills, Elijah Twain Smith, Evelyn Mabel Smith, Kamala Mashonda Smith, Macon Alfred Stallings, Michael Paul Stallings, Ethel May Stanley, Dolores Carol Summerlin, Richard Michael Sunyak, Tyrone Sutton, Andrew Kenneth Talton, Donald Ray Ton, Carolyn Joan Taylor, David Thompson, Haley P. Thompson, Nancy Elizabeth Thompson, Craig A. Tokash, Deborah Jean Brown Tokash, Balbina Torres Aruro, Mariura Melissa Torres, Ruby Mae Troublefield, April Hall Tucker, Joan Wilson Tucker, James Thomas Turner, Nakia Maria Turner, Michael Lloyd Tyndale, Nicholas Glenn Tyndale, Rocio Vasquez Lopez, Grace Catherine Vino, Odalis Venegas Garcia, Sarah Elaine Vernon, Horace Herbert Wade, Eli Aaron Wagnon, Lerone Jacob Wallace, Rayford Wallace, Rex Wallace, Leonard Vincent Ward, Michael Allen Warren, Allison Crystal Waters, Anna Elizabeth Webb, Isabella Webb, Val Renee Weiss, Carleal Wells, Caden Lee Westerdahl, Tracy Allen Weston, Deborah Lynn Whaley, Ricky Lee Wicker, Billy Whitaker, Louise C. White, Mary Louise White, Robert Lee White, Natasha Whitfield, Geraldine Wilkins, Altina Lee Williams, Kiara Williams, Margie Williams, Marissa Alexandra Williams, Robert Edward Williams, Sharon S. Williams, Tommy Williams, Mary Swanette Williamson, Ronald David Wilson, Gary Edward Witherington, Michael Douglas Wood, Zachary Lane Wood, Nathaniel Bartley Wooten, Eileen Wright, Randy Craig Wright, Callista K. Yakula, Christopher Ray Young, Sarah Grace Young. All their votes should count. Following are the voters from Durham County, including Haley Ware, who states, Mr. Griffin, democracy isn't your personal playground. My vote is valid. My rights are real, and your baseless challenges are an insult to the voters of North Carolina. Do the right thing. Stop the stunts and count our votes. Also, Mary Matthew, this makes me feel very unsafe in our electoral process. Jill Sergeson, this makes me feel very unsafe in our electoral process. Rachel Wells, I am a registered voter who has exercised my right to vote in multiple elections without issue. This baseless challenge to my vote undermines the integrity of the democratic process and disrespects the voice of every citizen who participates in good faith. My vote is valid. My registration is valid, and no amount of desperation or gamesmanship will erase my voice. Durham County. Ribi Mohammed Abdulawad, Jawara Mohammed Abu, Abdullah Reham Abdul Ghaffar, Salih Ibsen Izaldin Abdul Mateen, Hannah Irene Abbey, Mikies Teshom Abost, Kyle Wolf Abraham, Kiana Elizabeth Abrams, Caesar Manuel Abreu Ortiz. All right, I'll stop there. Top of the page. And this is done. Done. Here. Yeah, it turns. Good luck. Really great.
Kenya Latko Abram, Abhishek Acharya, Sophia Alejandra Acosta Servant. We good? All right. Kevin Engel Adair, Alyssa Adam,
Betania Miguel Adams, artist. Brilliant Joy Adams. Joseph Adams. Joseph Daly Adams. McKenna Faith Adams. Sean Arma Adams. Marcella Elena Adams Grimaldi. Westy Marie Adams LaPlante. Tariq Hassan Mahmoud Adaz. Brian Adcock. James Lee Adcox. Mukhtar Mender Adem. Beatrice Bosir Adayemi Bello. Janelle Adayai. Sandia Adirva. Jean-Louis Adrover Torres. Joy Boma Adu. Magdalene Athawork. Naderek Afia. Jessica Agbamamavor. Anika Agnihotri. Roberto Gomes Agostini. Sarika Agrawal. Karen Agueda. Moduk Agwe McCracken. Sandra Aguiar. Michaela Angela Aguirre Ambriz. Policarpio Espiritu Agustin. Margaret A.D. Aguirre. Janique Shakina Agyameng. Angela Ahamisi. Rapika Ahem. Amelia Catherine Ahern. Mohammed Wasim Ahmed. Marsha Asan Lamante Adu. King David Aiken. Nadia Ait Lazari. Oluwadarasimi Temitop Ajiboy. Henry Shukuma Ajuda. Matthew Maxwell Akins. Oluwadirtimi Akinyimi Akinyilu. Hannah Ekeret Akfate. Cameron Isaiah Akpene. Sufyan A. El Dulemi. Mustafa Al Abdullah. Khorshed Alam. Maximilian Alanus. John Hudson Alarcon. Alberto Alatriste Roca. Maria Camila Alba Herrera. Malcolm Adrian Albergo Radish. Blythe Albert. Ryan Wade Alderman. Michelle Alexander. Renald Alexander. Maria Irian Alfaro Iglesias. Juliana Eliza Alfonso de Souza. Doris Tenenge Alingo. Zila Alizadeh Cope. Demetrius Isaiah Allen. Helen Ann Moeller Allen. Jessica Elizabeth Allen. Lyric Aki Allen. Lawanda Denise Allen Brown. Margaret Lynn Ali Grant. Hassan Mohammed Ali. Janet Allred. Samuel R. Almagur. Gabriel Joseph Almario. Masuma Almasi. Elizabeth Ann Almasi. Mary Jose Almonte Gaitan. Alicia Ray Alfin. Rasha Abdullah El Qasem. Nzinga El Shams. Donnell Austin. Reginald Doheen Andrews. Andri Heretiana Andriankaja. Megan Elizabeth Andriankaja. John Vincent Angier. Katrina Lords Angus. Faith Christina Anthony. Martha Alicia Aparicio, Melissa Apollonio Zarita, Zanae M. Appleton, Ariana Aragon Lucero, Julianne Archer, Marianne Archibald, Deborah Hope Arguilo Cohen, Gabriela S. Arias, Temitope Aribe, Kayla Arjaspi, Brandon Franklin Armani, Christina Armstrong, Elizabeth W. Arnold, Kiri Arnold, Clarence Arrington, Ernest Edward Arrington, Maria Mirasol Artacho, Juliet Arula Padere, Miriam Aurora Arvelo Reyes, Joseph Asamoah Bodu, Isabel Asare, Amanda Sophia Ashley, Sarah Kate Ashton, Genevieve Azigbumnam, Jalisa Ascu, Carmela L. Asperin, Imani Neko Asem, Andrew Momanyi Atisa, Alexander Atkins, Alexander Atlas, Ezra Andy Atwood, Jeanette Jacobs Atwater, Josh A. Alfrott, Mecca Denise Austin Scott, Maria Elena Avelino Peguero, Oyam Winosa Nosa Isokan Avambuan, Justin Sidonio Avila, Michelle Avila, Ritzy Mabel Ayala Rise, Caitlin Ariana Page Acock, Emmy Ayers, Ifio Masina Chukwu Vivian Aika, Nicholas Bachelder, Sasha Nicole Baycott, Jordan Iana Bacus, Zara Jane Battley, Jacob Lee Batters, Naab Badshaw, Mary Batcher Coca, Deanna R. Bagalawes, Rebecca Jane Baggett, Cassie Shamer Bagley, Sophia Latifa Bananeta, Ian Carlson Bailey, Jania Bailey, Joshua Richard Bailey, Maria Teresa Bailey, Morgan Kaylin Bailey, Nancy Chavis Bailey, Sarah Kristen Bailey, Benita De Baines, Mecco DeCarlos Baines, Haley Baker, Ellie Neff Balakrishnan, Monica Balakrishnan, Benjamin Gregory Baldwin, Gabrielle S. Baldwin, Rakeem Shakay Baldwin, Audrey Ashburn Bales Britton, Vanessa Balabeni, Paolo Stefano Balladares, Donna M. Ballard Rolette, Terry Lee Balser, Sumana Banerjee, An Lee Bangtron, Daniel Lewis Bonta, Lionel Banuelos Shere, Justin Antonio Barbie, Andrea Maria Barboza Hurtado, Clarence Julian Zachary Barkley, Iana Nicole Barksdale, Amani Asmara Barnes, Scott Anderson Barnes, Chance Marquez Barnett, Sarah Elizabeth Barnett, Elijah Michael Barr, Casey Marie Barrett, Marcos Leo Barrianuevo, Arwen E. Barron, Dirk Allen Barth, Tracy E. Bartlett Lutz, Frida G. Barton Halim, Merritt Tilahun Baruda, Mariani Flores Bascaran, Joanne Bass Hedgepeth, Alex Michael Basil, Margaret Francis Basil, Justin Bass McNeil, Francis Marie Bastidas, Capel Madan Bathija, Vandris Lavan Batiste, Erica Batkin, Ayush Batra, Raina Batra, Clinton Battle, Julia Lane Baucom, Cynthia Ann Bowen, Elizabeth Price Bautista, Charles Henry Baxter, Deborah Celeste Baxter, Kavana Baxter, Michael A. Bayo, Nia Janae Bazemore Johnson, Eli Marie Stewart Beach Gunard, Rodney Levon Bears, Brandon Beeman, Niadria Beam Phillips, Edgar Paul Beasley, Lamarcky DeJarmon Beasley, Avon Tatiana Abrea Beaver, Karen Annette Beckett, Ayana Beckton, Betty Belinda Beeler, Pearl Eunice Begess Richardson, Dorita Louise Beiger, Carmen Elisa Boehner Martinez, Kyle Belcher, Viola Janice Oliver Belcher, Ashlyn D. Bell, Darren Bell, George L. Bell, Jeffrey Bell, Kamal Eugene Bell, Pascal Keel Bell, Manuela Bello, Abigail Najma Bello, Tiana Marie Belsantos, Brianna Ariel Benefield, Mend Lynn Benhamza, Jouet Alice Benjamin Bullock, Aaron Bernard, Chris Ann Danae Bennett, Ian Graham Bennett, Jeantel Bennett, Lawrence Carson Bennett, Shaylin Bennett, Mirhad Tier Benson, Christina Gentry Benthal, Emily Marie Berkeley, Min Heat T. Berlin, Enrique Bermudez, Bernat, Sarah Valentina Bernate Angula, Nelson Bernice, Samantha Sophia Bernier Bermudez, Alexandra K. Bernstein Naples, Gloria Ann Berry Doss, Lucas Caldwell Best. Renetta Best, Ronald E. Bethea, Shelton Bethea, Via Nichelle Bethea, Pamela Bugnot, Jagir Kaur Bular, Amelia N. Biavashi, Nathaniel Nicholas Biddle, Stephen Edward Biddy, Madeline Bilskis, Ernest Bienemy, Arthur Bigelow, Ivan Bing, Catherine Grace Birmingham Corbett, Robert J. Bernbach, Emily Birschbach, Vivian Isabel Bishop, Laquan Daniels Black, Michael Lee Black, Olive Rose Black, Cheryl Blackman, Kendria Doshell Blackston, Elizabeth Michelle Blackwell, Tabitha Blackwell, Anna Blair, Alexander Lawrence Blair Turk, Jacqueline Blake, Amelia Altalina Blanco, Jarvis Blanding, Sabrina Isabel Blandon Jembe, Debria Lynn Blanks, Vaughn Regan Bledsoe, Sophia Josephine Bliss Carrascosa, David Brian Blissett Williams, Brian Gregory Block, Bethany Blue, Philippe Christopher Blue, Michelle Thornton Blue, Donald Stephen Blumenfeld Jones, Catherine C. Blumenfeld Jones, Ya Ajay Boki, Urijah Boatwright, Zoe Elise Bobbitt, Chris Bocanegra, Kitsy Miller Bokuk, Joyden A. Body, Piper Both, Terrace Marie Bogarty Minor, Jeffrey Harrison Borer Guerra, Adonesia Enoch Bolden Murrell, Adambi Nalan Bolima, Fiona Blue Bolt Bradhurst, Julia Lindsay Bolts, Matthew Bonilla, Holly C. Bonnickson Jones, Jackson Anthony Bono, Jameson Boone, Rory Mackenzie Boone, Leslie Wolf Borak, Fernando Boria Gonzalez, Paloma Barajo Leighton, Perry Lynn Bories, Mickey James Boston, Magdalene A. Botros, Anthony Marcus Boulware, Yassine Boutcarden, Aliyah Winter Bouet, Kyler Bowden, James Maxwell Bow, Zaquan Bowling, Constance Rosalinda Gary Bowman, Patricia G. Bound, Elmira Nurani Bowo, Adam Michael Bowser, Elizabeth Janet Boyack, Brittany Simone Boyd, Sakia Boyd, Mariah Boyd Edmonds, Walter Douglas Long Boyle, Samuel Ethan Brackett, Nico Ashwin Bradley Bull, Maya Maxine Bragg, Joshua Wesley Brame, Kitty Brame, Diane Jonas Branch, Molisha Jamira Branch, Sonia Lynette Branch, Stanley Branch, Elizabeth J. Brandley, Brianna Janae Brandon, David Brandon, Jabriel Nabi Ivan Brandon, Lorenzo Lamonte Brandon, Richard LaShawn Brandon, Andrew Brandt, Kenneth Allen Bransom, Janiyah D. Brantley, Alexander Bradley Bronsma, Antoine Ramon Braswell, Alina Maria Bravo Taylor, Alejandro Breen Herrera, Anjanetta Ladale Breland, Haley Brennan, Noah Dean Bruce Burgess, Anaya Elysia Brewster, Kevin Eugene Brickhouse, Michelle Nicole Bridgers, Brenda M. Bridges, Christopher Edward Bridges, Kenneth H. Bridges, Tiffany Ann Brightman, Robert Earl Brimmer, Ruth Brindle, Jeffrey James Brindley, Israel Briones, Elmir Jose Brito Fernandez, Stephen Michael Britt, Amir Josiah Britton, Kyliak Jasser Brockington, Zachary D. Brogan, Roger Wade Brooch, Kanika Shanae Brooks, Lauren Jala Brooks, Phyllis A. Brooks, Kendra Shatee Brooks Perkins, Laura Turner Broughton, Ethan Tyler Bruce, Albert O. Brown, Amanda Michelle Curry Brown, Anna Sophia Brown, Benita Monique Brown, Benjamin Mark Brown, Brittany Nicole Brown, Risha Nairi Brown, Kaylin Joy Brown, Christopher J. Brown, Colin Neal Brown, Dante Brown, Dion Brown, Donald Brown, Ella Jobert Brown, Jameson H. Brown, Jane Brown, Jeremiah Swin Brown, Joan Ennis Brown, Joycelyn V. Brown, Juliana Jane Brown, Keon Brown, Mario Brown, Nakasia Brown, Olivia Brown, Ora Jean Brown, Scott Eric Brown, Winston Frederick Brown, Greta Evelyn Yarger Browner, Serrani Erica Brown Hicks, Gerald Lamal Brownlee, Liza C. Brown Pinsky, Teresa Brown Wilson, Kira Bruck, Olivia Rose Bruckner, Dylan Brewer, Taylor Clariel Brumont, Gail Marie Brunette, Alfred Brunson, Leslie Farrell Brunson, Pilar Brunson, Phoebe Brush, Pollyanna Elizabeth Bryan, Jacob Nicholas Bryan, Amy Grace Bryant, Cameron Bryant, Lanisa A. Bryant, Spurgeon Bryant, Elaine Bryant Donegan, David Robert Breiskin, Leighton Harrison Brzeski, Catherine P. Buchanan, Marion Buchanan, Robert Paul Buchanan, Shioma Joy Bushi Ahibiuk, Tanner Aylin Buck, Odessa M. Buckingham, Aliyah Monique Buckhalter, Kelvin Bueno Gonzalez, Keith Emilio Benrostro Brown, Ladrea Brianna Buffalo, Dean Michael Bukowski, Brandon Elijah Bullock, Marcia Yates Bullock, Taylor Monet Bullock, Catherine Elizabeth Baumgardner, Gracie Loretta Bumpas Gentry, David Decano Bunch, Quadre Shaquan Bunn, Christopher Allen Birchfield, Janet Lee Burden, Krista Jamise Burden, Jacqueline Luciana Berger, Eric Bernard Burgess, Omar Bergman, Lainey Page Burke Rosenthal, Lauren E. Burke, Sierra Lashonda Burkett, Tariq Burlingham, Alexander Terrell Burnett, Bobby Eugene Burnett, Katisha Cherie Burns, Melvin Burr, Marcus Jalen Burrows, Elijah Burston, Anthony Burton, Antoine Marquis Burton, Michaela Burton, Terry Wayne Burton, Janae Michelle Burwell, C.M. Anastasia Bush, Prince Louis Rietsalt Bush, Max Anton Bushell, Leah Boos Gagan, Arief Bustillo Pollard, Christopher Butler, Naeem Butler, Sania Butler, Tylen Simone Byers Neal, Daviana Juanita Bird, Harold J. Bird, Rosa Bird, Zoran Javier Bird Locklear, Kathy Elaine Cable, Ashley Ada Cabrera, Diane Cabrera, Houston Cadet, Takiara Sharnice Cadlet, Joan Ann Cesar Scipio, Renzo Andre Kafir, Jesslyn Zhu K, Sophia Kelly K, Lily Kane Mitchell, Gina Kane Tate, Helen Calagara, Genesis Calderon Osario, Kaya Jolie Caldwell Berdicia, Dorothea Calhoun Smith, Brianna Natalie Caleja Torrijos, Edward Jose Camacho Camacho, Brianna Nicole Camarillo, Jasper Lee Cameron, Ryan Michael Campanella Wadsworth, Elena Campbell, Bruce Campbell, Damian Lawrence Campbell, Sandra Campbell, Zariana Campbell, Cindy Alexandra Campos Chavez, Eve Candelo Mascara, Joshua Thomas Cannon, Viviana Cantiana Riquelme, Robert James Capetillo, Robin Diane Kaplan Foreman, Olivia Carbonell, Olga Ninel Carriega, Serafina Carlucci, Yavita Carmichael, Raquel Maria Carney, Brianna Caro Sevilla, Anastasia F. Carpenter, Teresa Lynn Carpenter, Sandro Carpio Asensio, James Robert Carr, Ricardo Carranza, Teresa Evans Caraway, Trellis Caraway, Sampson B. Carroll, Giovanni Carrillo Ramirez, Janroni Carrillos Vidal, Cabre Jean Carrington, Courtney A. Carroll, Donald Carroll, Lauren Ashley Carroll, Malcolm Wharton Carroll, Monica Lynn Carton, Jordan Patrick Carter, Kanisha Carshell Carter, Matthew Lynn Carter, Wes Andrew Carter, Jean Carey.
Nataneo Casiano Agosto, Huete Casimiro, John Casara, John Ryan Cassidy, Yannette Castaneda, Hutch Castellao Lockhead, Annalie Castillo, Daniela Castillo, Marco Castillo, Maria Castillo Marte, Isabella Castanera, Christopher Castleberry, Juan Castrillon, Nina Castro Alves, Ronnie Castro Murillo, Alejandrina Castro, Emmanuel Castro Kelly, Ashley Cates, Chloe Cates, Daryl Cates, Brendan Caulfield, Noelle Costin, Serena Costin, Kim Coffin, Brianna Cavinas, Omar Cisse, Hangila Sisi, Kaven Sena Agama, James Centers, Nicola Sensone, James Cerise, Natalia Cervantes, Melissa Chacon Villalobos, Naisiru Chaibu, Andrew Chakiris, Kemp Chalmers, Philip Chalmers, Sania Chambers, Sean Chambers, Joseph Champ, Yin Mei Chan, Ching Yi Chang, Jennifer Chang Wolf, Jermaine Chapman, Catherine Chapman, Marquez Charles, Porsche Sharon, Willow Jane Charnes, Juliet Chartier, Logan Chaudhry Kieli, Jaime Chavez, Jose Chavez Orozco, Nicole Chemla, Binfei Chen, Roy Chen, Yingchu Chen, Claire Chung, Diana Chung Harris, Baya Chabra, Jillian Chang, Jen Chieson, Stephanie Chicos Ramos, Ashutosh Chilkoti, Niharika Chintalapudi, Paul Chirico, Minwoong Cho, Yeun Cho, Isabel Choslowski, Caitlin Chu, Caroline Chowdhury, Mohammed Chowdhury, Nicholas Chokliwi, Allison Christensen, Jerry Christian, Dennis Christman, Fernanda Kristen, Duncan Christie, Ariadna Chukwi, Kalpana Chudasama, Joseph Chudnovsky, Cole Chun, Milo Chung,
You know, I know, right? I'm like, sugar. You guys are doing a great job.
Sky Chung, Coleman Churchill, Anna Cieslak, Cielito Cirineo, Melshamu Claiborne, Jay Clancy, Alexander Clark, Darius Clark, Ian Clark, Leilani Clark, Lynette Clark, Victor Clark, Christopher Clark, David Clark, Samantha Clark, Zachary Clark Harris, Floridalama Claros, April Clausen, Helen Clay, Kimberly Clay, William Clayton, Matthew Cleary, Andre Clegg, Alicia Clegg, Aubrey Clements, Rachel Clements, Tiana Clemens, Jamari Clendenning, Layla Klein, Imani Clinkscale, Maya Clinton, Miranda Clinton, Kyle Coker, Wesley Cochran, Victoria Caulfield, Joshua Cogdill, Miguel Cohen Suarez, Emma Cohen, Jordan Cohen, Sharon Cohen, Madeline Cahoon, Andre Colentuono, Helena Colbert, Margaret Cole, Ronald Cole, Alexander Coleman, Andrew Coleman, Yasmin Colin Mendoza, Stacy Calindres Sevilla, Genevieve Collins, Sharon Collins, Nicole Collins Givens, Isabel Colin, Jason Combs, Sophia Compitello, Colton Compton, Keenan Condor, Lysandra Confidente, Mary Conley Vito, Kiera Conrad, David Conrad, Carla Contreras Venegas, Maureen Conway, William Conyers, Alexis Cook, Louis Cook, Shelley Cook, Trayshawn Cooks, Alicia Cooley, Mally Cooper, Maya Cooper, Natalia Cooper, Trinette Cooper, Zodi Cooper Weirday Young, Milford Poor, Zachary Copeland, Brant Copen, Julia Corbett, Francisco Cordero, Kayla Cordner Johnson, Clara Cornick, Emily Coronado, Alec Coronado Gillen, Julio Correa Defendini, Kayla Corradero Wells, Connor Corrigan Webster, Adam Cushall, Greetjay Constant, Giselle Costello, Zion Costin, Kimberly Costin Watson, Rachel Cooper, James Courtney, Chloe Courtney Bowl, Vivia Cousins, Katina Covington, Rosalind Covington, Joshua Cowan, Sincere Cowan, Bing Cox, Spence Cox, Bobby Cozart, Bruce Cozart, Dwayne Craig, Emily Craig, Bashad Crawford, Shanti Crawford, Benjamin Cradell, Alberto Crago, Manuela Cratella, Taylor Cruz, Carter Cribbs, Anthony Cristo Martinez, Suzanne Crockett, Christine Croner, Timothy Cronin, Otis Crooks Jones, Bianca Crosby, Kelson Crosby, Alexis Cross, Kalia Cross, Kate Cross, Josiah Crossman, Beatrice Crosty, Rhodacia Cruel, Jordan Crow, Elizabeth Crowell, Francis Crowley, Kevin Crudup, Edward Crump, Michelle Cruz Aragon, Alexis Cruz Ayala, Angel Cruz Salvador, Delois Q, Karina Cuevos Mora, German Cuevos Prieto, Natalie Cuevas, Jessica Cummings, Mizani Cunningham, Alicia Curiton, Ashley Curry, Breon Curry, Denisha Curtis Haskins, Sharita Coutinho, Anthea Sorrell Anka, Tassine Daya, Susanna Danow, Marcella Dalrymple, Eileen Dalton, Rob Damon, Amanda Damon, Glory Don Ducor, Amani Danielle, Brandy Daniel, El Shaddai Daniel, Nathan Daniel, Duroff Daniels, Gregory Daniels, Harry Daniels, Tremartis Daniels, Hallie Daniels Howell, Donald Danielson, Dejan Dash, Teofilo De Silva, Patricia Dowry, Jim Davies, Madeline Davies, Andrea Davis, Anthony Davis, Blanchia Davis, Bonnie Davis, Brenda Davis, Bruce Davis, Cameron Davis, Dajia Davis, Daniel Davis, Devin Davis, Eric Davis, Geraldine Davis, Jahara Davis, Jordan Davis, Karen Davis, Morgan Davis, Nicole Davis, Paula Davis, Roger Davis, Russell Davis, Tabitha Davis, Traver Davis, Valerie Davis, Walter Davis, Wayne Davis, Keith Davis Gardner, Maefa Dewea, James Dawkins, Jalen Dawson, Sarah Dawson Watson, Deja Day, Christopher de Guzman Parado, Peter de Guzman, Vanessa de Jesus, Sofia de la Cerda, Cecilia de la Guardia, Alejandro de la Torre Garcia, Nicholas de Lakovich Siddiqui, Kiara DeLand, Adam DeLiu, Nicholas de Laval Jazierski, Gloria de los Santos, Asil de Oliveira, Jason de Paz Rodriguez, Sasha de Vogel, Carolyn Dean, Michael Deering, Samantha Deasy, Eleanor DeBerry, Candace Debnam, Adele De Cruz, Margaret Dedloff, Joseph De Gaetano, Zakia DeJean, Brooklyn DeJournette, Ryan Deckening, Samuel Del Bosque Alvarez, Charlotte Del Cole, Mia Del Moore, Jeremy De La Paz, Latoya Delagarde, Boris Delane, William Delamar, Margaret Delaney, Sean De La Riarte, Ashley De Leon, Marcus De Los Angeles, Lupita De Los Santos, Cara Denboth, Pavel Dennis, Christopher Denton, Angelica Deoleo Valentine, Amishi Desai, Marcelita Desai, Sudhir Desai, Rafael DeSantos, Oscar DeSauer, Patricio DeStefani, Roxana DeStefani, Paige Detweiler, Dominic DeVerdio, Amaya Devine, Michael DeVito, Mary Dewberry, Cecily Dewberry, David DeWitt, Hardeep Dillon, Nadia Dowlai, Frank DeLustro, Zoe Diana, Damaris Diaz, Eduardo Diaz, Melissa Diaz, Daniel Diaz Arias, Sophia Dib Gomez, Robert Dix, Anna Deal, Car Dieng Diata, Krisnaris Difo Reynoso, Sophia Di Fulvio, Isaac Di Gennaro, Ajay Diggs Richardson, Sonali T, Gerald Dillard, Francesca Dillman Carpentier, John Dillon, Samantha Dillon, Adam Dillon Sherman, Jonathan Dinerstein, Jade Lynn Ding, Denise Dirks, Ronald DeSalvo, Alex Dittmar, Raphael Dix Carnero, Caleb Dixon, Debbie Dixon, Eric Dixon, Lagenia Dixon, Micah Dixon,
That's right.
Did you want to get Michael Dixon, Samuel Dixon, Jasmine Dixon Holman, Joanne Dixon Kay, Oana Gidbom, Bahar Jur, Amaria Dobbins, Bridget Dobson Co, Deja Doctor, Anna Doggett, Caroline Dolan Gilman, Caitlin Dollar, Pamela Dollar, Chase Dolinger, Melanie Dominguez Martinez, Madeline Dominguez, Marlene Donato Call, Marissa D'Onofrio, Alexander Donovan, Kimberly Dooner, Junior Dorson, Adrian Dorsey, Barbara Douglas, Deontay Douglas, Kayla Douglas, Takita Dowdy, CJ Dozar, David Drain, Petra Drew, Tieta Giona Drew, Tracy Drummond Lucas, Helen DuPont, Michael Duke, Shirley Ann Duboulet, Alexander Ducrost, Veronica Dudley Rawls, Donna Dufour Searson, Thomas Duncan, Miranda Dunford, Bria Dunn, Christine Dunn, Joseph Dunn, Troy Dunnigan, Jennifer Duran Martinez, Jesse Duran Nolasco, Jeffrey Durham, Shangreed Durham, Carol Duval, Rithik Duva, Stephen Dykus, Annabelle Dyer, Jessica Eagle, Tanaya Eason, Chastity Ebron, Rachel Ed Walton, Renee F. Walton, Kaya Eccles, Frederick Eady, Katrina Edmond, Othello Edmond, Jasmine Edmonds, Kevin Edmonds, Ozza Edmonds, Anisha Edwards, Gladys Edwards, Marquetta Edwards, Nicholas Edwards, Nigel Edwards, Paula Edwards, Ronnie Edwards, Sequoia Edwards, Carla Efford, Larry Efford, Juliet Egan, Dylan Egan Daly, Shannon Egan Daly, Peter Agia, Ryan Ake, Dylan Eck, Nicole Ekanem, Sumaya El Aziu, Ashton Eliezer, Zynasia Elijah, Kennedy Ellender, Floyd Elliott, Joseph Elliott, Kanaya Elliott, Ashley Ellis, Delia Ellis, Makia Ellis Brooks, Ernestine Ellison, Brooks Emmanuel, Kingsley Emezi, Owen Emmons, Emmanuel Emaven, Shanna Engelhardt, Stefani Engelstein, Gary Ingnell, Connor Ennis, Richard Ennis, Ekemini Ebisi, Ino Ekefri, Anthony Enick, Ani Kanabasi Eno Ekefri, Jaquez Epps, Aries Epps Keats, Josephine Erickson, Lauren Ertl, Eduardo Escobar Carvajal, Elizabeth Escobar Gomez, Beverly Escobar, Mario Espinoza de los Reyes, Natalia Espinoza, Alciri Espinoza Santiago, Miriam Eston, Ella Etchandy, Rico Etson, Albert Eubanks, Vanessa Hubert, Kiara Useda Lavano, Marshley Eugene, Betty Evans, Brielle Evans, Brian Evans, Gishana Evans, Helen Evans, John Evans, Jonathan Evans, Logan Evans, Otis Evans, Samia Evans, Timothy Evans, Cachet Evans Barlow, Matthew Everhart, Altagracia Everett, Ajoa Iwu, Adrian Azell, Kingsley Ezenwa, Nelly Fabian Hernandez, Jacqueline Fabitor Mathene, Valentina Fassison, Marian Faj Latowski, Mohammed Fahim, Damon Faison, Octavius Faison, Ruben Faison, Sharonda Faison, Annalisa Fakir, Jasmine Fawn, Joseph Ferris, Dolores Farmer, Ryan Farmer, Stanley Farmer, Ronnie Farrow, Clara Fast, Isabella Faber, Robin Faust, Zachary Favreau Smith, Alexander Fay, Sarah Fearington, Joseph Featherstone, Karina Fireman, Jailson Betosa O'Hale, Marina Fela Castillo, Sarah Feldman, Jonathan Fang, Brandon Fennel, Regina Ferguson, Malek Ferguson Harrison, Oscar Fernandez Gonzalez, Juliana Farrell, Madison Farrell, Emil Ferrafino Garcia, Jessica Fashari, Jordan Fevrier Babb, Erica Field, Vernita Fields, Paige Fields, Ricardo Figueroa Carrillo, Orlando Figueres, Maripat Finnegan, Anna Finkelstein, Amelie Finn, Piper Finn, Margaret Fish, Jazara Sade, Ryan Fisher, Isaiah Fisher Smith, Joanna Fisher Wilden, Sarah Fitch, Piper Fitzgerald, Anna Fitzgerald Peters, Peter Fitzsimmons, Felicia Flanders, Grant Flanders, Connor Flannery, Kirwan Fleming, Jackson Florent, Kaboy Flomo, Justin Florence, Valeria Flores Ibanez, Dulce Flores, Anissa Flowers Thompson, Joy Flowers, Monique Fogg Forte, Treasure Fogel.
Catherine Ashbrook Colkers, Luz Fontana Mancira, William Aquilo Fontanelle, Aaron Anthony Forbes Stokes, Tynasia Ford, Annika Monet Ford, Paris Foreman, Rhoda Ann Forrest, Carissa D. Forrester, Katrina Kimura Fortes, Cecilia Mary Fortune Greeley, Maggie Amelia Faust, Richard Courtwright Foster, William Grayson Foster, Najai Fountain, Kathy Shaw Fouché, Maya Nicole Fouché, Diavin Faust, Heather Michelle Fowler, Ruth Ann Elizabeth Fox Austin, Sharada Letitia Fozzard McCall, Veronica Fragoso, Dominique Lynn Francis, Neil Howard Frank, George Dewey Franks, Myrtle McKnight Franks, Alexander Joseph Franson, Benny Lee Fraze, Ian Frazier, Kelly Frazier, Kobe Frazier, Rosalind Diane Frazier, Connor John Frederick, Jacob Alex Cohen Friedman, Jordan Freeman, Nicholas David Freeman, Ryan Anthony Freeman, Wesley Rhea Freeman, Ethan James French, Jeffrey Walker Friday, Annette M. Friddy, Layla Friedel Revere, Tracy Lynette Frink, Gian Bryant Frizzell, Geraldine Margaret Frost Meredith, Joshua Wade Fry, Lupita Fry, May Fu, Yule Fu, Jackson Fuchs, Jennifer Marisol Fuentes Zepeda, Amanda Iris Fuenzalida, Billy David Fulford, Henry Fuller, Benjamin Allen Fulton, Gabrielle Simon Furstenberg, Jonathan Lewis Fust, Ayana Monet Futrell, Jacinta Gachigi, Sarala Gaddy, Dion Quaymac Gagum, Nathaniel Patrick Gaines, Maria Gaja, Nora Galdames de Polanco, Kevin Ruben Galdames Marin, Carolyn Aurora Gallagher, Daniel Anthony Gallagher, Hannah Gallagher, Catherine Elizabeth Gallagher, Jennifer Gallimore, Antonio McQueen Gallup, Janie Pearl Galloway, Paola Galvin Monroy, Laura Catherine Gammard, Catherine Gamble, Nimit Gandhi, Yashvaneth Reddy Gangavarapu, Sadit Hansana Ganheweg, Madeline Berlin Gans, Angelica Garcesa, Leticia Garcia Garcia, Jorge Omar Garcia Garcia Reyes, Daisy Nicole Garcia, Emilio Lucas Garcia, Juan Carlos Garcia, Ronald Garcia Diaz, Avila Evelina Garcia Ekvo, Stephanie Garcia Galeano, Edmundo Michael Garcia Goting, Olaya Garcia Grau, Isabella Garcia Perez, Susan Gardner, Allison Aaron Garkovich, Sophie Elizabeth Garner McKinnon, Sierra Garrett, Jabari Ike Garrett, Melissa Jan Garrison, Ron M. Garrison, Dawn Ray Gartelhenner, Justin James Gartman, Thomas Patrick Gardy, Julia Lillian Gassior, Malik Jordan Gaskin, Joao Pedro Gasparian, Amelia Melissa Elena Gastelum, Travis Gatling, Sarah Marie Gaddis, Samuel Lewis Gee, Udayananda Giwandara Mudiansalage, Laura Shireen Meta Gehring, Helio Joe Gellinger, Joel Leo Gempler, Jaden Kendrick Janius, Salvatore Genovis, Jimmy Gentry, Christopher Andrew George, Patrick George, Roxana George, Spencer Paul George, Zakai George, Brenda McGee Garrity, Anna Gerdanzovsky, Patricia A. Garrick, Ryan Morris Gesurum, Thomas Xavier Galzea, Yashu Gimire, Marie Beatrice Mailing Gosen, Michael Lee Gibbs, Krista Twyford Gibson, Christopher Lawrence Gibson, Michael Philip Gilbert, Patrick Gilchrist, Faith Victoria Gilchrist Brown, Jayla Eric Giles, Michael E. Gilkey, Ashley Michelle Gill, Darren Randy Gill, Mitchell Robert Gillis Sushana, Reggie Travis Gillum, Natasha Gilliard, Jaleel Aaron Gilmore, Peter Gilmore, Wambui Gitahi Karanditu, J. Arthur Gladia, Jamar Deshawn Glanton, Tiona Ronique Glanton McNair, Maya Gabriella Glazer, Mary Ann Blitz, Malin Pham Goodshall, Farrell A. Godwill, Mitchell Grote Getz, Francis Goffinet, John Goffinet, Anna Emily Gold, Rachel Lily Gold, Leo M. Goldberg, Debbie Esther Goldenberg, Shaniqua Lynette Goldston, John Howard Goller, Maximilian Oleg Golovsky, Kathleen Christine Gomez Laureano, Maria Jose Gomez Bados, Catherine Abigail Gomez, Andrea Margarita Gomez, Jaya Rena Gomez, Brandon Ivan Gonzalez Sanchez, Fernando Gonzalez Aj, Nikki Gonzalez Barajas, Ronaldo Gonzalez Munoz, Nicholas Gonzalez Paglieri, Amanda Maria Gonzalez Pantoja, Carla Michelle Gonzalez Varela, Yedelin Ariane Gonzalez, Alejandra Isabel Gonzalez Acosta, Cameron Britnea Gonzalez Gibbs, Ivana Yoselin Gonzalez Romero, Nasir Gooch, Tedrick M. Gooch, Trayvon Van Javor Tyrell Good, Mackenzie Good, Shaquana Sharice Good, Graydon Goodman, Paul Goodman, Daniel Micah Goodwin, Frederick Mary Goodwin, Suzanne Goodwin, Aishwarya Gopala Krishnan, Sarah Gorbatov, Clifford Anthony Gordon, Joel Gordon, Tyrese Sintel Gordon, Laura Schmidt Gorham, Inez Gorman, Rodolfo Manuel Gorin, Cynthia Havens Goslin, Jan M. Gottschalk, Monica Estrada Govea, Mia Elizabeth Gowdy, Chloe Elizabeth Gower, Ravi Kumar Goyal, Jada Christine Graber Ferguson, Samuel G. Graber Hahn, Alexandra Patricia Grady, Nishimwe Gradis, Ashley Graham, Dylan Graham, Leticia M. Graham, Reginald Graham, Shanita Graham, Julie Ann Graham Newman, Jonathan Tyrell Granby, Charles Ernest Graves, Russell Kenneth Graves, Shazidi Nicole Gray, DeLeon Lavron Gray, Laura Lee Graziano, Aaron Christopher Green, Aquanda Dontasha Green, Charles Earl Green, Chris Green, Gaynell E. Green, Lamont Green, Macy Green, Malachi M. Green, Michael Cole Green, Olivia Sarah Green, Rashia Nicole Green, Ryan Green, Taran Orlando Green, Clarice Covington Green, Josie Lee Green, Malik Amir Green, Michael L. Green, Jesse Wayne Greenhill, Stephen DeShannon Greenlee, Thomas M. Gregg, Elena Williams Gregory, Ruth Ann Ruling, Carolyn Ann Ray, Kaylin Moran Ridley, Gary Greer, Julius Earl Griffin, Kevin Thomas Griffin, Janina Bertinel Griffiths, Emily Maribel Grijavea, Antonio D. Grimsley, Nicholas Anthony Rippey, Jane Grocott, Jordan Gross, Deborah Ann Grossman Garber, Sam Alexander Grossman, Lauren Elizabeth Grove, Tamika Tamara Groves, Gage Ryan Brewitt, Peter Albert Bryson, Vashana Giselle Dillard, Ralph Dominic Guadango, Amaresh Getchu Guangil, Yaneli Guerra Hernandez, Raul Guadalupe Guerrero, Rachel Elizabeth Guetta Weiss, Shane Mitchell Guitap, Freya Gulamali, Timothy Gunawan, Isuri Dilshan Gunawadina, Christian Gunn, James M. Gunn, Angel Yu King Guo, Ashley Guo, Karen Gupta, Diane Mary Gusa Werner, Haley Joe Gustafson, Gregory William Guthrie, Timothy Guthrie, Ashley Gutierrez Torres, Emma Haley Gutstein, Aisha Guy, Maria Fernanda Guzman Santos, Jorge Guzman Guzman, Amy Ruth Nearnoa Giang, Jerly Laszlo Georgi Ambro, Roxana Haas, Charles Glenn Hackney, Faith Jeslyn Hackney, Michelle Desiree Hadnot, Isabella Renee Halen, Loretta Hagan, Timothy Hagans, Kimberly Joy Haynes Eitzen, Corey Lorne Halbert, Maria Aliyah Halbrooks, Jonathan Christopher Hale, Brandon Glenn Hall, Earl Lafayette Hall, Ernest Milton Hall, Jada Dew Hall, Jamaru Haron Hall, Joseph Todd Hall, Preston Hall, Samara Janie Hall, Tammy Elaine Hall, Tara Denise Hall, Libra Hall Lyons, Mary Ellen Halloran, Albert Ray Holloway, Truly M. Halpert, Grace Caroline Halverson, Claire Hambrick, Jordan Sarah Havelski, Matthew Chambers Hamilton, Kaya Cheyenne Hammond, Devin Matthew Hampton Thurman, Laura Sidney Hahn, Yang S. Hahn, Tiffany Nicole Hand, BJ Renee Haney, Amaya Armand Hanley, Andrew Philip Hanna, George Monroe Hannon, Gwenda Lee Lorraine Henselman, Karsten Malta Hansen, Camila Jinling Hansen, August Howe, Spencer Howe, Dean Emmett Harder, Zaria Daisy Journey Harding, Madison Harding, Shakira Elise Harding, Antoinette Nicole Hardison, Preston John Hardy, Kermaine M. Hargrove, Yanis Manuel Hari, Charnay Cameron Harkins, Aaron Richard Harmon, Julia Carey Harmon, Zelma Marlene Harms, Emily Jane Harnish, Naziah Harper, John Harrell, Pia Tishan Harrell, Rahima Harrell, Trinity X Harrell, Diana Harrington, Jasmine Kiara Harrington, Armani Harris, Conway Eddie Harris, Francis Hedgepeth Harris, Hazel May Harris, Javon Cortez Harris, Corey Harris, Mason Olivia Harris, Nathaniel Lantha Harris, Sherry Johnson Harris, Siobhan Marie Harris, Tina Michelle Harris, Tyresha Renee Harris, Amanda Beth Harrison, Jalen Harrison, Clifton Earl Harrison, Bartley Jacob Harrison, Mitchell Harrison, William Milton Harrison, Amanda Hart, Denzel Hart, Jalen Hart, Stanley Lee Hart, Takira Hart, Markeisha Antoinette Harvey, Ryan Keith Harvey, Willie Harvey, Susan Hassanen, Aiden Pepe Pascal Mendoza, Autumn Ophelia Hasty, Nicole Monique Hatcher Foster, Wilbert Hatchett, Ian James Housen, Kira Jania Hawes, Brenda K. Hawkins, Deborah F. Hawkins, Amelia Page Hawkins, Nasia Hawkins, Willie C. Hawkins, Alexis Brianna Hayes, Sarah Barbara Hayes, Taylor Hayes, Ralph McMillan Haygood, Charlotte Jane Haynes, Forrest Ethan Haywood, Julia Healy Pereira, Marcia Lynn Heathcott Emery, Finn Hebrig, Tracy Lynn Hedgepeth, James Fontaine Heinel, Casey Denise Hembrick, Virginia Kathleen Hench, Jamal Henderson, Rodney Martino Henderson, Elmer Thomas Henkel, Catherine Milani Henrick, Donald Henry, Douglas Edward Henry, Kara Denise Henry, Obiageli Olivia Henry Ajuda, Vivian Onebuki Henry Ajudor, Maydeli Ho Henville, Andrew Matthias Henville Shannon, Herbert Jimmy Lee Herbert, Rosemary Herbst, Melinda Haggerty, Hansel Alejandro Jerez Vendora, Samantha Hernandez Calderon, Esbaidi Hernandez Cortez, Manuel Ramon Hernandez Santos, Vanessa Guadalupe Hernandez Vega, Judith Marta Hernandez Villalta, Aiden Alexander Hernandez Zerneno, Daisy Ahumada Hernandez, Carolina Hernandez, Lazaro H. Hernandez, Martina Hernandez, Nathaniel Paul Hernandez, Wendy Hernandez, Yadira Lisette Hernandez, Daniela Cecilia Hernandez Gill, Litzy Hernandez Gonzalez, Catherine Violeta Hernandez Pacheco, Lauren Renee Herndon Bloom, Cynthia Arlene Herrick, Anissa Nicole Hester, Chanel Hester, Joy Hester, Warren Lauer Hester, Aldrin Omar Hericopara, Joseph Bruce Hewitt, Ashley P. Hicks, Kimberly Michelle Hicks, Serenity Hicks, Carlota Maria Hidalgo Perea, Carolina Hidalgo McCobb, Kelly Ann Higa Brown, James Bradley Hightower, Alyssa Lynn Hill, Belinda Gill Hill, Mariah Hill, Dale Hillard, Nina Lee Hill Brown, Hiawatha Daniel Hilliard, Kenneth James Hillis, Jesse Himmelstern, Chase Sherrod Hines, Aaron Hines, Michael Alexandria Hines, Ronald Leon Hines, Ryan Cameron Hines, Ruby L. Hinton, Caitlin Chai Feng Ho, Emily Grace Rossing Hobus, Valencia Lane Hochberg, Tanai Hakaday, Barbara Keulani Hodak, Ariana Nicole Hodari, Avery Ellen Hodges, Kanisha Michelle Hodges, Taligia Seaman Hodges, Lillian J. Hodgkins, Dylan James Hodgkiss, Christine Elizabeth Holmline, Katerina Hoffman, David Lyle Hoffman, Emily Catherine Hoffman, Elizabeth R. Hogan, Nyla Hogan, Tennille Michelle Hogan, Wesley Carlin Hogan Phillipson, Jeffrey Stewart Honor, Tanika Shania Holcomb, Harry Benjamin Holden Brown, Zara Holder, Betty Ann Holder Blake, Alyssa Marie Holland, Peter Joseph Hollander, Thomasine Lucas Holly, Lauren Nicole Holliday, Daisha Monique Holloman, La Quinta Holloway, Mary Elizabeth Holloway, Brian Holloway, Troy Douglas Holloway, Darnell S. Holman, Elizabeth Dion Holman, Mark LaQuire Holman, Waitashawa Montreal Holman, Tobias Orsted Holmbeck, Gardner Repass Holmes, Janet Holmes, Faith S. Holsert, Charles Ritchie Holzenbeck, Brian F. Holt, Luna Holmesel, Molly Margaret Honecker, Shaquan Malik Hooker, Stefan Montrell Hooker, Valerie Hooper, John S. Hoover, Cynthia Hope, Jakari Hope, Jonathan Ellis Horn, John Robert Hornum, Dashiell Kent Hort, Hannah Hortman, Desiree Peterson Horton, Victoria Horton, Eve Marie Hosford, Noor Hossein, Lavar Hughes, Dwayne A. Hovington, Anna V. Howard Hughes, Chloe Howard, Kenneth Alexander Howard, Lamont Howard, Sandra Lee Howard, Avril Elizabeth Howe, Diane P. Howell, Elandra Karen Howell, Julia Lee Howell, Robert Jason Howell, Sophia Alexandra Howells, Daja Howell Stewart, Megan Rebecca Howson, Theodoros Christolos, Sunny Shenqing Shung, Aaron Grant Shenfong Su, Ashley Jiaoxing Su, Hillary Angel Su, Karina Lin An Huang, Ryan Marshall Wang, William Wang, Thomas Mateo Hudgens, Tasha Marie Hudson, Chal Woolsey Hudson, Huerta Tovar, Octavio Huerta Tovar, Daisha Denlia Huerton Smith, Emily S. Huffman, Katina Jackson Hughes, Kenyatta Rajmeek Hughes, Scotty Lauren Hughes, Myra Dawn Huey Cave, Cameron J. Hummel, Niara Anasia Humphrey Goines, James Edward Hunt, Jeffrey L. Hunter, CN A. Hunter, Tracy Alexander Hunter, Ahmed Hussein, Andrew Schmidt Hutchins, Josh William Hayden, Liam Vangsness Hiswillian, Anita Marie Yanaccione, Alessandro Yanaccione, John Michael Yanota, Jasmine Ibarra Navarro, Obifuna Ifekchukunu, Kevin Ig Izekabala, Mariadel Julian Ignacio, Charisco Udorim Ikwefre, Blessing Mabayu Ikiolo, Shimidi Chimwanya Ikpe, Pamela Diana Ilagan, Chukwumunda Jesse Ilo, Artem Ilyanik, Natalia Imordino, Sophia Aurora Imordino, Rosina Lillian Ingis, Demarcus A. Ingram, Kakweta Hoskins Ingram, Michael Dorian Ingram, Babar Iqbal, Nicholas Montel Irion, Ethan Gary Irishalmi, Jacqueline Gabel Irvin, Andre M. Isaac, Kenneth Ives, Maria Izzy, Arthur S. Jackson, Brian Jackson, Chandra Latoya Jackson, Deborah Waddell Jackson, Erica Marie Jackson, Jalen Jackson, Jordan Jackson, Layla Michelle Jackson, Murak Christine Jackson, Malia Ashe Noreen Jackson, Michael Jackson, Regina Renee Jackson, Van Wesley Jackson, David Alexander Jackson Matthews, Paul Gregory Jacob, Stephen Jacobs, Tashanti L. Jacobs, Isaac Barrett Jacobson, Angel Emmanuel James Valdez, Stephen Sunil Jain, Danaya James, George Ray James, Carrington Brennett James, Lyndon Chi, Abigail Whiting Jameson Drake, Stephen William Jamroz, Alexander Janayak, Jonathan Michael Janis, John Monet Nessa, Laura Jaramillo Gill, Delaney Jarman, Edwina Jean Gerald, Trinity Jarrett, Yusuf Guest Javadi, Larry Wayne J, Kashama Springham Jayaram, Aisha Rose Jean-Baptiste, Jonathan Jean-Pierre, Isaiah Jeremiah Jeffries, Lynn T. Jefferson, Sophia Midori Jeffrey, Nina Kincaid Jeffries, Linda K. Jenkins, Jayla Jenkins, Patricia Jenkins, Tyree Jenkins, Zaire LaFonce Jenkins, Mai Tui Jeunesse, Jasmine Jennings, Caleb Josiah Gerald Smith, Leanne Nicole Jernigan, Sally Jernigan Smith, David Michael Jarito, Anna Fontaine Jessup, Dana Patrice Jeter, Isabella Gia, Janet Chen Jiang, Juliet Jiang, Sarah Jiang, Maria Mayela Jimenez Perez, Amy Camila Jimenez, Amber Lornell Johnson, Anna Elida Johnson, Anthony Dingwall Johnson, Antoine Johnson, Ashley B. Johnson, Anana Janea Johnson, Barry Johnson, Brian Sean Johnson, Cameron Mariah Johnson, Carl Edwin Johnson, Catherine Louise Johnson, Connor Matthew Johnson, Crystal Monique Johnson, Desiree M. Johnson, Derica Monet Johnson, Elise Johnson, Faith Johnson, Forrest Johnson, Frank Johnson, Jamario Luis Johnson, Janice Johnson, Jaquarius Johnson, Jonah Johnson, Kayla Cassidy Ann Johnson, LaShayla Johnson, Laurette Faye Johnson, Megan Elizabeth Johnson, Michael Dean Johnson, Monica A. Johnson, Ruby Paulette Johnson, Shimmick Tamman Johnson, Sophie Danielle Johnson, Stephen Anthony Johnson, Theodora Faison Sompirik Johnson, Thesha Ramona Johnson, Tracy Burton Johnson, Tyler Ellis Johnson, Xylette Kia Johnson.
Franklin Johnson Norwood. Melvin Johnson Norwood. Naisha Johnson Williams. Alice Hatchett Jones. Alicia Nicole Jones. Brenda Christine Jones. Cameron Jones. Dan Jones. Effick Lorraine Jones. Thank you. Esther Janice Jones. Frank Darrell Jones. Amari Diavon Jones. Jennifer Jones. Lanaya Jones. Lake Jones. Micaiah Ruth Jones. Nicholas Ryan Jones. Rhonda Lakeisha Jones. Robin M. Jones. Ronnie A. Jones. Ruth Marie Jones. Sylvia Jones. Simone Jones. Willie Leroy Jones. Jaden Simone Jones Frazier. Paris Jones Hammock. Marie Eve Jews. Mariah Malaysia Jordan. Patricia B. Jordan. Stephen Holmes George. Hannah Ann Jorgensen. Ethel Joseph. Maya Joseph. Apollo Isaiah Josephson. Pradyuman Yossi. Lakela Catherine Jode. Yoseline Joya Sosa. Ruben E. Joyner. Nicole Juarez Zelena. Carla Bernice Jude Baxter. Michelle Isabella Julian. Isaac Jung. Luanda Justice. Michael Scott Justice. Zabrea Justice. Victoria Isabel Justino. Michael Kaser. Patty Kamara. Christopher Can. Tatiana Kane. Olivia Kanyinda. Dikshaya Kapatia. Stephen Karas. Rachel Karasak. Andrea Kasser. Denise Kasab. Elvis Kaswanmelia. William Katz. Charlotte Kaufman. Harminder Kaur. Jameson Elizabeth Cavell. Mareed Aaron Keeley. Wanda Kearney. Helen Kabidi Brown. Karina Miles Cahoe. Kristen Flavina Keller. Curtis Brian Keller. Peggy Ann Keller. Kristen Lee Kellum. Bobby Kelly. Elizabeth Ann Kelly. Martha Kelly. Tyler Clark Kelly, Thomas Ernest Kempney, Daniel Kemp, Michael Kemple, Justin Xavier Kendrick, Peter Augustus Lewis Kennedy, Brian Frederick Kennedy, Sylvia Landis Kennedy, Laquita Kenyon, Laura Woodworth Kehohan, Adam Jason Kern, Miles Kearns, Andrea Beverly Kerr, Nakedrick Lamar Kershaw, Craig Key, Shirley Keys, Uday Mon Padanka, Mia Rachel Kamish, Mohammed Khan, Sadia Khan, Surja Karel, Maya Kadoga Khan, sorry Maya, Olga Benko, All Kibria, Brittany Lee Kitchton, Aaron Michael Kidd, Elise Heber Emmons, Donovan Kite, Teresa Lee Kiki T-Bomb, Alexis Danielle Killian, J. Calvin Kim, Jonathan Desong Kim, Jun Sak Kim, Kawanda Akura King Burns, Aaliyah Michelle King, Gabrielle King, Jamal King, Kelly King, Lloyd King, Maxine King, Nakia King, Nicole Marie King, Roshan M. King, Thaddeus King, Zina King, James Kingley Jones, Crystal Eileen Kinch, Jamari Kenton Majet, Arthur Rudolph Kirksey, Sally Kirsch, William Kistler, Erica Kitchings, Leroy, Rhonda Provinsky, Matthew David Klinger, Matthew David Klinger, Janet Ruth Cloda, Brian Knight, Jackie Bain Knight, Shay Daisy Mae Knight, Trevor Carl Noblock, Joshua Lewis Kanuman, Sophia Kucher, Andrew Joseph Kubaka, Samuel Kodish, Beth Ann Polsch, Julie Carolyn Kofler Julianne, Zoe Ella Kolovinsky, Julianne Komorkowski, Pavlo Kononenko, Mark Elian Kuno, Alex S. Kuntz, Kadeen Marie Kuntz, her Whit Roosh Koopman, Alexandra Kothmeyer, Paris Avery Coons, Emil Lars Kovalchek, Annie Ming Kowalski, Matthew Alex Krasner, Alicia Delaney Kraus Lee, Gumal Frenzeller Ferrier, Vincent Thomas Kruger Marker, Alexandra Lee Kresher, John Samuel Craig, Maya B. Prager DeWitt, Madhumathia Krishnan, Thulsi Krishnan, Lyric Ari Krogus, Katrina Clark Kroom, Sinead Kolkari, Anna
Kuna Kilpatrick Goldfinger. Hamicia Surus Perpactiti. Grace Claire Kurtz Nelson. Lee Kuchek. Nora Shelley Kushner Salantan. Raiden Bobby Kuykendall. Isaac Bo Key. Darcy Key. Jabari Kawasi. Cozy Ann. Kira. Daniel Lee Ladu. Laban Lahit. Kiptu Laban. James Lacewell. Gianni. Christina Melody Lacey Howard. Mariana Ladino Franco. Gabriela Alexandra Ladinos. Christy LaGuardia. Carolina Lagunas Torres. Georgiafine Adu Lahai. Gabrielle Lahovich. Leafin Lay. Afia Elizabeth Lall. Camellia Lampos. Emil Ni Odardi Lamptke. Carly Elizabeth Lankflos. Angelica Langham. Rebecca Langham. Peyton Dominique Langley. Joanne Jarrett Langston. Aaron Lanier. Sydney Talbot Lanier. O. Lanian. Sumaya Lansari. Kelly Arielis Lantigua. Leah Lapidote. Salvador Lara Salazar. Rosa Lara. Gabrielle Lara Kevin Alejandro Larios. Joseph La Rochelle. Brian Larumba Leva. Anika J. Lastly McDonald. T. Raja Caprice Lassiter James. Kamari Milan Lassiter. Michael Joseph Lassiter. Taisha Monique Lassiter. Donald Bryant Lassiter. Claire Elizabeth Latimer Dennis. Lindsay Claire Latz. Jeff Brian Laughinghouse. Ian Robert Lawrence. Felicia Monique Lawrence. Hannah Becker Laurie. Jalen Raneel Laws. Latasha Chanel Lawson. All Nisa Lawson Harad. Esteban Javier Lazos Castillo. Alice Lynn Lazar Atwood. Anne Claire Lavante. Madeline Joy Lee. Joy Lynn Lee. Tania Deshawn Leach. Henry Thomas Leachman. Camille Nicole Leak. Kamla Leak. William Richard Leary. Martha Elizabeth Lease. Cheryl Leathers. Gregory Clinton Leathers. Jonathan Leathers. Alexandra Joanna LeBron. Victoria Jean LeBrun. Michael Benjamin Ledford. Annabelle Meadows Lee. Ashley Adair Lee. Breland Lee. Cheryl Lasone Lee. Furman Lee. Juanita Lee. Jennifer Lee. Jen Lee. Montel Antonio Lee. Naki Leon Lee. Wilbert Gary Lee. Jalen Olivia Lee Kinch. Devonte Lee Benny. Peter Christopher Lehman. Patricia Viner Lem. D. Lemus Mendoza. Peter Joseph Leon Ruiz. Anne Lori Larabole. Norma Jean Lasene. Samuel Newman Lassard. Y. P. Ricky Bloom. Adriana Lavoy Navarro, Sheridan Nicole Levine, Hannah Levine Rothfield, Catherine Ann Luchek, Deidre Fawn Lewis, Lee Kuboff Lewis, Richard Boy, Shannon Lewis, Cheryl Lewis Bell, Donna Lee, Ting Lee, yeah, Y. New Lee, Bernard Liang, Julianne Liebenguth, Laura Lieber, Abigail Liebenskind, Anna Lim, Fernando Lim, Tatiana Lim, Irma Lima Rojas, Donald Wayne Lemus, Jerry Lynn, Paige Lind, Demir Lindsay, George Ira Lindy, Carla Maria Ling, Samuel Wesley Lenartz, Kaylee Elizabeth Lindsay, Michaela Lip, Janaya Lipscomb, Denora Lirizano, Curran Little Jensen, Cannon Little, Daryl Little, Janice Little, Jeanette Little, Jaislyn Simone Little, Jalen Little, Mallory Little, Jaquiz Little John, Shania Little John, Anna Lou, Helen Lou, Jing Jean Lou, Shelley Lou, Tina Lou, Judith Liver Noise, Jalen Livingston, Ashley Giselle Lizma Quintana, Cassandra Lynette Lloyd, Kevin Ricardo Lloyd, William Lloyd, Robin Lockhart, Ella Catherine Lodwick, Evan Joseph Lobes, Demaccio Rico Lofton, Lisa K. Logie, Barbara Elizabeth Long, Craig David Long, Eden McLaughlin Long, Shakira Long, Carly Long, Marquetta Long, W. Brandon Long, Julie Miranda Longland, Madera Longstreet Lipson, Angel Lewis Lopez Rodriguez, Betsy Lopez Torrejon, Isabella Olivia Lopez, Jay Lopez, Javier Lopez, Jennifer Lopez, Leticia Lopez, Maria Victoria Lopez, Oscar Isaac Lopez, Irma Belen Lopez Cauldron, Zoe Elizabeth Lord, Peter Sandal Lawrenson, Stephen William Lorimer, Alexis Lorio, Victoria Andrea Voskutova, Kendall Jacob Lowe, Fiona Grace Loran, Gaspard Lewis, Oramise Lewis, Demeke Lamar Love, Jeremy Loveless, Brittany Nicole Lowe, Demonta Lowry, Ava Lozuk, Beyonce Lucas, Owen Lucas, Paul Lucas, Pebble Renee Lucas, William Stewart Lucas, Daniel Alejandro Lucio Ortega, Megan Rose Luck, Gerald Maurice Ludd, Betty Ann Rhodes, Lugan Beal, Latoya Lugo, Nicole Ross Lugash, Elizabeth Lulsged, Tylesia Lumpkin, Daniel Luna Garcia, Maria Elizabeth Luna Ivar, Jonathan Lunchick, Emily Lund, Mark Lundquist, Kiara Lundy, Ashley Lund, Gregory Lunsford, Lennox Lou Ramirez, Carrie Madeline Lusk, Caroline Luther, Malachi Lynch, Ryan Lynch, Jeanette Lynn Surratt, Micaiah James Lyons, Jenny McCaluso, Charles McCarter, Mecca McCadden, Catherine McDonald, Alicia Mack, Joe Mario Mack, Chrislyn Mack, Valencia Ann Mack, Ava Parkhurst, McKay Smith, Leo Roy Mackey, Maria Elise McKinnon, Patrick Majay, Oscar Magana, Michael Magbire, Karen L. Malik Magwood, Naisha Elizabeth Nolene Maypath Corbett, William Aiden Mayer, Millicent Debbie Mack, Aline Joseph Malik, Eamon Malik, Lana Malkai, Allison Mallory, John Malloy, Vivian Lee Malnove, Christian Michael Malone, Mary Cameron Malone, Nadria Bakir Malone, Elizabeth Jordan Mamir Barrett, Alessandra Mandela Cole, Jasmine Beret Mangillet, Jose Mangillet, Gloria Magnum Waters, Amori Faith Magnum, Karen Magnum, Henry Magnum, Tanya Manocha, Suhab Mansour, Tamara Mantanbad, Julia Morano, Julie Marbane, Dylan Marcone, Michael Mercati, Kristen Rose Marcanos Soriano, Raheen Trinette Markham, Owen Matthew Markowitz, Donald Marcoons, Comfort Merrily Marquay, Gabrielle Marquay, Jalasia Marlowe, Daisy Marquez Guzman, Albert Alaska Marsh, Jamela Marsh, Sarah Marsh, Kevin Marshall, Marinica Marshall, Zachary Marshall, Christina Martin, Derek Cordell Martin, Caden William Martin, Michelle Mangonin Martin, Randall Floyd Martin, Antonia Martin Chavez, Sarah Daniela Martinez Chavez, Antonia Martinez Chavez, Leonardo Danielle Martinez Lopez, Carlos Manuel Martinez Potit, Adriana Martinez Ramirez, Carlos Antonio Martinez, Gabrielle Martinez, Jessica Martinez, Maria Elizabeth Martinez, Maynor Gustavo Martinez, Michael Martinez, Olivia Martinez, Omar Jesus Martinez, Rosario Hector Martinez, Tiffany Martinez, Victor Martinez, another Victor Martinez, Yadira Martinez Reyes, Michael June Martino, Angel Celeste Martin Powell, Desmond Martin, Mary Joanna Marvin, Rainier DeVera Mesa, Benjamin Wesley Mascheller, Katie Maston, Justin Max Mashal, Conrad Mashagini, Deandra Mason, Manessa Mason, Robert Mason, Rushun Mason, Samantha Morrow Mason, Morgan Masonberg, Marisol Matta Navarez, Mary Matthew, Ray Douglas Matheson, Adu Matori, Alexander Matthews, Christina Mattingale, Bajartha Moves, Jocelyn May, Claire Mayfield, Barry Mayo, Dejae Simone Mayo, Javon Mayrand, Kamal Mazar, Matthew James McAndrews, Ireland McBride, Michael McAlliston, Adrienne Joy McCann, O'Shea Jackson McLean, Anna McKenzie McLam, Kendall McClammy, Jakia McLean, Mary Calloway McCombs, Brighton Yates McConnell, Carla McCord, Carla Renee McCormick, Lillian McCormick, Brian McCotter, Maria Clarissa McCoy, Madeline Eva Stevenson McCready, Siriana Jalen McCrory, Jerry McCollum, Crystal Letitia McCollum, Terrianne McCutcheon, Anne Elena McDermott, Roderick Dwayne Dougland, Matthew Patrick McDowell, Angel McDuffie, Courtney Lynn Siobhan McIntyre, John Duncan McEwen, Kevin McFadden, Sarah McFadgion, Justice McGee, Malaya McGee, Christopher Rand McGee, Ruby Lee McGriff Holbrook, Owen Patrick McCrory, Tanya Michelle McGuire, Tim McGuire, William C. McIntosh, Roy McGuire, Cullen George McKinney, Amos McKenzie, Tanisha Joy McKinley, Stephen McKinney, Tanisha Joy McKinley, Stephen McKinney, Kayla Danielle McKnight, Quince McKnight, Melissa McLam, Samaya McLam, Leanne Florin, Matthew McLaughlin, Paul McLaughlin, Karen McLean, Catherine McLeod, Nyla Simone McManus, Barbara Jean McMillan, Tangela McMillan. Come on.
Isaiah Donald McMullen, Dear Letter April McMurrian, Bridget Day McNamara, Jessica McNamara, Daniel Bruce McNeil, Dorothy May McNeil, Maurice McNeil, Malcolm McQueenie, Maria McCrae Ramirez, Jalen McTeer, Kevin John McVicker, Aaron Thomas Meadows, Charles Mecca, Robert Medeiros, Diego Andres Medina Molina, Jennifer Faith Medlin, Sloan Alexander Meek, Raylan Meeker Spreitzer, Navarre Anthony Magali, Neil Mehera, Ben Medan, Audrey Eugenia Itzai Miggs, Diana Francisca Meja, Significant Makura, Anthony Emil Melendez Torres, Rolando Melgar, Charmaine Lee Melton, Quintonio Dwayne Melvin, Teresa Membrino, Eduardo Mena Monroy, Gabriela Esmeralda Mendoza, Arthur Lev Menaker, Luis Andres Menjavier, Naya Jewel Aubrey Mentor, Lanice Merceron, Caleb Boo Meredith, Divine Maria, Dale Merrill, Shay Samuel Messick Sheets, Naharia Methu, Echo Mayer, Lily Mayer, Thomas Myers, Catherine Christine Myers Levens, Alexander Corbin Myers Levens, Brian Alexander Meza Salinas, Brian Francisco Meza, Frank Malles, Alex Caitlin Michael, Justin Dafford Niklo, Riel Ann Monique Michael, Anthony Edward Middleton, Michael Kittrell Middleton, Michael Midfin, Madison McCallion, Catherine Colleen Milby, Portia Ivy Miles, Sheila Denise Miles, Sonise Miles, Graham Milford, Dania Mae Millhouse, Karma Anika Miller Acolest, Amir Miller, Brooklyn Ann Miller, Erin Janelle Miller, Heather Starr Miller, Jasmine Corinne Miller, Jalen Rashad Miller, Joshua Kevin Miller, Patrick Stephen Miller, Robert Mark Miller, Sean Matthew Miller, Stephen Irwin Miller, Susan Joe Miller, Allison Knott Milligan, Evan Michael Mills, Eleanor Penneforth Mims, Laura Kelly Mitch, Angel Andres Miro Gonzalez, Maya Zohara Shane Arzoni, Alexandra Rainier Musha, Mimi Deval Mystery, Brianna Mitchell, Charlotte Mitchell, Claudie Dale Mitchell, David Donnell Mitchell, Hayden Mitchell, Kamali Anna Mitchell, Catherine Ann Mitchell, Marcus Mitchell, Michael D. Mitchell, Mia Sharana Mitchell, Ruby Jean Mitchell, Terrence Mitchell, Tanya Monique Mitchell George, Karma Mitchell Hill, Calvin Mizell, Medina Moody Fitzmaurice, Elise Marie Moliker, Manera Begum Betty Mohammed Hashim, Saba Farah Mohammed, Nafla Farid Mohammed, Samuel Thomas Mohar, Jared R. Mole, Kazimira Momin, Mohammed Yahya Monwar, Owen Patrick Monchino, Rosalinda Ruiz Mondragon, Tamara Christian Monk, Iris J. Monroe, Jeremy Jerome Monroe, Jess Mons, Stephanie Montango, Carlos Rodrigo Montalongo, Manuel Montes, Andres Montoya, Benjamin Gardner Moon Black, Carly Adele Moore Gaither, Autumn Marie Moore, Danielle Moore, Jidon JJ Moore, Jalen Malik Moore, Torch Tyree Moore, Makeda Anala Moore, Mary Elizabeth Moore, Naimiri Iman Moore, Lee Haynes Moore Crawford, the Russia Lynette Moore Elliott, Christina Ashanti Moore Mason, Gonga S. Morthy, Sophia Isabel Morales Paledrin, Haley Morales Secundias, Madeline R. Morales, Monica Morales, Rochelis Morales, Jasmine Marino, Jose Miguel Marino, Mariah Marino Paz, Cameron Morgan, Taylor Morgan, Javier Alejandro Maureen Mosquera, Jacquelina Morin, Alexia Maringo Spalding, Tequila Michelle Morris Jones, Alarise Morris, Emerald J. Elise Morris, Kentrell Jalon Morris, Marty Morris, Tori Morris, Travis Jerome Morris, Ives Morrissey, Laura Morrison, Tamia Nicole Morrison, Thomas W. Morrow, Kara Brianne Morton, Leroy Morton, Victoria Mosby, Danietta Moses, Michaela Rochelle Moss, Saria Morris, Sari Moss, Sincere Moody Moss, Glenn Richard Mosier, John Anthony Motko, Michael James Motley, Claudia Marie Mata, Diamantia del Carmen Moyameza, Joaquin Roberto Moya Turque, Niall Amin Mubarak, Hazel Muchinje, Joseph Douglas Nunez, Martin Nunez, Evan Russell Mularo, Connor John Mulderig, Katarina Suzanne Muller, Alexandria Mumford, Shannon Loma, Onesimus Mungai, Erica Mungai Quintala, Shannon Nasri Munier, Amy Munoz Calderas, Brittany Nava Munoz, Francie Mabley Munoz, Harry Leroy Munson, Gavin Angus Murdoch, Sandra Shiomaro Muriel Caso, Grant Murphy Herndon, Brandon Dean Murphy Ward, Taylor S. Murray Cisco, Brian Keith Murray, Christy Ham Murray, Alfred Munson, Sarah Munson, Munib Mustafa, Bonnie Watsi, Sherry Finney Smyers, Janae Alicia Marie Myrie, Andrew Emery Nagler, Jenna A. Najar, Luke Sinba Nam, Tamara Alice Nance, Lucerison Napoleon, Philip Michael Napoli, Monica Narain, Alec Michael Nardone, Sophania Smith Tavares Montes, Tanya Fiorella Navarre Torres, Stephanie Navarro Meza, Jacqueline Navarro Hernandez, Thatcher Reyes Navorska, Indra An Navalik, Allison D. Neal, Brian Quincy Neal, Erica L. Neal, Matthew Hobbs Neal, Near Knife, Salem Northfleet Knife or Neff, Nushafe Shafiqua Negron, Fabiola Napiate Kahlo, Emma Neistat, Ashanti Nielsen, Dwella Nelson, Gretchen Marie Nelson, Jamel Emmanuel Nelson, Samson Nelson, Shakira Denise Nelson, Stephanie Venice Nelson, Sivan Nimroff, Kiera Nesbitt, Imani Nesbitt, Janet Darlene Nesbitt, Dolores M. Naismith, Margaret Elizabeth Newman, Elena G. Newkirk, Lynn Newkirk Walden, Carly Newman, Armani Brianna Newman, Ann D. P. Gwynn, Dal Duong Tran Gwynn, Samantha Lee Elizabeth Gwynn, Valerie Tu Yu Gwynn, Muhammad Naim, Anna Finley Nichols, Jessica Louise Nicholson, Jeffrey Edward Nicolason, Barbara Jean Nigro, Alejandro Jose Nina Duran, Jalen Nixon, Marilee Deborah Nixon, Jamal Andre Njal, Zhao Yuan, Felicia Nana, Brooke Noble, Kayla Janae Nobles, Tule Noel Washington, Martin Alexander No Nordberg, Karaya Shania Norman, Xavier Norwood, Jean-Claude Knowles, Nicole K. Nitim Ade, Chase Lemon Nuez, Jory Chumaya Nkwashu, Ikwashu Oashino Noale, Minerva Martha Vanavali, Justin C. Nye, Joy Nicole Obi, Jaden Kwame Obidom, George Ira O'Brien, Jesse O'Connell, Matthew Thomas O'Connell, Stephen Robert O'Connell, Kate O'Connor, Casey Maria Odero, Yara Piera dos Santos Ocana, Joseph Patrick O'Donnell, Chelsea Ostrich, Matthew Christopher Okokalea, Exon Ogoli, Edith Anke Ogola, Albi May O'Grady, Sofu Adeje Oganabi, Dara Kyoman Ohanagai, Hillary Wife Okire, Elboa Okfor, Malisana Okal, Ann Yao Okale Weeks, Lola Okwalandwan, Adora Okwentai Okiki, Georgiana Okerson, Kinishiwu Yvonne Okolo, Tobina Odiana Okuna, Kalechi Owardo Gualo, Keem Rim Odwala, Jasmine Azla Owo, Barbtunde Ialika Owika Olosan, Angelo Joseph Oles, Regina Cecile Oliphant Donaldson, Jose Kimbo Oliveras, Diane Ollie, Adrolami Daniel Olegavima, Halimat Enyola Oloko, Kaylee Christine Olson, Ademaji Jean Olufaldi, Isali Shimizi Olahinsky, Nia Sky Omalo, Wendy Prudhomme O'Meara, Ofali Isaiah Onasia, Laura Antoinette O'Neill Dunn, Liam Joseph O'Neill, Peter Mark Oparanati, Anna W. O'Quinn, Emily Adia Orlina Gomez, Betsy Celine Orlanda, Christopher Orlana, Zachary Daniel Ormond, Alondra Yasmin Ornelas Juarez, Erin Marie O'Rourke, Sergio Alfredo Orozco Gomez, Fiorella Maria Orzoco, Nichols James Orfanos, Christian Abad Ortiz Vasquez, Carlos Enrique Ortiz, Dominique Desiree Ortiz, Catherine Ortiz, Luis Antonio Ramos Ortiz, Eswati Ruby Ortiz Ruiz, Ariels Camille Ortiz Torres, Ipokamwasa Victor Ospagi, Marcy Osborne, Izhan Aziz Osman, Johan Uziel Osorio Sanchez, Nikiro Cynthia Osud, Megan Elizabeth O'Sullivan, Mikel Osuri, Elizabeth Otero Neary, Grace Iwano Otieno, Christopher Deshawn Otterbridge, Tony Outlaw, Najet Altus, Ian Richard Ovenden, Nicholas Elias Ovidio Torres, Iboria Owego, Anthony Owens, Shirley Eve Owino, Samantha Pace, Sanaya Pace, Kelly Ann Padalino, Dianetto Agapio Padernel, Antonio Maurice Paget, Melissa Yamili Padilla Martinez, Ashley Yaxaria Padilla Venice, Edward Elias Page, Douglas V. Painter, Claire Elizabeth Pajka, Martina Rose Palladino, Jennifer Marie Palmano, Sarah Lucille Palmietier, Reed Devereaux Palmier, Sean Michael Palmer, Mary Ann Davida Palmieri, Maria Guadalupe Palmo Velez, Demetra M. Pungax, Reza Maggio Pangaman, Daniel Jeffrey Pumpkin, Marcirio Ernesto Pantoja Villarreal, Iones Plantefis Pancudos, Nicholas V. Papavasilo, Deja Monique Parham, Catherine Marie Parham, William Park, Desiree Parker, Donquarius Parker, Fred McCoy Parker, Keaton Alexander Parker, Rashida Akila Parker, Cole Park West, Lester Parks, Naja Monique Parks, Jake DeHayo Parks Walters, Jennifer Wong Parnell, Karen S. Parnell, Bernstein Parvati, John Benet Nikra Parati, Kayla Ann Parr, Santiago J. Parra Ariulia, Kristen Gwen Farish, Thomas Joseph Carrot, Caitlin Elizabeth Parsons, Monica Partington, Wolf Passion, Luis Pastor Munez, Christina Pastor Valverde, Joseph Anthony Pate, Dia Patel, Mahi Sanjay Patel, Nasbravali Peshwali Patel, Saloni Patolia, Diana Elizabeth Patricio Cortez, Andrea Chanel Patterson, Sierra Iris Patterson, Osazi Emil Patterson, Thermon Lee Patterson, Samaria Paul, Paris Pavlovsky, Ray Say Paul, Gregory Edward Pawlowski, Anna P. Payano, Leah Claire Payne, Raymond Eric Painter, Damian Fitton, James Bernard Pearson Bright, Odine Alexandria Heckler, Amanda Nicole Peel, Gertrude Antoinette Pagu Carroll, Laura Esther Pina Bueno, Sarah Catherine Hentz, Grace King, Christopher Penland, Gabriel Charles Penn, Corinia Penn Bartu, Caitlin Ashley Penn, Maria Keon Espina, Nicole Peoples, Sonia Virginia Perazia Magana, Luis David Horatio Lazo, Baziara Venkata Ramana Ripka, Cindy Yamlit Perez Castillo, Delmer Jose Perez Ramirez, Brandon Perez Romero, Celia Perez Ventura, Grace Ann Perez, Sebastian Marcel Perez Espina, Carlos Antonio Perez Hadrich, Alondra Perez Menendez, Stephanie Molina Perez Sanchez, Martha Smith Perez Sans, Jocelyn Perez Ugarte, Pavani Perry, Curtis W. Perkins, Martina Peroni, Kana Tristan Perry, Ishmael B. Perry, Precious Perry, Terry Adams Perry, Ina Gestick Persia, Jamarian Peterin, Alan E. Peterson, Brianna Elise Peterson, Amina Shanti Peterson, Leslie L. Peterson, Michael Edward Petit, Christine Petros, Randall Keith Pettiford, Anna Lynn Petty, Ronald Wayne Feifel, Henry Fred Bull, Darren Truong Pham, Lily Pham, Arthur Von Fawn, Pavan Fawn, Monica Michelle Farr Clark, Kadim Dominic Gilbert Roberts, Tawania Charlene Phillips, Dirk Peter Phillipson, Kim Bowman Phillips, Dexter Flom, Idelia Michelle Piaconti Rivera, Thea Dawn Picard, Grace Lynn Pickett, Alexandria Shane Jane Pierce, Marion Sessoms, Terrell Javon Pierce, Megan Pirati Tish, Asaya Lauren Pierre Louise, Bess Marie Pierre, Alan Andrew Pierre Louise, Shelby Catherine Boyd Pillai, Alex Pina Nadal, Michelle Joy Sampson Pineda, Miguel Sampson Pineda, Molly Pines, Kua Renee Pickard, Mackenzie Von Pinky, Sebastian Enrique Pino, Audrey Louise Pinto, Elfried Pisco, Michelle Elizabeth Pitcher, Sandra Pitt, Alvin Pitts, Mara Panzolt, Timothy Plummer, Amber Nicole Poe, Jordan Poe, Ian Mackay Poe Yamagata, Alma Louise Florentine Fullman, Danielle Winona Poindexter, India Shion Pointer, Madeline Politiano Rains, Jessica Nicole Pollard, Turvana J. Pollard, Betty Eeks Polson, Maria Judith Pompey, Daniel Alberto Ponce, Demetrius Poole, Isaiah Ezra Poole, Kintori Poole, Dawn Michelle Popova, Raphael Fabian Portilla, Lucas Hart Portnoy, Noah Portnoy, Brianna Nicole Lindsay Crosslithwaite, Adrian Javard Powell, Brittany Annette Powell, Quest Savian Powell, Trinity Powell, Marcia Marie Powers, Juan Powers, Rebecca Powers, Samaya Denise Powers, Loretta Dawn Powers Fuse, Nicholas Powers Marr, Isabel Patricia Fredo, Asia Fragna, Dwayne Lamont Pratt, Talik Dwayne Pratt, Johnny Hall Price, Kiana Monique Price, Reginald Levon Pretty, Christian Scott Pridgeon, Rachel K. Priestman Marquise, Andrew Elidio Frito, Cameron Pryor, Rosemary Pryor, George Gilbert Privette, Micaiah Kimray Proctor, Edward Dillon Priotti Conti, Christopher Luis Providence, Brittany Page Prude, Prin Priu, Yazarta Philadu Zepeda, Eric Pulliam, Emily Pulskamp, Major N. Purifoy, Jacob Perkins, Javier Tyrese Courier, Nathaniel Lewis Hutsis, Samin Quadri, Hana Hisham Quasri, Winston Hongyi Kyon, Ya Muan Quing, Sergio Quesa Aladana, Earl Quick, James Quick, Benjamin Quinn, Zachary Joseph Quinn, Michael Anthony Quishri, Evelyn Edith Radila, Vanessa Lorraine Ragland, Hanwal Raman, Allison Reich, Hannah Lee Rainey, Serena Raj, Rakisha Rakmarishna, Kagmani Rama Monroe, Kavaya Ramamurthy, Joshi Ramchandra, Brittany Jordan Raymer, Aditi Ramesh Iyer, Ruth Dakota Ramirez Hernandez, Jocelyn Ramirez Silva, Carlos Julio Ramirez, Jamie Jordan Ramirez, Rainbow Friedman Ramirez, Soleil Lynn Ramirez, Eduardo Ramirez Silva, Angelica Maria Ramkolwan, Justin Randall Ramsure, Reginald James Ramsey, Calais Randall, Yelena Beth Rangel, Darlene Rangel Estrella, Will Rankins, Qasim Ragib Rashada, Sirwat Ratana Aproj, Kylie Ray, Lisa Scott Ray, Ronnie Wayne Ray, Lee Rice Rayburn, Kessie C. Rayner, Carla Razo Rivera, Elizabeth Faith Reagan, Yuka Real, Jose Realbit, Devin Petra Revis Nolasco, Kalea Redding, Brenda Ray Reddick Smalls, Nadira Ajay Reddy, Reginald Lee Redfern, Bryson Hunter Redmond, Laura Helms Reese, Aurora Gabrielle Reedy Solano, Jade Reefer, Chantel Danielle Reed, Malachi A. Reed, Tawana Nicole Reed, Mary Elizabeth Riley, Jean Rayner, Alexandra Nicola Reinhardt, Molly Rose Reniger, Juliana Elizabeth Reedy, Alexander Rinsing, Roan Arthur Raish, Maria Restapro Chavez, Joseph Emmanuel Retuya, Victoria Ravel, Dialana Reyes de Gomez, Andrea Paola Reyes Gillian, Evelyn Reyes Jaramillo, Juana Guadalupe Reyes Orozco, Patrick Gilbert Mercado Reyes, Ryan Pesigan Reyes, Alyssa Janelli Reyes Sebastian, Oscar Renia Sanchez, Ellie Carolina Reyna, Francis K. Reynolds, Jalen Amon Rhea, Colette Roden Martinez, Christopher Earl Rhodes, Alacia Rhodes, David Roderickers Rice, Haley Diane Rice, McKine Rice, Charmaine Richards, Daniel Anthony Richards, Angel Nicole Richardson, Jameer Basir Richardson, Leslie Audrey Erstild Richardson, Nadine Bernadette Richardson, Nadine Yvette Richardson, Travis Zachary Richardson, Kayla Grace Richardson Quiche, Robin Richmond, Tanae Chantel Richmond, Jasmine Antoinette Richter, Beatrice C. Rifecole Nunez, Hasset Arlene Riflin, Christine M. Riggs, Jack E. Riggs, Peggy Weaver Rigsby, Kristen Noel Rigsby, Jennifer Lynn Riley, Miguel Reimer Surleys, Guadalamere Machado Rimkevas, Emma Lee Ringstad, Ann Malin Ringwalt, Mitzi Rios Delgado, Victor Eduardo Rios Nubiano, Patricia Ritchie Haynes, Alana Christina Revia Scott, Crystal Rivera Casabruz, Maria Del Sorico Rivera Finocchio, Veronica Arcelli Rivera Portillo, Jilsa Rivera, Minerva Rivera, Josu Abram Rivera Olds, Adai Rivers, Hayden Joel Rivers, Amelia David Rizos, Hunter Kyle Worth, Colin Michael Roberts, Leslie Roberts, Madeline Roberts, Slade Leroy Roberts, Jordan Richard Roberts Ball, Julissa Robertson, Maxwell Taylor Robertson, Vance Marcel Robertson, Dimonique Robinson, Jackie J. Robinson, Janidisha Yolanda Robinson, Leverne Robinson, Malianda Shirley Robinson, Omar Larice Devon Robinson, Sandra Hope Robinson, Sarah Catherine Robinson, Teresa A. Robinson, Tara-Leek Lamar Robinson, Trinette Robinson, Luciana Marie Robledo Luis, Nubia Alicia Roble Santiago, Niketa Marie Rochelle, Janisha Latasha Rockmore, Cesar Rodas Menendez, Hannah Colleen Rogers Gates, Ethan Alexander Rodier, Henry Alexander Roden, David Rodios Canute, Alexis Alberto Rodriguez Badillo, Martin Alejandro Rodriguez Berteran, Jocelyn Guadalupe Rodriguez Gonzalez, Irvin Andres Rodriguez Loveleza, Marla Alejandro Rodriguez Vasquez, Belicia Taylor Rodriguez, Brandon Rodriguez, Diana Vanessa Rodriguez, Yeffen Rodriguez, Jaden Luis Rodriguez, Carrie Mia Rodriguez, Mario Alfredo Torres Rodriguez, Pedro Martinez Rodriguez, Sebastian M. Rodriguez, Yosvel Rodriguez, Eric Rodriguez Juarez, Charles R. Rodell, Elijah A. H. Rogan Kelly, Ariel Magdiele Rogers, Bryson Lamar Rogers, Janelle LaShawn Rogers, Jaden L. Rogers, Michelle Yvonne Rogers, Morgan Nicole Rogers, Quintezia Rogers, Aaron Saul Rogoff, Barbara Ontiveros Rojas Castillo, Daniel Enrique Rojas Fernandez, Andrew Paul Rollins, Penelope Roman Gomez, Gabrielle Roman, Maria Alicia Romero Degwitz, John Kenneth Rooney, Graham Roper, Madeline Marie Roper, Julio Cesar Rosado, Ivan Stephen Rosales Flores, Yusmeri Rosario Mashin, Amani Rose, Aisha Faith Cherie Rose, Jemiah Rose, Kyle Rosen, Rebecca Wallace Rosen, Marianne Rosenbach, Evelyn Elizabeth Rosengren Hobie, Aviva Gall Roseman, Charles Jason Ross, Gloria Ross, Shanika D. Ross, Sadat Rostami, Caitlin Roethlisberger, Sophia Juliana Roud, India M. Rounds, Corkita Ebony Rouse, Adam Redwan Rowski, Selena Marion Rowlett, Kiana Chantre Royster, Veronica E. Royster, Abraham Rupert Schewel, Ryan Nicholas Rubin, Tyler Roosh, Rosalind Webb Ruffin Gray, Sariana Ruiz Esparza, Brian Hoyler Rush, Lauren Rush, Paul Rush, Zaria Nicole Rushing, Titiana Rushing Young, Lena Benty Russman, Hanson Hosea Russell, Jalen Elizabeth Russell, Matthew Allen Russell, Nori Rosen Russell, Jason Edwards Rutherford, Shailene Ryan, Jayla Ryan, Denise Latrice Ryan Smith, Maria Camila Salvadera Guerrero, Isaiah Jackson Sable, Jonah Britton Sable, Catherine Bupre Sable, Mohammed Ashraf Said, Melissa Jill Sain, Daniel St. Fleur, Jasmine Tamara Santlezian.
Francia Patricia Salazar, Daniela Nicole Salazar Santos, Paola Renata Saldana, Iba Saleh, Yosef Saleh, Reem Muhana Salam, Michelle Jacqueline Celine Torres, Carlos Alberto Salinas, Matthew Robert Salinas, Valerie Salinas, and I went Canon J. Salas Spar, Lydia Salas, Raquel Salvatea de Prada, Vikram Sambasa, William Stephen Samuski, Lee Samuel Devaney, Ryan Christian Samuels,
One at a time to keep going.
Estefani Sanchez Resendez, Alaya Brooke Sanchez, Stephanie Sanchez Lopez, Damon Jamal Sanders, Desiree Janai Sanders, Jaden Amir Sanders, Jasmine Demonia Sanders, Jimmy B. Sanders, Jimmy Jermaine Sanders, Lanesha Lorette Sanders, Lyric Monique Sanders, Natalie Caitlin Sanders, Tatiana Tamaya Sanders Edwards, Tanai Sherelle Sanders Jones, Brianna Sandoval, Maylee Sandoval Lowe, Henry Sanford, Esther Abukamoya Sangolamam, Raya Sangwan, Anthony Santana, Lorenzo Navarro Santorina, Hannah Olivia Santiago,
I did it on the meter.
Adalis Santiago Otero, Fernando Jr. Centillion Castillo, Beverly Santos Reyes, Maisha Sanika, Joshua Alfonso Sarmiento Aguirre, Jonathan Alexander Cesar, Harrison Satcher, Francis Rouse Satterwhite, Tasika Renee Sanders, Fode Sawana, Elizabeth Friend Saylor, Rose Ann Scale, Alexandra Schaefer, Caleb Joseph Shalil, Maddox Schaefer, Ansley Roan Shaner, Franco Shiano D. Sorcioro, Sydney Nicole Shennight, Zachary Nicholas Schulmar, Gabriel Andres Schmeidler, Kevin Schmidt, Melissa J. Schneider, Zoe Lee Schneider, Philip Sharp Schonerbach, Alexander Daniel Schroer, Amanda Tallbrooks Schroer, Jennifer Eleanor Schubert, Elena Carolina Schulmeister Antona, Deanne Alexis Schulteberg, Emily Schultz, Adrienne Scott, Gerald Scott, Mason Scott, Makai Zazie Scott, Olivia Nicole Scott, Shayna Scott, Alessandra Scotto Diucci, Antonio Scotto Di Ucci, Katerina Scotto Di Uccio, Lolo Jean Scopo, Tucker David Scruggs, Celia Cyril, Kylie Cyrils, Lorraine Stone Cease, Christopher C8, Nicole Catherine Seaford, Lily Seeley, Azizu Say Ibrahim, James A. Siebert, Marielle Petra Siegel, Travis L. Sellers, Gianna Louise Seminara, Anit Sen, Huascar Salvador Senya Suero, William A. Sender, Jill Elizabeth Sergeson, Michael Joseph Serk, Emmanuel Joshua Serrano Campa, Anna Karina Serrano Estrada, Emmanuel Alexander Serrano Lopez, Mariama Azutu Sese, Pearl Sowell Warden, Tonya Faith Severson, Zippera Sewell, Lindsay Seymour, Aaron George Shackelford, Peggy Irene Shuck, Sylvia Dolores Shackelford, Helen Marie Schaefer, Amber Nicole Shane, Michael Andrew Shannon, Meredith Rose Shinosky, Hannah Sharifi, Justin Blake Sharp, Demarius Tyant Sherrick, Michaela Shaw, Crystal Lynette Shealy, Christopher Michael Sheeran, Benjamin Roby Shiek, Naima Mumin Shakai Muhammad, Melissa Payne Shelton, Tiana Renee Shelton, Julian James Shepard, Jade Renee Shepard, Michael Shepard, Bridget Sheridan, Sadie Marie Sheridan, Dolores Ann Sherman Howe, Jacqueline Shipman, Michael Sharon Stroh, Hakeem Shidabe, Monet Amelia Shin, James Schaffner, Mark Shoulder, Elizabeth Schultes, Amar Mohammed Sharif, Catherine Jean Schreiber, Andrew Michael Aman Sharaf, Kevin Lee Schumacher, Thomas Paul Schumann, Hope S. Sloan, Julia Sabanda, Dante Aparicio Sidbury, Ryan Segrist, Cecilia Guerrero Sierra Bakashi, Tali Segal, Dawson Gilbert Silkanet, Tessali Larissa Silkanet, Lenice P. Sills, Cassandra Silva Salas, Brianna Chanel Simons, J. Wilson Simons, Julie Ann Simons, Susan Ann Simons, Taylor Simons, Tony Bernard Simons, Austin Grant Simpson, Daniel Reed Simpson, Dylan Alexander Simpson, John Evan Simpson, Miriam Josephine Simpson, Zabria Simpson, Mark David Simpson Boss, Jason Donnell Sims, Kevin Matthew Sims, Stanny Nicole Sims, Morgan Lindsay Sindel, Delwar Singh, Navan Singh, Maya Singwell, Anya Singletary, Roderick Singletary, Alok Kumar Sinha, Sydney Ray Scarbalas, Sarah Jo Sleeman, Zoe Y. Slentz, Arlene Sloan, Arlene Denise Sloan, Ivory Sloan, Matthew Bremer Slotkin, Andrea Marie Small, Tia Amanda Michelle Small, William Lewis Smallwood, Miriam Awa Smith Juror, Aaron J. Smith, Allison Grace Carswell Smith, Angie Marie Smith, Anthony Joel Smith, Arlette Michelle Smith, Ashlyn Umberg Smith, Ayana Diane Smith, Benjamin Jacob Smith, Bernard Smith, Bernice Usella Smith, Darcy Smith, Don A. Smith, Dwayne Thomas Smith, Gabriel Smith, Howard Smith, Josiah William Smith, Kedrick Deshawn Smith, Kennedy Malay Smith, Khalil Danielle Smith, Kyle Richard Smith, LaPrince Miller Lee Smith, Matron Israel Smith, Narzela Elise Smith, Norma R. Smith, Octavius Cortez Smith, Radke Y. Smith, Samira Smith, Shelton Elliott Smith, Sierra Jordan Smith, Susan Jane Smith, Candy Deborah Smith Wagner, Damon Smithwick, Claudio Sneed, Davion Marquis Snipes, Gerald St. Clair Snipes, Sidney J. Sobel, Charles Lynn Soap, Namar Solis, Aaron Michael Solomon, Adrian T. Solomon, Francis Somerville, Cassandra Somieri, Dorothy Summer, Kristen Lynn Sommerfeld, Michael Linden Song, Astrid Churchwell Sor Platten, David Soriano Garcia, Jada Sorrell, Gustavo Sosa Macias, Carlos Sosa Garcia, Felicita Sota Uritzeri, Nicholas Dennis Sosi, Kayla Nicole Somer, Cameron Sutherland, Keva Doreen Southwell, Ramona Ann Sowers, Gary Lee Spade, Shatonia Spain, Margaret Elizabeth Sparacino, Eileen Lorraine Sparks, Marcus Bernard Spates, Andrew Robert Spidell Hamilton, Peggy A. Spence, Cindy Spencer, Cynthia Devona Spencer, Deseretta Spicer, Ada Catherine Spiegel, Jimmy Spivey, Joanna Kathleen Spooner, Lene A. Spav, Brittany Janai Springer, Jaleel Sproul, Anushka Daya Saridhar, Preeti Sprinbosson, Meredith Kathleen Spauer, Brannon Elizabeth St. Clair, Debbie Marie St. Clair, Ashley Lauren St. John, Carol Marie Stable Labello, Taki Evan Steakhouse, Austin Stansel, Sarah Stanfield, Tyler Christopher Stanford, Shea Kelly Stanley, Whitney D. Stanley, Tamonte Deshawn Stanton Jones, Beth Lorraine Staples, Rosetta Starkey, Cynthia I. Starks, Emmy S. Starnes, Francis Steele, Jack Steele, Robert Michael Steele, Trachessa Shaden Steele, Catherine O. Stephenson, David John Steiner, Emma Jane Stevens Yesaguir, Demetra Coronado Stevens, Mackenzie Marie Stevens Hall, Bernard Barron Sterling, Ariel Zara Stern, Letitia Renee Stewart, Monique Nicole Stewart, Tysheem Stewart, Brina Kate Steinhelfer, Nadia Lorraine Stenson, Jordan Stokes, Ryan Chandler Stokes, Brooks B. Stone, Charles McLaughlin Stone, Amanda Storyward, Deborah Ann Stout, Hillary Strack Chang, Gershwan Maurice Strange, Catherine Stratton, Erica Lynn Stratton King, Abigail Yvonne Straussbar Helmstead, Corey J. Strickland, Kalia Danielle Strickland, Kristania Sonia Strickland, Claire Justine Stromberg, Ashley Mira Stroud, Tarika Shawnee Strudwick, Arnold Studevant, Shannon Claude Stump, Letitia Marie Studevant, Lillian Jan Sturhan, Ranjana Subash, Martina Lord Subia, Aiden Pitt Suganuma, Karen Sugden, Rosa Lee Suet, Symbiot Oladuni Suleiman, Jadesha Monet Sullivan, Jennifer Michelle Sune, Aaron Somerville, Melanie Elizabeth Sumner, Anicia Sunari, Mary E. Sunday, Sierra Madison Sunshine, Catherine Victoria Sutherland, Sepra Rani Sutrip Dar, Chappelle Gerard Sutton, Jared Strickland Sutton, Shalina Collier Sutton, Willis C. Sutton, Rachel E. Swan, Andrew Stephen James Swanson, Ashley Kitchens Swanson, Victoria Sweatman, Kyle Jerome Swenson, Haley Darrell Swifthill, Marissa Swifthill, Brianna Lee Swifthill, Celine Skupinski Poroga, Dawn Ann Tefel, Marilyn W. Taggart, River Takata Capel, Patrick John Talbert, Ella Tallet, Jacob Leo Talley, Heather Nicole Talley Menzel, James Francis Talon, Betty Lai Wei Tam, Rai Tamiri, Anna Olander Tansinko, Ramon Augustine Tansinko, Annette Tapia Penjoa, Sean Tara Porawaya, Blot Aqua Tar, Christopher Conan Taro, Cameron Tate, Anna Frances Tavermina, Chelsea Christine Taylor Long, Adrian Ford Taylor, Alexis Dana Taylor, Colin David Taylor, Emily Taylor, Jamari Taylor, Larry Taylor, Ronald Clanton Taylor, Stephanie I. Taylor, Talia Taylor, Alexandra Araya Taylor Ramsey, Wenyi Chuchang, Jordan Teague, Udega Teague, Denise Shalene Tiexera, Yasmina T. Texera, Tal Tinegwazar, Jada Tennyson, Leslie Ann Tepper, Ambria Taylor, Marcellus Terry, Krista Testolin, Matt Adam Sechkowski, Celsi Tata Jackson, Ashaya Chunkanmar Tapor, Jarrett Ford Tharrington, Phillips Fat Kaluam, Madeline Ann Theus, Mia Thillette, Alexandria Teresa Thomas, Anla Thomas, Iona Janai Thomas, Christian Kenyatta Thomas,